Introduction asterisk. Xia Hai never expected to become the village chief, yet this world had not yet entered an agricultural civilization. As winter approached and the threat of starvation loomed over the villagers, he felt compelled to take action. Chapter 1. The Magical Warehouse. Suddenly, Xia Hai was greeted by a fragrant aroma of fruit, and upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a mountain of red apples. Before him stood a scruffy man with a prominent nose and brown hair, bearing a European appearance, who grinned obsequiously at him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that the other villagers shared a similar countenance, all looking at him with expressions of despair. Although he could not comprehend why they regarded him so, he presumed he had been transported to a medieval European setting. I, the illustrious village chief George Allen, have faithfully gathered the village's taxes for this winter, as per your command. Shall I assist you in storing them in the cellar? The man spoke cautiously upon noticing Xia Hai's awakening. Taxes? Village chief? Sitting upon a large stone, Xia Hai suddenly grasped a grave reality. This was not the modern society he was accustomed to. The villagers wore thick pelts, clad in rudimentary garments devoid of any aesthetic appeal. His mind momentarily blanked. He distinctly recalled sitting in his office, burning the midnight oil while coding. How had he awakened to such a drastically altered reality? Surely, fatigue had led to this bewildering slumber. Fortunately, he was well-versed in online novels and quickly accepted the notion of his transmigration, as memories of this new body unfurled within his mind. The former owner of this body had been the son of the previous village chief, a selfish and spoiled individual who had never considered the feelings of others, a complete scoundrel. A month prior, the former chief had succumbed to illness, and according to tradition, his son was to inherit the position. Since George Allen had taken over as village chief, he had done little besides eat and sleep, and as winter loomed, he had callously increased the taxes by nearly 30%. The villagers had scarce reserves of apples, and now, to meet their tax obligations, they risked starving come winter. It was well known that the former chief was celebrated for his benevolence. He had never imposed such harshness upon the villagers. Upon grasping his new identity, Xia Hai found George Allen's actions maddeningly foolish. He felt a strong urge to chastise him. Did he truly believe that driving the honest villagers to starvation would yield any benefit? Without the villagers, he would soon find himself in the same plight. Such selfishness and lack of foresight deserved nothing less than dire consequences. Yet now that he had transmigrated, there was still hope for redemption. As he scanned the villagers, they averted their gazes, bowing their heads in deference. However, despair was evident on their faces, and he finally understood the meaning behind their forlorn expressions. They were devoid of hope for survival. His attention was drawn to a small girl, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age, whose dirty face was adorned with large, pleading eyes fixed on the apples before him. The man standing beside him was Clavin, his household servant, a sycophant. Your Grace, Allen, we lack sufficient food to survive the winter. Might you consider returning some provisions to the villagers? Just enough to last through the season. I swear, I will ensure they work diligently to meet your tax requirements next year. I beseech you, your Grace, Clavin implored, bowing deeply with an earnest tone. Xia Hai regarded the sycophant with a newfound respect. It was clear that Clavin had not yet lost his conscience and had not blindly followed in George Allen's footsteps. Rising from the stone, Xia Hai refrained from offering an immediate response, needing a moment to acclimate to his new body and to avoid any actions that might raise suspicion about his true identity. He picked up an apple and approached the villagers, who continued to bow their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. The bitterness within him deepened as he surveyed the scene. While others embarked on their journeys as noble princes or exceptionally gifted sorcerers, he found himself facing a dismal mess. The villagers' dwellings could scarcely be considered homes. They resembled mere dog kennels. A few rough-hewn logs and a thatch of grass constituted their shelters. His village was worse off than refugee camps on Earth, and the sight of their animal skins nearly made him choke with despair. What distinguished this from a primitive society? Determined to maintain composure, he approached the little girl, whose wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed upon him, then fixated on the apple in his hand. She did not intend to offend you. Please, spare her, your Grace, the girl's parents pleaded, hastily pulling her away. Xia Hai crouched down and offered the apple to the little girl, speaking gently, "This is for you." Her face lit up with joy as she accepted the apple and took a large bite. "Thank you, your Grace," the girl exclaimed, while her parents, momentarily stunned, hurried to express their gratitude. They had expected their daughter to be punished, yet here was Allen, unexpectedly gentle. The villagers were equally astonished. Was this truly the same selfish and reckless Alan they had known? As Xia Hai returned to his humble abode, which was little more than a wooden shed with a thatched roof, he did not summon Clavin to follow. He craved solitude for a moment, for his golden opportunity had arrived. Without the need for explanation or guidance, as if etched into his very soul, Xia Hai merely focused his thoughts. Before him appeared a grand, white magical door. Upon stepping inside, he discovered a vast space, at least the size of a football field, a colossal warehouse. Inside were countless small cabinets, each labeled. A cursory glance revealed that most could be opened, and to his delight, he discovered various seeds for grains, fruits, and vegetables from Earth. Yet, there were also some cabinets that remained locked, curiously devoid of labels. Xia Hai's mind retained the history of this world. Although humanity had achieved a semblance of civilization and developed rudimentary writing, they still lived a hunter-gatherer existence. Thus, the world had yet to enter an agricultural age, which was the fundamental reason for the stagnant population growth. In the summer and autumn, they gathered food, but during winter, families scarcely had enough to survive. Even with strict rationing, some would inevitably perish from hunger. Xia Hai realized that without a stable food supply, survival through mere gathering and hunting was exceedingly precarious. Furthermore, the existence of fearsome beasts in this world remained uncertain. Unwilling to let his villagers perish, lest he become a solitary figure of despair, he took some winter wheat seeds, resolved to teach them the art of cultivation. By the next harvest, they would have flour to sustain them through the winter. Then he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, prompting him to exit the magical warehouse immediately, which alleviated the sensation somewhat. Is it that my current power is insufficient to keep the warehouse open for an extended period? Xia Hai suspected that this was a highly plausible answer, as he felt utterly drained at that moment. Half an hour later, he summoned Cleven and said, "Please return those apples to everyone." Chapter 2. Bread, Part 1. Upon hearing Alan's request, Cleven momentarily thought he had misheard. "Your Excellency Alan, are you feeling unwell?" Cleven's face was a picture of panic, revealing his genuine concern for Alan's health. In this world, there was a tradition of using herbs for healing. However, upon witnessing the hidden terror in Cleven's eyes, Alan realized he had been too hasty. It is essential to understand that the true Alan was a thoroughly selfish rogue. If he were not the village chief, one could only imagine how many would wish to see him dead. He could never perform such a benevolent act, for his heart was solely focused on himself. It was inconceivable that he could suddenly become so merciful. Under Cleven's terrified gaze, Alan swore that this version of himself instilled an instinctive fear within Cleven, who, though unaware of the source of his dread, sensed that Alan was perhaps under the influence of something dreadful. Instinctively, he retreated to the doorway, positioning himself for a quick escape. Alan promptly recognized his error. Without a reasonable explanation, he risked exposing that he was not the true Alan. "I just had a dream," Alan began, feigning tremors of fear. "In my dream, my father scolded me harshly, criticizing my foolish behavior, admonishing me for mistreating my villagers and for being solely self-centered. He warned that if I did not change, he would take me away." Alan hoped this narrative would deceive Cleven. Upon hearing this, Cleven involuntarily shuddered. He believed in the existence of souls. Thus, he accepted Alan's account without hesitation. No one is unafraid of souls. Moreover, this involved his own father. Cleven exhaled in relief, returning to his normal state. He then reasoned that such behavior from His Excellency Alan was entirely justifiable. Furthermore, Cleven welcomed the prospect of Alan's transformation. After all, this change would benefit everyone. "Respected Your Excellency Alan, I believe everyone will be immensely grateful to you. This winter, I trust many will no longer fear starvation. On behalf of all, I extend our gratitude." Cleven bowed deeply, this time willingly, unlike before. "Now, inform everyone not to relax. They must store sufficient food to prepare for winter." "Yes, my esteemed Your Excellency Alan." It is not difficult to imagine the villagers' reactions when Cleven conveyed his decision to them. Although Alan did not relish lying, he felt justified in his actions this time. In the following 3 days, Alan refrained from hastily distributing the wheat seeds to the villagers. For him, understanding the magical warehouse was of utmost importance. Firstly, through experimentation, he gleaned some astonishing and valuable information. First, as he had previously surmised, he could only keep the magical warehouse open for a maximum of 3 minutes. Exceeding this time would lead to dizziness, and in severe cases, fainting. This was akin to a premise from a certain tokusatsu show on Earth. Moreover, each time he opened it, it drained his mental energy significantly. After each excursion, he required 2 hours of sleep to recuperate. What astonished him most was the contents of the warehouse. Each time he emptied it, it would refill within 24 hours. For instance, if he took all the seed from the compartment labeled wheat, he would be pleasantly surprised to find it fully replenished the next time he opened it. Initially, Alan suspected that the reappearing items might be mere illusions, but upon touching them and feeling their solidity, he nearly cried out in delight. Such a miraculous phenomenon. This meant that anything within the warehouse was inexhaustible. Struggling to contain his excitement, he realized that with the resources from the warehouse, he could accomplish numerous tasks. Some of the dreams he had during his studies might just become a reality. In those 3 days, he had already procured enough wheat seeds from the warehouse to fill 3 sacks for the villagers to sow. Yet before distributing them, his body began to protest. He had become malnourished. The previous Alan had done little else besides eat and sleep, indulging excessively. However, since Xia Hai's arrival, he had adhered to a more measured diet, consuming 3 balanced meals a day without overindulging. He also required mental energy, which further compounded his fatigue. Currently, the villagers subsisted solely on apples and other ripe fruits. From a modern perspective, such a diet is decidedly unhealthy. A glance at the pale, emaciated villagers revealed that they too were suffering from malnutrition. But the most pressing issue was that relying solely on fruits was exceedingly unsatisfying and quickly became monotonous. Unlike the villagers, who did not need to think, Alan was preoccupied with meticulous plans. He intended to teach them how to till the land, then how to sow seeds, and once the seeds sprouted, numerous tasks would still await them. He recognized that this approach was unsustainable. He longed for the foods of his previous life. Dumplings, flatbreads, a variety of meats, and fresh vegetables. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Yet, the current conditions did not permit such luxuries. Alan took a couple of bites of an apple, only to find it increasingly bland. At that moment, he glanced at the sacks in the room. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Of course, there are seeds right here. I can grind some flour to make food. However, Alan quickly realized that to turn wheat into flour, he would first need the appropriate tools. In the modern world, flour production technology is highly advanced, utilizing specialized machinery. But in this realm, not only was civilization less advanced, but he also lacked sufficient steel and power to operate such machines. He could not create a flour mill. Pondering over the dilemma, Alan recognized he needed to devise a solution. Before long, he thought of it. If machines were unfeasible, he could construct a stone mill. This was an invention passed down from ancient times to the present. Even now, some remote mountain villages still utilize stone mills. Indeed, the stone mill was the most suitable tool he could conceive. Moreover, once he had a stone mill, when the villagers harvested wheat next year, they could grind it into flour. He would then teach them various uses for flour, ensuring that they would no longer need to fear starvation. Alan subdued his excitement. However, he needed to expedite the creation of a stone mill. Soon, he summoned Clavin. How long will it take to manufacture this device? Alan inquired, as he sketched the structure of the stone mill upon the ground. Chapter 3. Bread, Part 2. This is known as a stone mill, a rudimentary tool crafted from stone and wood, employed for grinding seeds or grains. Here lies the grinding plate, the pestle, the framework, the core, and the pestle holes. Alan gestured towards a sketch he had drawn on the ground. As he had no paper at that moment, the stone mill consists of 2 parts, the upper section, referred to as the pestle, and the lower section, known as the grinding plate. The surface where the plate and pestle meet is adorned with neatly arranged grinding teeth, deep in the center and shallow on the sides. While the pestle also features a similar arrangement, designed to pulverize seeds or grains, though it is merely the most rudimentary of tools. This is the utmost that Alan could achieve. The thought of being able to grind flour to make food filled him with anticipation, and a myriad of culinary delights flashed through his mind. Buns, pancakes, bread. After speaking, Alan gazed at Clavin, awaiting his response. After a considerable pause, Clavin replied, "My Lord Alan, although I do not comprehend your words, I sincerely admire your intellect. May I inquire if this idea originated solely from your own mind?" Alan felt that to admit such an extraordinary notion would be quite shocking. After all, he had not previously exhibited the slightest talent in this regard. Not entirely. My father in my dreams provided me with considerable inspiration, he confessed, feeling a twinge of shame at having once again resorted to deceit. Indeed, we owe much gratitude to the esteemed village elder for such illuminating guidance, Claven remarked earnestly. How long will it take to construct this? Alan, in fact, was unable to contain his eagerness. For days, he had subsisted solely on fruits, and he now felt utterly drained of energy. My lord Alan, I am not well versed in this matter, Claven admitted bashfully. You should have mentioned that sooner. Alan shot him a disgruntled glance, realizing he had been speaking to a wall. But wait, I see that everyone possesses bows and arrows, as well as stone spears. Surely, they must have made those themselves? In truth, Alan's irritation stemmed primarily from the realization that the villagers already possessed simple hunting tools, signifying a progression of civilization. To him, the requirements for a stone mill were not particularly demanding. Yet, Claven's claim of ignorance truly disheartened Alan. My lord Alan, the bows and weapons in the village were crafted by a single individual, Claven quickly interjected, sensing Alan's displeasure. Who is this person? Take me to meet him, Alan insisted. However, Claven hesitated, saying, well, this person has quite an eccentric disposition. He tends to be somewhat of a recluse. That is of no concern. Lead me to him, Alan urged. As they walked, Alan pondered the merits of civilization. Despite the village's current lack of development, they had already learned the importance of division of labor. From Alan's recollections, he understood that the village indeed had designated roles. The women and elders typically remained at home, crafting garments from animal hides and cleaning the bones and flesh of beasts. There was also a dedicated team responsible for gathering fruits. Moreover, there exists a hunting party, renowned for their prowess, that provides the village with its meat. However, the village's supply has been depleted. This hunting team has been absent for 7 days, and it is anticipated that they shall return with provisions in the coming days, for their excursions seldom exceed a fortnight. The concept of weeks has yet to be imparted to the villagers by Alan, who aspires to establish a school to educate them on fundamental life skills. Of course, the immediate concern is to ensure that all are adequately fed. Only then can they devote time to learning anew. He could compel the villagers to study. But such an approach does not align with his intentions. In a turn of events, under the guidance of Claven, Alan at last encountered the village's sole craftsman. Within a modest riverside dwelling, a man with a mane of red hair and a full red beard was diligently polishing an object on a smooth stone surface. Rook, cease your work. Lord Alan has come to see you, Claven declared, almost imperatively. Yet, Rook appeared oblivious, not lifting his gaze and continuing his labor. Rook, did you not hear me? Claven's patience waned, and he raised his voice in frustration. Alan scrutinized Rook's abode, which resembled more of a small armory than a home. To the left lay a heap of bows and arrows, while to the right glimmered stone spears. The hunting party will return shortly. Before that, I must forge new weapons for them. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance, Rook retorted with evident impatience, disliking interruptions while engrossed in his craft. Of utmost importance? Even the smallest matter concerning Lord Alan is of significance. Do you dare to defy me and risk expulsion from the village? Claven's ire was palpable. In the village, he held a position of authority just beneath Alan. During Alan's idle days, he had diligently managed village affairs, exhibiting a natural aptitude for stewardship, and had never before been treated with such disdain. Rook, Claven suddenly struck Rook squarely in the face. Rook, incensed, set aside his work and retaliated with a punch of his own. Claven, lacking Rook's robust build, found himself staggered by the blow, retreating several steps. Blood trickling from his nose. Rook, I shall kill you. Come then. The tension escalated, threatening to erupt into chaos. At that moment, Alan's voice rang out sharply, enough. Both Claven and Rook were startled by Alan's unexpected fury. It was the first time they had witnessed him so enraged. They stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. My lord, I did not intend to provoke your anger, Claven attempted to explain, but under Alan's icy demeanor, his confidence waned, leading him to fall silent and lower his gaze. Alan was indeed furious. He turned to Luke and remarked, I hear your temper is quite peculiar. Luke remained silent, yet it was evident that he was clenching his fists, struggling to contain his rage. I hear you are somewhat of a loner? Luke still said nothing, but his entire body trembled with suppressed emotion. Do you believe yourself to be superior, looking down upon everyone else? Under Alan's relentless questioning, Luke finally erupted. I do not. I merely require a tranquil environment to work, and I detest being disturbed. Besides, they understand nothing. At last, Luke had voiced his true feelings. In that moment, Alan grasped the essence of Luke's mindset, an air of superiority, akin to a university undergraduate belittling a college student. Luke was the sole craftsman in the village capable of forging weapons. Perhaps that was true. Yet, he had forgotten his place. Before Alan, He was first and foremost a mere subject, nothing more. Alan found Luke's sense of superiority intolerable. He resolved to dismantle this notion with his own hands. To conquer such a person, one must defeat him at his strongest, overpower him, and humiliate him until he is utterly submissive. Do you think everyone is dependent upon you? You need not respond. I am aware that this is your belief. However, I must inform you that you are entirely dispensable to me. With that, Alan picked up a stone and began to scribble on the ground. Before long, he discarded the stone and turned to leave, stating, "Some individuals are perpetually self-righteous, oblivious to the fact that they are merely frogs at the bottom of a well." Clavin shot Luke a fierce glare and hurried to catch up with Alan. Luke was incensed. He could feel the disdain and contempt emanating from Alan. How dare he? He was the only person in the village capable of crafting weapons. Why was he treated this way? Luke simmered with anger, contemplating Alan's departing words, which only deepened his fury. I see no reason to remain in this village any longer. Suddenly, the thought of leaving the village took root in Luke's mind. If they did not respect him here, then he would seek out a place that would. He completely overlooked the fact that respect must be mutual. Luke suddenly recalled that Alan had scribbled something on the ground before leaving. It must be the childish doodles of a young one. He approached, his face etched with disdain and mockery. However, when he beheld the designs on the ground, he stood frozen in disbelief, his mouth agape. Minutes passed before cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. His expression was fraught with incredulity, defeat, guilt, and shame. Good heavens, what have I done? Am I truly a frog at the bottom of a well? Luke exclaimed, collapsing into despair, cradling his head in his hands. Chapter 4. Anticipation. Lord Alan walked ahead, with Clavin trailing behind, hesitating to speak. What do you wish to say? Alan inquired as he continued his stride. Clavin hesitated for a moment, but mustered the courage to express his innermost thoughts. My Lord Alan, despite Luke's peculiar and irksome demeanor, one must concede that, aside from him, there is no one in the village capable of assisting you in crafting that stone mill. Are you implying that I have erred? Alan halted in his tracks, turning back with a gaze tinged with frost, fixating on Clavin. At that moment, Clavin felt an unprecedented fear. It was the first time he had witnessed such a look from Alan. Undeniably, this was the gaze befitting a figure of authority. Clavin hastily bowed his head to clarify. No, that is not what I meant. What I intend to convey is... Alan interrupted him sharply, stating, you must understand that mutual respect is paramount between individuals. I can assure you that regardless of my past demeanor, one thing remains unchanged. I am the foremost figure in this village. For the sake of this village, I shall implement numerous changes going forward, striving to fortify its strength. I require diverse talents. But that does not imply that after I extend sufficient respect and regard to you, you may act recklessly before me. Do you comprehend? I understand. Regardless of the changes you may enact in the future, I, Clavin Otto, shall unwaveringly stand by your side. Excellent. The future's glory shall include your contributions. Clavin swore that the impact Alan had on him today was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Moreover, he acutely sensed Alan's ire. As a loyal subordinate, although the brilliance Alan spoke of eluded his understanding, he was well aware of the principle that a lord's dishonor leads to a vassal's demise. Luke's conduct today had been excessively brazen. More importantly, he resonated with Alan's assertion regarding mutual respect among individuals. After all, Alan was still the village chief of Luke. From the outset, anyone would have been enraged by Luke's behavior. Yet, he found it perplexing. His recollection of Alan was that of a self-serving individual. Anyone who provoked him would surely face immediate reprimand. However, today, despite enduring considerable affront, Alan had refrained from punishing Luke on the spot. As the most devoted subordinate, Clavin felt compelled to prioritize Alan's genuine interests in his deliberations, a quality that had enabled him to stand out. Suddenly, a possibility struck Clavin. Could it be that Lord Alan was intentionally providing him with an opportunity? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. My Lord Alan, I believe I know how to proceed. Rest assured, I shall expel Luke from the village and ensure his hands are broken, thus preventing him from creating weapons for other villages. Alan did not fully catch what Clavin had said. In truth, he was quite agitated. Yet, following their earlier conversation, much of his fury had subsided. As for punishing Luke, he was not so narrow-minded. However, regarding Luke, it is imperative to exclude him from my system in the future, rendering him marginalized. Since you do not show me respect, you are unworthy of the benefits and advantages I provide. You may continue to be a frog at the bottom of a well, blissfully ignorant of the world beyond. In any case, Luke's future is bleak. He is contemplating whether he must take matters into his own hands. Yet, the mere thought of his past failures in manual classes during elementary school fills him with dread. Creating a stone mill? That seems a distant dream. Time, however, waits for no one. The significance of constructing a stone mill is monumental, not only for himself, but for the village as well. In due course, once everyone learns to cultivate grains, the utility of the stone mill will become even more pronounced. But whom should he approach? An idea struck Alan. Are there other villages nearby? Just as Claven was about to respond, a hurried voice called from behind. Wait, Lord Alan. Wait. Both Alan and Claven turned to see Luke hastily approaching, their expressions darkening. Ignore him, Alan said, stepping forward, and Claven naturally had no objections. Yet, having taken only a few steps, Luke caught up and stood directly in their path. Luke, what do you want? Claven remained vigilant, suspecting Luke might attempt some dangerous act against Alan. As his most loyal subordinate, he felt compelled to protect Alan. Alan, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze ahead, disregarding Luke entirely. Suddenly, without warning, Luke knelt before Alan. My lord, I apologize for my previous arrogance. You are right. I am indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. Upon seeing the pattern you left behind, I realized my grave error. I should not have had such lofty aspirations. I beg you, Lord Alan, please forgive me. With that, Luke prostrated himself completely, surrendering utterly. Where once Luke dismissed everyone, including the village chief Alan, now his arrogance lay shattered. The very man who dismantled his pride was the one he now submitted to. Alan and Claven were taken aback by Luke's sudden act of submission. It was utterly unforeseen. Claven, observing Luke lying on the ground, felt a mixture of exhilaration and shock. He couldn't help but glance at Alan, internally questioning what had transpired to cause such a drastic transformation in Luke's demeanor. Alan, bemused, found himself at a loss. The individual he had intended to forget had unexpectedly resurfaced, catching him off guard. But then, he recalled the drawing. Could it be the reason behind this change? Alan soon felt a sense of relief. Before him stood a hydraulic windmill, a concept utterly unimaginable in this era of civilization. Yet, he was capable of envisioning it. Propelled by the disdain he had experienced from Luke, he harbored a quiet determination, which led him to sketch that design. It could be said that Luke prided himself most on his intellect and craftsmanship. However, in the face of the hydraulic windmill, his wisdom appeared as trivial as that of an infant. The analogy of a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky was indeed fitting. His pride and arrogance had been shattered, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Nevertheless, what impressed Alan was Luke's ability to endure such a blow and promptly approach Alan to acknowledge his mistake. Is that truly your opinion? My lord Alan, please forgive my ignorance. I was wrong. Alan stroked his chin, observing Luke, pondering that perhaps this individual was redeemable. Days later, the first stone mill was finally constructed. My lord Alan, when will I receive the specific design for the hydraulic windmill? After some time spent together, Luke had also begun to adopt modern terminology. It is not yet time. I will first teach you how to manufacture basic items. The hydraulic windmill is still beyond your reach, Alan replied, somewhat evasively. Eventually, Alan was presented with flour, the world's first batch. A myriad of culinary delights quickly surged through his mind, leaving him in a state of indecision regarding its use. However, he soon arrived at a resolution. Given that the inhabitants resembled Europeans, it was difficult to imagine them gnawing on large flatbreads. It seemed too incongruous. Bread, indeed, baked bread. He recalled the steps clearly. As a programmer, he often cooked for himself after long hours at work, honing his culinary skills over the years. He then instructed Luke to construct an oven. Naturally, Alan had pre-fermented some yeast and procured apples to make jam. A few days later, when the first batch of jam-filled bread emerged from the oven, Alan's eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't resist taking a bite. The softness of the bread and the sweetness of the jam filled him with immense joy. No longer did he have to gnaw on apples every day. Although Claven harbored doubts regarding the origins of the wheat seeds, he could not help but be captivated by this creation known as bread. It was delicious, unparalleled in taste. Observing Claven's rapturous expression, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. If a single loaf could enrapture him so, what would he do if Alan produced other culinary wonders? My most esteemed Lord Alan, Claven exclaimed, clutching a loaf and swallowing hard. Are you saying that from now on, each of us will be able to enjoy delectable bread every day? His hunger was rekindled. Indeed, as long as you follow my instructions, not only will we be able to savor bread every day, but a plethora of delightful culinary experiences await us, Alan declared with immense pride. With bread in hand, all other comforts would soon follow. Claven found himself irresistibly drawn to the allure of gastronomy, his face alight with anticipation for the future. He gazed at Alan with profound admiration, his heart brimming with gratitude and respect. Thank you, Lord Alan. With your guidance, Our village is destined for greatness. Chapter 5. The elf Sherry. With the advent of bread, the villagers would no longer need to fear starvation. It is known that every year, some succumb to the harshness of winter. Claven perceived Alan's transformation as a divine gift. "Lord Alan, may I take some bread home?" Claven implored, utterly enchanted by its flavor. "That is not permissible, at least for now. Aside from you and me, no one else can know about the bread." "I wish to surprise the villagers," Alan responded, disregarding Claven's pleading gaze. "Then I shall eat here. Just one will suffice," Claven insisted, unwilling to relent. He had sworn that before tasting bread, he could find satisfaction in fruits alone. However, having experienced the exquisite taste of bread, the thought of fruit now revolted him. With a touch of exasperation, Alan relented and offered him another piece. After indulging in the bread, Claven departed, thoroughly content. To be honest, Alan could hardly contain his exhilaration. This world had yet to embrace agricultural civilization, and his presence had ushered bread into existence ahead of its time. This could undoubtedly be deemed an epoch-making achievement. Should there be historical records, how would posterity extol him? As the man who invented bread? The one who alleviated humanity's hunger? Or perhaps the harbinger of civilization? Even though Alan was indifferent to fame and fortune, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This was a promising beginning. A clear testament that my existence can indeed bring about change in this world, and that is sufficient. Glancing around at the newly furnished abode, wooden beds, tables, chairs, and more, Alan could not suppress a smile. It was unimaginable to witness the manifestation of his thoughts into reality. Nothing could be more exhilarating and pride-inducing than this. In recent days, Luke had become his first and most devoted pupil. It must be said that since the last incident, Luke had developed an unwavering admiration for Alan. Upon realizing his previous ignorance, he emerged from a brief period of confusion to discover a new purpose, the pursuit of knowledge, particularly in the realm of craftsmanship. His favorite and most proficient subject. Alan tasked him with creating wooden tables, chairs, and beds, while promoting these innovations throughout the village. The villagers, curious about the new developments, soon embraced them wholeheartedly. In a fleeting moment, Rook's reputation in the village began to soar. Previously regarded as eccentric, he was shunned by the villagers. However, this time was different. Many young individuals sought to apprentice under him, eager to learn the art of craftsmanship. Rook graciously accepted their requests, ultimately acquiring 3 disciples. Yet, that was merely a side note. At this instant, Alan sat contemplatively at a wooden table, pondering the village's future development. His first endeavor was to distribute wheat seeds, teaching the villagers the intricacies of farming, fertilization, and, when the harvest came, instruction on the art of reaping. Additionally, he planned to construct several stone mills. This was merely the preliminary step. The second phase involved establishing a school, where the entire village could systematically learn modern knowledge, such as days of the week, hours, months, and years, each concept meticulously imparted to the villagers. At that moment, Alan yearned to witness the fruits of his labor. For even the mere thought of it stirred a tempest of excitement within him. He could hardly fathom the scenes that would unfold upon the completion of these initiatives. Alan was in a state of heightened exhilaration, eager to record his ideas, plans, and designs for simple machinery. Yet, he quickly realized the absence of paper in this world. Soon, once the wheat was harvested, he would teach the villagers to create paper from wheat straw. Alan's imagination soared. Perhaps he could guide this world towards a more advanced civilization. His mind danced with visions of steam engines, trains, ships, firearms, and electrical systems. The mere contemplation of such possibilities ignited a fervor within him. Nevertheless, Alan understood the necessity of proceeding with caution, advancing step by step. There remained much he did not know about this world. Previously, he had inquired of Claven whether there were other settlements surrounding the village. Claven informed him that to the east lay a vast forest, frequently traversed by hunting parties. However, they dared not venture too deep, for it was inhabited by a race with sharp ears, humanoid in stature, yet imbued with mysterious powers. They were averse to interaction with humans, and any intruder into their territory would be met with relentless expulsion. Upon hearing of the pointed ears, Alan's first thought was of elves. At that moment, he was truly astonished. Was it possible that the world he had entered was not an ordinary one, but rather one where elves existed? Might the mysterious powers Claven spoke of be akin to the magic often depicted in Western fantasy novels? Alan was both curious and enamored by the idea of the elven race. Yet Claven's assertion that they despised humans posed a dilemma. Why would elves harbor such disdain for humanity? Shouldn't they coexist harmoniously? Could it be that the elves of this world were indeed different? That the portrayals in literature were mere fabrications? After contemplating, Alan decided to wait until the village had strengthened before seeking the opportunity to meet the elven race. Unbeknownst to him, as he pondered, his eyelids grew heavy. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. Time slipped away, and suddenly, he was stirred by peculiar sounds emanating from the room, noises akin to ravenous consumption. Was it a dream? No, it could not be a dream. Instinctively, he opened his eyes wide and slowly lifted his head. Before long, he discerned the source of the commotion. It was a tall, slender girl clad in tight-fitting leather. Her skin as pale as snow. From the side, she appeared quite youthful, seemingly just in her early 20s. Yet, that was not the most striking detail. He noticed her ears were pointed. Could she be an elf? Were they not supposed to dwell deep within the forests? Did they not despise humans? How could she possibly be in a human village, let alone in his own home? Alan was taken aback. He thought he was dreaming. But reason assured him that the girl before him was indeed real. Then, Alan observed a curious fact. The elven girl was voraciously devouring his bread, her expression one of pure delight. This reminded him of the first time Clavin tasted bread, though Clavin's expression had been rather off-putting. In contrast, the tall, beautiful elven maiden wore a countenance that was quite pleasing to behold. In no time, Sherry finished the bread, even licking her fingers in satisfaction. She had never tasted such exquisite food in her life. Hello, may I ask if my bread is to your liking? It is utterly delicious. I swear, this is the most delightful food I have ever tasted. Suddenly, Sherry realized something was amiss and turned to find Alan seated in a chair, his gaze fixed upon her. In that moment, her face flushed with panic, embarrassment, and anxiety. She knew it was wrong to steal someone else's food, especially that of a human. Yet, she could not resist the aroma of the bread. She had caught a whiff from afar. I am so sorry. I should not have taken your food. Please forgive me. Sherry blurted out, utterly mortified. Chapter 6. Sherry's power. You need not apologize to me. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Alan. After all, food is meant to be enjoyed, Alan replied sincerely. This response took Sherry by surprise. She had not expected someone of her own age to exhibit such gentlemanly conduct. Nevertheless, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the jam bread had truly been delectable. She had devoured every last morsel. At that moment, one would expect a typical person to be angry, yet Alan was not. Instead, he exuded a warmth and gentleness that swiftly alleviated Sherry's unease. You are truly wonderful. My name is Sherry. Lord Alan, please accept my heartfelt gratitude. Sherry approached Alan, and a wave of fragrance enveloped him. For some inexplicable reason, Alan felt his heart race and an unfamiliar tension grip him. Then, Sherry swiftly placed a kiss on his forehead. Instantly, Alan's face flushed crimson. In his previous life, as a solitary coder, he had toiled endlessly without ever having held a girl's hand, let alone engaging in other intimate gestures. Yet, in that moment, the unexpected kiss left him utterly flustered and at a loss. Were it not for his inherently calm and composed demeanor, he would have felt even more embarrassed than Sherry had just moments ago. What is the matter? Your face is as red as a ripe apple, Sherry inquired, gazing intently at Alan. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure and looked at Sherry, bewildered. Is this how elves express their gratitude? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Sherry replied, lightly furrowing her delicate brows, her exquisite features contorted in a puzzled expression. She appeared remarkably innocent, and her natural demeanor at her age wielded a potent charm, particularly over certain introverted individuals. One could aptly describe her as adorable. At that moment, Alan found himself entranced, utterly captivated by Sherry's charm. However, he soon realized that it was impolite to stare at a girl, and he hastily averted his gaze, his face reddening even further. For a stranger, especially a stranger of the opposite sex, such intimate gestures should be avoided. In his homeland, there exists a saying, men and women should maintain a certain distance, implying that one should uphold decorum, particularly when both parties are unfamiliar with each other. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, Alan felt a surge of irritation at Sherry's affectionate gesture, even if it was directed at him. A voice within him incessantly repeated that such a pure and innocent girl must be safeguarded. After listening to him, Sherry nodded and said, I understand. You are concerned for my well-being. Rest assured, I do not behave this way with others. It is solely because I wanted to thank you for not being angry with me. Oh, by the way, do you perhaps have feelings for me? What? Upon hearing the first part, Alan felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that this girl was still salvageable. However, upon hearing the latter part, he sprang to his feet, bewildered by her audacity. How could she possibly make such an assumption? I heard from Mother Orlon that when a man shows concern for you, it signifies he has feelings for you. At that moment, Sherry wore a triumphant expression, as if she had unveiled one of the greatest secrets of the world. You just said you only act this way towards me. Does that mean you also have feelings for me? Alan did not wish to be outmaneuvered in this exchange and quickly retorted. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he sensed the atmosphere in the room had shifted. He noticed Sherry covering her now rosy and delicate face, her large, doe-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling someone on the verge of crying, as if she felt wronged. Shirley suddenly recalled the lessons imparted by her mother regarding the nuances of relationships between men and women, such as holding hands, going on dates, and sharing tender kisses, all culminating in the sacred bond of marriage. The elven race has historically maintained a distance from humanity, and elven women exclusively engage with their own kind in courtship, matrimony, and procreation. Shirley, overwhelmed with gratitude towards Alan, had impulsively kissed him, only to realize in that moment the impropriety of her actions. Such intimate gestures were reserved for couples or those of the same kin. Yet, she had dared to bestow such affection upon a human. You must not disclose this kiss to anyone, Shirley commanded, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. Of course, Alan responded hastily, finding her anger endearing. At that moment, he would have acquiesced to any request she made. You swear it. Very well, I swear. I shall not divulge the events of today, and if I do, may I meet a dire fate. With her vow uttered, Shirley felt her indignation wane slightly. An awkward silence enveloped the room, lingering for a minute until Alan broke it. Miss Shirley, I am quite curious. Aren't elves typically averse to humans? Why is it that you? Alan hesitated, captivated by the charming little elf before him, inciting a strong protective instinct within him. You wish to know why I appear different? Sneaking into your home to partake in your food and sharing moments with you? Allow me to enlighten you. We do not harbor disdain for your kind. On the contrary, we elves are a race of great compassion, eager to befriend anyone, Shirley proclaimed proudly, patting her chest. Alan found himself diverting his gaze, as the combination of her gesture and expression was both adorable and fierce. However, I have heard tales of your kind driving away those who venture deep into the forest. That hardly aligns with your claims, Alan remarked, recalling what Clavin had told him about hunting parties that once dared to enter the depths of the forest, only to be ruthlessly expelled by the elves, who thereafter instilled a deep-seated fear in them. This clearly contradicted Shirley's assertions. We do this for your own good. It is a form of protection. You do not understand. There are things within the forest that threaten your safety, Shirley began, but abruptly covered her mouth, realizing she had almost revealed a secret. Yet, Alan discerned the implication of her words. Could it be that the depths of the forest concealed dreadful dangers? And another question. What brings you to the village? Do not tell me your sense of smell is so acute that you were drawn here from miles away by the scent of bread. Alan teased. Shirley felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, for she had indeed been on the verge of saying just that. I shall not speak of it. I swear, she affirmed. Shirley hesitated for quite a while, biting her lip, before finally revealing the truth. In fact, I just took over from Nanali today, tasked with monitoring you. Mother Orlan expressed concern about your potential danger, fearing that you might disregard her advice and venture into the depths of the forest. Hence our assignment, to observe your every move. Upon hearing this, Alan understood, though he maintained a stoic facade. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment within, as he had indeed been contemplating the depths of the forest, albeit not at this moment. Well, I must take my leave now, Your Excellency. Thank you for the bread. Shirley sensed it was time to depart. Wait, I have one last question. Please, go ahead. I have heard that you possess miraculous powers. Might I witness them? Alan's voice was laced with anticipation and a hint of pleading. Mother Orlan had advised against revealing their powers in front of humans. Shirley hesitated internally. Yet she did not wish to decline Alan's request. Unbeknownst to her, she felt that he was different from others. Engaging in conversation with him brought a sense of ease, a stark contrast to the stern demeanor of her kin, especially in recent days. As the atmosphere within her community had grown increasingly oppressive, she was unaware of the underlying issues, having not seen Mother Orlan for several months. Otherwise, she would have sought clarity. If you find it difficult, then let us forget I asked. Alan discerned Shirley's predicament and did not wish to pressure her into actions she was reluctant to undertake, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. Observing the despondence on Alan's face, Shirley's heart tightened. She was loath to witness such emotions in her friend. She had seen a similar expression among her own people recently, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of despair. Shirley was oblivious to the turmoil within her tribe, and no one was willing to enlighten her. Throughout her life, she had lived carefree, akin to a liberated princess. Perhaps they wished to shield her from sorrow. Being a carefree princess was indeed a delightful existence. Your Excellency, look. Alan was captivated by Shirley's melodic voice, and then he beheld a small orb of soft green light, the size of a grape, emanating from her fingertips. This is my power. At that moment, Shirley approached a plant in the room, which Alan had requested, as he felt the absence of greenery rendered the space somewhat lifeless. Then, Alan witnessed a fantastical phenomenon that seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinema. Despite Shirley's fingers being a good 10 centimeters away from the plant, they began to sway side to side. A wondrous spectacle unfolded. The plant appeared to come alive, moving in tandem with the rhythm of Shirley's fingers. With a smile, Shirley suddenly twirled in place, akin to a delicate butterfly. "Rise," she called softly. Alan's eyes widened as he witnessed the astonishing rapid growth of the plant before him. What had once stood at merely a few centimeters now soared to more than double its original height. Alan was momentarily stunned, yet his face radiated delight and excitement. "This is my power," he thought. "Surely, this is the reclamation of strength," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in exhilaration, much to Shirley's astonishment. "Aren't you afraid? Any ordinary human would surely be driven mad by such a sight. Why should I be afraid? To me, this is undoubtedly the most precious phenomenon in existence. A divine gift, Miss Shirley. Would you consider staying? I wish to employ you as my chief agriculturalist." Chapter 7. Accepting the offer, Shirley understood the implications of his proposal. Yet she was perplexed as to what exactly had captivated Alan. Her mind raced as she began to enumerate her attributes. To her surprise, she realized she possessed numerous commendable qualities: youthful, beautiful, radiant skin, silky hair, sparkling eyes, and an enviable figure. And that was not all. She also had a heart of unparalleled kindness, along with a plethora of admirable virtues. In that moment, Shirley became lost in her own reverie, suddenly believing herself to be the most perfect sprite in the world. However, she quickly regained her composure, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she cleared her throat softly. Even she had to admire her own perfection. How could such a flawless sprite exist without a single flaw? Shirley soon concluded that it must have been her admirable qualities that had impressed Alan, prompting his desire to hire her. Yet, she still needed to clarify his intentions regarding the offer. A flicker of anticipation sparked within her. After all, if she were to remain, it would mean daily indulgence in delectable jam-filled bread. Perhaps, if Alan permitted, she could even take some back to share with her kin. "Your Excellency Alan, while I am aware of my many merits, I still wish to know what exactly you intend to employ me for." At that moment, Shirley stood before Alan with the confidence of a general, unabashedly extolling her own virtues. Alan was taken aback by this sudden shift in Shirley's demeanor. What was happening? How had she transformed so dramatically? Despite her beauty and enviable figure, he wished she would possess a modicum of self-awareness. Alan's lips twitched involuntarily as he discerned that Shirley had gravely misunderstood his intentions. Observing the eager expression on her face, he glanced at her bosom and recalled a saying from his hometown, so aptly suited for this situation: big chests, little brains. Indeed, Alan perceived this as the true essence of Sherry. Although he was reluctant to dampen the spirit of such a charming young lady, he felt compelled to speak the truth. "Miss Sherry, in reality, my desire to employ you is not merely based on your words, but rather on the admiration I hold for your abilities." Sherry's expression immediately shifted to one of profound disappointment. She had genuinely believed that Alan was captivated by her seemingly flawless attributes. "My abilities," she lamented, "as you have just witnessed, are quite limited. Apart from hastening the growth of plants, I am virtually of no use. You see, in my clan, my power lacks offensive capability and is not particularly strong, which has led my peers to mock me throughout my youth, refusing to play with me, and often deriding me as foolish. While I am grateful for your kindness, Lord Alan, I must take my leave." At that moment, Sherry lowered her head. Her shoulders slumped in despondency as she slowly made her way toward the door. Alan was once again taken aback, his lips twitching involuntarily. The exquisite elven maiden before him appeared distinctly different. Her previous confidence had crumbled into profound self-doubt. During his university years, Alan had studied the fundamentals of psychology, and although much of it had faded from memory in his years of work, observing Sherry allowed him to discern her plight immediately. Her demeanor stemmed from a prolonged solitude, resulting in an extreme juxtaposition between confidence and self-deprecation, intertwining emotions that rendered her sensitive and fragile. What Sherry needed was affirmation. As he watched her retreating figure, Alan realized what he must do. Just as she was about to reach the door, he suddenly spoke. "Miss Sherry, please allow me to apologize. My previous comments were not intended to offend or belittle you. I have certainly noted the remarkable qualities you possess, such as your kindness and your beauty. By the way, your attire today is exceptionally lovely. It is evident that you have put considerable thought into it. Furthermore, your outfit showcases your perfect figure splendidly. My goodness, Merely gazing at your long legs, I can hardly imagine anyone resisting such a lure. In uttering these words, Alan felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him, as well as a loss of his own dignity. However, he genuinely valued Sherry's abilities. While others might deem them weak, he understood that in the future, when crops were cultivated, everyone would remember and appreciate Sherry's contributions. Much like a job seeker, sometimes it is not a matter of lacking ability, but simply needing an opportunity to showcase one's strengths. At that moment, Alan resembled the interviewer, determined to provide Sherry with a chance to express her worth. In the future, would she not receive the recognition she deserved, with countless individuals acknowledging her? And at this moment, Shirley yearned for compliments. To praise a young lady, the most straightforward approach is to commend her beauty and figure. This tactic is universally effective among women, and thus, Alan succeeded. Your Grace, I accept your apology. But is there more? Shirley's face lit up with expectation, her eyes sparkling like stars, seemingly urging him to praise her relentlessly. Alan found himself in a predicament. As a single man, he had never envisioned a day when he would encounter a girl and feel compelled to flatter her. Well, how about we discuss matters at hand first? Let us sit down and converse earnestly. He had to shift the topic, for he was at a loss for words to continue. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shirley's face, yet she remained elated, for she truly relished the flattery. Upon returning to Alan, she appeared invigorated. Your Grace, please speak. How may I assist you? Alan, not mincing his words, stated, I require your strength. Perhaps to others, your abilities may seem trivial, but to me, I can enable you to realize your true potential and ensure that many will remember and acknowledge you. He believed this to be what Shirley desired most. Unexpectedly, Shirley shook her head, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Grace. I do not mind whether I am remembered or recognized. However, I sense your sincerity in your words. Please forgive my initial skepticism, but I can now see that you are a good person. Alan felt as though something within him had shattered, internally shouting, this is not a good person card. He composed himself, realizing that this somewhat naive girl did not seem foolish at all. Your Grace, I am willing to accept your offer, Shirley suddenly smiled. And in that moment, Alan felt a refreshing breeze wash over him. Chapter 8. Clarity. Alan's thoughts were clear. With Shirley's magical assistance, he could lay a solid foundation for his future agricultural enterprise. He referred to Shirley's powers as magic, and she found the term quite fitting, fervently praising Alan's intelligence to the point of making him blush. He could see that Shirley was a lively and innocent girl. Thus, after she agreed to the offer, Alan ensured she was well compensated. In this world, where currency had yet to be established and barter was still the norm, Alan had no thoughts of creating money just yet. Firstly, there were no suitable materials, and crucially, given the current level of civilization, even if he found a copper mine, he would be unable to extract it. Alan's mission was clear, to cultivate crops and alleviate the villagers' struggles with food scarcity. The advancement of civilization is most directly reflected in the labor force of the populace. If everyone were to master the art of cultivating grains, the civilization here would swiftly transition from a primitive society of foraging and hunting to an advanced agrarian culture. Prior to encountering Sherry, Alan had anticipated that the development timeline would require at least a year. However, with Sherry's assistance, he felt confident that this duration could be reduced by 3 to 4 months. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that Sherry's magical abilities were far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Standing side by side on a meticulously prepared plot of land, Alan and Sherry presented an enchanting tableau. Alan, with his striking resemblance to the aristocracy of a bygone era and towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuded an unmistakable regal air. Were it not for his attire of animal skins, he would surely resemble a prince simply by standing there. Sherry, with her exquisitely refined features and snow-white complexion, matched Alan's height, and together they embodied the essence of a fairy tale prince and princess. At that moment, Sherry's cheeks were puffed out, her hands clutching freshly baked bread, her reward from Alan, an endless supply of jam-filled bread. She relished the treat, clearly enamored with this simple delicacy from a future time. Watching her devour the bread with such gusto, Alan could not help but shake his head slightly. She was undeniably a foodie. Though he had promised her unlimited bread, he wondered if such voracious consumption might upset her stomach. As her employer, he felt it necessary to express concern for his employees' well-being, especially since time was of the essence. With only a few weeks left before deep autumn, both plants and fruits would soon wither. Despite the villagers' efforts to store abundant harvests in primitive cellars each year, it would still prove insufficient. Thus, if unforeseen circumstances did not arise, some would inevitably face starvation this winter, a fate Alan was determined to avert. As the village chief, He believed it was his duty to ensure that everyone had enough to eat. "Don't worry, I always eat like this. Who made me hungry?" Sherry said, stuffing another piece of bread into her mouth after swallowing. Alan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, recalling that she had expressed the same sentiment merely half an hour prior. He admired her, recognizing that she was likely one of those rare individuals who could indulge without gaining weight, a physique many young women would envy. A few minutes later, Sherry finally felt satisfied. She licked her fingers and inquired, "My lord, how may I assist you?" This was the obligation of an employee to their employer. Alan gestured toward the small expanse of land before them, merely over 20 square meters, which he had specifically designated as a restricted area at Claven's behest. This meant that, without his express command, no one was permitted to enter. "This is a piece of cultivated land, already sown, and all you need to do is unleash your magic. I require the collection of certain data," Alan stated with a serious demeanor. Sensing the gravity in Alan's tone, Sherry solemnly nodded. Her small fists clenched as she steeled herself for the task ahead. Motivated by the thought of bread, she vowed to work diligently. This was a test. Alan needed to gain a clear understanding of the limits of Sherry's magic and the associated data. The test commenced swiftly. "First, attempt to release a faint spell," Alan instructed. Sherry nodded, slowly extending her arms, and then, as if in a cinematic replay, Alan beheld a green orb of light materializing at her fingertips. Though he had witnessed this phenomenon before, the awe within him remained undiminished. This was not mere cinematic effect. It was genuine magic. Furthermore, Alan's thoughts wandered further. If elves and magic existed, could there be other creatures and races in this world? Might there be Orcish tribes akin to those in the realm of Warcraft? Could dragons, dwarves, goblins, and myriad other beings inhabit this world? Alan was perpetually filled with curiosity and reverence for this realm. He silently resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would seek to learn more about it. Throughout the morning, Alan completed the preliminary testing of Sherry's magic. Using stones, he meticulously recorded the various data on the bark of a tree. To his astonishment, magic truly was extraordinary. Before him, the previously barren land was now lush with verdant wheat seedlings, standing tall to knee height. Observing the vibrant plants swaying gracefully in the breeze, Sherry's face radiated excitement and curiosity. It was her first encounter with such exquisite flora, despite Alan informing her that it was called wheat, a staple for sustenance. "Lord Alan, can this truly be used to create delicious bread?" she inquired. Alan nodded, barely able to contain his exhilaration, for this signified that half of his plan had succeeded. He cast an appreciative glance at Sherry, who was intently gazing at the flourishing plants. His heart swelled with gratitude towards her, for her magic had been invaluable. This meant that the villagers could enjoy flour and bread ahead of winter, and he envisioned a future devoid of food shortages. However, Alan quickly regained his composure. Sherry's existence was, for the time being, a secret to the villagers. Even his loyal subordinate, Claven, remained unaware. It was not that Alan sought to keep Sherry hidden. Rather, the timing was not yet appropriate. Moreover, he referred to his plan as only half successful because he did not wish to rely solely on Sherry's magic. It was akin to possessing a golden finger. It could be utilized but once. However, if one were to rely solely on this method, adverse effects would inevitably arise. Alan, having deliberated thoughtfully, did not wish for the villagers to reap rewards without effort. They must learn to cultivate their own food, embedding this knowledge deeply within their very essence, and passing it down through generations to come. This is not a process that can be hastily completed. It is challenging to believe that the villagers will adapt quickly. Nevertheless, Alan possesses his own strategies. At this moment, his demeanor turned cold. Should anyone dare to oppose or obstruct his plans, they must brace themselves for the wrath he would unleash. Chapter 9. Resolve. The preliminary experiments were remarkably successful, yielding crucial data for Alan. Although he had no paper to document his findings, he seemed to have inherited an exceptional memory from his previous life, one that appeared even more formidable than before. He meticulously committed all the experimental data to memory. Were it not for Sherry's revelation that every elf possesses a unique, innate magic, he would have eagerly urged her to summon more elves to join the village. Of course, Alan discreetly stored this significant information in his mind. The initial trials did not require Sherry to expend excessive magical energy, yet the results were astonishing. One could scarcely imagine that under Sherry's magic, a single wheat seed could sprout within mere seconds, astonishingly growing to knee height. Had Alan not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to fathom the potency of the elves' magic, more precisely, Sherry's magic. The morning swiftly passed, and lunchtime, a time beloved by Sherry, indeed. Any mealtime was a source of joy for her, arrived. The table was adorned with freshly baked bread. Alan found himself satisfied after consuming 2 pieces. Observing Sherry devour her food with little regard for decorum, her cheeks puffed and hands clutching 2 loaves. Though this was not the first time he had witnessed Sherry's voracious appetite, he thought it unfortunate that no outsiders were present to witness it. Otherwise, they might assume he was mistreating his employee. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the concern. Seeing her relish her meal brought him a certain warmth, and he felt reluctant to chastise her. At that moment, Alan yearned for a glass of red wine to complement the scene. However, he was not in a hurry. In a few days, once everyone had received sufficient food, he would gather all the apples from the village and commence brewing a batch of fruit wine. Alan's mind was brimming with ideas, eager to implement them all at once. Yet he reminded himself that nothing can be achieved in a single leap. It must be a gradual process. Patience is a lengthy endeavor, especially for changes that could profoundly alter people's lives, necessitating a gentle infusion into their thoughts, blood, and even souls. The wait is undeniably the most excruciating. Yet, Alan finds himself with no alternative. After all, he is but a singular being, possessing only a mind, a pair of arms, and a set of legs. At this moment, he wishes fervently for a doppelganger to assist him in his endeavors. Alan's gaze drifts to the window, devoid of ambitious aspirations. He yearns merely to enhance and elevate the lives of those around him, if only to discover a sense of belonging once more. Shirley, on the other hand, possesses a profound fondness for bread and adheres strictly to Alan's teachings. During meals, she refrains from speaking or making any sounds. Previously, she had been oblivious to the noises she made while eating. However, ever since Alan brought it to her attention, she has become acutely aware and takes this dining etiquette seriously. Although her manner of eating remains ungainly, she diligently commits Alan's words to memory and follows them with unwavering resolve. In truth, Shirley relishes these moments shared with Alan at the dining table. Despite the monotony of the food, she finds it far more satisfying than any meal shared within her clan. Observing Alan as he gazes out the window, she studies his profile for a few seconds before her cheeks flush with warmth. Flustered, she hastily diverts her gaze, biting her lip as her heart inexplicably races, a sensation she has not experienced in over a decade. Yet, she cannot resist stealing another glance at Alan, only to feel akin to a startled rabbit, quickly averting her eyes in fear that he might turn to look at her. Shirley feels as though her face is aflame. She gently pats her cheeks, bewildered by the tumult of emotions within her. In recent days, since accepting Alan's invitation, he has imparted to her a wealth of novel knowledge. She has learned various terminologies and common knowledge from future eras, as well as the nuances of dining etiquette. In the few days spent with Alan, she has absorbed an astonishing array of ideas, such as the division of a day into 24 hours, each hour into 60 minutes, and each minute into 60 seconds. She has come to understand that a year comprises 365 days, that stars shine due to their intrinsic luminescence or by reflecting sunlight, and that the world we inhabit is, in fact, a spherical entity. Alan has explained that if one were to travel eastward indefinitely, they would eventually return to their starting point, an illustration of the world's spherical nature, with myriad proofs to support this assertion. Though Shirley may appear somewhat naive at times, she diligently retains the wisdom Alan imparts. While she may not grasp everything immediately, she is earnest in her private studies. Through this subtle influence, Shirley is gradually evolving into a more modern individual, a transformation that is unwittingly facilitated by Alan's guidance. However, in their exchange, the unnecessary explanations from Alan had been entirely omitted. In Sherry's heart, she regarded Alan as a polymath, a veritable genius. He possessed an abundance of knowledge and wisdom that eluded her comprehension, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate in his presence. It was only in recent days that she discovered the treasures and secrets hidden within the depths of this seemingly ordinary individual. Alan shone like a radiant sun. Undoubtedly, the chasm between them felt insurmountable, transcending not only light years, but also the very fabric of time and space. Sherry detested this sensation and was unwilling to drift further from Alan. Thus, she exerted herself to learn, striving to excel. "I'm full." Sherry's voice instantly drew Alan's attention. "There are still a few left. You usually never leave any behind. What's the matter? Are you tired of them?" Alan remarked with a smile. Sherry shook her head and responded with unwavering determination. "Very well, my esteemed boss Alan. Time is of the essence. We must expedite our current tasks." With that, Sherry stepped ahead and exited. Alan was taken aback, sensing something peculiar about Sherry today. He glanced at the bread left on the table and shook his head. "You say you've changed," he mused. Alan then rose and followed her outside, where the sunlight poured down brightly, perhaps a harbinger of a promising future. The door clicked shut, leaving the dining table stark and empty. On a road several kilometers from the village, a group of individuals appeared exuberantly spirited. They were bound by ropes woven from vines, dragging behind them an adult woolly mammoth, each face alight with excitement. At the forefront of the procession, a brawny man stood like a victorious general, basking in the unparalleled glory of having personally vanquished the mammoth. Send someone back to inform that fool of a village chief that I have returned. Let him gather the villagers to welcome me home, the robust man commanded, his tone laced with mockery. Yes, Brother Joseph, I shall go at once. That lad will surely be terrified to hear of the mammoth you've brought back. I can hardly wait to see his expression, a gaunt man replied, taking off in a mad dash toward the village. Chapter 10. The task. The final results of the experiment had emerged. Although Alan had mentally prepared himself for the outcome, he could not suppress his astonishment upon seeing the results. Magic, in this world, was akin to an enigma without resolution. The spell unleashed by Sherry had remarkably ripened an entire field of wheat instantaneously, an occurrence beyond imagination. Alan felt compelled to reassess his perspective on this world once more. Of course, the experiment had to be conducted with utmost rigor. The previous wheat field had grown to knee height. So in order to enhance the accuracy of the experimental data, Alan cleared several square meters of land anew. He and Sherry then planted wheat seeds together, after which Alan stood by, observing. Shirley once again unleashed her magic with full force. An astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Seedlings emerged from the earth, swiftly growing taller and eventually bearing plump ears of wheat, until the entire newly cultivated field transformed into a golden expanse in less than 3 seconds. This incredible display left Alan utterly awestruck. It was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more potent than the growth hormones of later generations. Indeed, had he not found himself in an entirely new world, he might have suspected he was dreaming. He gazed appreciatively at Shirley, the somewhat naive elven maiden, unaware of the monumental impact her magic would have on the entire world, even on civilization itself. In that moment, a tidal wave of thoughts surged within Alan, filled with anticipation for what the future world might hold. Miss Shirley, the test has concluded. Your magic has proven to be immensely beneficial to me. I apologize for my exuberance. Due to the confidentiality of your identity, I cannot host a grand welcome banquet. However, I humbly extend to you a sincere invitation. Would you be willing to accept my offer? With that, Alan extended his right hand, gazing earnestly into Shirley's delicate features. Upon hearing this, Shirley's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly reached out her own right hand and nodded, whispering, I am willing. Can my magic truly assist, Alan? How wonderful. I will no longer worry about the insignificance of my abilities. It feels delightful to be needed. In her heart, Shirley silently encouraged herself, vowing not to disappoint Alan's expectations and to be a satisfactory employee. As the magic test concluded, Alan gathered invaluable data. If one were to describe it in contemporary terms, Shirley's magic could be likened to his ultimate trump card, akin to antivirus software in a computer. For as he contemplated bringing crops to this world, he had already considered various challenges, among which natural disasters were the most daunting. Alan had always placed great emphasis on these two aspects. Once the villagers learned to cultivate grain, what would happen if the fields were ravaged? Although Alan currently had no enemies, it did not preclude the existence of hypothetical foes. If adversaries discovered that he was growing food in his village, would they not seek to sabotage him? Furthermore, more crucially, what actions might those unable to keep pace with the times take? These thoughts had weighed heavily on him. But before encountering Shirley, any of these scenarios would have been catastrophic. The emergence of Shirley dispelled all his worries like leaves in the wind. Her magic, akin to an impenetrable antivirus, allowed Alan to set his mind at ease. At last, he could devote himself wholeheartedly to development. Alan summoned Claven, who could hardly conceal his excitement. Alan had been enigmatic in recent days, even designating a parcel of land as a restricted area, which even his most loyal subordinate was not permitted to enter. Claven was deeply curious about what Lord Alan had been engaged in. Now, he understood that Alan's summons signified the moment of revelation had arrived. Esteemed Lord Alan, how may I assist you? Claven bowed respectfully upon entering. What did you think of the flour and bread I presented to you? Alan inquired, eager to discern his steward's opinion. After all, he was ostensibly the village head and decision-maker, yet he had no intention of directly managing the village. Either now or in the future, everything was being handled by his steward. Once the wheat was propagated, the villagers' reactions would not be directly visible to him. As the village head, he might not hear their genuine sentiments, but Claven would. Feeling the weight of Alan's consideration, Claven was overwhelmed with gratitude, and his voice involuntarily rose a few decibels. Esteemed Lord Alan, In my view, the flour and bread are nothing short of divine blessings. As sustenance, they are entirely viable, and moreover, the bread is not only delectable but also satisfying enough to stave off hunger for a considerable time. Have you decided to distribute it to the villagers? Claven, true to his role as Alan's devoted aide, quickly discerned the purpose behind the summons. Alan nodded. Indeed, however, prior to that, I need Rook to manufacture some agricultural tools. The flour and bread will be available to everyone, but they must contribute their fair share of labor. Claven responded with ease. Rest assured, everyone is accustomed to foraging for fruits and food. Labor will not be an issue for them. Noticing Claven's relaxed demeanor, Alan shook his head, aware that Claven was underestimating the complexity of the task. The labor I speak of is not merely the simple act of gathering fruits. It requires each individual to toil in the fields. To put it plainly, wheat is a plant that necessitates meticulous care from the seedling stage to full maturity, demanding their labor and sweat over an extended period, approximately 8 to 9 months. Claven was taken aback, realizing the daunting nature of the undertaking. He quickly spoke up. Lord Alan, is it truly the case that we would spend months cultivating a single plant? With all due respect, even the most exquisite bread would seem a long time for the villagers. Apples do not require such labor and grow faster than wheat. I fear they may not easily accept this. Alan admired Claven's foresight as he astutely pinpointed the core issue. However, his expression turned cold. I understand that acceptance may not come easily, so once Rook has crafted the agricultural tools, the task of persuading the villagers will fall to you. My dear Lord Alan, this is exceedingly difficult. Claven's face was drenched in cold sweat and panic. He was reluctant to accept this responsibility. You must see it through, otherwise, I cannot guarantee how much longer you will occupy your position, Alan stated in a calm tone, his expression returning to normal. Very well, esteemed Lord Alan. I assure you I will fulfill this task, Claven responded weakly, feeling as though all his strength had been drained from him. Several kilometers away in the village, the hunting party halted once more. Brother Joseph, that fool Claven and that lad seem to be in deep discussion. I apologize, I failed to convey your words. The lean man lamented. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed across Joseph's face, though it quickly vanished. He gazed intently in the direction of the village and said, It matters not. You shall wait a moment before heading back. When you see Lord Alan, inform him that I have hunted a mammoth and wish for him to witness it firsthand, as he has never seen one before, has he? Understood, Brother Joseph. The lean man exclaimed before darting back toward the village, laughter echoing behind him. Chapter 11. Arrogance. Alan led Claven to observe the ripe wheat fields. He understood that no amount of eloquent speech could surpass the power of tangible evidence to demonstrate his effectiveness. As Claven gently caressed the golden wheat ears, his gaze resembled that of a parent admiring a beloved child. Undoubtedly, he found the sight of the plants breathtaking, having never encountered such exquisite flora before. Claven's previous doubts about fulfilling Alan's assignment began to dissipate. His past experiences with wheat seeds and the bread made from flour had been merely a glimpse, but now, witnessing the stunning, golden-hued crops and their fruitful yield, all uncertainty faded from his heart. He envisioned a future where, once the villagers began cultivating grain, they would all partake in the bounty of bread. Furthermore, wheat proved far easier to store than apples or jerky. From this point forward, the villagers would bid farewell to famine. Claven bowed respectfully before Alan, exclaiming, Esteemed and benevolent Lord Alan, please forgive my earlier misconceptions. I had thought you incapable of the kindness exhibited by the former village leader, yet I now realize how profoundly mistaken I was. You are indeed compassionate, surpassing the old leader in every regard. The villagers will undoubtedly express their gratitude and blessings upon realizing this. Allow me to extend their thanks on their behalf. To fulfill the task entrusted to you is the greatest form of gratitude you can offer me, Alan replied. With that, Claven departed from Alan's dwelling, his heart swelling with exhilaration, as if he possessed boundless strength within him. At this moment, he fully sensed the trust and esteem that Alan bestowed upon him. His desire to repay Alan's kindness was genuine. For instance, he was eager to assist Alan in accomplishing this task. Rest assured, esteemed Lord Alan, I shall ensure that all are aware of your benevolence, compelling everyone to labor willingly in the fields. However, before that, he needed to inform Luke. Ever since Luke had been swayed by Alan's charisma, he had seemingly transformed into Alan's second-in-command. Without hesitation, Luke eagerly accepted any task that Alan assigned, as if fearing someone might snatch it away from him. Alan was indeed correct. Preparations preceding the wheat promotion were nearly complete, with only one essential item remaining, basic farming tools. As Alan's foremost subordinate, he perceived a remarkable change in Alan. It was as though he had suddenly become both wise and compassionate. He set off to summon Luke to meet Lord Allen. After walking a short distance, Clavin suddenly noticed the villagers gathered outside, each face brimming with excitement and fervor. Some even had drool pooling at the corners of their mouths. Clavin glanced toward the village outskirts and mused that the hunting party must be returning. This group, the village's most formidable warriors, undertook the most perilous hunting tasks. They were robust and proud, for the village's ability to feast on meat was entirely due to their daring exploits in the wild. The mere thought of the hunting party's return, promising a delectable meal, brought a smile to Clavin's face. It had been a long time since he last savored meat, and this outing had extended beyond the usual duration. Their timely return suggested they had secured an ample supply of game. Yet, Clavin's smile was short-lived as he spotted a gaunt man rushing toward him. "Clavin, Brother Joseph has returned. He wants me to inform Lord Allen that he has slain a woolly mammoth. You must go and see." With that, the man turned on his heel, strutting away, showing no regard for Clavin, who stood above him in rank. Clavin suppressed his anger. There was nothing he could do. If Luke was disliked for his eccentric and unsociable demeanor, this group exuded an arrogance that was insufferable. They looked down upon anyone outside their circle. In the days of the former village chief, they could be kept in check, but with his passing and Allen's ascension to leadership, how could he possibly reign in such an arrogant bunch, who practically wore their superiority on their faces, proclaiming, "You eat meat because of us"? Clavin found himself powerless in this matter, prompting him to return immediately to Allen's dwelling. When Clavin revealed this matter to Allen, he was surprisingly calm. Observing Allen's indifferent demeanor, Clavin felt a surge of concern for him. "Esteemed Lord Allen, Joseph and his associates have gone too far this time. After all, you are our village chief. Their arrogance is simply intolerable." Clavin hesitated to express his thoughts too bluntly. He could not openly state that those individuals showed Allen no respect, nor imply their intention to humiliate him. As a person of keen political acumen, he understood the nuances of timing in conversation. Clavin was acutely aware of his own identity and responsibilities. He would never forget the debt of gratitude he owed to Allen for his current standing. Thus, regardless of the unfolding events, he resolved to steadfastly support Allen. At that moment, Allen's mind immediately turned to Joseph's intentions. Previously, he had gathered various information regarding the hunting team, whose defining traits were pride and even arrogance. It was hardly surprising that they assumed the perilous task of hunting to provide meat for the village. Allen did not perceive their pride as misplaced. Were he in their position, he too would feel a sense of pride. Naturally, he understood Clavin's concerns. Joseph's actions, it was evident, were motivated by ulterior motives. "Very well. I shall have a look at that woolly mammoth. It seems I have yet to encounter one throughout my life," Allen declared, stepping outside with determination. Clavin was taken aback. He had anticipated Allen would react with anger, perhaps even resorting to reprimanding him as he had done in the past. Yet, he never expected Allen to approach the situation with such tranquility. Clavin was profoundly astonished. Had this merely been a dream? Allen had truly matured, becoming more understanding and composed. His demeanor was undoubtedly commendable in Clavin's eyes. After all, as the newly appointed village chief, any conflict with the hunting team could lead to the entire village standing against him, an outcome he dreaded. While Clavin felt a sense of relief, he was also engulfed by disappointment and, above all, anger. Joseph and his group had truly crossed the line. Clavin hurried to catch up with Allen. "My lord, what do you intend to do?" Clavin's gaze was resolute, conveying his unwavering support for any decision Allen would make. Upon meeting Clavin's determined eyes, Allen felt a profound sense of gratitude. If he were to name the person he felt closest to in this world, it would undoubtedly be the man before him. "Rest assured, I shall not engage in direct confrontation with them. I am more acutely aware of this than you. However, I will not allow their blatant disregard to continue unchecked." Despite the calmness in Allen's words, Clavin felt a shiver run through him as he recalled Luke, who had previously exhibited such arrogance. Yet, he had ultimately been subdued by Allen. In that moment, Clavin's worries dissipated entirely, and a sense of ease replaced them. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found himself feeling a profound sympathy for Joseph and his companions. Chapter 12. A warm welcome upon learning that Joseph had slain a mammoth. The villagers erupted in excitement. Their enthusiasm was not solely due to the long-awaited prospect of feasting on meat, but also because the mammoth was no ordinary creature that could be easily hunted. In this world, the mammoth was a colossal beast, exceedingly difficult to track and kill. The pursuit of such a creature typically came at a great cost, often resulting in injury or even death among hunters. However, this time, it was reported that Joseph and his group had incurred only a minor toll, with just a few sustaining light injuries, while successfully hunting a young mammoth. Joseph had truly achieved a remarkable feat. Joseph is my idol, one villager exclaimed. I heard that Lord Allen himself is coming to welcome him. Is that true? If I were Lord Allen, I would do the same. After all, it is a mammoth. I have yet to experience the taste of mammoth meat myself. These words naturally reached Allen's ears. He maintained a calm demeanor, albeit with an awareness of what was transpiring. He recognized that Joseph and his companions had deliberately spread the word of Allen's impending welcome, a rather self-aggrandizing act. Allen could not help but smirk inwardly, fully understanding that Joseph's motivation stemmed from arrogance and a disdain for his former self. Indeed, Allen had once been a scoundrel, and how people regarded him in the past was of little concern to him. Yet now, he was Allen, and if others persisted in their previous attitudes towards him, it would be time for him to take action. My lord, I hear the villagers wish to join the reception. Perhaps it would be better to keep them in the village, Claven suggested, his head bowed. He could already envision the haughty, irksome expressions on Joseph and his companions' faces, which would surely embarrass Lord Allen. To be honest, there was a time when he secretly relished the thought of seeing Allen humiliated, for Allen had indeed been a rogue. Yet now, through these days of interaction, especially after Allen's awakening, he had genuinely transformed, becoming exceptional, astute, and imbued with compassion. More than anything, Claven believed that as long as he followed Allen, his life would inevitably reach its zenith one day. Not only that, he found Allen to be exceedingly amiable. Thus, he could no longer associate the image of a scoundrel with the current Allen. Upon hearing that someone wished to embarrass Allen and see him humiliated, he instinctively took Allen's side. He would not permit anyone to insult his master. You need not worry, Claven. I am well aware of everything. But I implore you to have faith in me, Allen remarked. In that moment, Claven was momentarily taken aback, for he sensed an overwhelming confidence emanating from Allen. Although he was unaware of Allen's specific strategies, he chose to place his trust in him. Allen soon led a group of villagers out of the village. A kilometer away, Joseph was already informed that Allen and the villagers had set off. Initially, he believed that upon hearing his demands, Allen would be furious and enraged. However, to his astonishment, he learned that Allen remained calm and unhesitant in agreeing to his request. This was entirely different from what he had envisioned. At the very least, Allen should have displayed some anger, yet he did not. The report from his subordinates indicated that not only was Allen devoid of any anger, but he was rather quite pleased. Humph, truly a hopeless case. A long-haired elephant has utterly discarded his dignity. This village chief, I fear, will inevitably lead the village to ruin. It is time to find him a bride so that he may swiftly bear an heir. Once his son matures, I shall ensure he is ousted from power. If Claven were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for this was a reflection of himself. Indeed, the brawny Joseph harbored ambitions of being a steward, for a warrior who does not aspire to be a steward is not worthy of the name Joseph. With my capabilities, I shall cultivate his son into the most formidable village chief. Joseph perceived his task as both daunting and filled with honor. In the hunting party, honor was held in the highest regard. A person seeking the respect and recognition of their peers must bravely confront beasts. Only through such acts can one earn the most fundamental acknowledgement. When one successfully slays a creature, they are met with the cheers and respect of the entire hunting party. This is a form of glory. Their deeds will be eternally recorded and celebrated within the hunting party. If Allen were to discover that Joseph was already contemplating his son, he would surely find the situation both amusing and absurd. At present, Allen had neither a son nor even a wife. Was Joseph truly so dismissive of others? Did he really believe Allen to be so utterly inept? Allen led the group for more than half an hour until they caught sight of the hunting party. The villagers erupted in delighted exclamations, while Claven's expression turned as frigid as ice, for he had to maintain his stance. Allen's attention was not initially drawn to the towering corpse of the woolly mammoth, but rather to the strikingly chiseled visage of Joseph. In a different time, Joseph would undoubtedly resemble a true military strategist, rather than the arrogant jester he appeared to be now, gazing haughtily at Allen. This was not their first encounter. Previously, Allen had always been the one to retreat, intimidated by Joseph's formidable prowess. Allen, understanding his own limitations, had wisely refrained from confronting Joseph. However, now, as Allen scrutinized Joseph with an evaluative gaze, one that reflected the perspective of a superior observing an inferior, akin to a master surveying his servant, he could sense the discontent it stirred in Joseph. To be precise, this marked Allen's first true meeting with Joseph. He cast another glance at the mammoth's carcass, which indeed resembled the depictions from a future era, yet it held no astonishment for him. Merely a woolly mammoth. If this was the extent of Joseph's ambitions, he was merely courting disappointment. Alan was no stranger to the extraordinary. He had encountered creatures like the Tyrannosaurus and Pterosaur, albeit only as fossils in a museum. This merely underscored one truth. What truly moved him were the arcane products of magic, beings such as elves, the essence of sorcery, dragons, and a multitude of fantastical entities, not a mere oversized hunk of meat. With modern weaponry at his disposal, Alan mused, he could easily handle not just one woolly mammoth, but 100 or even 1,000. Did Joseph comprehend this? He did not. Yet, it would be futile for Alan to articulate such thoughts, for words alone are insufficient. Joseph, do you expect me to extend a greeting to you? Alan suddenly declared. The crowd was struck with astonishment, unable to believe their ears. In Chapter 13, titled Ambition, the villagers, who had once beamed with smiles, found their expressions abruptly transformed as joy vanished in an instant. They exchanged glances between Alan and Joseph, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. At that moment, even a blind person could discern that a conflict was brewing between the two. One was the village's hero, the other their chief. Many were torn between their loyalties, foreseeing the inevitable clash between Alan and Joseph. To be candid, the villagers' perception of Alan had remained unchanged. He was, after all, an incorrigible rogue. It could be said that, were it not for his position as the village chief, many would be tempted to deliver him a sound thrashing. And those who wished to do so could line up from dawn until the following morning. Before long, some had already made their choice. With expressions of malicious glee, they gazed scornfully at Alan, believing that he was courting disaster. Despite his title as chief, who in the village truly respected him, the majority chose to remain indifferent. Yet if pressed to take sides, they would undoubtedly align themselves with Joseph. In recent days, Alan's reputation had plummeted to an appalling low, fueled by rumors that he intended to gather all the apples in the village to make jam. Though this was merely a rumor, the villagers' attitude toward Alan grew increasingly apathetic. Choosing Joseph meant a share of meat for all. Choosing Alan meant that even that small comfort might be lost. Alan was quick to notice the change in sentiment, yet he maintained an air of calm, seemingly unconcerned by the villagers' indifference. Clavin, however, was troubled, though his resolve was firm, unafraid to oppose Joseph. Even if it meant forsaking meat, he had faith in Alan. The villagers, however, were a different matter. Up until now, they remained unaware of Alan's transformation. Clavin worried that Joseph might rally the villagers against Alan under the guise of their collective interests. He wished to caution Alan, to advise him to tread carefully and avoid an open confrontation, for once the facade was shattered, it would be Alan who would bear the brunt of the embarrassment. Yet, Alan raised his hand to silence him. Observing Alan's unwavering demeanor, Clavin sighed inwardly, recognizing the youthfulness that clouded his judgment. After speaking, Alan fixed his gaze upon Joseph, intending to assert his authority as chief over him. Joseph, suppressing his fury with veins bulging in his neck, felt the members of the hunting team burning with a desire to tear Alan apart, for they recognized only Joseph as their leader. Joseph realized this was Alan's act of retribution. Though clumsy, it was undeniably effective. Given Alan's brash nature, he was unwilling to yield. Yet he was reluctant to earn a reputation for betraying his superior. Honorable Alan, we have returned, Joseph finally conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Internally, he seethed with resentment toward Alan and resolved to implement his plan to arrange a marriage for Alan immediately. Though the members of the hunting team were loath to do so, they too lowered their proud heads. Joseph's capitulation did little to elevate Alan in the villagers' esteem. On the contrary, they held him in even greater disdain. Had Joseph not managed to restrain himself and directly confront Alan, perhaps the villagers would have admired his bravery to some extent. Yet, it now appeared clear that he remained, as ever, a scoundrel. It was evident that Joseph and his companions were the true benefactors of the village. Why do you treat him this way? Do you genuinely take pleasure in exerting dominance over everyone, inviting their contempt, and revealing the vile nature that lies within you? Clavin's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the villagers in bewilderment. Have you all forgotten who truly sought to oppress whom? Enough, Clavin. Alan suddenly interjected, raising his voice to halt Clavin's continuation. Clavin felt a pang of injustice for Alan. He yearned to convey to everyone that Alan had changed. He was now intelligent and compassionate. For days, Alan had been contemplating how to help everyone escape hunger and survive the winter. The flour milled from wheat could be transformed into delicious bread, truly delectable, capable of alleviating everyone's plight. He genuinely cared for the well-being of the community. Yet, despair washed over him as he pondered whether anyone would believe his words. The answer was painfully clear, no. He sorrowfully realized that Alan had lost his standing in the eyes of the villagers. Joseph observed everything quietly, recalling the gentle visage of the former village chief. Alas, how could he have such a son? A true disappointment, akin to mud that cannot be molded. Witnessing the villagers' reactions, he understood that Alan's tenure as chief was at an end. It was time for him to have a successor. Your Excellency Alan, this is the mammoth I personally hunted. It must be your first encounter with such a creature. No worries. We shall proceed to the village, and you may observe it for as long as you desire. Joseph proclaimed with pride, his confidence and arrogance unabashed. To have slain a mammoth, a feat of such grandeur, was unparalleled, even by the village's founder. In days of yore, Alan's ancestor had single-handedly vanquished a ferocious wolf, earning the trust and admiration of the villagers, thus establishing the earliest settlement. Generations have passed, and the village has flourished. Yet, the heir has emerged as a scoundrel like Alan, bringing shame upon his forebears. Alan's ancestors were formidable warriors, yet he himself was powerless, not to mention his lamentable character, which was deeply disappointing. The hunting party began to advance toward the village, eliciting cheers from the villagers, for they would feast on meat that night. Joseph, do you truly believe that slaying a mammoth makes you invincible? Alan spoke once more, startling everyone anew. The crowd gazed at him in disbelief, astonished that Alan would confront Joseph head-on. Yet, did he not fear that Joseph could easily subdue him with a mere flick of a finger? Clavin internally lamented. It was all over. I have never claimed such a thing, but if you choose to interpret it that way, so be it, Joseph replied, though astonished, still brimming with pride. This was his honor, a legacy the village would forever celebrate. How absurd. Should I commend your ignorance or extol your audacity that knows no bounds? Alan retorted, arms crossed and a mocking expression adorning his face. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone's eyes widened and mouths gaped in astonishment as they beheld Alan. Had he truly lost his mind? How brazen must one be to hold such disdain for Joseph? At this moment, Joseph finally felt the flames of anger ignite within him. He could endure Alan's intimidation under the pretense of the village chief, but he absolutely could not tolerate the affront to his honor and spirit. My lord Alan, what do you mean? Do you imply that you can surpass my accomplishments? Joseph retorted furiously. Alan inhaled deeply, for he had awaited this very proclamation from Joseph. He sought not only to impart a lesson to Joseph, but also to orchestrate a spectacle before all, a splendid opportunity to alter the villagers' perception of him. Did Joseph not wish to witness his humiliation? Very well then, Alan would seize this opportunity to escalate the situation, ensuring that the fruits of his labor would be exceedingly bountiful. Chapter 14. The bet. Joseph, enlighten me about the casualties sustained by your subordinates this time, Alan pressed on, showing no intention of sparing Joseph's feelings. In the past, Alan would have never dared confront Joseph so openly. Yet, the present Alan was transformed. The adversary had already pushed him to this extent. How could he allow Joseph to escape unscathed? Answer me, Joseph. At this juncture, Alan had fully taken the initiative. Yes. He had been in control from the very beginning, though no one had noticed. All eyes turned to Joseph, whose expression was grim. If given the chance, he vowed to teach Alan a lesson. The inquiry was undeniably humiliating. This time, he had achieved great feats, emerging as the strongest warrior in the village and a celebrated hero. His triumph over the woolly mammoth deserved to echo through the ages in the village's lore. However, should he reveal the truth, though the villagers might remain indifferent, a stain would indubitably mar his heart. Suppressing his fury, Joseph glared coldly at Alan, his teeth gritting in resentment. What is it, Joseph? Do you not pride yourself as the village's benefactor? Do you not consider yourself invincible? Is it unreasonable for me, as the village chief, to express concern for the welfare of my people? Surely that is a reasonable request, is it not? If you choose not to respond, can I assume? Alan mused, his brows furrowing. Yet Joseph would not permit him to continue. Heaven knows what vile words might emerge from his lips to disgust everyone. Enough. My lord Alan, since you are so eager to know, I shall inform you. During the hunt for the woolly mammoth, 7 of my subordinates sustained injuries, superficial wounds. None were fatalities. Are you satisfied now? Joseph nearly shouted, his frustration palpable. It was evident to all that Joseph had been cornered by Alan to a most humiliating extent. Yet no one was surprised, for in their minds, Alan was indeed devoid of limits, deriving pleasure from the suffering of others. After all, he was a scoundrel. At this moment, no one knew what expression to wear, for they realized that the situation had spiraled out of control. Their gazes flitted anxiously between Alan and Joseph, a palpable sense of impending doom hanging in the air. My subjects have been harmed. Why should I take pleasure in your misfortune, Joseph? I shall hold you accountable in the name of the village chief, Alan declared coldly. As soon as he uttered those words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Their eyes, filled with indignation and fury, were not directed at him for wielding his authority over the villagers, but rather for his audacity to feign benevolence while exploiting the suffering of the injured to undermine Joseph. The depths of his depravity were unfathomable. Initially, Joseph was taken aback, as he suddenly realized that from the very beginning, he had wished for Alan to embarrass himself publicly. However, the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations, especially as Alan relentlessly pressed forward, seizing the initiative. He felt as if he were confronting a venomous serpent, and doubt began to creep into his mind. Had he underestimated Alan? They say adversity fosters growth. Could his own actions have awakened Alan's latent cunning? Joseph could not deny that since Alan's appearance, he had deftly navigated the crisis Joseph had instigated, consistently gaining the upper hand and pressuring him. What appeared to be mere retaliation was, in fact, a complex web of strategy. Upon reflecting on Alan's every word, Joseph felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Had Alan truly changed? If so, the implications were terrifying. Yet, Joseph soon recognized that he was overthinking. Alan, you have made a grave error without realizing it. You should not invoke the greater good, for you lack the merit to do so. A sigh of relief washed over him. Your Excellency, what crime do you intend to accuse me of? Everyone knows what you are about to say. Yet, it is futile, for no one stands with you. No matter how grand your rhetoric, it will bear no fruit. On the contrary, your arguments will only deepen the villagers' disdain for you. Joseph felt no sympathy for Alan. All of this was of his own making. Had he merely refrained from resisting and allowed himself to be humiliated in public, the outcome would have been far more favorable, sparing them both from the impending embarrassment. You are unworthy of the honors you now enjoy, for you have failed to protect your comrades. Look at them, one with a shattered leg, another with a broken arm. Is this how you lead? Alan admonished. In that moment, Joseph felt assured of his victory, knowing full well that Alan would utter such words. And he could only shake his head in resignation. Alan spoke with great emotion, yet the villagers responded sparingly, if at all. Joseph observed this, and at that moment, felt a twinge of sympathy for Alan. Our ancestors upheld a solemn vow, thus you cannot be ousted and replaced. Fear not, my lord Alan. I have already chosen a beautiful maiden to be your wife. All that remains is for you to sire an heir, and then we can forcibly remove you from power. Joseph's intentions were unmistakably clear. I will not betray you, nor will I violate the sacred oath of our forebears. However, to expect my unwavering loyalty and obedience is utterly out of the question. My lord Alan, I shall take care of my subordinates. So you need not concern yourself with them, Joseph remarked with a smile that was laced with mockery. Joseph, be mindful of your demeanor. Do not forget whom you are addressing. Clavin had long since reached the limits of his patience. How could his master be so openly derided and belittled? Joseph cast a disdainful glare at Clavin, perceiving him as nothing more than a bothersome grasshopper, inconsequential and insignificant. I regret to inform you, Joseph, that despite your sound reasoning, I must impose a penalty upon you. You are to leave the hunting party and join the gathering team, Alan declared. At this moment, Joseph too was on the verge of losing his temper. My lord Alan, do you truly intend to force my hand? Joseph ground his teeth in frustration. All eyes turned to Alan, eager to discern whether he would indeed engage in a confrontation with Joseph. Let us clarify the matter. Who is truly coercing whom? Do you believe I will not reveal to everyone that you have intentionally sought to humiliate me in public? Given your pace, you ought to have arrived at the village hours ago, yet here you are. Why? You are attempting to apply pressure on me. Believing I am akin to mud that cannot be lifted, that is your personal affair, beyond my jurisdiction. However, as a subject, how can you dare to pressure your sovereign? Alan vented his frustrations, feeling a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Joseph longed to retort, but found himself momentarily speechless. After Alan finished speaking, he turned his gaze upon the villagers. One by one, they averted their eyes, bowing their heads in submission. Alan smirked, simultaneously acknowledging that the Alan of yesteryear had indeed been unworthy, having committed countless acts that evoked the ire of many, leaving behind such a chaotic legacy. At this juncture, Alan found himself with no choice but to press forward resolutely. Joseph, let us make a wager. If I can successfully hunt down an adult woolly mammoth without any casualties, you must publicly apologize to me. Alan exhaled deeply. He had awaited this moment for quite some time. Everything that had transpired was but a prelude to this declaration. If one were to inquire how long Alan had contemplated this strategy since the events began, the answer would be less than 3 seconds. Why so swift? It stemmed from the modern sensibilities of his past life, coupled with the realization that his mind was functioning at an astonishing pace, the reasons for which remained a mystery. Yet it was undoubtedly a fortuitous advantage for him. Your Excellency Alan, surely you jest. Please, tell everyone that you are merely jesting. Are you not, Your Excellency Alan? At this moment, Klaven was genuinely alarmed. He was oblivious to the source of Alan's confidence or what support he might possess. While hunting small beasts might be feasible, attempting to slay an adult woolly mammoth without incurring any casualties was sheer folly, akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Klaven believed that Alan had lost his senses in his fury, bordering on madness. The villagers shared this sentiment. In their eyes, no matter how insufferable Alan could be, he should not resort to such reckless measures against Joseph. It was a path to self-destruction. Brother Joseph, do not acquiesce to him. He seeks his own demise, and it is of no concern to us. Indeed, Brother Joseph, let him indulge in his folly without dragging us into it. The members of the hunting party collectively implored Joseph to refrain. Joseph, however, fixed his gaze intently upon Alan, searching for a hint of madness or despair upon his countenance. It is said that in moments of insanity, one may disregard all caution, even the sanctity of life. Joseph was destined for disappointment. Alan's expression remained unperturbed. Joseph, are you perhaps too timid to agree? Alan remarked with disdain, completely disregarding Klaven's pleading gaze. Joseph found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Should he accept Alan's wager? Though victory seemed impossible for Alan, he could not afford for anything to happen to him. He was yet unwed and had not sired an heir to nurture. On the other hand, Joseph felt a surge of anger at Alan's reckless audacity. This was personal vengeance, a relentless pressure from the very beginning. What on earth has transpired in my absence? How has this boy suddenly become so defiant, so dismissive of me? Joseph pondered, grappling with his disbelief. Fine, I accept. Should you succeed, not only will I apologize to you in person, but I will also submit to you without reservation, Joseph suddenly proclaimed. All present were taken aback, rendered speechless. After a full minute, incredulous murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. They could hardly comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Alan's madness was somewhat understandable. After all, he was the sort to act on whims without hesitation. Yet how could Joseph, of all people, join him in this folly? Klaven, holding his forehead in despair, gazed mournfully at Alan, realizing that from this day forth, a mere glance would be a luxury. Perhaps such an opportunity would never arise again. Chapter 15. The haggard Klaven. Everyone believed Alan had gone mad. Hunting a woolly mammoth was not a trivial endeavor. It required dozens of individuals working in unison, collaborating with precision to successfully bring down such a colossal creature. Alan's brash proclamation that he could hunt a mammoth, guaranteeing that no one would be harmed, was nothing short of ludicrous. Who did he think he was? The villagers were all too aware of his true capabilities. No one would be foolish enough to believe him. Even Joseph held no faith in his ability to succeed. After all, he was the leader of the hunting team, tasked with dealing with various wild beasts. He knew all too well the considerable price they had paid to successfully capture this mammoth. It was clear to him that unless a miracle occurred, Alan had no hope of triumphing. Joseph was confident that Alan would soon realize how ludicrous his wager truly was. At that point, it might not be he who would be apologizing. Such anticipation was indeed palpable. Klaven found himself in a state of restlessness, consumed by anxiety. The wager proposed by Alan, unless by some miracle, seemed destined for failure. This was no longer a matter of belief, it was sheer folly. While it might have been harmless had Alan spoken of it privately, to declare it before the villagers as a wager was utterly insane. Since returning to the village, Klaven had been plagued by worry. As Alan's most loyal subordinate, it was his duty to step forward with solutions when Alan faced difficulties. However, this time, he truly felt powerless. This was a predicament of Alan's own making, leaving Klaven utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. How had things escalated to this point? Klaven felt that everything had spiraled beyond his control. At this juncture, all he could do for Alan was to pray for him, and when the mammoth ultimately crushed him, to retrieve his remains. Yes, even as despicable as Alan was, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to claim his body upon his demise. Immediately after proposing the wager, Alan returned to the village. Whether as the village chief or simply as a man, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity. At least now, Joseph was his adversary. He could not linger to witness Joseph's grand welcome back into the village. Outside, the villagers eagerly celebrated Joseph's return, impatiently awaiting the distribution of the mammoth's meat. Boss, do you truly believe you can kill a mammoth? Through the days of learning, Sherry had increasingly embodied the essence of a modern woman, though she retained her endearing innocence. Her diligence in study was remarkable, to the point that Alan nearly felt as though he had returned to his former world. Sherry had heard about Alan's bet with Joseph. While she acknowledged Alan's remarkable abilities, she knew that even the mightiest warriors of the Elven clan could not slay a mammoth unscathed. Yet, having witnessed Alan's innovative ideas and his enigmatic nature, She found herself unwilling to accept the possibility of his defeat in this wager. The genuine concern emanating from the young girl filled Alan with warmth and solace, especially after having experienced the coldness of human relationships in the past. The villagers, who ought to have remained loyal to themselves, seemed to revel in his misfortune. To be candid, the sensation was so overwhelming that he felt an urge to curse. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself throughout. Furthermore, he prepared a foundation for the forthcoming grand spectacle. Nay, it should be termed a miracle. As the individual closest to Alan, he deemed it essential to convey his thoughts to Sherry in advance. Thus, Alan articulated his plan. Some sentiments may fall on deaf ears when expressed to others. Yet for Sherry in her current state, Alan's words resonated deeply. One should not underestimate this adorable and naive elven maiden. Her understanding now ranks just below Alan's. Initially, Sherry harbored some apprehension, but upon hearing Alan's strategy, her worries dissipated, and she transformed back into the cheerful, whimsical elf girl. "I knew the boss would never engage in a gamble without assurance," she exclaimed, her large eyes narrowing into slits as a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Perhaps smiles are indeed contagious, for Alan found himself smiling in return. Gazing at Sherry's radiant and innocent grin, the shadows in his heart lifted completely. It must be said, the smile of this elven beauty was truly a feast for the eyes, compelling one to look a moment longer. "Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" Sherry suddenly declared with enthusiasm, for she found this endeavor exceedingly intriguing. Not to partake would surely be a significant regret. In Alan's plan, Sherry naturally held a pivotal role. "I need you to find a sturdy and resilient vine plant and bring it back," Alan instructed. Sherry's eyes brightened with realization as she exclaimed, "I understand. I shall go at once." After Sherry departed, Alan sat at his desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface. Thus far, the plan seemed to be progressing smoothly. Once this hurdle was overcome, he could truly present wheat to the villagers. Then he would teach them how to cultivate and fertilize. His warehouse still held a plethora of seeds. Once everything was on the right track, he would bring them to this world one by one. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Clavin appeared visibly worn, his hair in disarray, despite the fact that they had parted less than an hour ago. Alan gestured for Clavin to take a seat. "My lord Alan, perhaps I should announce to the outside world that you are ill and render this wager null and void," Clavin tentatively suggested. Instantly, he felt a shiver run through him as he realized Alan was scrutinizing him intently. Before arriving, he had mentally prepared himself and anticipated Alan's reaction. However, as Alan's most loyal subordinate and the future steward, he could not shy away. This suggestion was the only method he could conceive to defuse the crisis. And it was the limit of his ingenuity. He truly exhausted his mind to devise this solution. A smile crept onto Alan's face, warming his heart. He once again felt the unwavering loyalty of the man before him, which allowed him to rediscover something long lost in this unfamiliar world. "Clavin, calm down. I appreciate your concern," Alan said, struggling to comfort a man, finding it somewhat difficult to express. However, he could not allow Clavin to continue in worry and misunderstanding. It was essential to reassure him. Just look, it had only been an hour. Goodness, what had he experienced? To an outsider, it might seem he had suffered some tremendous blow. Although Alan could not reveal too much, he at least aimed to alleviate Clavin's anxiety. "Clavin, remain calm. It has not reached that point. I must assure you that every word I say and every decision I make from this moment forth is thoroughly considered. I understand your concerns. I am neither acting impulsively nor have I lost my mind. I have stated before that I can indeed kill an adult woolly mammoth without harm to myself. Trust me." "Clavin." Alan vowed he had never made such a solemn promise to another man before. "You may find peace, Clavin." Perhaps sensing Alan's sincerity and confidence, Clavin ventured to ask, "Is it truly possible?" "Well, unless a miracle occurs, you cannot achieve it," he replied. "You are correct, unless a miracle happens. However, Clavin, you are fortunate, for you will witness me create a miracle. Just wait a few days, and I shall prove myself with undeniable evidence," Alan declared. A smile on his face but confidence radiating from his being. "Oh, then I shall rest easy." Despite Clavin's lingering worries, he could not be swayed by Alan's few casual words. Yet he could feel that Alan was genuinely confident, his thoughts clear, he had not lost his sanity. "In that case, let us wait and see if a miracle occurs. If not, I shall not forget to collect Alan's remains." Had Alan been privy to Clavin's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly delivered a swift kick to send him flying. "My lord Alan, may I inquire about your intentions? The villagers are mostly waiting to see your folly. You are aware that your previous reputation in the village is less than favorable. Therefore, if you have any plans, I swear I will ensure they do not disappoint you." Clavin was indeed attempting to extract Alan's strategy, if there was one, it would bring joy to all. If not, well, he would still remember to collect his remains. My plan is quite simple, to kill a woolly mammoth before everyone's eyes. Alan spoke as if discussing someone else's affairs. But there must be a plan, right? Clavin silently critiqued. What you said is essentially nothing. Nevertheless, he found himself genuinely anticipating what grand endeavor Alan might undertake. After all, the wheat, flour, and bread, as well as the enigmatic images of conquest beyond Rook's comprehension, all spring from Alan's hand. Perhaps he truly harbors a plan. Clavin, I hereby formally command you to issue a recruitment notice to the village. Alan's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. As a leader, he must maintain an aura of authority and gravitas during critical matters. Clavin promptly rose from his chair, leaning slightly forward with his head bowed in a posture of attentive listening. State that I intend to form a temporary hunting party, open to all young men aged 18 and above. Upon hearing Alan's declaration, Clavin's head snapped up in shock and disbelief. Your Excellency, are you serious? Yes, Clavin. I am quite serious. However, there is already Joseph's hunting party in the village. If necessary, we could forcibly conscript from his team. Clavin understood the implications of forcibly. Joseph was the core of that hunting party, and they would not consent to aid Alan. Listen closely, I wish to establish a hunting party entirely distinct from Joseph's. You could interpret it as a challenge, to see whether his hunting party excels or mine surpasses. Each time Alan recalled Joseph's condescending expression, his frustration flared, lending a provocative edge to his words. Yet Clavin felt a strong urge to grasp his own hair in despair. What dissent remains? There is, Clavin resolved to speak candidly. Chapter 16, New Weapons, Your Excellency. Our situation is dire. Regardless of your decisions, I shall support you wholeheartedly. However, should you seek to assemble a new hunting party, I fear no one will be willing to join. Clavin merely spoke the truth. After all, Alan lacked popular support, and given his recent reckless actions, no one would believe in his success. In other words, none would willingly accompany Alan to certain doom. After all, we are dealing with a fully grown mammoth. I am aware of all you have said. Alan pressed his forehead, truly feeling the anguish of a commander without followers. Nevertheless, his plans must not be delayed. This wager must be won, and it must be won resoundingly, silencing all dissenters. Thus, let us offer bread, for those who choose to join. We shall provide 3 meals of bread. Alan's index finger gently tapped the tabletop. Indeed, he lacked popular support. Yet he did not require an immediate change of heart from everyone. It was impossible to coerce them. Thus, he must resort to the allure of incentives. Execute this immediately. Alan held firm in his belief that no one could resist the temptation of bread. Clavin, sensing Alan's resolve, refrained from further comment and took his leave. Although bread is indeed delectable, would anyone be foolish enough to risk their life for it? Were he in their position, he too would abstain. Clavin had already mentally prepared himself for the prospect of failure. Glancing back at Alan's abode, his gaze brimmed with determination. Rest assured, Lord Alan, I shall not forget to gather your remains. Shortly after, Alan found Luke. Luke's shop had expanded 3 to 4 times its previous size. After all, he was no longer alone, now accompanied by 3 astute apprentices. Esteemed Lord Alan, what a rare guest. Please, take a seat. Luke greeted Alan with warm enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Alan's arrival had been anticipated by Luke. Lord Alan, regarding the tool you instructed me to craft, known as a hoe, I have already forged 50 as per your command, Luke said, gesturing towards the corner where the completed hoes were stacked. Alan had already noticed that. Although iron was currently unavailable and stone had to serve as a substitute, Luke's craftsmanship was remarkably impressive. While it may not compare to the iron hoes of the future, the quality achieved thus far was commendable. I am quite satisfied, Luke. You must have heard about my wager with Joseph? Alan inquired, observing Luke closely. Upon hearing this, Luke straightened in his seat, his demeanor turning serious. Indeed, I have heard, and I am aware that most do not hold you in high regard, Lord Alan. What would you have me do? As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall not disappoint you. It was not merely skepticism. Many had already resigned themselves to the belief of his impending demise. Alan then stepped outside, crouching down to sketch on the ground, in an era devoid of paper. Such exchanges requiring design blueprints were indeed laborious. Yet, Alan had no choice but to endure for the moment. Luke watched in astonishment, his heart filled with awe at Alan's design prowess. The design sketched on the ground was something he believed he could never conceive in several lifetimes. Lord Alan, is this your design? Luke asked, despite already harboring an answer within. Indeed, it is my design, known as the double-bow crossbow. At this juncture, Alan found no need for false modesty. With no one watching, it was best to acknowledge it outright. What he had drawn was indeed the blueprint for the crossbow. Upon seeing the mammoth's corpse, he had already conceived this idea. The ancient Chinese crossbow was an unparalleled choice. Considering the practical circumstances, he had initially intended to illustrate the design for a triple-bow crossbow. However, the immense power of the triple-bow crossbow required at least 100 individuals to draw the string, and clearly, there would not be that many willing to assist him. Thus, the double-bow crossbow emerged as the optimal selection. Moreover, the primary motivation behind Alan's endeavors was to foster development and construction. Given the state of this world, the advancement of human civilization would be sluggish in the short term. Certainly, if he is the driving force behind it, that is another matter entirely. His intention is not to establish a formidable armed force. Who would they engage in battle? A fictitious enemy? Presently, people are struggling to fill their stomachs. Hunger is the most formidable adversary. As Alan remarked, the hunting squad he has established is merely a temporary measure. Its sole purpose is to hunt a woolly mammoth and thus prove himself before all. Other considerations are not within the ambit of his thoughts. Luke gazed devoutly at the patterns on the ground and swore that, despite only recognizing the structure of the bow and arrow depicted, he could not comprehend the other components at all. Yet, this did not diminish his anticipation and awe for the completed product. This was a newfangled weapon, a powerful instrument capable of slaying an adult woolly mammoth. Esteemed Lord Alan, please entrust me with its fabrication. I assure you that I will present this innovative weapon flawlessly. Luke suddenly bent forward, overwhelmed with excitement. For a master of weaponry, the opportunity to engage with a novel weapon and to create it with his own hands was no less than the honor pursued by the hunting squad. Thus, Luke was particularly exhilarated at this moment. Luke, do not disappoint me. After this, I shall teach you some fundamental design principles, Alan stated before departing. Not waiting for Luke's gratitude, trembling with excitement, Luke exclaimed, Master, what is this that Lord Alan has drawn? Once Alan had left, the three apprentices dared to approach for a closer look. However, they were utterly bewildered, unable to discern what it was. Thus, it was clear that they had a long way to go before they could stand on their own. Quickly, fetch me some wooden planks to construct a small shed. I will not allow even the slightest damage to these designs. If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable. Luke sternly admonished his three apprentices, his impatience palpable. This was a completely new challenge. In recent days, he had privately received instruction from Alan and had already roughly fashioned tools akin to rulers, protractors, and compasses, while learning the basics of design. If previously, Luke's world had been confined to straight lines, now he could employ rulers and compasses to create various shapes, both solitary and rounded. He was indeed quite gifted, which was why Alan held him in such high regard. In his previous life as a programmer, Alan had perused numerous design-related texts. After all, coding is another form of design. However, he could only serve as a guide. Ultimately, Luke would need to confront various challenges on his own. Moreover, the knowledge Alan possessed would eventually be exhausted. Before that time arrived, he must ensure that everyone learns to think independently. Education is imperative. Once the wheat is fully sown, Alan intends to establish a school without delay. Upon his return, Claven promptly informed the entire village about Alan's recruitment notice. As anticipated, he was met with ridicule and indifference. They jested, suggesting that Alan truly wished for them to join him in his demise. Chapter 17. Joining Claven deliberately brought a table and a chair, positioning himself in the heart of the village. Now, every household boasted tables and chairs, along with wooden beds, all thanks to Alan's efforts. However, Claven couldn't fathom why Alan would bestow such significant credit upon that insufferable and arrogant fellow, Rook. He held a deep disdain for Rook, feeling that if Alan was willing to forego the accolades, he could at least claim them for himself. Yet, he found himself unable to voice this thought, as it felt too shameful. He still cared about his dignity, despite the villagers believing he had already lost it by becoming Alan's sycophant. Claven sighed inwardly, recognizing the transformative impact that tables, chairs, and wooden beds had on the villagers' quality of life, an improvement evident to any discerning eye. With these furnishings, they no longer had to sit on the ground, preserving their garments and alleviating fatigue, thus enhancing comfort. The invention of the wooden bed was even more significant, addressing issues that had long plagued them. Previously, they had slept on the floor, susceptible to snakes, insects, and rodents by night. Moreover, the elderly often suffered from aches and pains that robbed them of sleep. Claven had once yearned to resolve these issues, but had lacked a viable solution. The arrival of wooden beds had resolved all these problems. At times, Claven truly found himself baffled by Alan. On one hand, he could relinquish such substantial accomplishments. On the other, he felt compelled to compete with Joseph. Ultimately, He concluded that the thoughts of great men were beyond his comprehension. He merely needed to fulfill the tasks assigned to him by Alan. Claven's presence immediately attracted the villagers' attention. They gathered around, curiosity etched on their faces. "Claven, what brings you here today? Surely, you must be avoiding accompanying Alan to his doom." The villagers' taunts were laced with mockery. Claven suppressed his anger, wishing he could silence each one of them. However, he was on a mission today and had no time for their banter. Clearing his throat, he resolved to maintain his composure and address the crowd. "Everyone, please listen. I stand here representing Chief Alan to announce a recruitment notice. His Excellency, Alan, intends to form a temporary hunting team and invites all men over the age of 18 to join. The rewards are substantial. This is an opportunity not to be missed. If you have made up your mind to participate, please line up here with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers who had gathered to witness the spectacle dispersed in a flurry, instinctively keeping their distance from him. Their expressions were akin to those who had encountered a ghost. Filled with disbelief, whispers circulated among them, and it became evident that Alan indeed wished to drag someone along to face death. How could anyone consent to such a thing? Alan was utterly outrageous, a complete scoundrel. They had known him long enough to recognize this trait. Some villagers even speculated wildly that Alan was seeking a scapegoat. These remarks reached Claven's ears, igniting a fire of indignation within him as he could no longer tolerate the taunts of these ignorant villagers. They understood nothing. Claven was seething, on the verge of an explosive outburst. Yet, he soon felt deflated, overtaken by exhaustion, and found himself resonating with a statement Alan had previously made. When people are quick to speculate with the utmost malice, it is best to remain silent and refrain from overthinking, simply focusing on doing what one believes to be right. For the only way to silence such individuals is through undeniable facts. Claven felt an immense sense of injustice on Alan's behalf. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of sardonic mockery. Indeed, Lord Alan was correct. Conversing with these people was futile, as they had already branded him a villain. The only means to enlighten them lay in the realm of truth. Claven came to this realization and found himself devoid of anger. He observed the villagers with a cold smirk, contemplating that they should brace themselves. Lord Alan's intellect far surpassed their imagination. They might revel in their mockery now, but one day, they would surely regret it. As Claven regained his composure and began to disregard them, the villagers sensed their own folly and began to disperse. However, a few remained, drawn by the unfolding drama. An hour passed, yet not a single soul approached. Claven waited patiently, feeling no urgency, for he was aware that their absence was their own loss. Another hour slipped by, and still, no one arrived. The onlookers grew increasingly curious about Claven's calm demeanor. Was he merely posturing? They reasoned that he had always been thick-skinned and believed that by aligning himself with Alan, he had elevated his status above theirs. How absurd. Under normal circumstances, Claven would have erupted in anger at such remarks, but now, he remained remarkably composed. The villagers' words no longer fazed him. Another hour passed, and still, no one came forth to enlist. Many villagers had already left, finding the situation utterly tedious, convinced that Claven was destined to walk away empty-handed that day. Just when everyone believed that Claven would surely succumb and return in disgrace to report to Alan, he unexpectedly retrieved a woven basket made of rattan from beneath the table. This ingenious creation was indeed an invention of Alan, though credit primarily belonged to Luke. The contents of the basket were obscured by a hide, and as Claven lifted it away, the onlookers beheld a dozen or more golden, round objects lying quietly within. It was their first encounter with bread. However, their astonishment quickly turned to exclamations of delight as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. "What is this? It smells divine. A food I've never encountered before. I can hardly contain my saliva." Claven, reveling in their curiosity, felt a surge of pride. "You ignorant fools, this is called bread. You've never seen it before. Have you? It's fragrant, I assent it. You desire to taste it," he proclaimed. "This is bread, a sustenance that can substitute for apples and meat. I must try it." Suddenly, a filthy hand reached out, eager to seize one of the exquisite loaves, only to be met with a resounding slap from Claven, who coldly rebuffed the attempt. "What are you doing, Claven? I merely wished to have a taste," the man complained, nursing his injured hand. "Tasting is permissible, but only if you join Sir Alan's hunting party," Claven responded with a smirk. "What a joke. I refuse to partake, humph. You expect me to venture to my demise? Dream on." The man turned away, and Claven remained unfazed. He rapped his knuckles on the table and declared, "Did you all hear that? Let me tell you, if you join Sir Alan's hunting party, you shall feast on this delectable, aromatic bread for every meal, and in ample supply." As he spoke, Claven took a hearty bite of a loaf, and the unique flavor enveloped his palate, leaving him in a state of bliss. Though it was not his first experience with bread, each encounter still delighted him immensely. The sight of Claven's rapture, coupled with the irresistible scent of the bread, caused many to drool as they watched him consume the entire loaf, left only to swallow their own saliva in longing. They were now in a quandary. To join Alan's hunting party meant the promise of daily bread, a tempting prospect indeed. Yet, such a choice also signified facing certain peril. When confronted with the dilemma of sustenance versus survival, they ultimately chose the latter. "Claven, cease your petty tricks. We shall not be deceived," one individual boldly asserted, followed by a chorus of disgruntled agreement as they stormed away. Claven chuckled. "Go on, leave if you wish. Even if you were to reconsider and seek to join, I would not have you. I remember all your names. Though Sir Alan may be merciful, I am not." These individuals remain unaware that they have already been placed on Claven's blacklist. Claven sits leisurely in his chair, exuding an air of calm, seemingly unperturbed by the passage of time. As the sun approaches the horizon, he finds himself nearly drifting into slumber. "Mr. Claven, might we join Lord Alan's hunting team?" A somewhat youthful voice interrupts his reverie. Claven is pleasantly surprised to see a group of disheveled boys, their appearances quite grimy, standing before him, their eyes fixated hungrily on the bread within the basket. He quickly recognizes them as orphans from the village, specifically those who had been discarded by Joseph's hunting party. "Have you considered this thoroughly? Joining Lord Alan's hunting team may very well cost you your lives." The leading boy, with a sorrowful expression, clearly serves as the heart of the group. He shakes his head and responds, "We have thought it over. After all, we have little left to lose, do we not?" Claven blinks in surprise, then smiles as he pats the boy's shoulder, saying, "Congratulations. You are now part of Lord Alan's elite guard." Elite guard? Alan seems not to have intended this notion, yet it does not prevent Claven from indulging in his imagination. Lord Alan's future achievements will undoubtedly extend far beyond merely ruling a small village. They should encompass the entire world. In such a scenario, how could Alan possibly lack his own personal guard? When the time comes for Alan to reign supreme, Claven envisions himself standing above countless others, not only aiding Alan in governing the world, but more critically, ensuring the safety of Lord Alan's life. Though Lord Alan may not yet harbor such ambitions, it is always prudent to prepare in advance rather than scramble at the last moment. "Can we eat that?" one of the boys inquires. "Certainly, but first, you must come and meet Lord Alan with me." Chapter 18. Running Alan encounters the 13 boys brought by Claven, scrutinizing each one in turn. They all appear excessively thin, their complexions remarkably unhealthy, indicative of prolonged malnutrition. Each boy averts his gaze, too timid to meet Alan's eyes, with some trembling slightly. They seem to harbor a palpable fear of him. This is hardly surprising, given Alan's infamous reputation within the village, especially for these self-effacing children. It is likely they would not have joined Alan's hunting team unless absolutely compelled to do so. They are aware they are walking into peril, yet they have come nonetheless. For this reason alone, Alan finds these children to be quite sincere. "Lord Alan, are you dissatisfied?" Claven inquires cautiously. Alan shakes his head, "Not at all. I am quite pleased with these children. I believe they will certainly accomplish this task." Hearing Alan's approval, Claven turns to the boys and instructs, "You should express your gratitude to Lord Alan at once." "Thank you, Lord Alan," the 13 children chorused immediately. Alan nodded, though he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had hoped for the company of adults rather than these youths. However, he recognized that the mere presence of individuals willing to join was already a commendable start. "Take them to change into clean clothes and provide them with something to eat," Alan instructed. Prior to this, Claven had already briefed him on the circumstances of these 13 youths. Alan was rather astonished to learn that there were still orphans in the village, particularly those who had been rejected from Joseph's hunting team due to their inadequacies. He was aware of the hardships they currently endured. "Follow me," Claven said. "Please wait a moment, Lord Alan. I wish to know if, upon our joining, we would be able to enjoy those golden, delectable loaves of bread for our meals." The leading boy mustered the courage to ask, while his companions behind him dared to lift their heads, eagerly awaiting Alan's response. Alan did not reply immediately. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Claven, who wore an embarrassed expression. At such a time, it was disconcerting that their thoughts were focused on food. Had they been able to utter more eloquent sentiments, such as a promise to fulfill their tasks, Claven's demeanor might have improved. He regretted not having prepared them beforehand on what to say and what to refrain from asking. At that moment, Claven felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. How absurd. As if following Lord Alan would leave you hungry. You have yet to witness the countless sacks of flour and seeds of wheat stored in the newly constructed massive warehouse behind Alan's abode. Alan learned from Clavin that the boy who had spoken was named Tom, the nucleus of this group of children. After speaking, Tom's gaze faltered. He recognized that his inquiry might have been inappropriate for the occasion, yet he felt compelled to seek clarity, as he was not alone. He had to advocate for his brothers behind him. Would he incite Lord Alan's ire? Would he strike me? A sense of panic gripped Tom's heart. Nevertheless, thinking of his comrades behind him filled him with courage, and he met Alan's gaze with determination, despite trembling all over. Alan was not angered. On the contrary, he admired Tom, perceiving that he was not inquiring for himself, but rather on behalf of his companions. Of course, this is contingent upon your readiness to fulfill the tasks I assign, Alan replied. Tom was taken aback. This was not the Alan he had envisioned. He was not angry, nor was his temperament as severe. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze once more and addressed Alan. Lord Alan, I assure you, my companions and I will not disappoint your expectations. Alan nodded and instructed Clavin to take them downstairs immediately. Tom and the others were entrusted to Clavin's care for the time being, after which Alan paid another visit to Luke's shop. According to Alan's design, Luke has entirely halted all prior endeavors, devoting his full attention to the fabrication of the components for the crossbow. It must be acknowledged that Luke is indeed a genius. He has successfully crafted the base of the crossbow and its 4 wheels. This world has finally welcomed a revolutionary crossbow cart, albeit not a vehicle in the conventional sense. Given the level of completion achieved, Alan is quite satisfied. At Luke's current pace, it will take at least 3 days to fabricate all the components. Furthermore, he has informed Alan that the bowstring typically utilized is inadequate for the crossbow's requirements. A more resilient and elastic alternative must be found. Alan is aware of this necessity. He assures Luke to concentrate on the remaining components, as he already has a plan regarding the bowstring. Hours later, Tom and the other 13 youths have completed their baths in the river, donned fresh hides, and at last savored the long-desired bread. As anticipated, the boys, experiencing bread for the first time, were immediately captivated by its taste, stopping only when they could eat no more. Clavin initially felt sympathy for them, as he too believed the new hunting team was destined for demise before understanding Alan's plan. However, upon learning of Alan's strategy, he was once again astonished by Alan's brilliance. He is now filled with curiosity. In Alan's words, once the crossbow is created, even without robust muscles, one could slay a woolly mammoth. Clavin is eager to discover what the crossbow will be like and how these youths will wield it once it is complete. Yet, answers to these questions will only emerge in a few days. Nonetheless, Clavin is growing impatient. He longs to witness Alan perform a miracle before everyone, and is intrigued to see the expressions on their faces, which are sure to be both entertaining and ironic. All right, stand in line. Shortly, Lord Alan will personally train you, Clavin instructed. The 13 rejuvenated youths stood in formation, appearing somewhat frail, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep them away. Yet, compared to before, their eyes now glimmered with a newfound light, a spark of survival. Even if Alan were to send them into peril, they would feel a profound sense of fulfillment. As long as someone recognizes their worth, what fear is there in death? Alan soon arrived, and upon witnessing the transformation in Tom and the others, he felt immense satisfaction. Remember your previous promises. We shall commence by running 10 laps around the playground. You may not stop until you have completed them, Alan declared, gesturing towards the newly designated playground located at the village's entrance, where the villagers could observe their efforts. At the outset, Alan personally led the team for a lap, but soon had to step aside to rest. He recognized that his physique required appropriate exercise moving forward. Subsequently, Tom took charge and guided the team as they began to jog around the playground. The villagers, captivated by this scene, witnessed for the first time individuals running in such a manner. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that they had heard these youths were indeed members of Alan's hunting team. As they observed the boys, slender as sticks, they could no longer suppress their laughter. Chapter 19. The return of Shirley. Aren't those orphans from the village? They are parentless, often resorting to petty theft within the community. And to think that Lord Alan would take them in. It is indeed true that like attracts like, ha ha ha. Rumor has it they had previously aspired to join Joseph's hunting team, but were deemed unfit. It appears they must have faced significant discouragement to seek out the role of scapegoats for Alan. The villagers spoke without restraint, and their words reached Tom and the others clearly. As Tom sprinted at the front, the villagers' remarks turned their faces crimson with embarrassment and indignation. Some even bore tears in their eyes. Alan's expression turned icy as he cast a glance at the villagers, prompting them to immediately hush. Some, fearing Alan's wrath, dared not meet his gaze. My lord, I shall drive them away at once, Clavin declared furiously. These people truly speak without understanding the pain of standing. Clavin assumed that Alan would concur with his course of action, considering the villagers' words were indeed harsh. Anyone would feel anger upon hearing such taunts. However, Clavin was taken aback when Alan waved his hand to halt him. Clavin, what they said is undeniably unpleasant. It is natural to feel anger upon hearing it. In fact, I too feel a surge of fury. Yet, what does it matter? Am I to strike them? Perhaps in times past, I would have reacted thus. But such actions ultimately win no hearts. After delivering this, Alan rose to perform a few stretches before joining the running group. Clavin stood in stunned silence, astonished and filled with disbelief and delight. He quickly wiped his eyes. Alan had undergone a remarkable transformation, one he was glad to witness. Clearly, Alan was exhibiting rationality. Even when misunderstood and ridiculed, harboring a desire for retribution, he remained composed. The former Alan would likely have retaliated long ago. Clavin found profound truth in Alan's words, resonating with conviction. He mulled over Alan's insights, shifting his gaze between the group and the villagers. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. It was as if a ray of dawn had pierced through the darkness. He understood. He fully grasped Alan's intentions. Clavin felt that as Alan's loyal subordinate, it was imperative for him to comprehend every word spoken by Alan. This was the mark of a competent aide, the future steward. Clavin admired the silhouette of Alan, then cast a scornful glance towards the villagers. The villagers dared not meet Alan's gaze, yet they held no fear of Clavin, leading to an unspoken battle of glances between them. Though Tom and the others maintained their pace, their spirits undeniably sank upon hearing the villagers' words. Tom hung his head, lost in thought. In truth, their status within the village was lowly. Having lost their parents at a young age, they had known no affection. A group of a dozen youths could only huddle together for warmth. In the struggle for survival, they had indeed resorted to petty theft. However, they quickly reformed, recognizing the error of their ways. Otherwise, they would not have sought to join Joseph's hunting party. They were unacknowledged and marginalized. At that moment, Tom pondered whether this was perhaps the best outcome they could hope for. "Tom, are you feeling resentful?" Alan gasped beside him. It must be said, Alan's physical condition was rather poor. Despite their frail frames, Tom and the others had completed 2 laps without losing their breath, whereas Alan was panting after just one, nearly succumbing to exhaustion, having taken a lengthy rest along the way. Being looked down upon and ridiculed, remember this feeling. You are fortunate, for you have the chance to change it all. If I were in your position, I would exert every effort to prove myself. Pain is temporary. Let them know they are mistaken. Do you have faith? Alan's words continued to echo as he could run no further, stopping to bend over and rest. Tom glanced back at Alan, his face a mask of astonishment. He could not fathom why, but upon hearing Alan's words, warmth spread through his heart, and a surge of strength seemed to coalesce within him, poised to erupt at any moment. Alan's words reverberated in Tom's mind. In that instant, Tom suddenly felt that perhaps the others had gravely misjudged Alan. Would someone who truly regarded them as expendable speak such words? Certainly not. Even a moment's reflection would reveal the absurdity of such a notion. Tom believed that Alan would not deceive them, and he was right, to silence those villagers. They must prove themselves through action. Tom resolved to trust Alan. With that, they ceased to dwell on the villagers' remarks and focused intently on their running. Emotions are indeed contagious. Tom lifted his head, and the youths trailing behind him followed suit, raising their gazes as well. Although they remained quite juvenile, at this moment they embody hope. Alan resumed his seat. "Your Excellency, I truly admire you. You deliberately employed the villagers' words to inspire them, did you not?" At this moment, Clavin courteously offered a glass of water. Alan accepted it and drank it down in one gulp, casting a glance at Clavin, silently acknowledging his knowledge. Observing the boys still running, Alan remarked that dignity must be fought for. They had long dwelled in self-deprecation, and there was little he could do to assist them. This was all he could offer. "Thank you for your kindness." Clavin stood up and bowed deeply to Alan. Mastering the crossbow was not a solitary endeavor. It required the harmonious cooperation of the entire team. Thus, in addition to running, Alan introduced several obstacle courses, tug-of-war contests, and so forth. This served to both invigorate their bodies and enhance their mutual understanding. Due to Alan's innovative ideas, many villagers were drawn to watch. They continued to mock Tom and his companions, yet the latter paid them no heed. They had but one goal, to complete all the tasks assigned by Alan. Nothing more. They placed their trust in him, especially Tom. Tom felt most acutely that Alan was utterly different from the rumors that circulated. Through Tom's observations, Alan emerged as a benevolent, astute, and remarkably capable leader, not the scoundrel described by the villagers. Under his influence, The other youths naturally developed confidence and respect for Alan. Currently, both the hunting team and the production of crossbows were progressing remarkably well. However, Alan felt a twinge of concern for Shirley. She had been gone for quite some time and had yet to return. Later that afternoon, Shirley returned, bringing with her a most unexpected surprise. Chapter 20. Sisters' Greetings. Your Excellency Alan. It is a pleasure to see you. I am Tana, a close friend of Shirley's, and I hope you do not mind our unannounced visit. Standing before Alan was a serene and gentle elven maiden, possessing a delicate and beautiful face, complemented by the characteristic pointed ears, golden hair, and tall stature that elves are known for. Alan was momentarily captivated, imagining that if this maiden were to appear in the modern world, she would undoubtedly surpass all models worldwide. Furthermore, Tana appeared to be a few years older than Shirley, exuding a sense of maturity and composure, particularly evident in her polite discourse, which felt refreshing. In that moment, Alan perceived not merely an elven beauty before him, but rather an elder sister from his school days who lived next door. It is a pleasure to meet you, and we warmly welcome your presence, Alan responded courteously. Hello. I am Tasha, Tana's sister. It is a pleasure to meet you, another elven maiden, with a shy demeanor, stammered as she spoke. Tasha appeared to be shorter than Sherry, exuding an air of fragility that instinctively evoked a sense of protectiveness. Greetings, and you are most welcome. Alan's initial impression of the two unfamiliar elven maidens was quite favorable, particularly regarding this striking pair of sisters, characterized by their distinct personalities and stark contrasts. It is certain that any man who encounters them would feel an innate fondness. Tana seemed mature and composed, exuding an aura of graceful serenity, while Tasha appeared rather shy and timid, yet she possessed an undeniable charm. Initially, he had merely instructed Sherry to venture into the forest in search of an exceptionally resilient vine, as it was pertinent to his upcoming plans. However, unexpectedly, Sherry returned not only with the desired vine, but also with two companions. Boss, I followed your instructions and found a most suitable vine. I was eager to bring it back, but I had no idea that it was part of a carnivorous plant. Due to my carelessness, I became ensnared and unable to free myself. Fortunately, Tana and Tasha were nearby and came to my rescue. To express my gratitude, I decided to treat them to some delicious jam bread, which is why I brought them along. Sherry explained the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Alan broke into a cold sweat. Although Sherry recounted the event in a calm manner, he could envision the perilous situation she must have faced. Had anything happened to Sherry, he would have forever been plagued by guilt. He cast a grateful glance towards the two sisters, who simultaneously became bashful, turning their heads away, unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, Sherry pulled Alan aside and whispered, Boss, you won't blame me for bringing them back without your approval, will you? Alan shook his head. Of course not. Your friends are my friends. I am not so petty. Moreover, they saved you, which is akin to aiding me. I am truly pleased. Then it's settled. The bread will be unlimited. Sherry exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy. Absolutely, Alan replied, equally delighted. Before long, the bread was served, golden and exuding a rich aroma. Initially, the sisters were quite shy, their longing to indulge evident, yet they hesitated under Alan's watchful gaze. Thankfully, Sherry, with her endearing obliviousness, took 2 pieces of bread, placing one in each of Tana and Tasha's hands. She then seized another for herself, taking a hearty bite, savoring the moment with an expression of sheer bliss. Delicious. As Sherry's expression conveyed the delightful taste, Tana and Tasha recognized that the bread must indeed be exceptional. And feeling quite hungry, they finally shed their reservations. When they took their first bites, their faces illuminated with astonishment and overwhelming happiness. Alan noticed that their eyes sparkled like stars. Since the village had provided more than just apples, Alan had also crafted various flavors of jam from other fruits. Thus, a variety of delectable jam-filled breads emerged, each more enticing than the last. Delightful. Indeed, delightful. The two sisters were swiftly captivated by the allure of the bread. Although they did not indulge as ravenously as Sherry, who stuffed her mouth with both hands, they certainly did not eat slowly. Witnessing their enjoyment, Alan couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming temptation of mere bread. He mused that if he were to create cakes, ice creams, or even strawberry sundaes in the future, these young ladies would surely go wild. After the sisters, Sherry, Tana, and Tasha, had relished a satisfying meal, they appeared by Alan's experimental field. Upon beholding the lush, vibrant wheat swaying in the breeze, Tana and Tasha were utterly astounded. They vowed that it was the most beautiful plant they had ever encountered. Is this the plant capable of producing the delicious bread? They inquired, their curiosity piqued. Alan then revealed to them the wheat seeds and the flour ground from the wheat, explaining that bread is baked from flour. After hearing this, Tana and Tasha were left in a state of disbelief. The revelation was simply extraordinary. They could not help but commend Alan's ingenuity. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking achievement, a remarkable innovation, from the discovery of wheat to the creation of flour, and ultimately the baking of delightful bread. Such feats would be unattainable for an ordinary person. Even the wisest elder of the elven race would struggle to accomplish this. On their journey, they had already heard Sherry speak of Alan's remarkable intellect, and it was the first time they had witnessed her extolling a man so fervently. Initially, they were filled with skepticism. However, upon entering Alan's abode, their first impression was one of wonder. His home, transformed by his ingenuity, bore a resemblance to a world beyond their own. Through Sherry's introductions, they encountered objects such as tables, chairs, wooden beds, and even wardrobes, things they had neither seen nor imagined before. Yet, everything was undeniably real. They were not dreaming. Despite their inability to comprehend how an ordinary human could achieve such feats, they were further intrigued to learn about Alan's intention to compete in a contest. He aimed to slay a mammoth without sustaining a scratch. Their immediate thought was that such a feat was impossible. Even the mightiest warriors of the elven race could not accomplish such a thing unscathed. However, after witnessing Alan's brilliance, they suddenly felt that perhaps this human man was indeed capable of such an extraordinary feat. Moreover, they noticed that Sherry was different from before. She seemed to radiate a newfound joy. "Lord Alan, we wish to stay. If that is permissible," Tana and Tasha declared with earnest resolve. Chapter 21. His delight upon hearing the sisters' words. The three elven maidens, including Sherry, turned their gazes towards Alan, eagerly anticipating his response. Alan was taken aback. He had not expected the sisters to agree to stay so readily. In truth, he felt a surge of elation. This development meant he could forego his plans for persuasion, as he had been contemplating how to convince them to remain. Simply offering jam bread would not suffice. They were not easily swayed like Sherry. Clearly, a more reliable approach was necessary. Yet, to his astonishment, the sisters had voluntarily expressed their desire to stay. Surely, he could not be mistaken. Alan discreetly pinched himself. Pain confirmed it was no dream. Otherwise, he would have thought he had misheard, that it was all a figment of his imagination. Ever since discovering that elves possessed a certain innate magic, and witnessing the immense benefits Sherry's abilities had brought to his agricultural endeavors, he had been secretly contemplating whether to recruit more elves. However, he had refrained from acting on this plan, as Sherry was truly unique. He did not assume that all elves would be inclined to engage with humans. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Sherry who had delivered such a delightful surprise. At this moment, Alan was overwhelmed with excitement. However, as a leader, he wished to maintain composure in front of the three maidens. "Lord Alan, have we made a request that is too much to ask?" Tana said, her expression full of grievance. Even Tasha looked at Alan with a similar sense of dismay, as if she might burst into tears at the slightest refusal. Alan did not wish to cause distress to the sisters. "As I understand, elves are typically averse to humans. Are you truly prepared to engage with us, as friends of Sherry?" This question would test whether the sisters were genuinely ready or merely caught up in the moment. Although he was pleased by their willingness to stay, he could not ignore the potential risks of leaving two uncertain individuals in the village. Such a decision could prove detrimental to his future agricultural ambitions, which he envisioned expanding across the world. As elves played a crucial role in his plans, he could not afford to retain those whose commitment wavered. "Of course we are ready. In fact, we have never shunned humans. On the contrary, we are eager to coexist harmoniously with all beings," the sisters replied with surprising clarity. Alan had not anticipated such forthrightness, and their response struck a familiar chord within him, though he could not quite place where he had heard it before. Certainly, there is a matter at hand. While the prospect of remaining is not entirely off the table, I must inquire what assistance you might offer me. What tangible benefits would I derive from this arrangement? Sherry's enchantment facilitates the rapid growth of wheat, and she occupies an indispensable role in my agricultural endeavors, both presently and in the future. Ladies, might I ask what attributes you possess that could rival Sherry's capabilities? Although Lord Alan's words bore the semblance of a cold transaction, Sherry remained unperturbed, comprehending and supporting his stance. "My lord, we hold a profound admiration for the term magic. It is indeed a department. Your wisdom is commendable. If Sherry's magic holds such significance for you, then I must suggest that perhaps witnessing our magical prowess before making a decision would be prudent. What do you say?" Tana's unexpected remark revealed her astuteness to Alan, who also noted that her sister, Tasha, was eager to demonstrate their abilities. He mused that indeed, the sisters from this other world were not to be underestimated. Curiosity piqued. Alan invited them to showcase their magic. After his departure, Tana exhaled deeply, clutching her impressive chest, her expression one of relief. That was terrifying. I feared Lord Alan would refuse us. Tasha, biting her lip, chimed in, Sister, I cannot fathom the prospect of not having jam on my bread in the future. It might drive me to madness. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Thankfully, Lord Alan ultimately decided to allow us to prove our worth, Tana replied, embracing Tasha. It seemed their previous sweet words had been merely a means to an end, driven by their desire for sustenance. One could only wonder how Alan would react upon discovering that the sisters' desires could be so easily satisfied with bread. Enough of your worries. You have all been deceived. Sherry interjected from the side. Tana and Tasha turned to her, bewildered, hardly believing that Sherry would speak ill of Alan after his departure. What do you mean? Lord Alan deceived us. That cannot be true, Sherry. Surely, you jest. Are you coveting the delectable bread for yourself? Sherry, with a bemused expression, suddenly found her friends somewhat foolish. They seemed to fit the mold of individuals who, even when sold out, would assist in counting the profits. Sensing Sherry's derision, the sisters exchanged glances and then converged on her, one tickling from the front and the other from behind. Sherry erupted into uncontrollable laughter. I surrender. I yield. Ha ha ha. I will tell you everything. Tana and Tasha, hands on their hips and adopting an evaluative stance, demanded, speak quickly or face dire consequences. Shirley spoke up. You all have no idea. He is so duplicitous. The more he likes someone, the more he feigns indifference, as if this would imbue him with authority. The reason I say you've all been deceived is that you don't realize how elated he was to hear that you wish to stay. Tana and Tasha looked at Shirley in confusion. Shirley, how can you be so certain? On what grounds do you believe your assertion to be correct? Shirley grinned with pride. Well, every time he is happy, he can't help but gently tap his left foot to the ground, and it has a rhythm, almost as if he were singing. Suddenly, she noticed that Tana and Tasha were staring at her with wide eyes, making her feel quite uncomfortable. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Shirley asked, touching her delicate features. Tana and Tasha exchanged glances. The elder sister spoke. Shirley, when did you become so observant? And why are you so concerned about a human? Do you watch him constantly? Yes, Shirley. I recall you being rather careless. Back in the clan, you often made mistakes due to your inattention and were scolded by the elders, Tasha added, nodding. Upon hearing this, Shirley's face flushed, and she lowered her head, biting her lip, suddenly realizing something significant. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. I don't know anything. She covered her face with her hands and quickly ran away, leaving her sisters with knowing expressions. Chapter 22. Strategic value. Alan needed to ascertain the types of magic possessed by the sisters, Tana and Tasha. However, there was no need for the extensive testing of Shirley's magical abilities as before. For one, it was unnecessary. Thanks to Shirley's magic, Alan's agricultural endeavors were already secure. Moreover, there was no time to spare. The wager with Joseph remained unfulfilled until the new hunting party and the crossbow components were fully constructed. He had no inclination to address anything else. As autumn approached, although he could ensure that no one would starve during the winter, in just a few days, the window for planting wheat would close. He would need the villagers to cultivate the fields themselves, which would consume additional time. Thus, the successful maturation of next year's wheat had become a challenge. Therefore, Alan only required the sisters to showcase their magic briefly. Tana, as the elder sister, decided to demonstrate first. You needn't be nervous. This is not a test. Just relax, Alan reassured her, noticing her anxiety. Very well, Your Excellency, Tana replied. Taking a deep breath, she then extended her long, snow-white arm, revealing a pair of exquisite, fair hands. It was the first time Alan had seen a girl's hands so beautifully delicate, as he admired them. Suddenly Tana's snow-white palms suddenly released a water sphere the size of a balloon, startling Alan. He was utterly unprepared for this. Though his surprise was far greater than any apprehension, he had anticipated a gentle magic akin to Sherry's. Instantly, a word sprang to his mind, irrigation. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Tana's magic resembled a humanoid, self-propelled sprinkler. Should a drought beset them in the future, Tana's magic would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset, much like Sherry's. Clapping his hands together in delight, Alan suppressed his inner joy and excitement, smiling at Tana as he congratulated her. Congratulations, Miss Tana. Would you be willing to accept my offer? Upon hearing this, Tana's face lit up with happiness, and she dissipated the water sphere, responding cheerfully, I would be honored, Lord Alan. At that moment, Sherry rushed over to embrace Tana, exclaiming joyfully, Congratulations, Tana. From now on, we are colleagues. However, it was evident that Tana was not yet as adept as Sherry in embracing and applying modern knowledge. Yet, Alan believed that in due time, she would reach Sherry's level of proficiency. Next came Tasha, who remained shy and appeared somewhat less confident. "You've got this, Tasha," Tana encouraged from the sidelines. "Don't worry. You can do it," Sherry chimed in with encouragement as well. Despite their support, Tasha faltered. She extended her equally beautiful, snow-white arms, but nothing happened. No magic manifested. Anxiety washed over her. Sensing Tasha's distress, Alan furrowed his brow and gently reassured her. "Tasha, relax. Don't force yourself, it's all right. If it doesn't work this time, we can always try again later." He recognized that Tasha's pressure stemmed from her sister's impressive performance, which had inadvertently placed a burden upon her. At that moment, the best course of action was to redirect her focus. Indeed, Tasha's emotions began to stabilize slightly, although her face flushed crimson, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Witnessing her distress, both Tana and Sherry felt at a loss. It was important to note that while Tasha often exhibited shyness, she had never been this affected before. "Lord Alan, perhaps we should postpone the test until tomorrow," Tana implored, genuinely concerned for her sister's well-being. "Boss, Tasha seems to be struggling. Maybe we should call it a day," Sherry added, worry etched on her face. Tasha was her closest friend, and she wished for nothing more than for her to be safe. Alan took a moment to compose himself. At this juncture, maintaining his calm was paramount. Deep breaths. He had initially thought that Tasha's struggle was purely due to pressure. However, as he regained his composure, he began to suspect there might be other underlying causes. He approached Tana and quietly posed several questions. After the inquiry, Tana and Sherry gazed at him, their faces brimming with anticipation, as if they believed that Alan was capable of anything. Being so earnestly sought after by two enchanting elven maidens filled Alan's heart with a modest sense of satisfaction. It was then that he finally conceived a solution. Alan cast a reassuring glance towards Tana and Sherry before gently addressing Tasha. "Do you feel that your magic is ineffectual against me, leading you to believe I would dismiss you?" Tasha bit her lip and nodded heavily. Alan internally mused that she was yet another foolish girl, albeit a charming one. Now he needed to guide Tasha in rediscovering her confidence. "Tasha, listen to me. Close your eyes and clear your mind." Obeying his words, Tasha slowly shut her eyes. "Is your magic capable of communicating with birds?" Tasha nodded. "Your sister informed me that your magic can communicate with larger avian creatures, assisting you in combat against foes. Am I correct?" Tasha nodded again, but this time, her voice quivered as she said, "But that won't be of any help to Lord Alan." Alan felt a warm surge of emotion within him. Touched by the kindness of this elven maiden, he knew he could not remain unresponsive to her goodwill. "Listen well, Tasha, in truth, your magic is just as indispensable to me as your sister's. I speak plainly, for upon learning of your abilities, I envisioned many possibilities." Tasha suddenly opened her eyes, uncertainty flickering within them. "Lord Alan, is that true? Can my magic truly assist you?" "Indeed, I am not deceiving you. Nor is there any reason for me to do so. Your magic can indeed provide substantial aid. For instance, your ability to communicate with birds can assist in pest control for plants, and even in locating various fruits. Moreover, and most crucially, your magic possesses strategic value for me. You could enable birds to survey distant enemies from the sky, akin to a telescope. In essence, you need only grasp how remarkable your abilities are. Do you understand?" Alan felt that if Tasha did not comprehend after such an explanation, it would be truly disheartening. Fortunately, matters did not spiral into negativity. Tasha finally relaxed under Alan's sincere elucidation. "Thank you, Lord Alan, for allowing me to remain. I promise I will not disappoint you," Tasha exclaimed, her tears giving way to a smile. Alan wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that each of them certainly kept him on his toes. Chapter 23. To death. When Rook reported that he had completed the assembly of all the crossbow components, Alan felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Especially upon seeing the finished product, Alan was immensely relieved that Rook was one of his subordinates. Rook's talent needed no further elaboration. When Alan first encountered Rook, to speak candidly, Alan harbored little fondness for Luke. In fact, he felt quite irate due to the latter's arrogance. Although Alan comprehended the origins of Luke's haughtiness, he found it intolerable that Luke looked down upon everyone, forgetting his own identity. Such behavior was unforgivable. Thus, in an attempt to enlighten the narrow-minded Luke about the vastness of the world beyond his limited perspective and to subtly showcase his superiority, Alan left behind an intricate design resembling a watermill. It was a means to temper Luke's overweening pride. After all, was he not arrogant? Did he not consider himself indispensable to the village's functioning? Fortunately, Luke soon recognized his own superficiality and ignorance, ultimately becoming Alan's most devoted follower. From Alan, Luke absorbed numerous advanced design principles and methodologies. The construction of the crossbow, a weapon of considerable complexity, posed little challenge for Luke at that time. Esteemed Lord Alan, I shall not disappoint your expectations. All the components are here. May I proceed with the assembly? Luke exclaimed, brimming with excitement, particularly upon seeing the parts he had painstakingly crafted, akin to gazing upon his own progeny. In the massive warehouse behind Alan's abode, Luke commenced the assembly of the crossbow. Entirely alone. After all, the crossbow was a closely guarded secret weapon for Alan. Even though Luke's 3 apprentices had perused the design schematics left by Alan, the complete fabrication of these components was virtually impossible without the application of modern knowledge, such as the calculations of equations and the precision of arcs. Additionally, specialized contemporary tools were required, which only Luke, as Alan's disciple, could adeptly wield. Furthermore, he would not impart any knowledge acquired from Alan to his apprentices without prior permission. The entire process spanned approximately 3 hours, during which Alan assisted by handing over components, yet the true assembly was left to the expertise of Luke. The most perilous and critical stages involved stringing the bow. In contrast to the regular usage of larger strings, the bowstring was crafted from dozens of original strands twisted together, achieving the requisite elasticity and resilience for the crossbow. When the 2-bow crossbow lay before him, Alan could scarcely believe his eyes, elated and relieved. Despite appearing composed on the surface, he had been deeply concerned for days. Thankfully, the outcome proved favorable. He had succeeded in bringing the 2-bow crossbow into existence. With these 2 crossbows at his disposal, he felt confident in his ability to vanquish a woolly mammoth unscathed. This is the power of knowledge, the first stride of human civilization. In fact, it commenced with humanity's ability to forge tools. The advent of the crossbow undoubtedly served as a significant catalyst for the advancement of future civilizations. However, Alan's current focus lies elsewhere. He is solely intent on winning this wager, proving his worth, and winning the hearts of the villagers. The cultivation of agricultural prosperity is his paramount concern. My esteemed Lord Alan, I have a request, Rook exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. What request do you have? Speak freely, as long as it is reasonable. You have achieved great merit this time, and I shall reward you generously. Alan observed Rook with satisfaction as he bent his upper body in deference. Respected Lord Alan, I seek no reward. For me, receiving your guidance is already a source of great contentment. It is you who has revealed to me the vastness of the world, the grandeur of the universe, and the boundless nature of knowledge. I shall devote my life to pursuing the truths of this world, Rook professed earnestly. Alan regarded Rook with a sense of admiration. Rook had transformed. He was no longer the arrogant individual he once was. Instead, he now exhibited humility and an eagerness to learn, reminiscent of a devoted scholar. What is your request? Alan inquired. I wish to participate in the upcoming test launch. Rook replied, as if it were a matter of great significance. Upon realizing this, Alan readily acquiesced. Very well, let it be this afternoon. Tom and the others had already been training on the grounds for 3 days, adhering strictly to Alan's instructions. Each morning, they rose at dawn to run 10 laps around the field. Subsequently, they engaged in physical training, which included push-ups, sit-ups, tug-of-war, crawling in the mud, and marching with weights. They did so without complaint. After all, Alan had truly honored his promises. Their 3 meals a day consisted of varying flavors of jam on bread, and they were plentiful. For these orphans, who often went hungry and had no stable meals, this was akin to a divine blessing. They were not only grateful to Alan, but, over the course of a few days, also forged deeper bonds of camaraderie among themselves. It must be said that Alan's training methods proved exceedingly effective. Now, they needed merely a glance to understand each other's intentions. Moreover, their shift in attitude towards Alan was the most remarkable transformation of all. Initially motivated solely by the need for sustenance, they had even prepared themselves for the possibility of death, for it was widely known that such was the fate awaiting them. To claim that they bore no resentment towards Alan would be insincere. They had cried in secret during the night. They were still young and did not wish to die. Yet, the words Alan spoke in the face of the villagers' mockery had etched themselves deeply into their hearts. Unwilling to accept defeat, they resolved to prove themselves. It was this very sentiment that transformed their perception of Alan entirely. As time passed, their hearts harbored no lingering grievances. Tom, it's about time, I assented. Everyone turned their gaze toward Tom, the cornerstone of their group. Indeed, I am prepared. What about you? Tom replied. In that moment, they felt that dying for Alan would be a worthy endeavor. Tom, follow me, Claven suddenly instructed them on that fateful day. Claven's demeanor was inscrutable, devoid of any discernible emotion. This was perhaps for the best, as it alleviated the burdens from their hearts, Tom mused. They followed Claven out of the village, each of them standing tall, fully aware they were marching toward death. Yet, they aspired to meet their end with dignity, to render those who looked down upon them regretful. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they beheld Alan, Luke, and several exquisitely beautiful girls. Oh, heavens! They were elves. Tom and his companions were taken aback. It was their first encounter with such beings. However, their attention was soon drawn to a menacing object they had never seen before. Positioned beside Alan. "Tom, come here quickly. I will now teach you how to operate this crossbow," Alan said with a gentle smile. Chapter 24. Trial shots. The operation of the crossbow was remarkably straightforward. Simply draw the string, place the bolt, aim, and release. Yet, as this was a weapon far more advanced than anything mankind had conceived in their world, Tom and his friends needed time to familiarize themselves before practicing proficiently. Alan did not provide them with traditional bows and arrows, as the bolts required specialized tips that Luke was still crafting. It was anticipated that the arrowheads would be ready in 2 days. During this interim, Tom was to grasp the principles of the crossbow's operation. These young boys had mentally prepared themselves for death. Thus they followed Alan's instructions without hesitation. Whatever Alan commanded, they would execute without complaint, even if it meant facing death. This was not the result of military discipline. Initially, when Alan contemplated forming a new hunting party, he considered implementing militaristic management as seen in the future. However, he later deemed it unnecessary. Firstly, this hunting party was intended to be temporary. Secondly, they were not engaged in warfare, and there was no need for such seriousness. Presently, his village remained peaceful, with neither formidable foes invading nor any latent enemies lurking. This tranquility afforded Alan the opportunity to focus wholeheartedly on agricultural development. It was the first time Tom and his companions encountered a crossbow. Their curiosity was palpable. It was akin to witnessing a rare and exquisite toy. One cannot deny that for men, romance often lies in aircraft and artillery, and of course, the crossbow is included among these marvels. Thus, even without the arrow fitted, Tom and his companions exhibited boundless enthusiasm. Subsequently, Alan began to instruct them meticulously on the operation of the crossbow. The principles seemed remarkably straightforward, akin to the bows and arrows they were accustomed to. However, this particular crossbow relied on the torsional strength generated between 2 bowstrings, rendering the strings considerably more elastic. Once the arrow was launched, its power would increase exponentially. In this manner, Tom and his companions, along with Claven, Sherry, Tana, and Tasha, were utterly captivated. Excluding Sherry, Claven, Tana, and Tasha gazed at Alan with profound admiration and fervor. Sherry, accustomed to Alan's brilliance, was not particularly astonished by the invention of the crossbow. Claven and the sisters, however, were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Particularly Tana and Tasha, despite having merely heard the principle, could easily envision the immense destructive potential if the crossbow were transformed into a larger bow. It was almost beyond comprehension, and even more unfathomable was how Alan conceived such an idea. In this world, bows and arrows were merely commonplace hunting tools. Yet Alan was able to extrapolate their principles into something extraordinary, an endeavor unimaginable to the ordinary mind. The 2 sisters were profoundly shaken, even contemplating that perhaps the wisest elder of the elven race could not match Alan's intellect. "Sherry, how could Lord Alan possess such extraordinary wisdom?" they asked with curiosity, pulling Sherry closer. In truth, this inquiry required no answer. Although Sherry appeared adorably naive, she was far from foolish and recognized that the sisters were indeed awestruck by Alan's brilliance. It is only natural for one to be astonished upon encountering such a remarkable intellect. The pride she felt in having such a brilliant master was immense. Thus, this lovely and endearingly naive elven maiden boasted, "What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. You cannot fathom the extent of his intellect. I believe even the savants among our kind could not compare. Not to mention, he revealed to me that the world we inhabit is, in fact, a sphere. If I were to walk in one direction indefinitely, upon reaching the end, I would return to my starting point. Who could possibly know such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Tana and Tasha were left utterly bewildered. They were utterly unable to comprehend and accept that the place they called home was, in fact, a sphere. It was not so much a matter of genuine disbelief, but rather that they were provoked by Shelley's smug demeanor. At that moment, the 2 sisters felt woefully uninformed in comparison to Shelley. It was worth noting that Shelley was notorious within their clan for her laziness and idleness. Yet, astonishingly, she seemed to possess greater knowledge than they did. Goodness, how utterly insane. They now recognized the gravity of the situation and the individual responsible for transforming Shelley. A fierce determination ignited within the sisters, They refused to be surpassed by Shelley. In unison, they turned their gazes toward Alan. Unbeknownst to anyone, they had silently resolved to learn from him as well. Tom and his companions were quick learners with commendable memories. Consequently, they retained nearly everything Alan explained regarding the operation and precautions of the crossbow after just a single hearing. This alleviated the need for Alan to elaborate further, a fact for which he was quite grateful. Clearly, Tom and the others held a deep affection for the crossbow, which fueled their eagerness to learn. However, they encountered a perplexing dilemma. The 13 boys were unable to fully draw the bowstring together. Alan observed as Tom and his friends exerted all their strength. Yet their bodies were, paradoxically, being drawn back by the bowstring. This was rather awkward. Alan had no choice but to join in. Coincidentally, his participation brought the number of participants to a perfect count. Initially, Alan had no intention of stepping in, but now he found himself compelled to pull the bowstring alongside Tom and the others. "Lord Alan, perhaps I should take over," Clavin suggested, concerned for Alan's well-being upon hearing his decision to personally participate. Even Shelley stepped forward to dissuade him. Yet, Alan waved his hand dismissively, assuring them not to worry about him. After all, this was his wager, and accomplishing it himself would yield better results. Tom and his companions did not dwell on the matter. They merely saw in Alan someone willing to act alongside them. That alone warmed their hearts. They vowed not to disappoint him, fully aware that Alan did not intend to lead them to their doom. At this juncture, if Clavin had previously held the utmost loyalty to Alan, he now found himself relegated to a secondary position. Alan did not consciously strive to achieve anything. He acted according to his own convictions, yet in doing so, he garnered 13 of the most devoted followers. A day later, Luke crafted the arrowheads. But due to the elevated standards required for this particular project, he opted for the hardest stone, resulting in just 2 meticulously fashioned arrowheads. In this era, expectations must be tempered. Therefore, Alan felt that merely achieving this was already a remarkable accomplishment. It aligned perfectly with his inner aspirations, and indeed, Luke had exceeded expectations in fulfilling the task. That afternoon, Tom and his companions stood beside the crossbow, with an arrow poised and ready. This marked the inaugural test of the bed crossbow, and as such, Tom and his group appeared exceedingly anxious. Alan, too, was not in a much better state. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals drew the bowstring, aiming at a robust tree trunk, and with a swift whoosh, the bolt rapidly departed from the crossbow. With a resounding crash, the thick trunk, situated 15 meters away, was pierced and severed in 2 by the bolt, which fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Chapter 25. The beast trap. Witnessing the tree trunk, thicker than Clavin's waist, being pierced and bisected by the bolt left the onlookers utterly astonished. Each person's expression was one of bewilderment, followed by an eerie silence. The result before them was profoundly shocking. Even Alan, though aware of the theoretical power of the double-bow crossbow, found himself staggered by the reality of its might. Despite his mental preparation, the impact was overwhelming. At that moment, Alan observed everyone fixated on the fallen, unfortunate tree. He noticed Tom and the other youths, their mouths agape, their faces a canvas of astonishment and delight. In their eyes, he perceived a profound sense of anticipation. They had undoubtedly fallen in love with this exhilarating sensation. Turning his gaze to Clavin, he noted the pallor of fear on his face, as he contemplated the catastrophic consequences if such a weapon were employed against a human target. Clavin's legs trembled visibly. Alan then looked toward Sherry, who seemed to sense his attention and turned to meet his gaze. Her expression mirrored shock, yet it was predominantly one of joy, for this signified that Alan had succeeded. There was no longer any doubt that his weapon could indeed fell a woolly mammoth. Sherry then bestowed upon him a captivating smile. If a breeze had rustled through her long hair at that moment, Alan would have deemed it a scene from a fairy tale. He felt an overwhelming sense of trust emanating from Sherry, which warmed his heart, prompting him to smile in return. Next, he glanced at the sisters Tana and Tasha, who were utterly mesmerized. Clearly, the destructive power of the crossbow surpassed their comprehension and imagination of the world. They had previously considered their own magical abilities to be remarkable, yet only now did they realize that Sherry was indeed correct. Alan was exceptionally clever. This singular invention had the potential to alter the course of warfare. It was important to note that the elven race was currently embroiled in a conflict, albeit they were not in immediate need of her assistance. However, according to the elders, the situation is rather grim. The enemy is formidable. Yet, upon witnessing the might of the crossbow, a thought echoed in the hearts of Tana and Tasha. Perhaps Alan could save the elves, provided that he was willing to support and assist them. Alan remained oblivious to Tana and Tasha's true intentions, and even if he were aware, he would not respond immediately. After all, He bore no responsibility or obligation in that regard. Satisfied with the expressions of those around him, Alan clapped his hands twice to retrieve the crossbow bolts. At that moment, Tom and the others dashed forward, brimming with excitement. The power of Alan's weapon was undeniably remarkable. They could envision that, when facing a woolly mammoth, the crossbow would require only a handful of strong individuals to draw the string, aim at the creature's most vulnerable spot, and release the bolt. In their exhilaration, they nearly jostled one another to collect the bolts. Alan glanced at Clavin, who, despite his pale complexion, bowed respectfully, saying, "My Lord Alan, congratulations. You've certainly won this wager." The first test shot was a resounding success. Alan recognized that all of this was due to Shirley's efforts. After all, the inclusion of resilient vines in the bowstring's construction had greatly enhanced its elasticity, surpassing even that of future designs. This was the direct reason it could pierce through wood. 15 meters was the limit. Beyond that, accuracy would falter. Alan sighed inwardly, aware that, due to the haste of the situation, it was not yet in its optimal state. The effective range of the two crossbows was approximately 200 to 300 meters. However, for novices like Tom and his companions, accurately hitting a target beyond 200 meters was beyond their capabilities, as it required an understanding of geometry. If Tom and his friends could master geometry, they would become sharpshooters. Yet, time was of the essence. Alan wished he could slowly impart knowledge of geometry and physics to them. Nevertheless, he felt reassured that once wheat was cultivated throughout the village, he would promptly establish a school to share all his knowledge from the future. 15 meters was currently the extent of Tom and his companions' abilities. Yet, they faced another challenge. The woolly mammoth was, after all, a living creature, a so-called moving target. Even in the future, hitting a moving target would be nearly impossible without a guidance system, making it difficult to rely solely on human strength. Alan had naturally considered this issue from the outset and had already devised a solution. Henceforth, Tom and his companions endeavored to operate the crossbow with utmost diligence, aiming to hit their targets. The afternoon's training concluded reluctantly, as they had developed a genuine fondness for the crossbow and were fervently engaged in practice. Each successful hit prompted jubilant cheers from them. However, Alan had to consider their stamina. Operating the crossbow was indeed physically demanding, necessitating appropriate rest. The following morning, after completing their long run, Tom and his friends arrived at the practice range with great enthusiasm, only to be astonished to find the crossbow missing. A wave of anxiety washed over them, and their first thought was that someone had stolen it. "We must inform Lord Alan. We cannot let that thief escape." Just as Tom and his companions, filled with fervor, prepared to set out in search of the crossbow, Alan appeared. "Lord Alan, the crossbow is missing. It must have been stolen. Let us search for it. Rest assured, we will retrieve it." "Silence! Silence! Allow me to speak," Alan urged, calming their agitation. He continued, "The crossbow has not been lost. I had it moved." Upon hearing this, Tom and his friends were taken aback, gazing at Alan in confusion. "Lord Alan, have we not performed adequately? If there were any shortcomings, we would surely rectify them," they exclaimed, their anxiety resurfacing. They feared their performance might not meet Alan's expectations, which could lead them back to their previous state. They had only recently begun to relish the warmth of respect and were unwilling to return to their former dark existence. Sensing the sensitivity of these youths, Alan hastily clarified, "Do not overthink. It is not your fault, but rather, I am about to present you with a new weapon." He raised a slender rod, explaining, "Bring it forth." Before long, Clavin dragged a pitch-black net before Tom and his companions and laid it on the ground. "I know you are curious. This is a capture net, specifically designed to ensnare woolly mammoths. I need you to master its use in the shortest time possible. For the ability to ensnare a woolly mammoth on the battlefield is the key to victory." Upon concluding his remarks, Alan pointed to a circular mark drawn on a nearby tree trunk, instructing, "Each of you shall practice hitting this mark 100 times. Chapter 26. The crossbow's development and trial have been shrouded in secrecy. The black vines, which Sherry retrieved from deep within the forest to weave this capture net, will play a crucial role. Days later, Tom and his friends had become adept at accurately ensnaring any target with the capture net. This was not due to innate talent, but rather their immense effort and unwavering focus. Just as previously stated, they have placed their unwavering trust in Alan, and without the slightest hesitation, they comply with his every command. Yet, even 100 repetitions of practice prove insufficient. Tom and his companions, after completing their 100 exercises during the day, continue to toil through the night. Alan is exceedingly frustrated by this, for the lack of adequate rest imposes a considerable strain on their bodies. However, even when Tom and the others heed Alan's directives and lie in bed, their minds wander to visions of practice. As days turn into weeks, the wager Alan made with Joseph lacks a definitive timeline. Thus, if he so desires, he could fulfill this bet next year or even a decade hence. Naturally, this would only heighten the villagers' disdain for him. Yet what of it? As long as the villagers do not alter their perceptions of him, Alan shall forever remain a despicable scoundrel in their eyes. Upon his arrival in this world, Alan himself was taken aback by the misdeeds of his predecessor. Essentially, apart from surreptitiously observing women bathing, he committed nearly every conceivable wrongdoing. It is no wonder the villagers harbor such fear and loathing towards him. He truly is a contemptible rogue. At this moment, Alan sits before a table adorned with a pristine sheet of paper. A novel invention in this world, one that he himself has crafted. He has grown weary of the days spent scribbling on the ground, and is also less than fond of the pungent odor of animal hides. This realm lacks seasonings, and the villagers' meat is merely roasted, devoid of the rich aroma one would expect. Alan yearns for flavorful meat, yet he finds himself ensnared in this predicament. If he could, he would dispatch individuals to explore this world, for he refuses to believe that it lacks naturally occurring seasonings like scallions, garlic, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. Of course, salt is also essential, requiring salt mines, and proximity to the sea would be most advantageous. However, he is acutely aware that he dwells in an inland region. This realization weighs heavily on him, for this world is only marginally more advanced than what one might consider a primitive existence. At times, this leaves him feeling utterly powerless. Yet, life must persist, and Alan must endure. He now possesses the means to transform this world, so he shall advance according to his own plans. Nonetheless, it is imperative to first resolve the immediate wager. Is this what you refer to as the kind of soft paper on which one can write? Exclaimed Sherry, Tana, and Tasha, as they gazed in awe at the white paper on the table. As I caressed the pristine white paper, I felt an exquisite softness and smoothness that was unparalleled. It was remarkably lightweight and easy to handle. It was truly unfathomable to think that such a splendid creation could arise from the realm of plants. Once again, the three young ladies found themselves deeply impressed by Alan's intelligence and ingenuity. Meanwhile, Cleven had witnessed the entire process of paper's creation, from inception to completion. Though it may seem like just a piece of paper, Cleven had grown accustomed to it. He believed Alan to be the most brilliant individual in the world. After witnessing one magnificent invention after another, Cleven felt a sense of fortune. The ignorant villagers were truly unfortunate. To witness His Excellency Alan bring forth such groundbreaking creations was a matter of great honor. Your Excellency Alan, he exclaimed, as you previously stated, it is merely a matter of grinding wheat straw into pulp and then spreading it out to dry, resulting in this remarkable invention known as paper. This is indeed of monumental historical significance. I am profoundly in awe of your intellect. Please accept my humble reverence. With that, Cleven knelt before him. Alan, however, chose to disregard Cleven, uninterested in engaging in conversation. Once wheat becomes more widely cultivated, we shall be able to produce paper on a grand scale, allowing everyone to have access to it. This was no mere platitude. Alan was confident that it would soon become a reality. A few days later, Alan had a written note delivered to Joseph through Tom. Upon Tom's arrival before Joseph and the others, he was once again met with ridicule, for he was seen as the cast-off from their ranks. Of course, they did not deny that like attracts like. That young man Alan was also deemed a complete failure, albeit slightly more fortunate, as he was destined to be a village chief from birth. Joseph stood before a few youthful and beautiful maidens, genuinely seeking a suitable wife for Alan, confident that Alan would lose this wager. This was hardly surprising, for it was the truth. Everyone leave, Joseph commanded as he saw Tom enter, ushering the maidens out. His expression was one of discontent, for none of these women met his standards. They were either too slender or unattractively plain, lacking any fullness. How could one conceive quickly without a robust figure, to bear a little village chief for Alan? Joseph's wife was evidently more qualified than any of these maidens, possessing a tall and voluptuous stature, capable of lifting Joseph effortlessly. Alas, Ida was one of a kind. In this world, no one was as beautiful as Ida. At this point, Joseph resigned himself to settling for any passable candidate to send to Alan for marriage. He then turned his gaze to Tom, not recalling him, but recognizing whom he represented. Lord Alan, allow me to present this to you. Tom stepped forward and handed a sheet of white paper to Joseph. Upon catching sight of the pristine paper, Joseph's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he was unfamiliar with its origin, he was irresistibly drawn to it. Its texture was gentle and smooth to the touch, leading him to wonder if it might have been crafted from the clouds above. The writing upon it was inscribed with a red ink derived from crushed plants. Surrender and admit defeat. It proclaimed in an entirely unfamiliar script, Chinese characters. Yet, this world was devoid of any written language. Not even symbols or totems existed. What is depicted on this paper? Joseph, momentarily setting aside his fascination for the sheet, inquired coldly. Tom recited the words inscribed upon it. Joseph's countenance darkened with fury, and he immediately gestured for several individuals to advance, prepared to seize Tom. However, he quickly waved them off. At that moment, Joseph's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation, as he noted Tom's apparent lack of fear. Even when his subordinates moved to apprehend him, there was no trace of trepidation in Tom's demeanor, which piqued Joseph's interest further. Yet, an even more pressing question loomed in his mind. You claim that what is depicted here is what you just spoke? Indeed. This is a pattern invented by Lord Allen for recording and communication, which he refers to as writing. Joseph was astounded upon hearing this revelation. That good-for-nothing Allen has actually invented writing? How could this be possible? Chapter 27. Departure. Lord Allen has stated that 3 days hence, a wager will take place in the plains outside, Tom monotonously reiterated. I shall await the spectacle. Now, begone, Joseph replied, his voice laced with disdain at Tom's disrespect. Tom turned to leave, exhibiting no fear in the face of Joseph's menacing glares. Joseph gazed at the paper in his hand, lost in contemplation. Allen had indeed invented writing. Alas, this world had once borne the fruits of literacy, yet its desolation had stifled its potential. Were it not for the barrenness of their land, it could have flourished into a thriving city-state. Joseph spoke of a city-state. Heavens, this world has long been home to city-states. Should Allen become aware of this, one could only imagine his astonishment. Yet, one thing was certain. It would shatter his previous understanding of this world. News of Allen's impending wager in 3 days swiftly spread throughout the village. Initially, the townsfolk were taken aback, based on their knowledge of Allen. It seemed entirely plausible he might rescind or delay the wager for years. Such a scenario was well within the realm of possibility according to their understanding of him. However, as events unfolded, it appeared that he was indeed committed to fulfilling the wager. Compassion began to swell for the new hunting party, for they had made their decision. Such a scoundrel as Allen. He would never personally take the field. He would undoubtedly send those unfortunate youths to their demise. This was something everyone was aware of from the very beginning. There was no doubt regarding the outcome. 3 days hence, Allen was destined to fail. The villagers' words reached Claven's ears, who then relayed them to Allen. My Lord Allen, I wonder how these people will react when they witness you fulfilling the wager. I am eager to see their expressions. In recent days, Claven had also become less favored in the village. Thus, if his most detested individual was Luke, the second most loathed would be these villagers. Claven, adjust your demeanor. Despite their ignorance, they are not malevolent. With proper guidance, they too can become remarkable. I hope you understand this, Allen reminded him. Upon finishing his words, Sherry gazed at Allen's profile, her eyes filled with admiration. Allen was indeed compassionate. He was a commendable leader. Please accept my apologies, Lord Allen. I did not mean any harm. Claven offered an explanation. I accept your apology. But let this not be a precedent, Allen replied. In the chamber, soon only Allen and Sherry remained. Sherry sat down opposite Allen. Boss, do you truly not require our assistance? Allen was aware of Sherry, Tana, and Tasha's eagerness to help. After all, they would be facing a woolly mammoth. Relying solely on Tom and his band of youths was far from reassuring. Furthermore, Allen would also need to take the field himself, operating the crossbow alongside those young ones. As the leader of this village and their employer, any unforeseen mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences. Sensing Sherry's anxiety and agitation, Allen suddenly reached out his right hand and patted her head, smiling. Rest assured, I have faith in myself and in Tom and the others. In the dormitory designated for Tom and his companions, 13 youths enjoyed a day off. Allen had imparted the meaning of a holiday to them. However, including Tom, none truly wished for a break, for they had come to feel the warmth of being needed here. They had even grown accustomed to rising early each day to run and train, awaiting Allen's directives. At that moment, Tom and the others lay on their wooden beds, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Tom, I am somewhat worried. I fear I may falter, one youth expressed his concern. The others also harbored various apprehensions, not out of nervousness, but from a fervent desire to execute Allen's assigned tasks flawlessly, even in the face of a woolly mammoth. Yet it was precisely this mindset that consumed them. They felt an immense weight of pressure, despite being mere teenagers. If this pressure remains unrelieved, issues are bound to arise. Do not utter such words, Tom admonished. Lord Allen believes in us, which is precisely why he stands by our side. We cannot betray the trust he has placed in us. I have faith in Lord Allen. Therefore, anyone lacking confidence should withdraw immediately. My team does not require the presence of cowards. Tom's words were rather harsh, a departure from his usual tone with his companions. Several youths lowered their heads, not out of disbelief in Alan, but rather a shared understanding that they must focus solely on accomplishing the tasks assigned by Lord Alan, be it slaying a mammoth or any other challenge. Tom, too, felt a twinge of anxiety and concern within, yet as the leader of this group, he had to set an example. Furthermore, he did not wish to disappoint Alan. Tom, we believe in Alan, and we believe in you too, came the response. Indeed, we shall splendidly fulfill Lord Alan's wager. The spirits of the youths were instantly rejuvenated. Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then he reclined on his bed, beginning to simulate the tactics Alan had instructed. The 3 days passed swiftly. On this day, all eyes were fixed upon Alan and his team at the clandestine training base. Soon, Tom and the others emerged, pushing a cart cloaked in foliage. Alan followed behind, accompanied by his loyal aide, Claven. Alan declined the assistance of Shirley and her group. This battle was his alone to fight, from start to finish. The villagers, witnessing a cart for the first time, murmured amongst themselves, speculating about its contents. Lord Alan, I wish you success, called out Luke, accompanied by his disciple, as he stepped forward to bow to Alan. Thank you, Alan replied succinctly. I regret that I cannot witness it myself, as I have other matters to attend to, but I know you will triumph, Luke said, watching as Alan departed. The villagers were well aware of Luke's character, and thus, none dared to greet him. However, his unexpected deference towards Alan astonished them, for they knew that the most arrogant individual in the village was not Joseph, but Luke himself. Yet here was Luke, bowing to Alan. What could this signify? The villagers were perplexed, yet they remained steadfast in their belief that the outcome would not change. Alan was destined to lose. As Alan walked along the road, his gaze wandered in search of a horse, a cow, or even a sheep, for he was reluctant to traverse such a long distance on foot. It was simply exhausting. Finally, after half an hour, Alan and his companions arrived at the plains on the outskirts, where Joseph and his group had long awaited their presence. From a distance, Alan spotted Joseph. My lord Alan, I was quite astonished to hear that you have invented written language. It is indeed a surprise. I pondered that perhaps, despite your rather unpleasant demeanor, you might possess a certain talent in some regard. If you manage to win, I would not hesitate to divulge the secrets of this village. Alan regarded Joseph's words with skepticism, doubting that Joseph possessed knowledge surpassing his own. Chapter 28. Shock. I am still somewhat concerned about Alan, Tasha expressed, her delicate face etched with worry. Undeniably, her experiences in the village had transformed her into a fervent admirer of Alan. This marked her first instance of showing genuine concern for a man. Tana and her sister shared the same apprehension. She glanced at Shirley, wishing she could rattle her brain for answers. It was baffling how, at such a crucial moment, Shirley still found time to indulge in bread. Shirley appeared unperturbed, seemingly focused on the present. Shirley, stop eating. Are you not worried about Alan? Tana's irritation was palpable. Shirley replied nonchalantly, don't worry, he always delivers on his promises. Tana and Tasha could hardly believe their ears. It sounded incredibly irresponsible. Moreover, given Shirley's longer acquaintance with Alan, she should have been more concerned than they were. Yet, it was as if Shirley harbored an unfounded faith in Alan, leaving Tana and Tasha momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, they felt a sense of indignation. We also believe in Alan, humph. At this juncture, Alan and his group had taken their positions. The plains were known for the occasional presence of woolly mammoths, alongside other wild beasts. Thus, Joseph and his hunting party bore the additional responsibility of ensuring the safety of everyone present. As time progressed, the sun had risen to its zenith. The autumn sun lacked the intensity of summer's rays, rendering the air refreshingly cool. At this moment, Alan's crossbow had yet to be revealed, igniting curiosity among the onlookers regarding the concealed object beneath the foliage. Some speculated that it might be Alan's secret weapon, especially since everyone was aware of his unexpected closeness to Luke. The respect Luke exhibited towards him was both surprising and incredible. Consequently, it was not entirely implausible that Luke would prepare a new secret weapon for Alan, although such a possibility remained slim, confined by the limitations of contemporary thought and the superficial understanding of the world. They could hardly fathom that Alan was wielding a powerful weapon, one that transcended millennia beyond their own era. Thus, most regarded him as merely a show-off. The Alan they knew was indeed a person who relished the spotlight. Although many considered him a scoundrel, the prospect of those 13 youths meeting their demise was not something anyone wished to witness. Consequently, at this juncture, numerous individuals felt that Alan was recklessly indifferent towards human life. There was immense sympathy for Tom and his companions. Aware of the villagers' gazes, Tom and his group remained oblivious. Their minds were singularly focused on one thought. When the mammoth emerged, they must fulfill their mission with utmost diligence. The wait was tedious. Alan sat in the shade, closing his eyes in contemplation. After approximately 15 minutes, he suddenly sensed a series of subtle tremors beneath him. Opening his eyes, he beheld a beast resembling a small mountain, appearing just meters away, exactly as he remembered it, poised to respond to his command. Tom and his companions swiftly uncovered the foliage concealing the crossbow on the cart, unveiling the true dual-bow crossbow before everyone. The villagers, unfamiliar with such contraptions, were intrigued by the massive bows intricately intertwined atop it. However, they felt no further astonishment. At that moment, Joseph abruptly stood up, his eyes widening as he fixated on the crossbow. No words could encapsulate the tumult of emotions coursing through him. Upon his first glimpse of the crossbow, he was struck by an unparalleled allure, irresistibly drawn to the weapon's violent aesthetic. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have approached it without hesitation, yearning to admire it closely. Suddenly, Joseph cast a sharp glance at Alan, who had just yawned and noticed Joseph's gaze. Alan offered a polite smile. Joseph was profoundly shaken. He distinctly perceived immense confidence radiating from Alan's countenance. A tempest surged within him as he grappled with an absurd realization. Perhaps Alan could indeed achieve the impossible. Joseph was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, for in his eyes, Alan had always been a good-for-nothing freeloader. He held the title of village leader, yet had accomplished nothing of merit. How could such a person possibly create miracles? Yes, Joseph forced himself to cling to his convictions. Unless a miracle occurred, Alan would not succeed. At this moment, the mammoth was less than 20 meters away. They had concealed themselves well, eliminating any concern of being discovered. Just then, the villagers were astonished to discover Tom lying ahead, suddenly holding an unfamiliar object that resembled a spider's web, intricately woven from vines. They were oblivious to the existence of a trapping net, and their surprise deepened. Today, they felt as though they had exhausted a lifetime's worth of astonishment in this one moment. Prepare, 8 meters to effective throwing distance, Tom communicated with his companions. 7 meters. 6 meters. The villagers could palpably sense the tension and gravity in the atmosphere, their hearts quickening in response. All eyes were fixed intently on Tom and his group, eager to discern their next move. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, throw. Just as the woolly mammoth leisurely entered the effective throwing range, Tom and his companions sprang to their feet, unhesitatingly hurling the trapping net towards the creature. The scene was breathtaking, akin to countless spider webs cascading from the heavens. Though a single net could not impede the mammoth's progress, the intertwining of several nets, combined with the resilience of the vines, created the effect of an immense net. At that moment, the mammoth found itself ensnared, thrashing wildly in a panic as it sensed danger. It had not yet lost its ability to move. Simultaneously, as the net enveloped the mammoth entirely, Tom and his companions dashed forward, wielding stone hammers and sharp wooden stakes, firmly anchoring the other end of the net to the ground. The mammoth, for the time being, lost its capacity to move, unable to break free from the net's constriction. The villagers stood in stunned silence, momentarily devoid of reaction. Even Joseph found himself grappling with disbelief, a voice within him insisting that this was impossible. Those 13 youths had clearly been eliminated from the ranks. How could they appear stronger and more capable than his own subordinates? Prepare to draw the bow. At that moment, Alan's voice snapped everyone back to reality. Shock and disbelief washed over them as they realized Alan had indeed stepped into the fray himself. Chapter 29. A perilous encounter. The woolly mammoth, entangled by the trapping net, had temporarily lost its mobility, leaving everyone utterly astounded. The invention of the trapping net was nothing short of miraculous. At that instant, thoughts raced through their minds. How had this ingenious device come to be? Who had conceived it? Was it Rook? The name Rook immediately sprang to their thoughts. Yet, they quickly recognized a troubling truth. If Rook had indeed invented it, why had he not revealed it sooner? Simultaneously, a startling realization dawned upon them, one that they were reluctant to accept. However, if this matter is indeed true, it is utterly astonishing. One might say it has completely upended their lives. At this moment, Joseph gazed in amazement at the animal traps, with spider webs visible everywhere. Yet, the invention of such traps is truly admirable. Is it Alan? Joseph found himself questioning internally. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that it was still too early to draw conclusions, and Alan's wager remained unfulfilled. The woolly mammoth had merely lost its ability to move for the time being. However, one must not forget that the woolly mammoth possesses immense strength. Under normal circumstances, it would require at least 20 individuals to bring it down. Moreover, The temperament of the woolly mammoth is volatile. Should it be given the opportunity to retaliate, all present would surely suffer the consequences. When Tom and the others returned to the group, Alan began to oversee the aiming of the crossbow. He first loaded a specially crafted bolt. When the dark, razor-sharp bolt came into view, everyone involuntarily trembled at the sight. Being struck by such a bolt would likely cleave a person in two. Indeed, the specially crafted bolt was more than 10 times the size of a standard arrowhead, making it most suitable for dealing with a massive woolly mammoth. With great effort, Alan and Tom began to draw back the bowstring. The tension in the crossbow was immense, and despite countless hours of training, Tom and the others exerted all their strength to pull it back. Next, they had to take advantage of the woolly mammoth's temporary incapacitation. Just as in their previous training, they aimed for the creature's heart and prepared to release the bolt. However, at that moment, the woolly mammoth suddenly let out a furious roar and, to everyone's shock, rose to its feet. Alan was momentarily stunned, realizing he had underestimated the creature's strength. Prepare to protect everyone and retreat. Joseph could no longer remain seated. The instant he saw the mammoth stand, he understood that Alan had failed. He needed to escort the villagers away from this perilous place immediately. Do not panic. Stay calm, Joseph shouted, casting a disappointed glance at Alan, a shadow of sorrow quickly crossing his face. The consequences of Alan's failure today were dire. The enraged woolly mammoth possessed tremendous destructive power and held a grudge. If nothing unforeseen occurred, this mammoth would undoubtedly wish to crush each of them beneath its massive feet. The woolly mammoth struggled, attempting to break free from the traps ensnaring it. It was merely a matter of time, perhaps within a minute. The mammoth would soon break free from the constraints of the trap. It then began to unleash its fury upon Alan and his companions, enacting a vengeance befitting a frigid beast. At that moment, Alan's face was as pale as a ghost. He realized he had underestimated the creature, neglecting the fact that its rage could summon a strength far greater than usual. The youths beside him trembled, appearing no better than he. One young boy, gripped by panic, quivered in fear before the colossal beast. Fear, a lingering shadow within the depths of the human soul, had manifested itself. Alan, too, felt a terror unlike any he had ever known enveloping him. If only he could turn back time, he would regret stepping into the fray. Yet, he noticed the dread etched on the faces of the young ones. Suddenly, a voice within him cried out, "Can I truly stand by and let them perish?" The answer was a resounding no. As a leader, Alan could not allow such a tragedy to unfold. Life is to be revered, not sacrificed. He understood that he must remain composed. Should he lose his clarity, hope would vanish entirely. At that moment, the mammoth finally freed itself from the last of its traps. Alan's heart sank, for the worst was about to transpire. The mammoth, indeed, bore a grudge and charged toward them with a thunderous stomp. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Alan swiftly deduced that within 20 seconds, the creature would be upon them, ready to crush them to oblivion. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as the situation escalated to its most critical juncture. Joseph and the villagers had already retreated, and Alan felt uncertain about whether Joseph would return to save them. He realized he could not place his hopes in others. Self-preservation was their only recourse. Tom and the others were ashen-faced, gripped by terror, trembling uncontrollably, with some so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Yet, inexplicably, they did not flee, their hands clutching the bowstrings with a fierce determination. "Run, my lord," they urged. Just then, Sherry and Tana burst forth from the woods. Clearly, in this moment of crisis, they were unwilling to witness Alan's demise. "Stay back, return," Alan urgently commanded, desperation lacing his voice. "That is my order, go back." Sherry halted in her tracks, tears streaming down her face, unwilling to accept the thought of Alan perishing. The sisters Tana and Tasha felt similarly, despite their brief acquaintance. Their time together had left a favorable impression of Alan. "Tom, we must rely on ourselves now," Alan declared, looking at everyone resolutely. Tom regained his senses and looked at Alan, addressing him as "My Lord Alan, we are at your command." "Indeed, we all heed your call." In that moment, 13 youths responded in unison to Alan, who felt their unwavering determination and courage. At that instant, a wave of fear dissipated from him, replaced by a surge of strength within. The mammoth loomed less than 15 meters away. "Prepare, aim for the mammoth's head," Alan commanded. In order to save themselves, they had to confront the beast head-on. The crossbows were all aimed at the mammoth's skull, which was notoriously tough. Even the might of the crossbow bolts came with inherent risks. Thus, Alan had to wait, a gamble indeed. He aimed to strike the mammoth's head at the shortest possible range, 13 meters, 12 meters, 11 meters, 10 meters. Just then, release, fire. Alan and the youths let go simultaneously. The bolts flew from their grasp, hurtling toward the mammoth's forehead. Time seemed to stand still as Joseph appeared in the distance. Witnessing this astonishing scene with utter shock. With a powerful thrust, the mammoth charged, and the crossbow's might was formidable. It was akin to two speeding trains colliding, devoid of any grand noise or spectacle. Upon piercing the mammoth's skin, the bolts penetrated its skull, striking the brain, leaving only a portion outside. Suddenly, the mammoth lost all motor function. However, its massive body continued to lunge towards Alan and the others due to inertia. Scatter! Alan quickly commanded Tom and the others to abandon the crossbow cart. With a thunderous crash, the mammoth collided with the cart, obliterating it. Stunned, Alan and his companions gazed ahead, a wave of exhilaration for having survived washing over them, prompting their jubilant cries. Chapter 30. Submission. The unknown, he had truly accomplished it. Not only had he successfully slain a mammoth, but remarkably, there were no casualties. Joseph stood a short distance away, utterly astonished. This outcome was beyond his wildest imagination. He had thought Alan was merely boasting. Despite his lack of fondness for Alan, he could not bear to watch him perish. The previous moment had been perilously thrilling. His priority was to ensure the villagers' safe escape, yet he could not shake the feeling of dread at the prospect of Alan dying. Nevertheless, he had lost all hope for Alan's survival against such a wrathful beast, known for its vengeful nature and relentless fury. Yet, Alan had survived. Not only had he lived, even the new members of the hunting party have survived. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would surely believe he was dreaming. Joseph was aware that he was not in a dream. He was now so astonished that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. It would take him a moment to acclimate to this extraordinary reality. Deep breaths in, breaths out. This was simply unbelievable. Joseph gazed incredulously at the figure before him. Though he had not anticipated this outcome, one must honor the stakes of the wager. It was time to contemplate the terms of the bet. At that moment, Alan was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a cold shower. The preceding scene had been immensely perilous. Had it been a second earlier or later, they could have lost their lives. However, he could finally relax. Though events had taken an unexpected turn, fortunately, the outcome did not defy their earlier predictions. "My Lord Alan, we truly did it," exclaimed Tom and the other 13 youths. Returning to their senses, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had just accomplished an astonishing feat, and for this alone, they had earned the villagers' respect. "Boss, I knew you would succeed." Shirley sprinted towards Alan, her face still streaked with tears, yet radiating happiness. Alan gently patted Shirley's head. Although his hands trembled, he felt that, in the end, the ordeal had been more thrilling than dangerous. "Thank you for your concern. I am fine." Tana and Tasha trailed behind Shirley, rushing up to Alan. Tana, with a worried expression, said, "My Lord Alan, such matters should be left to others in the future. As a leader, you should not constantly put yourself in harm's way." Her sister Tasha, who appeared to have been quite anxious moments ago, now calmed down but expressed her discontent. "Please, my Lord Alan, do not act recklessly again." Feeling the concern from the three beautiful elven maidens warmed Alan's heart. Just as he was about to speak, Joseph approached him, stating, "My Lord Alan, I must admit, you have just created a miracle. Whether it was the formidable weapon you wielded or your composure in a crisis, your calmness in the face of danger is truly admirable. You have fulfilled your wager, have you not?" This was the first time Alan stood so close to Joseph, and perhaps due to the previous Alan's encounters with Joseph, he instinctively felt a sense of trepidation. Observing Joseph's sturdy physique, reminiscent of a modern American bodybuilding champion, Alan understood why the former Alan had feared him. Just his presence exuded an aura of formidable ferocity. Alan wished to maintain his distance, genuinely concerned that Joseph might suddenly act against him. Then, to his surprise, Joseph knelt before him on one knee. Moreover, he said, "Lord Alan, you have fulfilled the wager and wrought a miracle. Here, I humbly apologize for my previous arrogance and now proclaim my submission to you." Upon hearing Joseph's words, Alan finally realized that he had indeed completed the wager. He felt no particular emotion regarding Joseph's submission. It was all part of the plan. He gazed at Joseph for a considerable time, perhaps 10 seconds or more. "Very well. I accept your apology and your submission." Joseph rose, yet his gaze was filled with scrutiny, for the contrast presented by Alan was striking. The current Alan appeared to be an entirely different person from before. Fortunately, Joseph was unaware of the extraordinary phenomenon of soul transmigration. Otherwise, he might have doubted Alan's authenticity. For now, he merely questioned whether Alan had matured and gained wisdom. However, Joseph could not afford to be complacent, for Alan had a history. "Lord Alan, although I submit to you, this does not imply that my opinion of you has changed. Your father once entrusted you to my care. And should you undertake any odious actions, I shall still admonish you. Joseph's words sounded like a warning to Alan. I am aware that your opinion of me is not my concern. Time shall reveal all, Alan retorted, maintaining his composure. Do you recall what I previously mentioned? Joseph inquired. Though his gaze fixated on the shattered pieces of the crossbow on the ground, Alan certainly remembered. Joseph had stated that if he could create a miracle, he would divulge the secrets of this village. Alan had dismissed it at the time, but Joseph's renewed mention compelled him to take it seriously. Do you remember your words about the village's secrets? Alan fixed his gaze on Joseph. Indeed, this village harbors secrets, although I am somewhat aware of them. The device you created earlier, I have seen something akin to it elsewhere, Joseph replied in a rather unremarkable tone. Yet, to Alan's ears, it struck like thunder from the heavens. Upon hearing this revelation, Alan trembled violently, his heart racing, and his breath grew shallow. Joseph's words impacted him with the force of a meteor colliding with the earth, shocking, unfathomable, and hard to believe. Where have you seen it? Alan felt as though his heart might leap from his throat, the sensation akin to drowning, rendering him breathless. He struggled to utter a few words, awaiting Joseph's response. Joseph, too, sensed the unusual intensity of Alan's emotions, which astonished him greatly. A mysterious place, the designation of which eludes me, evokes an aura of enigma. Adorned with numerous murals, it is from these paintings that Joseph gleaned echoes of familiarity. Where's this place? Take me there, Alan exclaimed, brimming with excitement, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions coursing through him. This revelation undoubtedly struck him with profound impact, perhaps hinting at the remnants of a bygone civilization. I apologize, I am not attempting to deceive you. Strangely, I cannot recall the location of that place. I am aware of its existence, yet the specifics evade me, Joseph confessed, his confusion palpable. Upon hearing this, a shadow of disappointment crossed Alan's face. He believed in Joseph's sincerity. There was no motive for deception. Yet, how could a person simply lose such pivotal memories? It could not be a flaw in human nature. Instead, it suggested that the place might be imbued with a mysterious, unknown force. Chapter 31. Ominous. Moreover, Joseph cast a wary gaze upon Sherry and her companions. My lord Alan, elves are harbingers of misfortune. Their presence will bring calamity upon us. I beseech you to expel them from the village. I understand you have been in their company, but I must warn you that their continued presence will only spell disaster for our community. Joseph's remarks ignited a fierce indignation among Sherry and her companions. It was the first time they had been subjected to such slander. What misfortune? What calamity? This is nothing short of defamation. Though Sherry appeared innocent, she possessed a keen sense of justice. Faced with someone maligning her kin, they found it impossible to remain composed. You speak falsely. Our elven kin is deeply committed to peace. Though you serve Lord Alan, should you persist in your calumny against us, we shall not let this go unchallenged. The three elven maidens were evidently incensed. Alan, however, remained poised, refraining from immediate judgment, yet positioning himself between them. Had this incident occurred previously, had Joseph not uttered those words, he would have unhesitatingly aligned himself with Sherry and her companions. After all, they were his most trusted subordinates. As their employer, to neglect their defense would be to betray their trust. However, after hearing Joseph's words, a significant doubt began to take root within him. This world had evidently reshaped his understanding once more. Joseph seemed to possess knowledge that surpassed his own, and it appeared he was withholding information. Thus, in this matter, Alan chose to maintain a neutral stance. Esteemed friends, this is not a venue for disputes. Subsequently, Alan and his companions returned to the village, while Tom and the others remained to tend to the carcass of the woolly mammoth. As Alan led his party back to the village, the first individual to greet him suddenly knelt down and wept profusely. Esteemed Lord Alan, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. I heard you were in peril, and your safe return brings me great solace. The one kneeling was none other than Alan's loyal subordinate, Claven. Previously, Alan had entrusted Claven with a task that required him to remain in the village, to bake 500 loaves of bread. Alan was confident in his abilities, believing that he would successfully fulfill the wager before promoting the wheat seeds. However, before that could happen, he needed to ensure the villagers understood that wheat was edible and could be transformed into delicious bread. At that point, they would eagerly learn how to cultivate wheat. Stand up. Have you completed the task assigned to you? Upon hearing this, Claven hastily wiped away his tears and awkwardly replied, Not yet. I have just finished baking 100. Seeing Claven's evasive gaze made Alan want to kick him, yet he recognized that Claven genuinely cared for him. Then hurry and bake the remaining loaves, Alan instructed, hurriedly making his way to his dwelling. The villagers had assumed that Alan would be trampled by the mammoth, as such a fate seemed inevitable under those dire circumstances. Unless a miracle truly occurred, it was inconceivable that Alan and his companions would emerge unscathed. However, upon witnessing Alan's arrival in the village, they were left in utter shock. He had not perished, he had returned unscathed. What could possibly explain this? Had a miracle indeed transpired? Then, as they observed Joseph following closely behind Alan, their disbelief deepened. Had Alan truly accomplished the impossible? Of course, most remained skeptical. Nevertheless, disbelief did not deter them from seeking the truth. Alan chose to ignore them, not out of indifference, but because he had no time to attend to their inquiries. Yet, to the villagers, he appeared as an arrogant leader. What shall we do? Has Lord Alan truly fulfilled the wager? Feeling Alan's disregard, the villagers exchanged glances. None daring to ask. We shall find out for ourselves, someone finally suggested, prompting the villagers, who had initially rushed back from the outskirts, to turn and run once again. It was quite absurd. Upon returning to his abode, Alan invited Sherry and Joseph to sit down. The atmosphere between the two parties was palpably tense, without Alan's presence. It was certain they would have clashed long ago. After taking his seat, Alan inquired, "What would you like to drink? Apple juice or cherry juice?" Joseph was still trying to comprehend the meaning behind the question when Sherry and the others eagerly chimed in, "I want apple juice. I want cherry juice." Alan swiftly prepared apple juice and cherry juice, employing a modest stone mill, which can be likened to the most primitive juicer. He distributed the juice among Sherry and the others, offering a cup to Joseph as well. Alan himself concocted a delightful mixture of apple and cherry juice before finally taking a seat. "Joseph, you must elucidate immediately, otherwise I shall consider your words as slander against my elven friends," he asserted. "Sherry, do not fret. I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation, but for now, let us hear what Joseph has to say." At this moment, all eyes were on Joseph, who was surveying Alan's room, captivated by its modern decor. He was taken aback. He never anticipated that the mischievous Alan could possess such a commendable side, which left him quite astonished. As everyone awaited Joseph's response, he turned to Alan and stated, "As I mentioned earlier, that mysterious place is fraught with many unknowns. The murals within seem to encapsulate a historical moment. I saw those tall, pointed-eared beings depicted in the artwork, and it appeared they were responsible for the world's destruction, bringing forth dreadful calamities. Thus, I assert they are ominous. And one day they shall bring about the world's ruin once more." Upon finishing, Joseph felt parched and took a sip of the apple juice. Yet, he found it somewhat tart, though he dismissed the thought. If Alan were to play a trick on him, it would be rather juvenile. Joseph could clearly see Alan's trust in these elven maidens and mused that Alan should not be deceived by their enchanting appearances. Sherry and the others were incensed. Anyone would be outraged upon hearing such baseless claims, especially since it was Joseph who spoke them. Was there truly such a mysterious place? Or was this all part of Joseph's scheme? They awaited Alan's judgment. Alan, after listening, found it hard to believe. Instinctively, he considered it a fabrication. After all, Sherry and the others were genuinely lovely and kind-hearted. How could they possibly be malevolent or capable of destroying the world? Alan recognized numerous discrepancies in this matter. Yet there was one way to ascertain the truth, by witnessing the murals of that mysterious place with his own eyes. However, it was evident that Joseph had lost his memories regarding this aspect. Thus, he resolved to postpone addressing the issue. "Joseph, this matter must remain a secret. I do not wish for anyone beyond those present in this room to be privy to it," Alan commanded at that moment, his words leaving no room for dissent. "Rest assured, Your Excellency Alan, I have not disclosed this matter to anyone besides you," Joseph stated earnestly. Neither Sherry nor the others would ever entertain such baseless and utterly unsubstantiated claims as truth. "Your Excellency Alan, I hold great admiration for your intellect, the weapon previously mentioned, known as the crossbow cart. If I am not mistaken," Joseph suddenly turned to Alan, though he was abruptly interrupted. "I know what you are thinking, but I must inform you that it is impossible. Despite the numerous advantages it could bring to our lives, such a weapon should not resurface." Alan's initial intention was to destroy the crossbow cart immediately after its use. Following the completion of all components, Luke had already incinerated all the design blueprints. However, as fate would have it, the crossbow cart was destroyed by the woolly mammoth, thus sparing them from further actions. As for the remnants of the crossbow cart, Tom and his group knew precisely what to do. They would ensure that no one obtained those fragments, gathering them all together to be burned. Consequently, although the crossbow cart had once existed, it would subsequently vanish from memory. Joseph's complexion paled. He had not anticipated Alan's unwavering refusal. From the moment he laid eyes on the crossbow cart, he recognized it as a formidable tool capable of transforming the current level of combat. Moreover, It would be an exceptional asset for the hunting team. After witnessing the cart's power, Joseph had resolved to request an identical crossbow cart from Alan for the hunting team, which would undoubtedly minimize casualties and could even render them invincible. The sheer might of the crossbow cart was overwhelming. With such a weapon, not even a woolly mammoth, let alone a larger, more formidable mountain bear, could escape death when faced with its bolts. Hearing Alan's refusal incited great fury within Joseph. Your Excellency Alan, you must understand that with the crossbow cart, my hunting team would be significantly empowered, alleviating our concerns about casualties. Can you truly bear to witness them risking their lives in battle against beasts for the sake of the village's sustenance? This is akin to moral coercion, for the village cannot possibly forego meat. Alan himself, despite relying on bread for his meals, would still indulge in meat. However, this does not signify that Alan should compromise his principles. The world has yet to transition into an agricultural civilization. Such a potent weapon, while seemingly advantageous, carries the potential for excessive power to corrupt the hearts of men. Should Alan acquiesce this time, what would prevent similar requests in the future? The insatiable nature of humanity is evident. Furthermore, he yearns for a tranquil existence dedicated to fostering growth, teaching others the art of agriculture, and if feasible, disseminating the cultivation of grains across the globe. Joseph, do not provoke my ire. My intentions are abundantly clear. The crossbow has been securely stored, and it shall remain so unless deemed absolutely necessary. My new hunting party will be disbanded forthwith. Alan's words were chilling, exerting immense pressure on Joseph, a sensation he had never experienced before. At this moment, he was profoundly astonished, for Alan's demeanor now radiated an undeniable aura of danger. Should he oppose Alan? He genuinely feared the consequences. Was this truly the same Alan he once knew? Previously, Alan would circumvent him, having endured countless reprimands. This time, as Joseph entered the room, he had already devised a plan. The enigmatic location was merely a ruse. His true objective was to obtain Alan's crossbow, or perhaps even its design blueprint. Should Alan refuse, he would not hesitate to impose further lessons upon him. Yet now, Joseph found himself gripped by an unexpected sense of trepidation. He glared at Alan for an extended moment, and Alan returned the gaze. Their contest was intangible. The former Alan might have feared Joseph, but alas, the present Alan was unyielding. Should Joseph dare to act out of line, Alan was prepared to teach him a lesson in his own way. My apologies, Lord Alan. I have acted impulsively. I hope you will reconsider. Joseph stood up and declared, then strode out. Alan's expression remained frigid. He felt as though he had been targeted by a predator. Though this did not imply that he feared Joseph. Boss, had he dared to make a move just now, the three of us would have ensured he received a proper lesson, Sherry remarked indignantly from the side. Clearly, Joseph's words had deeply wounded their innocent hearts. Alan noticed that the three beautiful elven maidens appeared poised to unleash their magic at any moment. The entire village was now aware of Alan's close association with the elves, and if Joseph were harmed, the villagers would undoubtedly view him as a scoundrel. However, Alan remained unfazed. By conquering Joseph, the latent threat had been eradicated, thus paving the way for the agricultural enterprise to commence immediately. In the afternoon, Clavin was reporting the latest developments before Alan. Esteemed Lord Alan, I have personally overseen the complete incineration of the crossbow fragments brought back by Tom and his team. Clavin had received the order at noon, and he was the only one suited to carry it out. Lord Alan, may we now proceed with the promotion of wheat cultivation? Clavin suppressed his inner excitement. Joseph had previously posed the greatest obstacle to Alan. If not handled properly, the promotion of wheat would undoubtedly face Joseph's obstruction or even sabotage. Now that Joseph had capitulated, the promotion of wheat had become imperative. Clavin regarded this matter as his foremost political achievement and was therefore prepared to serve Alan at any moment. Not yet. Please inform Luke to construct 2 additional crossbows, Alan instructed. Clavin momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Your Excellency, did I mishear? Did you not decide to completely seal away this dreadful weapon? I have also heard that you declined Joseph's request, and now the villagers are gossiping, claiming that you have become arrogant upon achieving a modicum of success. Alan smiled lightly, seemingly indifferent to the villagers' opinions. The sealing of the crossbows is merely for show. To be honest, even I am taken aback by their tremendous power. I am merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. You must understand that anything could happen in the future. It is prudent to be prepared in advance, and this weapon will hold far-reaching significance. Clavin did not comprehend. There exists a concept in later times known as deterrence through weaponry. Clavin, have the hoes been completed? Yes, esteemed Lord Alan. I was about to report that Luke has crafted 50 hoes, and then, based on the village's population, another 300. Alan was pleased upon hearing this. Very well. Gather everyone. I have an announcement to make. Yes, my esteemed Lord Alan, Claven replied, brimming with excitement. Chapter 33. The most suitable administrator in the afternoon. All villagers congregated before Alan's house, each face marked with curiosity. Every individual was allocated a home made from a combination of stone and wood. This implement would likely degrade within a quarter. Yet, constrained by the current state of world development, the absence of metal and steel rendered durable agricultural tools impossible. In truth, it was not merely agricultural tools. If steel were available, Alan would not hesitate to transport the skyscrapers and reinforced concrete structures of later generations. However, such possibilities were unattainable at present. Before him stood a group of Europeans, still struggling for sustenance, battling against nature to fill their bellies. While they did not appear particularly wretched, to claim they radiated vitality would be sheer fantasy. Due to their frequent consumption of fruits, with meat being a rare treat, each person exhibited an unhealthy complexion. Time was of the essence. If the wheat was not sown within the next few days, the harvest could not be completed on schedule the following year. Some families had already consumed half of the fruit stored in their basements. As winter approaches, the specter of starvation looms large, a fate that has claimed lives in the village each year, as learned from Claven. In a subsequent analysis, Alan urged Claven to examine the disparities between certain families and others. The findings revealed a grim reality. Those families either had numerous members or consisted solely of elderly individuals living alone. The former naturally consumed more food daily, while the latter, lacking offspring, gathered only meager fruits. Thus, each year, the cycle of death perpetuates, a vicious cycle indeed. Faced with these results, Alan felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the endeavor. This was no mere mess. It was a desperate struggle on the precipice of death. Could Alan walk away? Certainly not. Regardless of how frustrating and hopeless the villagers appeared, they remained a source of productivity. Therefore, Alan resolved to expedite the promotion of wheat. Any dissent would be met with severe repercussions. Around noon, Alan made his appearance, his countenance betraying his displeasure. Accompanying him was Claven, his loyal aide. Among the gathered crowd was Joseph, who crossed his arms and regarded Alan's sudden summons with curiosity. With Alan's permission, Claven addressed the assembly, stating, "Esteemed villagers, we are on the brink of late autumn. Soon, the fruits upon the trees will dwindle, and I must ask, how much of your stored provisions remain? Will it suffice to see you through the winter?" Claven's words struck a chord, revealing the deep-seated fears of all present. In truth, the supply of fruits in every household was dwindling, barely sufficient to last until winter's arrival, after which starvation awaited them. This reality was understood by all, yet no one dared voice it, for to do so would extinguish the last remnants of their courage to survive. Faces were etched with anger and despair, a palpable fury directed towards Claven. He felt a genuine threat to his life. He believed that if he did not quell their unrest, he would become the target of their wrath. One by one, the villagers raised their hoes, though they may not have known their true purpose. In their hands, they transformed into weapons. "Claven, if you do not speak up, we will perish. The fruits in my home are insufficient to last until winter. Last year it was Oak's family. This year, it is our turn. I do not wish to die." The villagers, agitated and emotional, could scarcely grasp a glimmer of hope as they reflected on the meager quantity of fruits at home. Lord Alan observed Claven's pallid complexion, realizing that he now had no choice but to turn to Alan for assistance. With a resounding bang, a deafening noise echoed, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Alan was engulfed in fury, more incensed than the villagers themselves. He struck the table with a forceful fist, causing a collective shudder among the onlookers, who could palpably feel the intensity of his wrath. "Silence your chaotic clamoring, or I shall seize all your fruits," he declared. A statement that undoubtedly struck at the vulnerability of every individual present. Fear etched itself onto their faces, for they truly dreaded the prospect of Alan confiscating their already meager supplies. As the din subsided, Claven wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at Alan with profound reverence. His admiration for Alan soared to heights beyond the heavens and depths beyond the earth. The once fearsome villagers were quelled by a single utterance from Alan. Seated with a frigid glare sweeping across the assembly, Alan comprehended their sentiments. However, the imposition of anger upon innocent souls was deeply disheartening. Despite feeling sympathy for them, he knew that had he not intervened, they would have surely torn Claven to shreds. Such is the duality of the pitiable, who often harbor elements deserving of disdain. Once tranquility returned, Alan too sought to compose himself. A solution existed, one that could ensure their survival through the winter, and even safeguard future generations from the specter of starvation. "Would you like to hear it?" he inquired, met with silence as all eyes remained fixed upon him. "Remember, I am your village chief. Should anyone dare to act defiantly before me again, I shall not hesitate to cast him into the wilderness to be trampled by mammoths." After Alan's words, a collective tremor coursed through the crowd. They were reminded that, despite Alan's abrasive demeanor, he was indeed their chief. Alan, in turn, realized that this village was essentially comprised of his subjects, and he felt a sense of gratitude towards the ancestors who had established it. He was compelled to concede that the rigid hierarchy, in this world, served as an optimal means of governance. Today, he held the title of village chief. Tomorrow, he could ascend to mayor, lord of a castle, or even king. Thus, while the feudal system has considerable drawbacks, it was undeniably fitting here, in this realm. Among the crowd, Joseph felt a jolt of realization. He was struck by the stark contrast between the old village chief and Alan. He suddenly recognized that Alan had indeed transformed. The authority, presence, and icy demeanor that the old chief lacked were vividly embodied in this man, whom many privately labeled a rogue. The former chief had been remarkably benevolent, yet he was ill-suited for the role of a leader. Now, Alan sits there with an imposing demeanor. Despite his apparent frailty, Joseph knows he must no longer underestimate Alan. He has every reason to believe that it is precisely this version of Alan who is most suited to be a village chief, a manager, a leader of the community. Especially now, Alan's intellect shines brilliantly. He is capable of crafting a crossbow, so why could he not create more? In this moment, Joseph genuinely perceives the essence of terror emanating from Alan's gaunt figure. When one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. This sentiment resonates with everyone present. Alan's words are not to be defied. Chapter 34. Parting. You may think I am boasting, and you are not obliged to believe me. However, listen closely. Everyone is to work outside the village. Prior to gathering everyone today, Alan had instructed Clavin to demarcate a 200-acre plot of land beyond the village. With over 300 villagers in total, it may seem a modest number, yet these individuals will serve as the vanguard for his agricultural endeavors in this world. The villagers, visibly bewildered by Alan's command, particularly Joseph and his hunting team, are filled with discontent. They had anticipated an important announcement when summoned by Alan, only to discover that he merely wished for them to labor. What a farce. They are the hunting team, the very benefactors who provide meat for the village. Although Joseph and his team had recently slain a mammoth, as had Alan with his new hunting party, the village's meat supply could sustain them through the winter. Thus, Joseph and his team would not need to hunt in the immediate future. While they found themselves at leisure, it did not mean they were eager to work. "Brother Joseph, that scoundrel Alan clearly seeks to retaliate against us," the lean monkey suddenly interjected. The others rallied around Joseph, who had always looked down upon Alan. They were reluctant to work and hoped Joseph would stand up for them. To their astonishment, however, Joseph did not rise to their expectations. In disbelief, he declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Whatever Lord Alan commands, we shall comply. He has won our wager, proving himself superior to me. If any of you dare to complain further, beware of my wrath." With that, Joseph strode purposefully towards the village's outskirts. The members of the hunting team stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Joseph's sudden transformation. The villagers, witnessing Joseph's departure, exchanged apprehensive glances, having been unsettled by Alan's earlier words. Before long, the villagers, wielding their hoes, made their way to the designated spot outside the village. By this time, Tom and his companions had already arrived and set things in motion. Before them lay over a dozen massive wooden barrels, brimming with wheat seeds. In Alan's magical repository, wheat seeds were inexhaustible and abundant. Thus it was not an exaggeration to regard Alan as the Lord of Grain. Alan possessed an abundance of food, though he lacked in other aspects. However, his absence left the villagers in a state of uncertainty, unsure of what to do next. They exchanged glances, some choosing to sit on the ground, basking in the autumn sun and gentle breeze, lazily chewing on a blade of foxtail grass. Truly a delightful scene. Yet, as winter approached, the specter of hunger loomed large, dispelling their facade of leisure. The carefree demeanor was merely a facade, a self-delusion to stave off the inevitable. With winter's arrival, starvation awaited, and no one desired such a fate. Year after year, lives were lost to hunger, yet the departure of familiar faces had rendered the villagers sensitive to the plight. No one could remain indifferent to the fear of death that gripped their hearts. At this moment, the villagers stood on the expansive land near the village entrance, their spirits growing increasingly agitated. They sensed the ominous approach of death. With deep autumn upon them and the fruits stripped bare, they found themselves devoid of purpose. Meanwhile, Sherry wore a reluctant expression, mirroring the sentiments of sisters Tana and Tasha. They were preparing for a temporary farewell to Alan, retreating deep into the great forest. Alan stood before them, bidding each a warm smile as they departed. Their return would be prolonged, perhaps even permanent. "Master, must I truly leave?" Sherry lamented, longing to remain in the village, especially by Alan's side. Tana and Tasha shared her sentiment, gazing at Alan with eyes full of grievance. Their days spent with His Excellency were filled with intrigue and novelty, for Alan was exceedingly wise, always brimming with daring, innovative thoughts. Alan regarded them each in turn, feeling his own reluctance, yet recognizing that their return bore a mission. The elven kin were currently observing humanity, their motives unknown to Sherry and her companions. This time, Alan tasked them with conveying goodwill to the elven tribe, alongside a more pressing reason that lay beneath the surface. Thus, it is essential to cultivate amicable relations with the elven clan. Presently, Alan is aware that the elves are his neighbors, alongside several small villages in the vicinity. However, there exists no interaction amongst them, and he has no intention of engaging with them at this moment. The elven tribe possesses formidable magic, and forging a bond with them would undeniably yield more advantages than disadvantages. On the other hand, Sherry faces a genuinely formidable task this time. Over the past few days, she and Alan have acquired a wealth of knowledge, and now she must return to showcase these accomplishments to the elven clan. This can also be perceived as a form of self-promotion for Alan, akin to proclaiming, "Look, I possess wisdom and insights that you have yet to encounter." Becoming friends would be mutually beneficial. Nevertheless, there are concerns. Will the elves embrace this proposition? It is reminiscent of the medieval witches in Europe, who were, in fact, pitiable souls. Merely having grasped rudimentary chemical experiments, they were branded as terrifying monsters, leading to a prolonged persecution of witches across Europe, driven by an intrinsic fear of the unknown. Therefore, as Sherry and her companions prepare to return, Alan harbors profound apprehensions. This is why it is said that upon their return, it may well be their final farewell. Sherry, eager to be endearing, was halted by Alan's stern gaze. "Return and articulate your thoughts clearly. Do not act impulsively. Remember what I have taught you. They are not demons, but bearers of progress for the world," he declared with utmost seriousness. Sherry nodded vigorously, vowing internally not to betray her mentor's trust. "You too as well. Take good care of yourselves upon your return." "I hope to see you soon," Alan said, addressing the Tana sisters. "Do not forget, my magic can be of great assistance to you," the bashful Tasha added earnestly, summoning her courage to speak. "I shall not forget. Travel safely," Alan replied with a smile. Sherry, Tana, and Tasha then departed from the village, carrying with them an abundance of goodwill, which included jam-filled bread and wooden cups, along with trinkets that, although foreign to this world, were infinitely more advanced. Watching his emissaries depart, Alan exhaled deeply and turned to leave. After walking a few paces, Sherry and her companions glanced back, catching only a glimpse of Alan's retreating figure, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 35, Time to Work. Sherry and her companions embarked on their mission, while Alan faced his own considerable responsibilities. However, the challenge was manageable, primarily involving familiarizing everyone with the cultivation of wheat. Alan arrived at the outskirts of the village, but to everyone's astonishment, he was wielding a hoe. The villagers began to murmur, uncertain of what Alan intended for them. Upon his arrival, Claven approached, addressing him as Your Excellency, and noted that all the villagers were present. Without needing Claven's words, a glance around revealed not only Joseph and his hunting party, each brandishing a hoe, but also the sight of their muscular, imposing figures brought a sense of satisfaction to Alan, who conveniently overlooked a scrawny figure among them. These individuals possessed great strength and would serve as excellent laborers in the future. Then, Alan's gaze fell upon Luke, who had deliberately abandoned his work today to learn the art of farming. Alan felt a deep sense of contentment, surveying the expanse of 200 acres. He acknowledged it was indeed substantial. In this world, where the population was limited, it could be said that wherever Alan went, it could become his domain. A true magnate, he possessed vast tracts of land. Yet, he found himself devoid of joy. Indeed, in this world, there was land but no luxury. Nevertheless, today was destined to mark a significant moment in history. Observing the villagers, he noted the reluctance in their eyes to meet his gaze. A palpable sense of fear and despair permeated the atmosphere. Alan took all of this in stride. He had sufficient bread to ensure that each villager would not starve during the winter, but he chose not to disclose this to them just yet. People require motivation to grow. For now, he needed to instruct them, "Listen to me, work diligently in the fields, and come winter, you shall not go hungry." It was as simple as that. Should anyone disobey his orders, the consequences would be straightforward. hanging them from a tree until they pleaded for mercy, at which point they would be released. Alan considered himself to be merciful. He did not wish for his grain enterprise to be squandered on trivial matters. After surveying everyone, he decided it was not yet time for them to labor. There was another matter to address. Claven, bring forth the elderly, pregnant women, and children under 5. Following Alan's command, no further words were needed. Claven swiftly completed the task. Your Excellency, there are 23 elderly, 3 pregnant women, and 16 children under 5, Claven reported. A sense of delight swelling within him at the intoxicating feeling of wielding power, being one man above thousands. Alan gazed at the group before him and proclaimed, "From today onwards, you shall no longer toil in the fields, but instead, you are tasked with providing sustenance and beverages for everyone." After his declaration, silence enveloped the crowd. "Did you hear me? Respond promptly," Alan urged, noticing their stunned silence. "Understood," they eventually replied. Turning his attention to the rest, Alan continued, "Now, everyone possesses a hoe. Within a week, we must rejuvenate this land. Follow me to the fields." With that, he seized a hoe and began to till the earth. In his past life, Alan had never farmed, yet he understood that before planting crops, one must first prepare the soil, followed by sowing seeds, watering, and fertilizing. Then came the waiting. However, in this world, such agricultural knowledge was yet to be discovered. As the onlookers observed Alan diligently breaking the ground, their confusion was palpable. They could not comprehend the purpose of his actions, nor the significance behind them, as they lacked even the most rudimentary understanding of farming. Determined to lead by example and impart wisdom, Alan aimed to teach them the essentials of agriculture in the shortest time possible. Before we plant crops, we must first loosen the soil. This not only facilitates sowing, but also aids the soil in absorbing moisture, while allowing us to unearth stones and pests. He explained as he worked. "What are you all waiting for? Get moving," he urged, observing their reluctance to act. Beside him, Claven grasped a hoe and began to till the soil. "If you do not come, you will all face consequences," Alan warned coldly, and at last. The group shed their hesitation, mimicking Alan's actions as they began to toil, as it was their first experience with such labor. It was not long before blisters formed on their hands. They sought respite, feeling as though they were enduring punishment. Alan permitted them a break, but insisted that they resume their efforts afterward. Naturally, some were disobedient, and Alan was resolute in meting out strict penalties to those who defied him. Initially, a swell of anger and frustration brewed within them. Many contemplated discarding their hoes and returning home. Joseph, strong in stature, felt the weight of discontent, yet remained silent, unwilling to speak out against their leader. He was intrigued by Alan's methods, but resisted the impulse to inquire. Alan had transformed. Perhaps he truly possessed a means to ensure that no one would perish this winter. In the past, Joseph would have scoffed at such a notion. But after the harrowing defeat they had faced, he found himself harboring a flicker of hope for Alan. Rook did not dwell on the matter. As he was only engaged for a day, some individuals could no longer restrain themselves and began to voice their complaints, for the labor in the fields was indeed exhausting. However, upon witnessing Alan still tilling the soil, everyone fell silent. Previously, Alan had been perceived as a rather despicable individual in their eyes. He was self-centered, oblivious to others, and only sought pleasure without regard for the consequences. Yet now, he was quietly laboring away, his hands undoubtedly covered in blisters. What drove him to persist? Moreover, if he was enduring such hardship, did their complaints still hold any significance? Indeed, Alan's hands bore numerous blisters, some of which had burst. Despite the pain, he endured it all. Time was of the essence. It was impossible to rejuvenate 200 acres within a week. He did not intend to cultivate the entire area with crops. Firstly, there was a shortage of labor, and secondly, the current population did not necessitate such an abundance of produce. Alan had a rough estimate in mind. 50 acres would suffice. At this pace, he could revitalize the 50 acres in less than a week. Alan's determination transformed the grievances of others into mere idle chatter. As long as he persisted, they could not falter. Evasion would not resolve their issues. Alan aimed to instill in everyone the understanding that the rewards of labor would enhance their appreciation of life's beauty and joy. Chapter 36. A remarkable achievement. After a day in the fields, Alan was reluctant to return. Not only had his hands suffered numerous blisters, but his entire body ached. He lay on his bed, listening to Claven's report. "Your Excellency Alan, thus far, we have successfully tilled 50 acres of land, and the wheat seeds have just been distributed to everyone. The 50 acres of wheat have been successfully sown." Claven spoke with palpable excitement. The wheat from these 50 acres would yield an abundant harvest next year, alleviating the village's fears of hunger. This was indeed a monumental achievement. worthy of being chronicled in history. Alan felt fortunate to partake in such a significant endeavor. Clavin could hardly contain his enthusiasm, almost bursting into song. Yet, before Alan, he maintained the requisite decorum and respect. What was the reaction of others? Upon learning that the wheat had finally been sown, Alan's exhilaration surpassed even Clavin's. For this moment, which should have materialized a month earlier, had been delayed due to Alan's previously tarnished reputation. Convincing the villagers to heed his guidance was no easy feat. As the village chief, he could not simply beseech them to plant wheat. Fortunately, everything is progressing quite smoothly. The crops have finally been sown, and future generations shall no longer be plagued by the specter of hunger. Yet, this is merely the inception of a greater journey. A myriad of thoughts occupies Alan's mind, such as brickmaking, sericulture for textiles, and even mining, among others. However, due to the constraints of reality, these aspirations cannot be realized in the short term. Thus, with the wheat now planted, Alan is poised to embark on the next phase, establishing a primary school to impart fundamental life skills to the community. Clavin, what are your expectations for the future? Alan suddenly posed a profound question, leaving Clavin momentarily at a loss for words. What could he possibly anticipate? Now that hunger is no longer a concern, one can simply live a humble existence. If he were to express any expectations, it would be for Alan to marry swiftly and subsequently bear a child, a little Alan. In that scenario, Clavin would not only become a venerable elder, but also the sole attendant who has served 2 village leaders in the annals of the community's history. However, such thoughts were not ones Clavin could voice. He certainly could not implore Alan to hasten his marriage. Clavin was acutely aware that, despite the trust he had earned, he could not interfere in Alan's personal matters. This distinction highlighted the difference between him and Joseph, who, to this day, is still seeking suitable partners for Alan. Fortunately, Joseph's standards are quite high, and thus far, no young woman in the village has captured his discerning eye. In truth, this question does not necessitate an answer from Clavin. It is a philosophical inquiry, intertwined with the fabric of reality. Once the issue of basic sustenance is resolved, it is certain that people will not remain complacent but will yearn for a life of higher aspirations. However, the fulfillment of such needs has been a gradual process throughout human history, taking an extensive passage of time to be addressed and refined. What Alan needs to do now is to articulate these aspirations in advance and offer a common goal. Once a shared objective is established, the community will instinctively know what actions to take, thereby propelling the wheel of human history forward. What is the significance of this endeavor? Does Alan seek to etch his name in the annals of history, or, like Clavin, aspire to forge a legacy of great accomplishments? Of course not. Alan does not possess such noble ideals or ambitions. His intentions have remained steadfast from the very beginning, to live a better life in this world. This was true in the past, is true in the present, and will be true in the future. Without requiring Clavin's response, Alan dismissed him. Alone, he lay on his bed, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of enthusiasm. At that moment, a plan for enlightenment had begun to take shape within his mind. He resolved to commence with the fundamentals of daily living, with the paramount focus on literacy. Alan decided to utilize Chinese characters as the medium of instruction. Despite their European visages, the essence of Alan's soul was undeniably that of a true son of the Han. Clavin departed from Alan's chamber, lost in contemplation, even though he had not been compelled to respond to the preceding query. Upon returning home, he appeared utterly distracted. His wife, Dora, observing his demeanor, grew concerned, fearing he might be unwell or have suffered some misfortune. It was not until dinner, as he gazed at the bread upon the table, that he suddenly regained clarity and burst into laughter. At that moment, Dora genuinely believed he had fallen ill. Clavin was in high spirits, indeed exceedingly so, for he had just come to a profound realization. Why must he seek answers at all? Lord Alan had resolved the village's struggles with sustenance, and with the marvels he had invented, Clavin reflected on his initial motives for aligning himself with Alan. Was it merely to be his sycophant? Initially, perhaps, Clavin had wished to earn the respect of the villagers, especially since, despite years of marriage, he remained childless, leading to mockery from his peers. However, since aligning with Alan, regardless of his past misdeeds, it was undeniable that Lord Alan had transformed his life. Now, Alan had evolved into a remarkable figure. Clavin understood that his path was straightforward, to follow Lord Alan until the very end, unwavering in his commitment to execute whatever tasks he was assigned. Simultaneously, the villagers began to awaken to a significant realization. Alan had indeed changed. No longer was he the aloof and ruthless individual who often incited frustration and disdain. The current incarnation of Alan radiated a refreshing vitality. While they would require time to adjust, it was ultimately a positive development. In every household, bread now graced the dining tables. People found it hard to believe such delectable fare existed, surpassing even the taste of meat. In this world, meat lacked seasoning, rendering it quite flavorless. The villagers would forever remember the day they were compelled by Alan to toil in the fields, harboring deep-seated resentment towards him. Yet, when their labor was complete, weary, and with empty stomachs, Alan had presented them with bread and informed them, "This is a new sustenance. This winter, no one shall perish from hunger." At that moment, the minds of everyone present were blank. Then, Alan encouraged them to indulge their appetites. The sensation of tasting bread for the first time is beyond description. Despite the complexity of their emotions, in that instant, no words were exchanged. Nor were there any outward expressions. They simply knew to eat, devouring the bread to satiate their hunger. The bread was truly delectable, an exquisite delight. It was only when everyone had eaten to their fill, their bellies round and full, that Alan spoke in a calm tone, stating that the wheat they had sown would yield delicious bread the following year. Oh, at that moment, disbelief enveloped them all. The bread they had consumed was derived from such humble seeds. Even more astonishing was how Lord Alan could casually articulate this profound truth. It was nothing short of monumental. Chapter 37. Unease. A few days later, Alan's classroom was finally completed. Today, he intended to begin by imparting the concept of time. Rising early, he prepared himself. Though there was little that required preparation, a sense of nervousness enveloped him. This moment had been long imagined in his mind. Today marked the first day of teaching, and he was uncertain how many would attend his lecture. If the turnout were scant, it seemed he would have to issue a compulsory order. He silently hoped for a sufficient number of attendees. Otherwise, he, as both the village chief and teacher, would feel quite embarrassed. After calculating the time, Alan set off. The schoolhouse had been constructed 3 days prior, during which Alan had fully utilized the strengths of the hunting team members, who were robust and muscular, making them ideal for arduous tasks like felling trees and transporting timber back to the village. Alan instructed them in the construction of a vast wooden structure, the schoolhouse. It appeared rectangular in shape, with a single entrance, and was capable of accommodating over 300 individuals. Since yesterday, he had enlisted Clavin to inform the entire village that all were welcome to the school to learn new things. At this moment, Tom and his companions were making their way to the schoolhouse. They appeared taller and significantly stronger. Although Alan had previously disbanded the new hunting team, the 13 young men had not departed. Instead, they had become Alan's personal guard. Each day, they not only enjoyed the bounty of bread, but also maintained a rigorous regimen of exercise and running. "Tom, how many do you think will attend Lord Alan's lecture today?" one companion asked, draping an arm over Tom's shoulder. After a moment's reflection, Tom replied, "I believe it should not be too few. Yesterday was their day for promotion." At that time, the villagers' reactions were rather subdued, leaving them with a sense of apprehension. Today, Lord Alan is set to deliver a lecture, seemingly about the concept of time. What time entails, I cannot say. All I know is that Lord Alan has indeed transformed, and thus, regardless of his topic, I shall listen attentively. Just then, 2 young men from the village spoke from a distance. Upon hearing them, Tom and his companions wore expressions of joy. "Do you know? Lord Alan has become sensible, compassionate, and wise. He was once quite mischievous. Ever since he vanquished the woolly mammoth, I have believed this child will achieve great things," an elderly woman remarked to her son. "Therefore, dear Lord Alan, this time you must teach us the methods to create miracles. We cannot let you down." "Mother, I cannot remember, but you must remember well. Perhaps in the future, you too can create miracles," the son eagerly responded. As they journeyed, Tom and his friends were both surprised and delighted, for they seemed to behold the entirety of the village. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting hopeful smiles, convinced that Lord Alan would indeed astonish them. An hour later, everyone had gathered. When Alan appeared before the assembly, he was genuinely taken aback and filled with wonder, for the classroom was brimming with people. The entire village had come. Joseph, Luke, Clavin, and Tom were all present, with villagers of all ages seated before Alan. He had not anticipated such a turnout, having thought that even half the villagers would be a success. "I am truly delighted," Alan declared. "Lord Alan, will you truly teach us the methods to create miracles? If we learn, can we also create miracles? Lord Alan, are these insights truly imparted to you by the late village elder in a dream?" At that moment, enthusiasm surged, and questions arose one after another. For the first time, Alan felt the warmth and fervor of the villagers, which left him somewhat disoriented. After all, initially, the villagers regarded him as a scoundrel. Yet, this was a positive sign, as it proved he had finally earned their recognition and acceptance. Now, in the eyes of the villagers, he had become a commendable leader, benevolent, wise, and endowed with leadership acumen. All of this commenced after Alan had thoroughly addressed the villagers' basic needs. They began to recognize his virtues and subsequently overlooked his flaws. Alan raised both hands to signal for silence. I am delighted that all of you could attend today. What I have accomplished may indeed seem miraculous to you. However, I must clarify that this is not a miracle, but rather the essence of science. If you aspire to be like me, you must embrace the knowledge of science. Admittedly, the complexities of scientific understanding may still be beyond your grasp, but I shall impart it to you gradually. Upon concluding his speech, Alan was met with a resounding applause. Many in the audience reflected deeply on his words. Although they struggled to comprehend the true meaning of science at that moment, the knowledge embedded in daily life can indeed be regarded as scientific. Alan continued by explaining the concept of time, emphasizing its importance and practical application in daily communication. He elucidated the definitions of hours, minutes, seconds, weeks, months, and even years, fundamental knowledge cultivated through centuries of human inquiry. As time passed, the villagers' enthusiasm for learning soared. Naturally, there were outstanding students. But there were also those who struggled, such as the lanky boy who could only remember what filling would be in the bread that day. Despite his attendance at Alan's lectures, he often succumbed to slumber. Alan, however, imposed no strict demands on his listeners. He merely hoped they would grasp enough to facilitate everyday interactions. The progress within the classroom was remarkably smooth. Subsequently, Alan embarked on ambitious construction projects. The current state of the village was unsatisfactory, so the hunting team once again took on the task of felling trees. Fortunately, the world was abundant in timber, alleviating concerns about overexploitation. A month later, upon witnessing the transformation of the village into charming wooden cottages, a smile illuminated Alan's face. The construction was gradually advancing, and he envisioned expanding the village further. Population growth was essential, yet Alan remained patient, confident that once the village became a distinctive attraction, curiosity would draw people in, spreading its fame far and wide. However, one night, Alan was jolted from his slumber by a nightmarish vision of terrifying creatures emerging from the great forest. Though merely a dream, it incited worry for Sherry and the others, who had returned to the forest a month ago without any word. The worst-case scenario loomed in his mind. The elven clan might not have accepted his goodwill, signifying a potential failure of his plans. Gazing towards the forest, Alan hesitated, contemplating whether he should venture there himself. To be honest, he felt an overwhelming curiosity about the elven race. Each sprite possesses its own unique magic, a beauty in itself. Chapter 38, Despair. Deep within the forest lies the gathering place of the elven clan. Surely, you must leave at once. No, Queen Shurin, Mother, I refuse to go. A mature and strikingly beautiful elf, adorned with a golden crown and standing at nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly thrust Shirley aside. Shirley was propelled several meters away. This exquisite elder, the supreme leader of the elven clan, was Queen Shurin. After pushing Shirley away, a massive black crystal emerged behind her, from which countless dark, claw-like shadows suddenly extended. These ominous shadows effortlessly ensnared the regal form of Queen Shurin, beginning to siphon her power gradually. No, Queen Shurin, please, Shirley cried out desperately, wishing to rescue her. However, she was firmly restrained by her sisters, Tana and Tasha. Shirley, don't approach. The dark crystal is too terrifying. We would only bring calamity upon ourselves. Tana urged fervently, though her heart echoed Shirley's sentiments. They could not bear to witness Queen Shurin in peril, yet they understood their own powerlessness. Surely, Tana, Tasha, though I know not what trials you have faced outside, you are now the hope of our elven kin. Escape and do not return. Queen Shurin gazed at the 3 enchanting elven maidens with profound reluctance. Mother Queen Shurin, I do not wish to leave. I cannot abandon you. Shirley sobbed uncontrollably. Seek that human, urged Queen Shurin with fading strength. I can see he possesses great wisdom. Follow him, and you shall grow ever stronger. At that moment, her vitality was being drained, her body gradually transforming into wood. Minutes passed, and her form fully crystallized into a wooden statue. The 3 maidens were engulfed in sorrow, bewildered by the unfolding events. A month prior, they had returned here in high spirits, only to discover a sinister black mist enveloping the forest. This mist, upon inhalation, would slowly petrify one's body. They had hoped for a remedy, yet despair awaited them, for no means existed to rescue their kin. The elven clan immediately entered a state of readiness, each member poised for battle. After Shirley and her companions returned, They scarcely had time to share their findings or fulfill the task entrusted by Alan, as the situation worsened with each passing day. On the first day, only 2 or 3 individuals had transformed into wooden statues. On the second day, the number exceeded 10. By the third day, it surged past 20. Each subsequent day brought an increase in their petrified companions. Throughout this month, Queen Sharon has consistently led her people in search of solutions. They contemplated the idea of fleeing the forest, yet it was too late. Deep within the woods, a colossal black crystal, long guarded by the elven kin, suddenly awakened. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the truth. The ominous black mist was the handiwork of this very crystal. The black crystal, agile and formidable, could manifest behind anyone at any time, rendering escape futile. Consequently, within the span of a month, the elven kin found themselves unable to evacuate the forest, one by one succumbing to the siphoning of their vitality, transforming into wooden statues. As the calamity befell an increasing number of their kin, fear and despair spread like wildfire among the elves. Yet, there appeared to be no recourse. The black crystal's might was overwhelming. Wherever it manifested, the elves were destined to become mere wooden effigies. The circle around Queen Sharon dwindled alarmingly, from several hundred to a mere trio: Sherry, Tana, and Tasha. Strikingly, the black crystal had never once targeted them. This peculiar circumstance intrigued Queen Sharon, leading her to ponder whether some transformation had occurred within them. Seizing a moment of respite, she examined Sherry and her companions and was astounded to discover an elusive yet palpable aura of sanctity surrounding them. Though faint, Queen Sharon was certain that this was the very reason the black crystal refrained from approaching them. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired about the nature of this transformation, only to learn that Sherry and her companions had been following a human man named Alan. Alan was exceptionally astute, possessing a wisdom that even the most learned elven priest could not rival. His mind brimmed with novel ideas and innovative concepts. As they recounted their journey of meeting Alan, witnessing his miraculous creations, and experiencing his unique leadership qualities, Sherry spoke with uncontainable enthusiasm. It seemed that the mention of Alan opened a floodgate of endless conversation. Queen Sharon, too, found herself captivated by the enigma of Alan. However, a sense of despair loomed over her. Her strength was waning. The queen had long been tasked with the guardianship and subjugation of the black crystal, a burden that exacted a toll on her very essence. The power of Queen Sharon has nearly been depleted, granting the black crystal an opportunity. The queen, along with the entire elven race, has been transformed into wooden statues, save for Sherry and her 2 companions. 3 days later, Sherry finally departed from the statue of Queen Sharon. "We are deeply saddened by the queen's fate," Tana lamented. "We must seek revenge," Tasha declared, raising her small fist. Sherry appeared utterly despondent. Queen Sharon was not only their leader, but also the one who cared for and nurtured them most. Witnessing the transformation of Queen Sharon into a statue would sadden anyone. Sherry and her companions also noticed their peculiar circumstances. Whether it was the initial black mist or the current black crystal, both seemed to hold a certain dread towards them. Confounded, the trio continued walking until they spotted a plant not far away, trampled by a beast and on the brink of death. At that moment, Sherry felt a pang of compassion. She approached and extended her hands, ready to cast her magic. Her magic had the ability to make plants proliferate rapidly. As the magic gathered before her hands, a green light began to shimmer. Sherry aimed to enlarge the magical sphere, but was suddenly shocked to find that, no matter what she did, the sphere remained the size of an egg. "No, what is happening? Why has my magic weakened?" Sherry's exclamation drew Tana's and Tasha's attention. "Sherry, you've always been like this," Tana remarked, puzzled. Tasha nodded in agreement. "No, my magical sphere used to grow much larger. The boss has witnessed it." Suddenly, Sherry's words faltered. The term boss sparked something in her mind, yet she couldn't grasp it. Chapter 39. The white mist. Sherry was bewildered by the unfolding events, sensing something suspicious. Back in the village, her magical sphere could expand significantly. Now, its diminutive size was wholly unexpected. To add to her astonishment, she discovered that her magic had indeed weakened, rendering her unable to heal the injured plant. It was utterly incomprehensible. What had transpired? Previously, Sherry had not placed much importance on the size of her magical sphere. She had merely believed that her magic had grown stronger during her time in the village, attributing it to the abundance of joy and nourishment she experienced. The naive Sherry had never bothered to contemplate the reasons behind this growth. However, now she suddenly realized a conjecture that even she found hard to believe. Her complexion appeared unnaturally pale, as though she were burdened by a heavy concern. This was merely a hypothesis. There is no direct evidence, Sherry reminded herself. Noticing the unease on Sherry's face, Tana, the elder sister among the trio, expressed her concern, stating, "Sherry, although I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding you, we must leave this place immediately before the dark mist and the black crystals pursue us." Tasha chimed in, "Sherry, we need to hurry." Sherry was not in denial of reality. Rather, she felt as though she was on the verge of grasping something significant. She sensed that there was an important matter she had overlooked, though its nature eluded her. It felt crucial, even essential to the salvation of the elven race. As she pondered, Sherry declared, "I need to contemplate a few things. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing me for the time being." Tana and Tasha assumed that Sherry was troubled by the situation regarding Queen Shalin. They believed that the priority now was to accept the harsh truth. Tana nodded and replied, "I understand, Sherry." The two sisters then settled nearby, vigilantly watching over her. Despite her naive demeanor, Sherry was not unintelligent. Her quick grasp of the concepts that Alan taught her attested to her intellect. However, she preferred to avoid overly complex thoughts. At that moment, Sherry reassured herself that perhaps if she could untangle her thoughts, she might be able to rescue Queen Shalin and her kin. Sherry began to recall details, seeking to identify when her transformation occurred, how it transpired, and whether others were involved. As she delved deeper into her thoughts, she felt an impending closeness to the truth. The village's development had fallen into a steady rhythm, much to Alan's satisfaction. Yet, in recent days, his concerns for Sherry and the others had intensified. Despite his mental preparations, he was acutely aware that there was a 50% chance they might not return. Everything hinged on the will of the elven race. Alan hoped that they would accept his goodwill and promptly send someone to reciprocate it. For a month, there had been no news from the depths of the forest. Alan could accept failure, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if something significant was unfolding in the woods. This unease persisted for several days, and Alan could no longer endure the waiting. He hesitated over whether to venture into the great forest alone, uncertain of the hidden dangers it might harbor. This time, he did not wish to bring anyone else along. If he were to go alone, he would need some equipment. Upon learning that Alan required weaponry, Luke toiled through the night to forge a spear, mistakenly believing that Alan was preparing to hunt wild beasts for safety's sake. Thus, a portable net woven from vines was crafted with care. "My lord Alan, here lies the weapon you requested, along with the new net," spoke Luke with utmost reverence. Alan accepted the spear and net, gently caressing the blade of the spear. Although fashioned from stone, its sharpness rivaled that of a metal spear. "Do not disclose my visit to anyone, nor reveal my destination," Alan instructed before turning to depart. Luke, perplexed, found himself struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Alan's words. It was not until the following day that Clavin rushed over in a state of agitation to inquire, "Luke, do you know where Lord Alan has gone?" Despite his distaste for conversing with Clavin, Luke sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. "Did he not go hunting?" he replied. Clavin, with irritation, retorted, "Winter is fast approaching. What hunting could possibly be done? To my knowledge, the last place Lord Alan was seen was here." Suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawned on Luke. Alan had not gone hunting at all. Without informing his sycophant, Clavin, where could he have ventured? "I am afraid I cannot say." Luke shook his head, recalling Alan's admonition. Clavin's face was etched with skepticism. "You truly do not know?" Luke scoffed. "How could I? I am not like you, trailing after Alan like a shadow." "Enough, Luke. Today, Lord Alan did not attend class, and everyone is curious about his whereabouts. If anything were to befall him, I would hold you accountable." Luke dared not entertain such dreadful thoughts. Surely, matters could not have escalated to such severity. In truth, Alan remained indoors, more specifically, within his own abode, having entered a wondrous alternate realm, not his magical repository. Early that morning, he had indeed contemplated venturing alone into the great forest to encounter the elven kin. However, before he could act, a thick white mist enveloped the room, and his consciousness began to wane, akin to plummeting from a great height. Alan found himself speechless, his entire being weighed down. He continued to descend, unaware of the passage of time. When his awareness returned, he was astounded to discover he was no longer in his village, awakening instead in an unknown locale, shrouded in dense mist. Upon finding himself in such a place, Alan felt no alarm. After all, he had encountered traversing realms, elves, and magic before. No matter how bizarre the occurrence, it could not stir him greatly. Nonetheless, Alan was filled with curiosity. Where was this place? Who had brought him here? He endeavored to explore his surroundings for a brief moment, but uncovered nothing. The mist was thick, obscuring any clarity of the environment around him. Surrounded by an eerie silence, devoid of any visible structures, a sense of strangeness enveloped the air. What place was this? Alan remained unperturbed, choosing not to wander aimlessly. He resolved to sit, for if someone had intentionally brought him here, there must be an undisclosed purpose behind it. Rather than seeking answers himself, he opted to wait for the other party to reveal themselves. He settled onto the ground, and as time gradually slipped by, he silently counted the hours. Approximately 6 hours elapsed, half a day perhaps. Gradually, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, and in the instant the white fog lifted, a breathtaking panorama of unparalleled desolation unfolded before him. Chapter 40. The Ruins. As the fog cleared, Alan was confronted with an extraordinary sight, a vast expanse of ruins, their age indiscernible, and it was unclear whether they were remnants of human origin. These ruins were not confined to a single spot or area. They spanned the entirety of the world, rendering it a wasteland. The scene evoked an apocalyptic vision, compelling him to venture forth. As he approached, he discerned that, despite their irregular shapes, these structures were unmistakably buildings. The presence of buildings suggested the existence of inhabitants, whether human or some other life form. Cautiously, Alan navigated through the ruins, careful to make not a single sound. Though the reason eluded him, an instinctive sense warned him that making noise could herald danger. He wandered further, oblivious to the distance he covered. The desolation was absolute. Not a soul nor a creature was in sight. The atmosphere mirrored the desolation following a plague, yet it was more terrifying, for if life had once thrived here, what had become of it? Had they perished, or had they relocated? If they had succumbed to death, where were the remains? Or had all traces of their existence vanished? A notion too dreadful to contemplate? Alan, as an outsider, could not grasp the truth of what had transpired, yet he felt his conjectures were not far from the mark. Curiosity began to take root within him. What calamity had befallen this place, rendering its inhabitants utterly absent? He halted his steps, deciding against proceeding further, for the desolation stretched endlessly before him. No matter where he turned, he found only decay and ruin, with not a single structure remaining intact. The devastation was thorough, instilling a profound sense of despair. Thus, he resolved to rest in place. Though not fatigued in the physical sense, he was troubled by the unsettling aura of the unknown, an unknown that signified mystery. Mystery signifies unpredictability, and Alan is precisely a traveler through realms. Such circumstances evoke a sense of unease, even fear, within him. As night descends, the sky remains adorned with stars, unchanged and constant. Now, Alan cannot help but ponder the nature of his surroundings. Has he arrived in another dimension, or perhaps in an elaborate illusion? Sitting amidst the ruins, he gazes up at the celestial expanse, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He wonders if beyond this starry canopy lies the earth he once called home. Time drifts slowly into the latter half of the night. Suddenly, Alan perceives a thick white mist enveloping the landscape, obscuring all visibility. The temperature around him plummets several degrees. Yet, rather than fear, he senses a pair of eyes intently observing him. There is no hostility emanating from this presence, indicating that, at least for now, it bears no ill intent. This only deepens Alan's curiosity, igniting a flicker of anxiety within him. Who is this observer? What purpose does it have in bringing him here? Is it merely intrigued by his existence? Is he to be scrutinized like a creature in a zoo? This sensation is utterly unsettling. Alan despises it. He feels a distinct lack of respect and safety. Who are you, and why have you brought me here? Alan calls out to the void, but silence envelopes him. I know you are there. Please, show yourself. He is resolute in his quest for answers. Just then, something stirs within the mist, disrupting its ethereal veil. Wait, is that you? Alan hastens to follow, sensing that perhaps this pursuit could unveil valuable information. Moreover, he is deeply concerned for the safety of Sherry and the others. If he remains trapped in this realm, he will not only be unable to ascertain their well-being, but also doom the village to inevitable starvation, as the flour he has stored will sustain them for just one winter. Thus, when winter passes, the village will face hunger, rendering all his efforts futile. Most critically, the longer he lingers here, the more he becomes acutely aware of a pervasive aura of profound sorrow and despair. These negative emotions are strangely palpable, tugging at his heart with relentless intensity. In this moment, a flicker of sunlight still resides within him, enabling him to resist the encroachment of these feelings. Yet, should he remain in this place for an extended period, the specter of despair will inevitably claim him. In due time, it would be too late to discern whether the figure was male or female. However, it appeared to be quite tall, resembling an invisible entity. Alan could only detect the presence of the other through the ripples in the white mist. Thus, he followed the elusive figure through a labyrinthine path, unaware of how long he had been wandering. Suddenly, a complete edifice came into view, a pitch-black stone tower. The entrance was firmly shut, adorned with peculiar red patterns that resembled a coded lock. Alan attempted to push it open, but no amount of force could budge the heavy door. He surmised that the red design might be the very mechanism securing the entrance. Unable to gain entry, he realized that this stone tower could be his sole lead. In an instant, Alan became aware that the mysterious figure had vanished, having lured him here only to disappear. It was then that he noticed he was atop a mountain peak, affording him a panoramic view of the world below. Even amidst the night, he could clearly see that the entire realm was enveloped in white mist. Alan felt a sense of wonder. He could not comprehend the origins of this mist. Glancing back at the tower, he pondered whether the answers lay within its confines. He sought to calm his thoughts and began to reflect on the purpose of the enigmatic individual who had brought him here. Was it merely to extricate him from the mist? Perhaps not entirely. It seemed the true intent was to draw his attention to the stone tower. But what significance did this hold? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the figure desired him to unlock the tower's door? Yet, without a key, how could he possibly gain access? Alan was uncertain if his line of reasoning was correct, but at that moment, he had no alternative paths to pursue. He felt the presence of the mysterious figure nearby, and doubts crept in. Was he truly meant to open the tower's door? If so, what if this was part of a larger scheme? Alan wrestled with his inner turmoil, contemplating whether he should attempt to unlock the door or retrace his steps back into the mist. It was a daunting decision. Minutes later, Alan resolved to approach the stone tower. Standing beneath the entrance, he felt an inexplicable intuition that he could indeed unlock the door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an array of unique symbols and textures on the door, elements he had never encountered before. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Alan felt that the arrangement of these symbols and textures seemed to embody some sort of underlying principle. Without dwelling too much on it, he decided that opening the grand door was a plausible approach, albeit not a definitive one. He continued to circle the stone tower, yet found nothing of value. At least give me some hints. Alan spoke to the empty air, fully aware that the enigmatic figure had been present all along, merely choosing to remain concealed. After waiting for a moment with no response, unease began to gnaw at him. Had he misinterpreted the situation? However, soon a smile graced Alan's lips as he noticed something new on the ground. It must have been the work of that mysterious entity. This incident confirmed to Alan that the other party had indeed brought him here with the intention of utilizing his efforts to unlock the stone tower's door. He approached, crouched down, and gazed at the object on the ground, gradually sinking into contemplation. Although it was labeled as a hint, it was rather nonsensical. There was a triangle, a rectangle, and a pentagon drawn on the ground. Alan pondered the significance of these three shapes. The most evident distinction among them was the number of sides, which increased consecutively. The rectangle had one side more than the triangle, and the pentagon had one side more than the rectangle. This was quite apparent. What perplexed Alan was that the choice of these three patterns as clues was far from intuitive. Closing his eyes, he began to delve into thoughts about all he knew regarding shapes. He remained in this state of contemplation for an entire day and night. Not far away, a translucent figure let out a clear sigh of disappointment. The following morning, Alan was still entrenched in thought, having ruminated continuously for a day and night. He examined the characteristics of the triangle, rectangle, and pentagon, and attempted to correlate them with the textures and symbols on the door. Yet, he remained at an impasse. It seemed the hints provided were utterly ineffective in aiding his contemplation. A gust of wind swept through, and Alan suddenly felt a heaviness in his consciousness. Panic gripped him as he recalled the last time he had visited this place. He had experienced the same sensation. Its recurrence hinted at something significant. Alan could easily surmise that the entity was likely disheartened, believing he was incapable of unlocking the stone door. Yet, at that moment, he had no desire to return. He felt certain that should he succeed in opening the grand door of the tower, unexpected treasures awaited him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, regardless of what he might gain. Alan attempted to resist, but to no avail. He felt his consciousness growing heavier. He understood that if he did not take action, this chance would slip away forever. Wait, I can open the door. Grant me another opportunity. Alan truly did not wish to plead, yet he found himself with no alternative this time. His resolve was unwavering. At that moment, his consciousness finally ceased its descent, but he had not completely emerged from that state. It meant that he could sink back into oblivion at any moment, potentially returning to his former world. The other party seemed to hesitate, deep in contemplation. Alan implored, "Trust me, my wisdom can aid you." Perhaps sensing Alan's sincerity, he suddenly found himself back beneath the stone tower, granted a chance anew. Alan felt a rush of gratitude and relief within him. He silently vowed to unravel this mystery and unlock the door. Sitting down once more, Alan gazed at the three shapes on the ground. At first glance, their distinctions were glaring. The triangle formed by 3 straight lines, the rectangle by 4, and the pentagon by 5. Yet, an epiphany struck him. Why were only these 3 shapes represented? This enigma must be tied to them. If that were the case, Alan could only contemplate the relationships and differences among the 3 shapes. However, after a day and a night of pondering, he had achieved nothing. Alan could not help but wonder if his assumptions were flawed. There might be another possibility. The shapes, whether 3 or more, could be irrelevant. The quantity was not the crux of the matter. If necessary, one could even draw a hexadecagon. Alan realized that if his initial line of thought was erroneous, he must reevaluate. The essence of the problem lay somewhere else. Furrowing his brow in deep reflection, he acknowledged that this was his final opportunity. Should he fail to solve it, he would lose his chance forever. Curiosity about the interior of the stone tower stirred within Alan. He stood before its grand entrance, scrutinizing the intricate patterns and symbols above. He pondered whether there might be a connection among these designs. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Connection, yes. That was the key. What constitutes a connection? It could bear various interpretations, yet in simple terms, it signifies a relationship between entities. Triangles, rectangles, pentagons, hexagons, heptagons, and so forth. If these shapes were indeed interconnected suddenly, a spark ignited in Alan's eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. He had uncovered the crux of the problem. Not far away, the enigmatic figure noticed the transformation on Alan's face and could not help but pay closer attention. Alan extended his finger, beginning to scribble on the grand door. A minute passed, and he shook his head. Incorrect. 5 minutes elapsed, yet he continued to shake his head. Still wrong. 10 minutes went by, and anxiety began to creep into Alan's demeanor. It remained incorrect. He envisioned connecting these textures and symbols through lines. But no matter how he attempted to intertwine them, a coherent figure eluded him. Alan felt a sense of urgency. His reasoning should not be flawed. The key lay within the symbols and textures on the door. Where was the issue? Observing Alan's anxious expression, the mysterious figure shook his head once more. He would no longer grant Alan any chances. This indicated that bringing Alan here had been a grave error. Gradually, he approached Alan, who was acutely aware of the pressing situation. Where was the problem? Alan surveyed his surroundings, striving to regain his composure. Suddenly, he noticed a pattern on the ground, and a thought flickered in his mind. Alan exclaimed with fervor, I know. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the door to the stone tower, meticulously observing every detail. Life is indeed wondrous. As he tilted his gaze towards the door, everything transformed. The perplexities that had previously troubled him became crystal clear. Chapter 42. Alan tilted his head, rapidly sketching various lines on the door. An hour later, he took a deep breath. He was just a stroke away. Once he completed this line, the enigma would unravel. He executed this stroke slowly, painstakingly, at a pace that could only be described as in slow motion. Yet, it was evident that Alan trembled with excitement, on the cusp of a significant moment. He could not contain his exhilaration. The line was not long, yet he labored over it for 10 minutes. Finally, the stroke was complete. Alan stepped back, his gaze fixed intently on the door of the stone tower. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, still no response. Alan remained steadfast in his focus on the tower's door, his face devoid of disappointment. At that moment, the transparent figure approached Alan's side. Wait, just a moment longer. Alan sensed the figure's presence. They likely believed he had failed and intended to return him. However, this time, Alan felt confident. There would be no mistakes this time. The transparent figure resolved not to delay any further. It had granted Alan a chance, and indeed, it was the final opportunity. It was he who had failed to seize it. The transparent figure approached Alan, closing the distance by 3 steps. At this moment, Alan remained fixated on the stone tower's entrance, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. With a sigh, the transparent figure prepared to lead Alan away. However, at that very instant, the stone tower's grand door suddenly emitted a deep, rumbling sound, akin to a mechanism in motion, reminiscent of boulders rolling across the earth. The sound compelled the transparent figure to halt and gaze at the door. Then, he beheld a brilliant white light, blinding in its intensity. Ha 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 ha. Alan erupted into joyous laughter. This time, he was indeed correct. The door had truly opened. At the moment of its unveiling, the radiance was overwhelmingly bright. It took several seconds before the white light finally dissipated. Unable to contain his excitement, Alan stepped toward the door, eager to discover what lay within. The transparent figure did not follow. Instead, he watched Alan's retreating silhouette, gradually fading from view. As Alan entered the stone tower, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Inside the tower, a luminous brilliance enveloped him. The floor and walls were embedded with stones that emitted a radiant white light. This illumination emanated from these very stones, creating a floor that sparkled like a mirror. Subsequently, Alan noticed a colossal white crystal directly ahead. He approached to examine it closely, extending his hand to tap its surface. The touch was icy and the texture remarkably hard. This crystal was unlike anything Alan had ever encountered. It did not resemble any earthly creation. Could it be from outer space? No, he shook his head. This world could not be comprehended through the lens of his previous knowledge, despite its appearance as a stone tower. Internally, it consisted of only a single level. Alan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, for there was nothing of value within the tower. Apart from the immense white crystal, there was naught else. Yet, Alan remained oblivious to the purpose of this crystal, and naturally, he could not carry it away. Regret began to creep in as he pondered his purpose for entering. Clearly, there was nothing of worth here. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. And Alan's current mood echoed this sentiment. Suddenly, he became aware that the transparent figure had not followed him inside. Where had it gone? An abundance of questions swirled in Alan's mind. Why had that being brought him to this place? Once again, he found himself opening the door to the stone tower. However, now that the door was ajar, that elusive figure had vanished once more. The significance of his entry into the tower eluded him, and Alan felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Despite his considerable intellect, he could not discern the true purpose of the white crystal before him. Approaching the door with the intention of leaving, he was taken aback to discover that a mysterious force had ensnared it, rendering it utterly unyielding. This meant he was trapped within. Alan felt on the verge of madness. The reason behind this predicament eluded him. He sank to the ground, convinced that this was all part of a grand conspiracy designed to imprison him here. He remained seated on the cold floor for a full day and night. The following day, he was still there, and by the third day, he appeared somewhat haggard, his beard having grown unkempt. By the fourth day, Alan's demeanor was one of utter despondency. Thus, nearly a month passed, with Alan's figure hunched and his hair and beard long enough to obscure his face. Time crept by, and he was oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Inside, however, a profound stillness prevailed, as if this place were a sanctuary where nothing could occur. Initially, he would rise and pace occasionally, but eventually, he succumbed to a state of inertia. Days turned into weeks, and while the atmosphere remained unchanged, the door began to show signs of decay. Then one fateful day, a slender crack appeared in the door, through which tendrils of black mist began to seep. As the mist entered, it surged directly towards Alan. Strangely, he seemed oblivious to any danger, unresponsive to the encroaching shadow that sought him. The black mist, on the other hand, appeared almost jubilant, eagerly racing toward him, emitting excited shrieks as it sliced through the air. It approached with increasing proximity, 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. It seemed as though the mist had found a delectable feast. Just as it was about to engulf Alan, he remained unperturbed, seemingly destined to become the mist's sustenance. Yet, at that critical juncture, Alan abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand with a gentle grace to grasp the black mist effortlessly. A pained wail escaped the mist, echoing its distress. Alan's eyes were filled with bewilderment. He pondered what had just transpired and how he had managed to seize the mist in his grasp. An even more astonishing event unfolded before Alan. The dark mist he held in his hands, which had been struggling violently, gradually began to calm. Subsequently, this mist appeared to fade, slowly turning white, starting from the point where Alan grasped it and then spreading until it enveloped his entire being. Ultimately, the entire mass of black mist transformed into a pristine white. What was happening? Alan found this transformation utterly incomprehensible and felt profoundly disoriented by his current state. This was not himself. A voice within his mind incessantly whispered that the world was beyond salvation, that all beings would perish. Surrender. Slumber. Who are you? Alan began to resist, battling against the voice within his consciousness. Surrender. The dark crystal will dominate everything. We are all failures. Get out of my head. Chapter 43, Constellations. Alan perceived this voice as his own, yet, in truth, it was not. At that moment, Alan's consciousness seemed to be inhabiting another entity. These voices, steeped in despair, emanated from the mind of this individual. Then, with a fierce roar, Alan silenced the voice in his head, as if it had never existed. In that instant, everything before him transformed. He found himself atop a resplendent edifice, with billions kneeling below. Alan felt an overwhelming surge of tragic emotion. All of you, rise and resist the darkness with me. Although it was Alan speaking, the voice that resonated was entirely unfamiliar. Then, a vast expanse of black mist began to spread from the horizon. The mist surged forth, invading the entire world. Any living being touched by it would transform into a crystalline entity. This black mist was invincible. No matter how fiercely the people resisted, it was in vain. The air filled with wails of anguish and cries of despair as the atmosphere thickened with hopelessness. Initially, only a few thousand had transformed into crystalline beings. But the mist spread was rapid. Within minutes, the number of crystalline entities surged to hundreds of thousands, and at this rate, it would only increase. These crystalline beings could no longer be referred to as human. Though they retained a humanoid form and the ability to move, they had entirely lost their subjective consciousness, becoming mere automatons, mindlessly receiving and executing commands. From Alan's perspective, the number of crystalline beings multiplied exponentially, akin to black ink suddenly staining an entire sheet of paper, swift and irreversible. The entity Alan had inhabited was engulfed by profound sorrow and indignation. These were his people. Yet under the onslaught of the black mist, one by one, they lost their sanity, transforming into mere shells of their former selves. With the emergence of the crystal beings, they began to assault the untainted populace, resulting in brutal clashes marked by carnage. The crystalline exteriors of these entities were exceptionally resilient, and their physical attributes, be it agility, speed, or strength, had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective against them, rendering them invincible and unstoppable. Blood stained the earth, while a dark mist relentlessly expanded its territory. Within mere minutes, the surroundings were overrun by crystal beings, and the ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of citizens. Despair, fury, and an overwhelming hatred permeated the air. In his final moments, Alan's perspective was one of horror as a crystal being severed his head, sending it soaring into the air before it tumbled to the ground. Gasping, Alan abruptly opened his eyes, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Moments later, he realized that what he had experienced was merely an illusion. Time had not passed, the door remained intact, and the dark mist was nowhere to be found. However, the memories he had just endured were far too vivid to be dismissed as ordinary phantoms. He was increasingly inclined to believe that he had witnessed a reenactment of some historical event, akin to scenes replayed from a cinematic memory. Alan took several moments to steady his breathing. Just then, a voice pierced the silence, startling him. "You are indeed the one I have awaited." He sprang to his feet, alertly scanning his surroundings, only to be astonished by a radiant presence. "Do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions." Before him, the former white crystal had vanished, replaced by a luminous orb of light suspended in midair. This was no ordinary sphere. It spoke with the melodious voice of a woman, clear and enchanting. "Who are you?" Alan asked, taking a few seconds to acclimate to this surreal encounter. In truth, he had witnessed far stranger phenomena, but the sudden speech had rendered him momentarily flustered. Since entering the stone tower, he had assumed he was alone, never imagining that the white crystal was, in fact, alive. "I am but a failed sovereign," the woman declared. And in an instant, a brilliant light erupted. Before Alan's eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized. Her beauty was breathtaking. She wore a gown adorned with exquisite gems and a crown that accentuated her regal presence. "Esteemed queen, greetings," Alan offered, extending his goodwill. "You appear to be unperturbed, indeed. For I have encountered far more astonishing phenomena. For instance, the universe, nebulas, black holes, and so forth. It seems you are a sage." Alan did not respond, merely smiled. He stood upon the shoulders of giants. "I am Queen Melinda, the last sovereign of this realm. All that you have witnessed is indeed rooted in reality. The black mist and the crystalline beings are genuine. But where are they now?" Alan furrowed his brow, voicing his uncertainty. The black mist and crystalline entities he had encountered seemed virtually invincible. However, since Alan's arrival, he had neither heard nor seen any legends pertaining to the black mist or the crystalline beings. "That is precisely what I was about to convey. Approximately 30,000 years ago, I ruled over all creatures inhabiting this world, whether they soared through the skies, swam in the seas, or roamed the land. All were my subjects. Yet, due to the existence of the black mist and crystalline beings, our living space gradually diminished, and my subjects and I remained vigilant against the impending calamity. I also sought methods to combat them based on the ancient texts. It appears you were not entirely unsuccessful. Strictly speaking, I succeeded. My subjects and I performed a blood sacrifice, ultimately subduing the black mist and crystalline beings. In return, I received a higher energy protection, allowing me to persist in this form to this day. Over the years, I have diligently studied the records of ancient sages and uncovered a hidden prophecy. One day, a savior destined to rescue the world will descend from the heavens. Yet to become this savior, one must first undergo trials. Upon hearing this, Alan recalled the patterns and symbols on the stone door. It is indeed a formidable puzzle for an ordinary person to solve. The riddle inscribed on the door is the crystallization of ancient wisdom. Can you enlighten me on how you deciphered it? Queen Melinda inquired with curiosity. Alan scratched the back of his head, saying, "Initially, I was unaware until I tilted my head and gazed at the stone door. I discovered that the connecting lines could form a unique pattern, 12 constellations, specifically the zodiac signs: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Could you elaborate on the constellations? It would be my honor." The constellations are delineated based on the positions of stars, using lines to connect them, thereby forming special patterns. Such as this. As Alan demonstrated on the ground, he was astonished that the knowledge from his past life was instrumental in solving the riddles of this world. Chapter 44. Departure. In the ensuing time, Alan and Queen Melinda engaged in profound discussions, traversing topics from astronomy and geography to biology and philosophy. Queen Melinda possessed knowledge far beyond Alan's imagination, thus enriching their exchanges. Alan was also absorbing knowledge, delving deeper into the intricacies of this world. From the words of Queen Melinda, he learned that the so-called prophecy of the Redeemer was merely the result of calculations made by the ancient sages of this realm. This concept is akin to the predictions found in the Book of Changes. However, the wisdom of these ancient sages extends far beyond the scope of the Book of Changes. As a successor of these ancient sages, Melinda ultimately subdued the black mist and the crystal beings, after which she fell into a slumber within this stone tower. In this world, several human civilizations once existed, all of which were annihilated by the black mist and the crystal beings. It was only recently that a new humanity emerged, developing intellect and breaking free from their primitive existence, transitioning to a life of gathering and hunting, akin to the current state of Alan's village. Regarding the enigma of opening the stone door, only the true savior possesses that knowledge. Thus, Alan undeniably embodies the savior as described by Queen Melinda. However, Alan does not share this sentiment. He does not aspire to be a savior. In truth, he harbors little emotional attachment to this world. His actions are driven solely by self-interest. Melinda does not press Alan on this matter. They both tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion after their initial mention of it. Time passed, though Alan could not ascertain how long. The more he conversed with Queen Melinda, the more he perceived her nobility and intellect, reminiscent of the erudite teachers of his past life. If Queen Melinda were to don spectacles and wield a ruler, the resemblance would be even more striking. "Queen Melinda, I have always harbored a question," he inquired. "Mr. Alan, feel free to ask whatever you wish," she replied warmly. Despite being significantly older than Alan, Queen Melinda exuded the aura of a wise elder sister, considerate and approachable. This was one of the reasons Alan enjoyed conversing with her. "Do you know the mysterious individual who brought me here from my village?" Alan felt a profound distance from the black mist and the crystal beings. The notion of being a savior was of no concern to him. Instead, it was that enigmatic figure who posed a genuine threat to him. Just imagine. Someone capable of whisking you away without a trace at any moment. A presence that could appear at any time and take you away, leaving you unable to rest peacefully at night. This was what truly unsettled Alan. Yet, he was destined for disappointment. Queen Melinda was entirely unaware of this individual. "I'm sorry, Mr. Alan, but I do not know who you speak of. However, I believe he means you no harm. Otherwise, perhaps we would not have crossed paths." She comforted him, sensing the implications of his words. Alan nodded in acknowledgement. Since Queen Melinda was unaware of the other party's intentions, she lacked the interest to further pursue the topic. "If I have come here to hear you recount the history of this world, then that matter is settled. I would like to know when I may take my leave." Of course, Alan had yet to voice his own means of departure. Queen Melinda observed Alan, sensing his resolve, and curiously inquired, "Mr. Alan, do you not harbor any interest in becoming a savior? It appears you are rather indifferent to this notion. I sensed it from the very beginning, as if you possess little affection for this world." Alan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Queen Melinda had struck a chord within him. It was not merely a lack of affection for this world. In truth, his heart brimmed with disdain for it. As a transmigrator, while other predecessors either assumed the roles of princes, wielding dominion over lands and possibly engaging in future royal disputes, or possessed extraordinary martial prowess, embarking on a journey of unparalleled might, or boasted the most brilliant intellect, capable of decisive strategies from afar, Alan found himself in a less exalted position. He was endowed with an inexhaustible supply of grain seeds and some advanced knowledge as a transmigrator. While these attributes might seem commendable, they were contingent upon the nature of the world he inhabited. Upon his arrival, the world was starkly impoverished. The sole consolation was that he had not landed in a primitive realm. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to madness. Alan's journey was destined to be more arduous than that of others, as he was tasked with introducing agriculture to this world. At times, he would have to toil in the fields himself, for the inhabitants were utterly oblivious to the concept of farming. Was it painful? Indeed. Was it difficult? Certainly. Yet, Alan persevered. However, to claim that he held any love for this world? Regrettably, not even a fragment the size of a fingernail. Thus, faced with Queen Melinda's inquiry, Alan found himself at a loss for words. The situation was far too intricate. He could not simply reveal that he was a transmigrator, since others were unaware. He had no desire to expose himself. As for the notion of being a savior, he had absolutely no interest. Perhaps I should not have broached this subject, Melinda said, her expression turning apologetic. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Mr. Allen, our meeting has been foretold, and its occurrence signifies that the suppression of the dark mist and the crystalline beings has begun to wane. Allen was taken aback by this revelation. Mr. Allen, whether you wish it or not, you will inevitably confront these events in the near future. I understand. However, is there a viable solution? Unfortunately, we have not discovered one yet. Perhaps this is precisely why you are seen as the savior. Very well, when shall I depart? Do you not wish to discuss further knowledge with me? I would be delighted to. In this conversation, the two of us shared much, with Alan even delving into matters of past lives, such as automobiles, energy, and trains. Queen Melinda is astute. She believes that with Alan's intellect, he could indeed bring such innovations to this world. To this, Alan could only smile faintly. He is not an omnipotent deity and cannot manifest everything. Nevertheless, he would endeavor to do his utmost. As the day of departure approached, Mr. Allen, I have a request. What is it? Mr. Allen, as a queen, I have spent my life battling the dark mist and the crystalline beings without ever experiencing the intimacy between a man and a woman. I hold you in high regard. I do not perceive you as a villain. Although we may never meet again after your departure, could you grant me a beautiful memory? Upon hearing Queen Melinda's request, Alan contemplated for a moment, steeling himself, and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 45. Farewell, though Alan agreed. He conveyed to Queen Melinda that he might never forget her and could very well fall in love with her, making his departure all the more difficult. For Alan is a sentimental soul. He cannot disregard someone with whom he has shared intimacy. Queen Melinda cupped Alan's face and, moved, said, Alan, look at me. Alan gazed at the exquisite beauty of Queen Melinda. She continued, Alan, I know you will endure great sorrow, for I shall bear even more. Our separation will forever linger in my heart, yet I shall not regret this, Alan. I have expressed my desire for a beautiful memory, one that will alleviate my solitude in the long days to come. Do you understand? Alan comprehended the underlying sorrow in Queen Melinda's words. It was clear that they could never truly be together. Nevertheless, she had awakened from her slumber, which signified her acceptance of the prolonged time ahead. Thus, a beautiful memory would serve as her motivation to persevere. As the saying goes, it is not the eternity that matters, but the moments once cherished. However, Alan found it difficult to accept this notion. If that were the case, he would struggle to reconcile his feelings. He was not a conservative individual, but could not abandon his beloved. That would not be the conduct of a man. Queen Melinda was deeply touched and grateful for Alan's respect. Suddenly, she cupped his face and kissed him tenderly, then gently pulled away. Alan, please do not disappoint me. Together, Alan and Queen Melinda created a profoundly beautiful memory. Subsequently, with great reluctance, Alan took his leave. This separation signifies an eternal farewell. Alan, the only assistance I can offer you consists of these two items. As she was departing, Queen Melinda entrusted Alan with a crimson gem, roughly the size of a palm, and a capsule-like object. She informed him that these two items might prove to be of great aid to him in the future. However, she refrained from disclosing their functions, seemingly wishing for Alan to uncover their purposes himself. Subsequently, Queen Melinda bestowed upon Alan a poignant kiss, tears streaming down her face as she waved goodbye, expressing her gratitude. Alan longed to embrace her, yet he realized his body was being repelled by this space. His legs were the first to vanish, followed by his torso, until only his head remained. Summoning all his strength, Alan cried out, Melinda, I will rescue you. Soon after, his head disappeared as well. The sensation of consciousness sinking returned once more, but this time, Alan was mentally prepared. His awareness felt as though it were plummeting into the depths of the ocean. until he succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Time passed without his knowledge. When Alan awoke again, he found himself seated in his room, astonished to discover that he seemed to have experienced no passage of time. Perhaps less than a minute had elapsed. Yet, he distinctly remembered spending several months in that space. Alan had grasped the nature of that realm. It resembled a temporal displacement, akin to the bizarre and mysterious disappearances of past lives. Being taken by that enigmatic figure implied that he had traversed time and space, where the flow of time differed between the two realms. Thus, while he lingered for months in that space, it amounted to mere seconds or less than a minute in reality. He chose not to dwell on that realm any longer, and soon realized that he was still holding the two items gifted to him by Queen Melinda, yet he had not examined them closely. At that moment, two voices echoed from the doorway, those of Clavin and Luke, both tinged with urgency. "Clavin, are you telling the truth? Although I suspect you may be lying, this is the first time I've seen you in such a state, so I am willing to believe you." Luke lamented. "I am in turmoil. Having lost Lord Alan, my life will be shrouded in darkness." Then the door swung open, with Clavin entering first, oblivious to the astonishment and subsequent anger etched on Luke's face behind him. Clavin, in a state of panic, pointed to the chair where Alan often sat and exclaimed that His Excellency Alan had vanished without a trace. He was at a loss as to whether Alan had departed voluntarily or had been abducted. "Recently, I have heard unsettling rumors about the nearby villages. Could it be that someone stealthily infiltrated our village and kidnapped His Excellency? What shall we do? Without His Excellency, my life will be shrouded in darkness. Oh heavens! Why must you be so cruel? Our village has only just begun to see the dawn of hope, thanks to His Excellency, who brought us sustenance and bread, sparing us from the dread of starvation this winter. I implore you, dear heavens, reveal to me the whereabouts of His Excellency. No, I mustn't let anyone else know, otherwise chaos will ensue in the village. It must be just the two of us. Yes, just the two of us, who will seek out His Excellency." As Clavin spoke, he knelt on the ground, visibly distressed by the loss of His Excellency, feeling as though he were a child deprived of guidance. He looked at Luke with pleading eyes, only to find Luke glaring back in anger. "Luke, why do you regard me with such disdain?" Clavin asked. Luke retorted brusquely, "Clavin, if you intend to lose your mind, kindly do not involve me. Honestly." With that, Luke entered the house and respectfully bowed to the empty chair that once belonged to Alan, saying, "Esteemed His Excellency Alan, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have much work to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Luke departed without a second glance. Clavin stood there, bewildered, his mind in disarray. Slowly turning around, he was met with the sight of Alan smiling at him. "Your Excellency Alan, you are here. So you heard everything I just said?" Alan nodded, affirming, "I did." Clavin was taken aback, dropping to his knees before Alan, wanting to express his relief and gratitude. But words failed him, stumbling over his tongue as he grappled with a multitude of thoughts, such as how relieved he was that Alan was unharmed and seeking forgiveness for his earlier outburst. Alan gazed at Clavin, warmth filling his heart as he sensed Clavin's unwavering loyalty, especially in light of Clavin's plea for Luke to join the search for him. Alan felt touched. "Rise, Clavin. Your reaction disappoints me," Alan remarked. Upon hearing this, Clavin stood respectfully to the side, his demeanor serious and attentive. "Clavin, as my deputy, you must maintain clarity of mind at all times. I do not expect you to strategize with precision, but at the very least, you should remain composed in times of crisis. If others had witnessed your earlier display, what would they have thought? Matters could have been resolved amicably, but your panic has complicated the situation further. Do you understand, Clavin?" Clavin reflected deeply on his reaction, nodding earnestly. "I understand, Your Excellency. I swear this will be the last time." Alan was quite satisfied with Clavin's earnestness in acknowledging his mistakes. Shortly thereafter, a voice filled with urgency suddenly pierced the air outside the house. Boss, please come and save Tana. Tana is on the verge of collapse." A startled Alan recognized Sherry's voice. Wasn't she supposed to be in the Elven Forest? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the house. Chapter 46. Hidden Dangers. Upon exiting, Alan was taken aback. He beheld Sherry, bearing Tana on her back, tears streaming down her face, radiating helplessness and fear. Beside them, Tasha was crying even more intensely. Their faces were smeared with dirt, and their garments were tattered, as though they had just emerged from a mire. Yet, this was of little consequence. Tana appeared to be unconscious, her long, pale arms hanging limply. As soon as Sherry spotted Alan, she hurried towards him, exclaiming, Boss, please save Tana." Although Alan was oblivious to the ordeal Sherry and the others had endured, he had no time to ponder. His sole focus was on rescuing Tana. Quickly. Inside. Once they laid Tana on the bed, Sherry began to explain, "Boss, Tana did this to save me. You must save her, or I will never forgive myself." Tana's condition resembled that of a high fever-induced unconsciousness. Her forehead was burning hot, measuring at least 38 degrees Celsius. If left untreated, the fever could escalate to 40 degrees, endangering her life and potentially causing irreversible brain damage. In this era, there were no specialized medications for ailments, resulting in a high mortality rate when illness struck. Alan had no medicine at hand, so he instructed Clavin to boil water immediately. For the time being, they had to resort to rudimentary methods. He then informed Sherry and Tasha that once the water boiled, all windows and doors should be opened to ensure proper ventilation. Subsequently, Sherry and Tasha began to wipe Tana's body with damp animal skins to help dissipate the heat. Soon enough, Clavin had the water ready. Alan reiterated his instructions to Sherry and Tasha before stepping back with Clavin. Sherry and Tasha followed Alan's directives without question. Sherry, having been with Alan for quite some time, had grown accustomed to his mysterious and miraculous ways, developing profound admiration and trust in him. However, Tasha's compliance was unexpected, indicating that, in such a short span, Alan had earned her trust as well. Though they lacked understanding of fevers, they placed their faith in Alan. Alan's brows were deeply furrowed, and his worry was palpable. The method of external cooling had a low success rate, and the absence of medicine loomed as a significant risk. At that moment, he resolved to seek various herbs in the future to prevent such incidents from reoccurring. Witnessing Alan's troubled expression, Clavin shared in the concern for Tana, offering silent prayers for her recovery. Though their time together was brief, Tana's sunny disposition and gentle kindness easily endeared her to those of the opposite sex. It would indeed be a tragic loss for such a beautiful young woman to perish in this manner. "My Lord Alan, there are matters in the village that require my attention, so I shall take my leave," declared Clavin, aware that his presence here was of little assistance. He added, "I have faith that Miss Tana will be all right." Alan said nothing but consented to Clavin's departure. Once Clavin had left, Alan vanished from the spot. He entered his magical repository, as the wheat he had sown would not mature until the following year. He relied on the wheat seeds within his magical store to sustain the entire village. Every few days, he would visit the warehouse to transport wheat seeds and grind them into flour. With over 300 mouths to feed in the village, the daily consumption of bread was substantial. This led Alan to ponder whether he ought to expand the cultivation of wheat. In the warehouse, he made a beeline for the locked cabinet. The other cabinets contained grains that could be freely accessed, but this particular cabinet remained obstinately closed to him. How he wished it would open, perhaps revealing some medicinal remedies. Yet, disappointment was Alan's only companion. He even retrieved 2 items bestowed upon him by Queen Melinda, attempting to unlock the cabinet, but to no avail. Dejected, he exited the magical warehouse. Upon returning to his previous location, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized he was confronted with significant dangers. Without medicine, even a common cold could prove fatal. Alan had never encountered such formidable challenges. It felt akin to asking a primary school student to construct a satellite. It was daunting. He was even ignorant of what medicinal herbs resembled. Did Shin Nong truly sample 100 herbs? Regrettably, he lacked the time and energy for such endeavors, and the risks were immense. Should anything happen to him, the village's food supply would be irrevocably jeopardized, leading to the demise of all. Furthermore, the seeds in the magical repository encompassed numerous varieties, each requiring his careful introduction to the world. "Medicine, medicine," Alan muttered, tugging at his hair. In mere minutes, he appeared as though he had endured sleepless nights. He urged himself to regain composure. If he could beseech the heavens for a solution to the issue of medicine, he would gladly do so. Yet he understood that this predicament could only be resolved through his own efforts. Alan resolved to set aside this concern for the moment. The most pressing issue remained whether Tana could escape her peril. He prayed fervently in his heart. Tana was a good girl, and he did not wish for her to depart this world in such a manner. As time slowly passed, approximately 2 hours later, Sherry appeared before Alan. The boss noticed Alan's pale and haggard complexion, causing Sherry's heart to tremble. "Is everything all right? How is Tana?" Alan inquired impatiently. "Tana's fever has subsided," Sherry replied. Alan sighed in relief, but Sherry couldn't hold back her tears as she said, "Boss, Tana is currently in a deep coma, and I am deeply worried about her. Once her fever breaks, she will awaken," Alan reassured her. Sherry shook her head, insisting, "No, boss, you must come with me to see for yourself." A sense of foreboding washed over Alan. Upon returning to the room, Tasha expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. My sister's fever has diminished." "No need for thanks. I too hope for Tana's recovery," Alan replied. Tasha had already dressed Tana, but her abdomen remained exposed. To Alan's astonishment, he noticed a distinct wooden patch on Tana's lower belly. Though small, it was visibly spreading. "What on earth is happening?" he exclaimed. With tears streaming down her face, Sherry recounted. "Earlier, in the forest, we were attacked by them. Tana was struck in the abdomen while trying to save me, and she immediately fell unconscious." Alan's heart tightened. How could a single blow render someone unconscious? "What are they?" "A vast expanse of black mist and a black crystal," Tasha sobbed. "Lord Alan, the elven forest is doomed. Our kin have all turned to wood." Hearing these chilling words, Alan felt as if struck by lightning. The terrifying entities had finally emerged. Chapter 47. A ray of hope. Alan had believed that the black mist and crystalline beings were distant threats, allowing him ample time to prepare. Although he did not consider himself the so-called savior, he resolved to do his utmost. Having witnessed the formidable might of the black mist and the crystalline beings, his reaction was understandable. Seeing Alan's astonished expression, Sherry asked, "Boss, what is wrong?" Realizing his lapse, Alan shook his head and quickly masked his concern, saying, "It's nothing. Please continue." He felt it prudent to withhold the full extent of the black mist and crystalline being's terror from Sherry, to prevent undue anxiety and panic. Yet the reality was that the black mist and black crystal she spoke of had already exhibited their overwhelming power. "I had no idea we were suppressing a dreadful monster all along. However, recently, the strength of our suppression has weakened, allowing the black mist to seize the opportunity. First, our kin fell victim, and then our queen mother transformed into a statue while trying to save us. We are now homeless," Sherry lamented, her sorrow overwhelming her once more. Alan, unable to bear the sight of a girl in tears, felt utterly at a loss. Uncertain of how to comfort a young woman, Alan expressed his sorrow for the plight of Sherry's people. "Sherry, you must remain strong. This place is also your home." Gradually, Sherry ceased her tears, gazing at Alan with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss." Subsequently, Alan instructed Sherry to accompany Tasha and Tana, and promptly summoned Claven, along with Joseph and Tom. The latter had grown capable of handling matters independently. It was the first occasion that they all appeared before Alan together. Observing the seriousness etched upon Alan's face, an unsettling feeling crept into their hearts. "Your Excellency, may I inquire why you summoned us with such urgency? Has something grave occurred?" Claven ventured to ask. Alan turned to Joseph, stating, "Joseph, you mentioned having visited that mysterious place. Have you heard of the dark mist, or any legends regarding certain crystals?" After a moment of recollection, Joseph shook his head, replying, "My lord, I apologize. My stay in that enigmatic realm was brief, and I did not have the opportunity to explore much. I am unaware of anything concerning the dark mist." A flicker of disappointment crossed Alan's mind. Apart from himself, Joseph was the most knowledgeable in the village, and if he claimed ignorance, it was indeed a matter of truth. Nonetheless, Alan dismissed his dismay and promptly commanded Joseph and Tom, "A terrifying dark mist has emerged in the forest, capable of turning individuals into statues." The gravity of this revelation caused everyone to gasp in shock. It was the first time they had heard of such a dreadful phenomenon. "What would you have us do, Your Excellency?" Joseph and Tom asked in unison, kneeling before Alan, now acutely aware of the dire threat at hand. "You shall monitor the forest continuously for 24 hours. If you encounter the dark mist, return immediately to alert us." Upon receiving their orders, Joseph and Tom hastily departed, acutely sensing Alan's anxiety and unease. Claven, too, grasped the severity of the situation. "Your Excellency, should we consider relocating? If the village could be moved to safety before the dark mist arrives, we might avert disaster." This suggestion was indeed a pragmatic approach. However, the dark mist was swift and nearly invincible, leading him to worry that they could only delay the inevitable, not escape it entirely. If fleeing were a viable solution, the ancient sages would not have sacrificed their lives in their struggle against the dark mist. Alan nodded, instructing, "Proceed discreetly and prepare everyone for a potential evacuation while ensuring there is no panic." "Yes, Your Excellency." Following a succession of orders, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Alan. Should the dark mist emerge from the forest, the entire village would be utterly defenseless. At times, it is not merely the villagers who are at stake. Even one's own life hangs in the balance. A deep sense of unwillingness envelopes him. The village has only just begun to find its footing, yet they are suddenly confronted with such a terrifying calamity and adversary. Truth be told, Alan does not possess the assurance or confidence of victory. However, he must not reveal this uncertainty. He is the leader, the one individual who cannot afford to falter during such a critical moment. That day, the villagers became aware of Alan's intention to relocate the village. Although they were perplexed, no one voiced opposition. After enduring numerous tribulations, Their trust in Alan had reached unprecedented heights. If there had been any doubt regarding Alan's capabilities in the past, now, in their hearts, they held an unwavering faith and loyalty towards him. After all, it was Alan who had provided them with bread, alleviating their fears of starvation during the winter months. This alone earned him the loyalty of all. Undeterred, Alan presented the two items entrusted to him by Queen Melinda, a ruby and an object resembling a large capsule. Alan could discern little about the ruby, and despite its designation as a capsule, it was composed of an unknown metallic material. In his desperation, he placed his hopes upon these two items, attempting to open the capsule. After much contemplation, he found no means to unlock it. Just as he was about to concede defeat, the capsule unexpectedly split into two halves. A glimmer of hope sparked within him as he beheld what lay inside, another gemstone, a striking aquamarine, captivating in its beauty. As he held it, he felt its cool touch, though he was unaware of its purpose. The fact that it was preserved within the capsule suggested it was far more precious than the ruby. Alan examined the aquamarine from every angle, yet it appeared to be merely an ordinary gemstone. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at the enigma of the unknown. Deciding to set aside his musings, he resolved to adhere to the established plan. Should the black mist begin to leak, the villagers must be evacuated to safety immediately. Alan's thoughts turned to Tana and her inexplicable scars. Upon realizing that this was the work of the black mist, he discerned that its current power must be weak, insufficient to fully transform a person into a crystalline being. Unless the black mist he understood and the one currently present were fundamentally different entities. This conjecture held a significant likelihood of being accurate. As Alan pondered possible remedies for Tana, suddenly, Chapter 48, awakening the sapphire in Alan's hand suddenly emitted a warm sensation, accompanied by a faint electrical current, prompting him to instinctively consider discarding it. However, he quickly recognized the anomaly of the sapphire. What could be the cause of this? Alan found himself perplexed. For the seemingly ordinary gemstone now appeared to be filled with some mysterious liquid. The transformation of the sapphire was utterly bewildering to him, leading him to ponder the reasons behind its sudden change. Queen Melinda had not disclosed the purpose of the two sapphires to him, and it seemed she could not have anticipated that he would require their use so soon. Surely, she believed that Alan would have ample time to study and comprehend the powers of these gems. Gazing intently at the sapphire, an intense curiosity flickered across Alan's face. He yearned to uncover whether the sapphire's transformation was an autonomous occurrence or the result of another influence, most directly, his own will. Subsequently, Alan endeavored to conduct some tests on the sapphire. A half-hour later, he arrived at a startling and exhilarating conclusion. It appeared that the sapphire could discern his thoughts. Whether he placed the sapphire on the ground or cradled it in his palm, the moment he contemplated healing Tana's wounds, the gemstone would react. Furthermore, Alan deduced that the sapphire seemed to respond solely to Tana's injuries. At this moment, Alan felt as though his life had been turned upside down. Although he was aware that this world had witnessed the destruction of several civilizations, the sophistication of this sapphire surpassed his wildest imagination, akin to a being from the 21st century suddenly encountering futuristic technological marvels. He dashed towards the room, unable to contain his eagerness to test the sapphire's capabilities. Perhaps this gemstone truly held the power to awaken Tana. Inside the room, Sherry and Tasha kept a quiet vigil by Tana's bedside. Despite Tana's fever subsiding, she showed no signs of awakening due to her abdominal injuries, which were progressively worsening. What had once been the size of a thumb was now nearly as large as an infant's palm. If a remedy was not found soon, the spreading injury could render Tana a mere wooden statue, and it was uncertain whether she could be saved then. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for endangering Tana," Sherry lamented, her heart heavy with guilt as she gazed at Tana's unconscious form. "If only I could take her place, I would gladly endure the pain myself." "Enough of this foolishness, Sherry. I have no regrets about my actions, and you need not blame yourself. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. We are the best of sisters, are we not?" Tasha had evidently matured, her speech no longer marred by stuttering. Yet, how could Tana awaken? What could possibly cure her? Sherry was on the brink of madness. She could not bear to witness her dear sister depart from this world. "Sherry, do not be disheartened. I have no regrets, nor do you. Let us step outside, allowing me a moment of solitude." Sherry nodded, wiping away her tears, not wishing for Tana to hear any negative words. Just as the two were about to exit, Alan burst in, breathless. "Boss, Lord Alan." There was no time for pleasantries. Alan hastily pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed, cradling a sapphire in his palm. Noticing his unusual demeanor, both Sherry and Tasha felt a sense of curiosity. "Boss, what troubles you?" "Lord Alan, have you devised a plan?" Tasha asked, her face alight with anticipation. Alan nodded. I have some leads, but I must verify them. Sherry's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, Boss, you truly have a solution. This is wonderful. Does this mean Tana can be saved? Tasha, equally exhilarated, embraced Sherry and implored, Lord Alan, please treat my sister at once. I beg you. Without needing to be told, Alan was already in motion, driven by the desire to heal Tana's wounds. Before long, the sapphire began to emanate warmth, seemingly guiding Alan to bring it closer to Tana's injury. Sherry and Tasha held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation. Despite their uncertainty regarding the sapphire's origins, they felt a glimmer of hope. Having a solution was better than none. They fervently wished, may Alan restore Tana to health. At that moment, Alan's heart raced, mirroring the tension of Sherry and Tasha. As he drew nearer to Tana's wound, the sapphire's warmth intensified. Once positioned above the injury, the gemstone radiated a gentle light, illuminating Tana's wound. Gradually, the injury began to heal visibly. The small wooden shard, seemingly a formidable adversary, fought against the healing light. Yet all resistance proved futile under the sapphire's soft glow. Is it truly possible? You are remarkable, boss. This is astounding. My sister is finally saved. Sherry and Tasha erupted in cheers. Alan was both astonished and pleasantly surprised. He could intuitively sense that the sapphire emanated a powerful, gentle, and warm energy. Observing that Tana's injuries were improving filled him with joy and relief. Although his time spent with the sisters had been brief, he held a favorable impression of them. Like Sherry, they exhibited remarkable intelligence and a profound curiosity for new experiences. Their presence undeniably injected a sense of joy and variety into his otherwise monotonous life. Sherry and Tasha frequently quarreled over a piece of bread, and during such moments, Tana, as the elder sister, would gently break the bread in half, ensuring that both Sherry and Tasha could partake. Without a doubt, Tana embodied the essence of a nurturing elder sister, safeguarding her two younger siblings. Particularly, the fact that Tana had sustained injuries while rescuing Sherry provided Alan with countless reasons to save her. Half an hour later, as the last vestige of wood vanished completely, Sherry and Tasha erupted into cheers once more. It's all right, Tana is safe. Thank you, Lord Alan, for saving my sister. At that moment, Alan, drenched in sweat and under immense pressure, finally exhaled in relief. Though he felt somewhat fatigued, the successful rescue of Tana made it all worthwhile. Thank you, Lord Alan. I know it was you who saved me. Shortly thereafter, Tana gradually regained consciousness and immediately expressed her gratitude towards Alan. Do not speak. You must rest and recuperate. I am a bit tired as well, so I shall step out for a while, Alan replied, attempting to rise. However, as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision blurred until he collapsed with a thud. Boss, what happened to you? Lord Alan. Sherry and Tasha were horrified to see Alan suddenly faint. Chapter 49. Journey to the forest. Time passed, and when Alan finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. Boss, you're awake. How wonderful. Please don't frighten me like that again. Lord Alan, I am so relieved that you are well. What on earth happened? In the small room, Sherry, Tana, Tasha, Clavin, and Joseph stood by the bed, visibly relieved at Alan's awakening. They had been deeply concerned after his sudden collapse. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Alan, despite feeling somewhat fatigued, experienced no other discomfort. He then inquired with Clavin and Joseph about any signs of the black mist leaking from the forest. They responded that Tom and the hunting team were currently monitoring the situation around the clock. Should anything arise, they would promptly return to alert them. Seeing that Tana was already able to move about brought Alan great comfort. Simultaneously, he felt immense gratitude towards Queen Melinda. The thought of that exquisite woman filled Alan's heart with a profound sense of longing. Had it not been for Melinda's timely gift of the gemstone, he might have been able to save Tana. How long had he been asleep? Boss, you have slept for an entire day, came the surprising reply. Alan had assumed he had merely dozed for a few hours, only to discover that a whole day had passed. This was certainly worth pondering. What happened to you, boss? Why did you suddenly faint? Your Grace, perhaps you have not been eating properly? Tasha surprisingly ventured a jest. All right. Now that his Grace has just awakened, let us not disturb him further. Let him rest well. Your Grace, we shall take our leave now. Boss, take care and rest well. Your Grace, we are stepping out. Do not think of us, the three elven maidens said as they departed. Once they were gone, Alan began to reflect on the circumstances surrounding his unconsciousness. He distinctly remembered that after treating Tana, as he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness overcame him, an experience reminiscent of low blood sugar or cerebral hypoxia. Yet he had always considered himself healthy and had never realized he was susceptible to such ailments. As he pondered, a sudden thought struck him. Alan retrieved the sapphire, holding it in his hand for a closer examination. Before long, his expression transformed to one of astonishment. He noticed that the liquid within the sapphire appeared diminished compared to before. Although the decrease was subtle, it did not escape his keen observation. Alan could not help but contemplate the implications. Could it be that the liquid within the sapphire was the key to healing Tana's injuries? It was evident that the liquid had been consumed in the process of treating her wounds. This led him to consider that utilizing the sapphire might impose a certain burden on his own body. Although he was uncertain of any potential harm, he resolved to minimize its use until he could ascertain its effects. Understanding that his fainting spell was linked to the sapphire's strain on his body, Alan decided to employ it sparingly from that point onward. Every 3 hours, those tasked with monitoring the forest sent in reports. For several consecutive days, the data revealed no anomalies. Once Alan had regained his strength, he continued to take the opportunity to teach his companions. Naturally, the 3 beautiful and charming elven maidens, including Sherry, joined in the lessons. Thus, during the day, Alan instructed everyone, while at night, he meticulously drafted plans for future developments. The emergence of dark mist had sounded an alarm for him. While pursuing development and construction, he recognized the necessity to enhance their military capabilities. Consequently, Alan informed Luke to manufacture additional crossbows. Days passed thereafter. After Alan concluded his lecture on the spherical nature of the Earth and its dual rotation around the sun, Sherry suddenly approached him, appearing troubled. The elven forest faced calamity, which also saddened Alan deeply. However, all he could do was to soothe Sherry and encourage her to be strong. At present, he had no effective means to combat the ominous black mist. Observing Sherry's hesitance to speak, Alan inquired with curiosity, "Sherry, do you have something to say to me?" Sherry gazed at Alan, biting her lip, and through tears implored, "Master, please save Queen Mother, save my people." Alan, taken aback, responded, "Sherry, how do you know I can save them? I am unsure myself." He spoke the truth. The terror of the black mist was beyond human comprehension. It had been invincible since ancient times. The ancient sages had sacrificed entire civilizations to suppress it, and even they were powerless. What could a mere successor like him possibly accomplish? Moreover, Alan was aware that the members of the elven clan had been transformed into wooden sculptures by the black mist. This knowledge weighed heavily on his heart. Yet he had never considered that he could save them. He was not so arrogant as to believe himself a savior, and even if others did, he could not accept it. However, Sherry seemed to hold on to a glimmer of hope. "Master, you awakened Tana. Perhaps you can also save my people. I understand this may be asking too much, but Queen Mother means everything to me. She has been the kindest person in my life, and I cannot bear to see her perish. Please, I beg you, save Queen Mother." As Sherry wept, she suddenly knelt before Alan. He hurried to lift her, but she clung to the ground, pleading, "Master, I implore you, save Queen Mother." At that moment, Tana and Tasha rushed over, kneeling before Alan as well, beseeching him, "Your Excellency, please save our kin. Whatever conditions you require, we shall comply." The 3 elven maidens seemed resolute in their determination to offer their commitment. Alan sighed deeply, urging the 3 elven girls to rise. "You must understand that the reason I was able to save Tana was due to her minor injuries. However, your kin have been entirely transformed into wooden sculptures, and thus, I cannot guarantee their revival. You must prepare yourselves for the outcome." "Master, I understand. Regardless of whether the result is good or bad, we will not hold you accountable. I simply wish to try." "Thank you, Master." Sherry bowed her head in respect to Alan. "Thank you, Your Excellency." That day, upon learning that Alan intended to venture into the forest alone, Claven desperately tried to dissuade him, kneeling and weeping as he implored, "My Lord Alan, please do not go. It is far too perilous. If anything were to happen to you, how would we survive? Allow me to accompany you. I can take your place." Alan felt a deep sense of gratitude for Claven's concern. However, he understood that this was a task only he could undertake. As for whether he could save Sherry and her kin, Alan himself harbored uncertainties. Nevertheless, he resolved to take the risk. If he succeeded, it would lead to a joyous outcome, potentially earning him the goodwill of the entire elven community. The role of the elves would prove to be immensely significant in the unfolding events. After resting through the night, early the next morning, Alan departed with 3 elven maidens. All of them were somewhat bewildered about the journey ahead, yet they knew the path must be traversed. Success could only be determined through endeavor. Chapter 50. The Benefactor. Although Alan had persuaded Claven, it did not mean that the entire village would remain indifferent. As they exited the village, they were met by a gathering of villagers at the entrance. Upon seeing them, everyone offered their respects. "My Lord Alan, may you return victorious. Please, do return. Accept my blessings, my lord." Each villager expressed their concern for Alan, filling his heart with warmth. "I shall return, Claven. Remember my words." As Claven watched Alan stride toward the elven forest, tears streamed down his face. He certainly recalled Alan's words. Should he fail to return, or should darkness spill forth, he would immediately lead the villagers to safety. "My lord Alan, you must come back," Claven silently vowed as he observed Alan's retreating figure. After leaving the village, Alan and his companions made their way directly to the elven forest. They soon arrived at the periphery of the enchanted woods. One more step forward would signify their official entry into the realm of the dark mist. "Thank you, my lord, for acquiescing to my unreasonable request," Sherry suddenly remarked. "From this day forth, I shall dedicate my life to following you." The sisters Tana and Tasha echoed, "My lord Alan, so shall we. We will devote our lives to you." Alan merely nodded, feeling ill-equipped to handle such sentiments. "Let us set forth," he declared. At this moment, the elven forest loomed before them, shrouded in uncertainty and dread. They were unaware of where the dark mist lay, or whether the ominous black crystal would soon discover their presence. Their objective was clear. They must swiftly locate any elf and attempt to restore them to their true selves. Once they stepped into the elven forest, Alan and his companions proceeded with utmost caution. However, deep within the forest, no trace of the ominous black mist appeared, nor did the dark crystals manifest. This left Alan and his companions both puzzled and elated. The absence of the black mist heralded a far smoother journey ahead. Could it be that the black mist had vacated? Such speculations were best left unpondered for now. Their immediate priority was to locate the elves. Before long, they stumbled upon several elves who had been transformed into wooden sculptures. Had they not been forewarned of their former humanity, Alan might have genuinely believed they were mere wooden carvings. The subsequent task fell to Alan. He produced a sapphire, focusing intently on mending the damage wrought by the black mist. The sapphire began to resonate, growing increasingly warm to the touch as Alan positioned it near the bodies of the elves. It emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the figures that had succumbed to their wooden fate. Shirley and the others felt a surge of hope once more. Previously, they had only speculated, now willing to take a gamble. After all, hope was a far more favorable sentiment than despair. They were unwilling to relinquish any opportunity, their eyes fixed intently ahead, hearts racing with trepidation. They could not ascertain whether Alan's sapphire would restore their transformed companions to their former selves. Previously, the wooden affliction on Tana had been no larger than an infant's palm, yet these companions had been entirely consumed by wood. Hence, uncertainty lingered regarding the sapphire's efficacy in reversing this transformation. Alan, too, felt the weight of doubt, aware that using the sapphire would impose a considerable strain on his own body. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to persevere. The outcome remained unknown. And so time ticked by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, their companions still showed no signs of change. It was worth noting that Tana's wooden exterior had vanished in under a minute. Disappointment washed over Shirley and the others. "Boss, it seems the sapphire is ineffective," Shirley lamented, her heart heavy with despair. No one desired to see their kin restored more than she did, yet she recognized the necessity of confronting reality. Alan, however, showed no intention of giving up. He believed 5 minutes was not an eternity. Understanding Shirley's feelings, he urged, "Let us hold on a while longer. We must not speak of surrender until the final moment." Though Shirley and her companions were reluctant to abandon hope, they struggled to envision a favorable outcome. Time continued to pass. After 10 minutes, just as Alan was about to concede, a breakthrough finally occurred. He observed that, after being illuminated by the sapphire for 10 minutes, Shirley's companion began to exhibit signs of change. The wooden exterior, akin to a skin, began to crack and peel away. In less than 5 minutes, transformation was underway. The companion's wooden exterior had completely shed, revealing the flesh beneath. Upon witnessing the restoration of their comrade, Sherry and the others erupted in cheers, while Alan exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not surrendered so soon. Moreover, the sapphire indeed possessed the ability to heal the effects of the dark mist. However, the companion would not awaken for some time. In that moment, Sherry felt an overwhelming urge to weep. She had truly been engulfed by despair just moments before. Thankfully, Alan had not given up. Suddenly, with tears streaming down her face, Sherry enveloped Alan in a heartfelt embrace. Taken aback, Alan gently patted her back. "All right, we cannot afford to linger. There are many more souls in need of rescue." Thank you, my dear master," she replied. Alan then commenced the arduous task of saving all the elves transformed into wood. The liquid within the sapphire was depleting rapidly, and Alan's own spirit was being strained. Yet, He remained silent and persevered. Unfortunately, the situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. Eventually, Sherry and the others discovered that many of their companions had gone missing. In the end, Alan managed to rescue fewer than 100 elves. The enormity of saving so many had drained not only his physical strength, but also the sapphire's liquid, which was nearing exhaustion. Alan felt lightheaded, on the verge of fainting. Noticing his condition, Sherry promptly supported him, her concern evident. "Master, how are you?" "It's all my fault. Let us take a break." Alan, drenched in sweat and pale, shook his head. "No, I cannot stop. If the dark mist discovers us, it will be too late. We must find your queen." Yet, at that moment, Alan could scarcely manage to walk, his head spinning intensely. "Master, let us rest for a while," she implored. As his consciousness began to fade, he eventually succumbed to slumber once more. When Alan awoke, he found himself lying on a wooden bed. Turning his head, he beheld numerous elves gazing at him. "Esteemed Lord Alan, we express our deepest gratitude for extending your hand to our elven kin. Thank you for risking your life to rescue our people. You are our savior." All the elves, regardless of gender, knelt before him in reverence. "What are you doing? Please rise. Get up, or I shall become angry." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated their faces. And as they stood, they felt that this human, Alan, was truly approachable. "Sherry, how long have I been asleep?" he inquired. "Master, you have slept for approximately 12 hours. Alan was astonished. The last time he had slept for 24 hours, and now it had been halved. Could this be related to his previous overexertion? "Very well. It is time to rescue your queen," Alan declared, rising from the wooden bed. Chapter 51. The Rescue of the Queen. "Lord Alan, please allow us to accompany you. The queen has always protected us. We must see with our own eyes that she is unharmed to feel at ease." The assembly of elves gazed imploringly at Alan. He consented. "Very well, you may join me," guided by Sherry and the others. It did not take long for Alan and his companions to arrive at the location where the queen had been transformed into a wooden statue. Before them stood a tall and exquisite statue of a beautiful woman, the current elven queen. Upon seeing her, all the elves knelt, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They then turned their gaze towards Alan, for he was the only one who could save the queen. Without hesitation, Alan cradled the sapphire and approached the queen. Now a mere wooden effigy, the liquid within the sapphire had nearly run out, indicating that while he could save the queen, he would thereafter be powerless against any future calamities. He had attempted to open the sapphire's exterior to discern the nature of the liquid within, hoping to find a means of self-preservation. However, the sapphire's surface was exceptionally hard, impervious even to the magic of the elves. Thus, Alan had no means to procure a sample of the precious liquid. Despite understanding its immense value, the life of the elven queen outweighed any other consideration. As time passed, Alan illuminated the queen's entire form with the gentle radiance of the sapphire. During the rescue, it became evident that her injuries were far more severe than those of the others. This was to be expected. The elven queen was the mightiest among them, and it was only through formidable strength that the dark mist could reduce her to a mere statue. This burden weighed heavily upon Alan. After just a minute, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the symptoms of cerebral hypoxia unmistakable. Yet time was of the essence. He could not afford to delay. Who knew when the dark mist would return? Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Meanwhile, all the elves knelt in earnest prayer for both the queen and Alan. "Master, should you not take a moment to rest?" Sherry inquired, observing Alan drenched in sweat, her concern palpable. "No, we are pressed for time." Sherry stood by, wiping the sweat from his brow. Thus, 5 minutes passed, then 10, and finally 15. The upper body of the elven queen began to regain its former state. Witnessing this moment, Sherry was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The hope of seeing her beloved elven mother restored filled her heart with joy greater than anyone else's, and she felt an immense gratitude towards Alan. Yet, Alan could not afford to relax for even a moment. No one is aware of his current mental state, which has nearly reached its limit. Initially, he merely experienced dizziness. However, Alan persevered. As time passed, the sensation of dizziness faded, and visions began to manifest before his eyes. He beheld the desk from a past life, places he called home, the school he attended, and the dining area where he shared meals. These memories flickered like a lantern's glow. Then, he observed as these images began to shatter, overtaken by a dark mist, transforming all of humanity into lifeless, crystalline figures. Alan recognized these were mere illusions. He desperately urged himself to remain calm and not to be ensnared by these phantoms. Yet, his consciousness grew increasingly nebulous. Initially, he could resist these visions, but now his mind was inundated with them, to the point where he could scarcely differentiate between reality and fantasy. If Alan continued down this path, he would surely become lost within his own illusions, the possibility of awakening becoming entirely uncertain. Just as he was on the brink of total collapse, a gentle voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Dear friend, please open your eyes. Do not be deceived by illusions. Seek your true self." This voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, pulling Alan back from the abyss. He abruptly opened his eyes to behold a breathtaking visage smiling back at him. "My lord Alan, you have finally awakened," sighed the elven queen with relief. For a moment, Alan was at a loss for words. At that moment, Sherry rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, "Boss, you terrified us. You were rambling as though possessed." It was then that Alan recalled the illusions he had witnessed, a throbbing pain echoing in his head. "My lord Alan, we are grateful for your rescue. Please accept our sincerest thanks." The elven queen suddenly led her kin to kneel before Alan. "You all." Alan attempted to rise, but found himself utterly drained of strength. The elven queen stood and addressed her people. "I have returned." The elves erupted in joyous cheers, their excitement palpable. Without their queen, they truly did not know how they could endure. As Alan gazed at the queen's elegant silhouette, his vision grew increasingly blurred, the immense fatigue overcame him, and he slipped into slumber once more. When he awoke again, it was over 10 days later. He found himself lying in a strange thatched cottage, sitting up in bed. He shook his head. This bout of overexertion left him feeling somewhat dazed. "Boss, you're awake." At that moment, Sherry pushed open the door, and upon seeing Alan awake, she exclaimed joyfully. Following her were the sisters Tana and Tasha, whose eyes brimmed with tears of happiness at his return. Undoubtedly, Alan is not merely their benefactor, but the savior of the entire elven race. "I am fine now, so there is no need for concern," Alan reassured. "Your Excellency, I have matters I wish to discuss with you privately," the elven queen declared as she appeared at the doorway. "Very well, Sherry. You and the others may step outside for a moment." Sherry and her companions understood that the queen had important matters to discuss with Alan. Once they departed, the elven queen seated herself at the foot of the bed, her gaze fixed upon Alan. "Is there something on my face?" Alan asked, feeling somewhat flustered under the queen's beautiful, penetrating gaze. To mask his embarrassment, he forced out a comment. The queen, however, seemed unperturbed by the fact that she was staring at a stranger. "Your Excellency, I wish to express my gratitude once more for saving me and my kin. I am rather curious about the gemstone you used to rescue us. May I inquire where you acquired it?" Alan pondered for a moment, feeling that there was no need for concealment. Yet before responding, he sought to ascertain how much the queen truly knew. "Your Majesty, before I answer your question, I would like to know how much you are aware of the dark mist and the crystal beings." The elven queen gazed at Alan and replied, "Everything." This revelation did not surprise Alan. After all, the elven race was tasked with guarding the forest where the dark mist was suppressed. It was hardly astonishing that they were aware of it. "Have you heard of Queen Melinda?" Alan inquired. The elven queen shook her head in confusion, indicating she had not. Alan then informed her that the sapphire was a gift from Queen Melinda. However, it was only recently that he had discovered the gemstone's true purpose. "Your Excellency, please follow me," the elven queen said, leading Alan to the deepest part of the forest. There, they arrived at a waterfall, the scenery quite picturesque. Yet, not far from the waterfall lay a pile of rubble, upon which numerous strange symbols could be discerned. "Your Excellency, this is the site we have guarded for generations. Originally, there stood a monument here, to which each elven queen would channel her power daily to assist in suppressing the dark mist. However, not long ago, the monument's own power finally waned, allowing the dark mist to break free and wreak havoc. It was then that Alan realized the rubble beneath their feet was remnants of the very object that had once contained the dark mist. Surely, this monument must have been a masterpiece from Queen Melinda's era. "Your Excellency, although we do not yet know where the dark mist has retreated or the whereabouts of our missing kin, I believe it is prudent for you to leave immediately. The forest remains perilous." The elven queen regarded Alan intently. He too recognized that the forest was still fraught with danger, as the dark mist could return at any moment. With the liquid within the sapphire depleted, should anyone fall victim to the dark mist and be transformed into a wooden effigy, he would be powerless to assist. Alan pondered for a moment and stated, "I understand, so I suggest that you all leave this place at once." The elven queen harbored the same intention. She cast a wistful glance around, as if to imprint every detail in her memory. After all, this was their homeland, a sanctuary where generations had thrived. To depart so abruptly would evoke a sense of longing in anyone. "Your Excellency Alan, I shall indeed inform my kin shortly. Have you determined your destination?" The elven queen shook her head and replied, I will lead my people in search of a new homeland. I propose that you and your kin relocate to my village." Alan suggested. The Elven Queen was taken aback by this audacious proposal, one she had never contemplated. The Elven race had dwelled in the forest for centuries, rarely engaging with other races. While they did not harbor disdain for others, they had grown accustomed to the life of the woods, hunting and foraging. The sudden notion of residing in Alan's village seemed daunting, as adaptation would surely prove challenging. "I understand your reservations. I can construct a designated living area for you, ensuring that you are not disturbed, and I shall provide sustenance for your people." "Surely, Sherry has introduced you to what bread is," Alan remarked. The Elven Queen fell into a reverie, recalling the delightful morsel Sherry had brought back, the delectable food that was only the size of an apple. "That was the most exquisite food I have ever tasted," the Elven Queen exclaimed, her eyes alight with nostalgia. "However, it was too small, even with my modest appetite. I would need at least 5 to feel satiated." Regrettably, Sherry brought back only 1. Observing the Queen's expression of regret, Alan realized she must have misunderstood. The bread in his village was indeed double the size of an apple. He longed to correct her, but suddenly grasped the situation. It must have been Sherry's mischief. Alan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, astonished that Sherry would deceive the Elven Queen. Yet, considering the trio's gluttonous nature, he found their antics somewhat understandable. It took considerable time for Alan to enlighten the Elven Queen about the true size of the bread. Once she comprehended, she sighed in exasperation, vowing to address the matter with Sherry and her companions. "Your Excellency, your selfless consideration for us is truly commendable. When Sherry returned last time, she conveyed your intentions to me, but due to the outbreak of the dark mist, I was unable to respond promptly. However, before I do so, I seek to understand your motives. Are they purely rooted in kindness? Surely, you cannot be offering us shelter and sustenance without a deeper purpose." The Elven Queen spoke wisely. Alan certainly had his own plans. Each elf possessed a unique form of magic, and here they were categorized into combat and non-combat elves based on the nature of their magic. Gaining the trust and assistance of the Elven race would greatly benefit Alan's future agricultural endeavors. This world was rife with the unknown, abundant with both opportunities and dangers. The ominous black mist alone was sufficient to instill fear in all beings. After a moment of contemplation, Alan declared that he sought only your friendship to confront the black mist together, and further, that he possessed the strength to enhance your lives. The Elven Queen gazed into Alan's eyes, and after a considerable pause, he felt uncertain whether his words would resonate with her. Thus, her forthcoming response would significantly influence his future development. The Elven Queen then spoke. "My Lord Alan, I believe I shall accept your proposal. After all, from what I have gathered from Sherry and the others, I understand that you are filled with wisdom, and I wish to witness it for myself." Alan sighed in relief. Exhilarated as he assured her, "You shall not be disappointed. I guarantee you will never regret this decision." That very day, the Elven Queen led the remaining elves away from the forest that had been their home for generations. The whereabouts of the black mist remained a mystery, as if it had vanished into thin air. Nevertheless, both Alan and the Elven Queen remained vigilant, sensing that a greater calamity was impending. Before that, the two races must join forces to confront the looming adversary. The elves' dwelling was established behind the village, merely a few hundred meters from Alan's residence. Thus, anyone wishing to seek the elves would inevitably pass before Alan. All the houses were constructed in accordance with existing architectural standards, uniformly crafted from wood. The Queen's abode was larger than the others and was the sole 2-story wooden house. Consequently, the men of the village were kept busy, felling trees and transporting timber. The most occupied among them were Luke and his 3 apprentices, as they needed to expedite the crafting of hundreds of pieces of furniture, whether tables, chairs, or wooden beds. These tasks significantly increased Luke's workload. Hence, anyone passing by Luke's dwelling would hear him reprimanding his apprentices. "Do not even think about slacking off. No one is permitted to eat until dark. Let us keep pushing. With 300 tables left, victory is within our grasp." Chapter 53. Sherry's concerns. The construction of the elves' houses progressed smoothly. Subsequently, the Elven Queen toured Alan's experimental fields and was utterly fascinated by the grain known as wheat. She could hardly imagine that the seeds of this plant, once ground into flour, could yield such delectable bread. Subsequently, the Elven Queen and her companions entered the classroom, filled with a sense of wonder and admiration for Professor Alan's knowledge. The Elven Queen was remarkably astute, grasping new concepts with remarkable speed. She could master any lesson that Alan presented within a day at most. This realization led Alan to contemplate the possibility that the Elven Queen might one day succeed him as a beautiful and capable instructor. Furthermore, The Elven Queen expressed a significant interest in becoming a teacher herself, as Alan had numerous responsibilities to attend to, including the creation of paper and the spinning wheel. With winter fast approaching and the looming threat of the black mist still unaddressed, everyone needed to remain vigilant and diligent. Tom and his 13 companions had transformed into exceptionally skilled individuals, now tasked with patrolling the village surroundings, utilizing Alan's modern military knowledge. They had learned the art of camouflage, seamlessly blending into their environment, making it difficult even for Alan to discern their presence. The same applied to their adversaries. It is worth mentioning Tasha, whose magical abilities allowed her to control birds. Thus, Alan entrusted her with an important mission to command an eagle to survey the skies from above. As previously stated, Tasha's magic held immense strategic significance for Alan, akin to a low-tech satellite or telescope. Unless the enemy was miles away, they would have nowhere to hide. Alan was not in a hurry to understand the other elves' magic, as the current friendship between their two races required time for nurturing and deepening. However, he remained confident that, in due course, he would inspire all the elves to willingly serve him. Alan was in his chamber, contemplating future development plans. His first thought was to construct walls, envisioning the village's evolution towards becoming a castle. Standing atop these high walls would offer significant advantages, although the true nature of the black mist remained unknown, and the mechanics of its infection were unclear. Alan fervently wished that everyone could don protective suits, though this remained but a dream. The Elven Queen soon adeptly took on the role of a substitute teacher for Alan. Her beauty and warmth drew large crowds to her classes. Nearly all the men in the village attended, including Joseph, Claven, and even the busy Luke. Their gazes towards the Elven Queen were filled with adoration, and she seemed to relish in the admiration, finding the sweat-soaked men endearingly foolish, though she held no romantic interest in them. After each class, the Elven Queen would receive an array of flowers, fruits, and bread as tokens of affection. Even the stones buried in the earth were captivated. The Elven Queen effortlessly won the hearts of all the men in the village. Countless suitors professed their affection for her daily. However, the Elven Queen graciously and politely declined them all. One day, while she was in her second-floor abode, organizing her upcoming discourse, Sherry unexpectedly visited her. "Queen Mother, everyone adores you," Sherry beamed as she entered. "Indeed, it troubles me," the Queen replied. "I receive a plethora of gifts daily, despite my refusals. They persist in their relentless offerings. Oh, what a bunch of simpletons." Having lived for centuries, the Elven Queen truly regarded the village men as simple-minded. After expressing her thoughts, Sherry sat in silence, appearing troubled. Noticing Sherry's apparent distress, the Elven Queen inquired, "What is it, Sherry? Do you have something on your mind you wish to share?" Sherry's face revealed uncertainty and inner turmoil. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, fearing that if she remained silent, the matter would haunt her heart. "Sherry, do not bottle it up. You know I am always willing to listen to the voices of anyone," the Elven Queen encouraged. After a moment of hesitation, Sherry summoned her courage and said, "Queen Mother, I find my employer, Alan, to be quite remarkable." The Elven Queen initially wondered what was so extraordinary. In truth, she felt the depth of this sentiment more than anyone else. Alan's mind brimmed with wisdom. The modern knowledge he possessed, such as our world being a sphere and the moon reflecting sunlight rather than emitting its own, was not recorded even in the most ancient tomes of the elven world. It could be said that Alan's intellect was truly eye-opening. "Indeed, Lord Alan is remarkable. I am now his pupil," the Elven Queen remarked. Yet she noticed Sherry still appeared troubled. She could not help but ask, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Sherry bit her lip. Having held this matter in her heart for many days, she longed for someone to share her thoughts with, and undoubtedly, the Elven Queen was the most suitable confidant. Thus, Sherry recounted the changes she had experienced in her encounter with the dark mist. Upon hearing this, the Elven Queen suddenly recalled the astonishing event. The dark mist seemed to repel Sherry and her companions, refusing to attack them. Although, for reasons unknown, the mist eventually attempted to assault them, Sherry was saved by Tana. Furthermore, she shared that her magic grew stronger in Alan's presence, but once she departed beyond a certain distance from him, her powers reverted to their original state. This is truly astonishing. This matter was previously discussed among Sherry, Tana, and others in the forest. However, at that time, there was no opportunity for thorough contemplation. Yet, that does not imply that Sherry would forget it. Though she may appear naive, Sherry possesses a sensitive mind. Thus, the Elven Queen's faith in her words, as well as in the entirety of this situation, signifies one undeniable truth. All of this is intricately tied to Alan. Yet, the enormity of this revelation is beyond belief, more perplexing than the black mist itself. Furthermore, The elven queen began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Sherry, aside from you, who else is aware of this matter? Sherry shook her head, responding that no one else knew. Although she had shared it with Tana and the others, they had not taken it seriously. Very well. From this moment forth, you must not speak of this to anyone, not even to the boss. The elven queen pondered for a moment before solemnly stating that it would be best not to disclose it to him for now. Sherry nodded, feeling a sense of relief in expressing her thoughts, as otherwise, this matter would continue to trouble her. Queen Mother, what do you intend to do? The elven queen contemplated for a while before replying. What you mentioned requires my personal verification before I can make a decision. Sherry nodded, suddenly recalling something, her face lighting up with joy. Oh, today the boss mentioned he invented a new dish. I must go and see. Observing Sherry's cheerful smile, the elven queen displayed a look of contentment. Chapter 54. Fruit wine indeed. Alan has invented a new delicacy, to be precise. He is not the original inventor, but rather a purveyor of delightful creations. Alan's wisdom is universally acknowledged. Anyone who has attended Alan's academy and listened to his lectures, regardless of their ability to grasp the concepts immediately, will invariably remain deeply engaged during his classes. His teachings encompass a myriad of topics, ranging from everyday knowledge to the previously unheard and unseen aspects of the world. It is widely believed that no one in this realm possesses greater wisdom than Alan. Consequently, in the village, some children have affectionately begun to refer to him as teacher. Alan harbors no aversion to this designation. He perceives children as blank slates. And if they receive a quality education from an early age, their future contributions to themselves and the village will far exceed those of idle children who, at the age of 7 or 8, still play in the dirt. Nowadays, both clans have learned various forms of address in the academy, such as leader, chief, and gentleman. Whether among villagers or elves, Alan is no longer addressed as your excellency, but rather with the affectionate term sir. The terms lady and miss have also gained considerable popularity among the women. At present, Alan feels a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. If one were to deem the quest for food security as his primary mission, then the advancement of education undoubtedly stands as his secondary objective. Having addressed the fundamental needs of sustenance, if Alan aspires to enhance his existence within this world, it becomes imperative to elevate the living standards of all. Education, in any realm and era, serves as the foremost weapon for empowering the populace. Alan is poised to undertake significant action, regardless of the looming threat of the dark mist. It is essential that his people receive the most basic education, enabling them to adeptly grasp various life skills and proficiently utilize the myriad tools he has invented. For Alan's ambitions extend far beyond that of a mere village chief. The world is vast. Although civilization remains in a nascent state, he is convinced that distant horizons hold countless surprises waiting to be uncovered. The construction of the village will require a considerable amount of time. Alan has tasked Luke with selecting individuals among the villagers and elves who possess a natural aptitude for building, thereby forming a construction team. Before their graduation, the focus of village development will be primarily on fortifying defenses. The threat of the dark mist persists, and the disappearance of certain elves poses a significant risk. Having conferred with the Elven Queen, Alan recognizes that regardless of the correctness of their discussions, it is always prudent to prepare for potential defenses in advance. Deep within, Alan harbors a foreboding intuition. The missing elves may have transformed into puppets of the dark mist. If his suspicions hold true, these elven marionettes will spearhead the assault on his village. Beyond the grain fields, Joseph and his team have already excavated half of the trench. Once the captain of the hunting party, he and his comrades now shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the villagers. Alan has personally imparted to them various modern combat techniques and military strategies. Furthermore, Tom and his cohort have assumed clandestine roles, morphing into hidden assassins, ever vigilant in monitoring the external conditions surrounding the village. The village is gradually taking shape, resembling a series of interlocking gears that constitute a fundamental operational system. While this system may not be advanced, it still necessitates a command center, namely, Alan himself. In truth, Alan is uncertain when the dark mist will strike. He possesses no effective means to counter it. However, a notion simmers within him, one that, if articulated, would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Thus, he resolves to observe the unfolding events with patience. As for the prospect of relocating the village, Alan now contemplates that should the dark mist descend, no matter where they flee, they would find no refuge. Though this outlook may seem pessimistic, Alan is not devoid of hope. Consequently, he relishes each day of his life. At this moment, in Alan's room, Sherry, Tana, and Tasha were accompanied by two new elven maidens named Lena and Shan Shan. The elves had settled in for some time. yet they appeared quite shy and timid. During this period, only these two young ladies dared to boldly follow Sherry and her companions into Alan's chamber for play. Each time they encountered Alan, their cheeks would flush with embarrassment. "Boss, I am aware you have conjured up some delectable treats. Do not keep them hidden. Let us see," Sherry exclaimed, playfully shaking Alan's arm with a charming demeanor. Alan's gaze swept across the Tana sisters, Lena and Shan Shan, and he was taken aback to find that all these young ladies had drool adorning the corners of their mouths. Such a sight, when displayed on the countenance of beautiful elven maidens, struck a dissonant chord. Alan gazed at Sherry in disbelief, concluding that she had indeed influenced the others. One by one, they had transformed into little food enthusiasts. Reluctantly, Alan conceded. All right, if you keep shaking, my arm will surely break." Only then did Sherry release him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Boss, what is it?" "I recently encountered Claven, and he was utterly enraptured, emanating a peculiar fragrance. I know he must have consumed something extraordinary, yet he refuses to divulge it, flaunting his delight just to vex me. Please, just tell us, so we may feast our eyes on it." Sherry understood that whatever Alan intended to keep secret was certainly remarkable. It dawned on Alan that Claven had inadvertently revealed the secret. Had he known better, he would have ensured Claven remained unaware. Heaven knows how keen Sherry's senses are. Nevertheless, pondering that this revelation would eventually surface, Alan allowed a smile to grace his lips, reflecting on how spoiled Sherry had become under his indulgence. Now, she had even learned to seek allies. Undoubtedly, the other maidens in the room were merely Sherry's loyal followers. Alan recognized that an immediate refusal would surely bruise the tender hearts of the other young ladies. Thus, he rose from his chair and sauntered to the corner of the room, gently lifting a section of the floorboards. From beneath, he retrieved a ceramic jar. The village was abundant in clay, leading to many of its essential goods being crafted from pottery. Of course, pottery required fire for its creation. Lacking coal mines or other fuels, Alan had to rely on the magic of the elves. Among them was a handsome elf named Pike, whose magic was fire. Alan had swiftly taken a liking to his abilities. To entice him to join his pottery factory, Alan had generously bestowed favors upon the elven queen. Placing the ceramic jar upon the table, the eyes of Sherry and her companions remained transfixed. "This is my latest experiment, fruit wine." As Alan removed the cork, an enchanting aroma of fruit wine wafted throughout the room. Chapter 55. The gift. Alan had been experimenting with the brewing of fruit wine for quite some time. However, he was not an expert in every aspect of the craft. His recollection of the intricate details of winemaking was fragmented at best. Thus, he had been persistently attempting to refine his methods. Fortunately, the villagers had gathered an abundance of fruits, alleviating any concerns about wastage. Moreover, since the advent of bread, various fruits had transformed into delightful desserts, resulting in a bountiful surplus that seemed almost insurmountable. It was unfathomable to think that, not long ago, such a situation was merely a dream. Now, the villagers no longer fretted over basic sustenance, all thanks to Alan's efforts. Returning to the present, as the fruit wine graced the table, the eyes of the elven maidens widened in astonishment. "Yes, this is the aroma. Is this what you call fruit wine, dear sir?" Sherry, the little gourmand, exhibited an insatiable curiosity for any food, especially those crafted by Alan. Alan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is a drink I have created through the fermentation of fruits." The concept of fermentation had yet to be covered in their lessons, leaving the maidens bewildered. Alan proceeded to elucidate the fermentation process in simple terms. Upon hearing his explanation, the maidens were filled with wonder and admiration for Alan's intellect. "Mr. Alan, your wisdom is truly astonishing. The fact that you could conceive such a marvelous idea is immensely impressive. I am delighted to learn from you." Several maidens, aside from Sherry, expressed their admiration without reserve. Despite Alan's usual composure, the flood of compliments caused him to feel a touch of bashfulness. "May I have a taste?" Sherry inquired eagerly, nearly leaning into the ceramic jar. "Sherry, please fetch a few bowls from my cabinet. Everyone should have a taste," Alan directed. "Certainly." After each maiden received a bowl, Alan lifted the jar with both hands and poured half a bowl for each of them. "Do try it," Alan smiled, pouring himself a full bowl as well. The maidens turned their attention to Sherry, eager for her to sample the flavor first, for the true essence of the wine could only be discerned through tasting. Sherry, naturally unreserved, lifted her bowl, bringing it close to her nose to inhale the fruity fragrance. Then, she took a delicate sip. Even Alan watched intently, hoping to glean her reaction. After swallowing, Sherry closed her eyes, savoring the taste. Moments later, her expression spoke volumes. Shirley suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling, as she presented the bowl to Alan. "Boss, This is truly delightful. It is the most exquisite beverage I have ever tasted. Alan poured her another half bowl. Come on, boss, don't be stingy, grant me a full bowl. Alan replied, though the fruit wine is low in alcohol content, excessive consumption can still lead to inebriation. Particularly for girls, moderation is key. So how does it truly taste, Shirley? Indeed, do share your thoughts, chimed in the other girls, their eager expressions revealing their curiosity about the fruit wine's flavor. Shirley playfully stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "It's delicious, with a sweet fruitiness that lingers on the palate. And it's refreshingly sweet, truly delightful." Upon hearing Shirley's description, the other girls bravely lifted their bowls, cautiously taking a small sip. Upon tasting, they realized that Shirley's words rang true. The wine indeed possessed a unique, refreshing sweetness reminiscent of fruit. While it encapsulated the essence of fruit, the experience was entirely different from merely eating fruit. Drinking the fruit wine felt akin to savoring several fruits simultaneously. In contrast to the singular sensation of consuming fruit, the fruit wine offered a complex tapestry of flavors. Notably, there was a hint of subtle spiciness that tingled the tongue with every sip, a sensation both novel and exhilarating. Thus, not only Shirley but the other girls, after their initial taste, clamored for another bowl. However, Alan remained steadfast, insisting that each person could only have half a bowl. He too was savoring the fruit wine, and truthfully, tasting his own brew filled him with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This feeling surpassed the pride he felt from bringing grain or crossbows into this world, perhaps stemming from the realization that he had actively contributed to the creation of value through labor, thereby enhancing his own worth. "Boss, may I have another bowl?" Shirley, her cheeks flushed, inquired, clearly enamored with the fruit wine. Yet, Alan was reluctant to see her succumb to the allure of intoxication. Aware that drinking could lead to dependency, a perilous state. Everything must be consumed in moderation. "No more for today, that will suffice. You all should return now." The girls cast pleading glances, but Alan remained unmoved. In truth, he felt a pang of distress. If it were merely a delectable beverage, he would gladly indulge them. But this was wine after all. After the girls reluctantly departed, Alan sat down, contemplating the necessity of establishing a rule for everyone. Henceforth, fruit wine would only be permitted on special occasions. Otherwise, no one is permitted to indulge in intoxication. Moderate consumption is acceptable. But if one were to become inebriated and consequently impede significant affairs, they must face the most severe repercussions. Meanwhile, Alan contemplated that the fruit wine had successfully passed its trials and could now be produced in large quantities. However, upon reflecting on important occasions, he was suddenly struck with an idea. The Elven clan had relocated over a week ago, yet Alan had not made any gestures of welcome, as he had been preoccupied with numerous matters, leaving him to momentarily forget whether to host a welcoming soiree for the elves. As soon as this notion illuminated his mind, it was as if a switch had been activated. A plethora of creative ideas began to emerge within Alan's thoughts. Subsequently, he dedicated several hours to designing and conceptualizing the upcoming welcoming celebration. The camaraderie between the two races was of utmost importance. Thus the soiree would serve as an excellent means of fostering mutual affection. The fruit wine would serve as the primary feature of the event. However, considering practicality, some of Alan's ideas had to be shelved. For instance, extravagant banners and fireworks were deemed impractical. Therefore, Alan was compelled to continuously revise and experiment with new plans until he finally devised a comprehensive strategy. Before proceeding, Alan considered that the fruit wine could also serve as a gift, which he would present to the Elven Queen for her enjoyment. Moreover, the fruit wine was indeed well suited for young ladies. True to his word, that afternoon, Alan set off with a wooden cart laden with several jars of fruit wine. Chapter 56. The dwarves. Alan pushed the cart towards the residence of the Elven Queen. Such a task could have been entrusted to others. However, thus far, only Alan had been permitted to enter their dwelling. Consequently, he had to personally deliver the fruit wine. The elves had also learned to cultivate grains, and not far from their abode lay newly tilled fields. Alan could not help but envision the vibrant scenes of harvest when the wheat would ripen the following year. With everyone relishing the fruits of their labor, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment akin to his own. Upon arriving before the Elven Queen, he presented her with the fruit wine he had invented. "This is the new concoction I have created," he said, as she assisted him in placing the jars inside her abode. "Indeed, this is the fruit wine I brewed. You may sample it." Alan, saying this, lifted a jar and poured a cup for the Elven Queen, then set down the jar, gazing at her with a warm smile. The Elven Queen felt somewhat out of her element. However, she was now filled with curiosity, for at the very moment the cork of the wine barrel was removed, She caught a whiff of an aroma unlike any she had ever encountered. It was distinct from any food, not merely a fragrance, but rather a scent that easily evoked the essence of something delectable. The elven queen lifted her goblet and brought it close to her delicate nose to inhale deeply. This was a wine crafted from fruits, though Alan remained noncommittal. The elven queen then took a gentle sip. Upon tasting it, her expression transformed into one of delight. Alan had been closely observing her reaction, and upon witnessing her joy, he smiled. "How does it taste?" she inquired. "Delightful. With a crisp sweetness and a complexity that surpasses merely eating fruit," he replied, succinctly encapsulating the experience. The elven queen, after savoring his words, took another small sip, not in haste to swallow, but rather to fully appreciate the unique flavor of the fruit wine. Observing her manner of drinking, Alan was reminded of the nuanced approach to savoring fine wine. He could not help but acknowledge that the elven queen possessed an innate grace and nobility. "Mr. Alan, I am once again astonished by your wisdom. Thank you for allowing me to indulge in such a splendid beverage. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude." With a few succinct words, the elven queen conveyed her appreciation and performed a gentle curtsy, a courtesy Alan had taught her. In turn, Alan placed his right hand over his heart and performed a gentlemanly bow, responding, "Your satisfaction is the sincerest form of gratitude to me." Suddenly, the elven queen's expression grew serious. "Mr. Alan, what is your perspective on the dark mist?" Alan shook his head, replying, "At present, I have no leads. Moreover, should it strike again, unless we escape to the ends of the earth, we cannot evade it. Mr. Alan, the elven kin stand with you. I am aware the situation is grim, but please do not abandon hope." "I shall not," he assured her. As he departed, the elven queen gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring, "You have no idea how powerful you truly are. Unless the dark mist grows substantially stronger, it would not dare approach as long as you are present." Only after Alan's silhouette vanished completely did the elven queen softly utter her thanks. Upon returning from the elven queen, Alan settled into a chair, deep in contemplation. The dark mist posed a significant threat. If left unresolved, it could spell doom not only for the entire village but for all living beings on the land. Thus far, everything concerning the dark mist, the details of its nature, its origins, and its means of infection, remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps the ancient sages knew, yet they had chosen not to share their knowledge with Alan. Uncertain of the deeper significance behind such actions, Alan pondered whether it was intended for him to discover the truth on his own. He rubbed his temples, feeling momentarily at a loss. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside, sounding chaotic, as if a dispute had arisen. Alan felt a surge of irritation. He realized he needed to have a serious conversation with Claven. He required absolute silence to think. The clamor grew increasingly loud, and with a stern expression, Alan pushed open the door and stepped outside. Arriving at the central square of the village, there, he beheld a large crowd gathered together. "Who are you? Why are you loitering outside the village? Are you a spy? Seize him and take him to Chief Alan for judgment." The uproar continued until Alan interjected, silencing the crowd with a commanding voice. Upon his arrival, everyone obediently closed their mouths. In the throng, Claven, recognizing Alan's displeasure, hurried over, apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I must have disturbed you. I accept any punishment you deem fit. What is the situation?" As Alan approached the crowd, they parted to make way for him. This is a suspicious individual we've apprehended," Claven explained. Alan's gaze fell upon Tom, who stepped forward to clarify, "Sir, my companions and I have been monitoring the area outside the village. A few hours ago, we noticed a suspicious man wandering about, and fearing he might be a spy, we apprehended him for your judgment." At that moment, Alan finally discerned the true nature of the supposed spy. Before him stood a dwarf. Though it was difficult to ascertain his age, his face was adorned with a thick, brown beard and numerous wrinkles. Dwarves are known for their longevity, and thus, one cannot gauge them by human standards of age. However, Alan was taken aback to see this dwarf clad in tattered burlap attire, barefoot, and seemingly unwashed for days. Throughout his capture, the dwarf had remained silent until he laid eyes on Alan, recognizing him as the leader of the place. He then spoke. "I smell wine, and of good quality fruit wine at that. Might I trouble you for a glass?" At these words, Alan was utterly astonished. How could this dwarf be dressed in the burlap of the leading village, and how did he know the term wine? Wasn't he this world still in a pre-agricultural civilization? What was the story behind this dwarf? Could it be that he, too, had traversed through realms? In an instant, Alan's mind went blank. He was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the dwarf. "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a cup of wine? My throat is quite parched." Everyone noticed that Alan stood frozen in place. After a full minute, He finally spoke, "Follow me." With this utterance, no one dared to impede the dwarf any longer. Upon arriving in Alan's chamber, he fixed his gaze upon the dwarf and uttered, "Holy light, fire dragon, castle, wizard." However, the dwarf seemed unperturbed by his words. Chapter 57. Astonishment. The dwarf looked at Alan with murky eyes and remarked, "Do you not think it rather impolite to keep an elder waiting?" Alan had no choice but to pour a generous bowl of fruit wine for the dwarf. The dwarf lifted the large bowl and drank it in one gulp. "Another, please." "Delicious. The familiar taste is simply exquisite." After finishing the first bowl, the dwarf promptly extended it for a refill. Thus, the two engaged in a continuous cycle of drinking and pouring. An hour later, 5 empty wine jars lay at the legs of the table. The elder appeared somewhat tipsy, letting out a hearty belch. Alan remained silent, simply observing the dwarf. "I know what you wish to discover," the dwarf said. Alan, taken aback, quickly replied, "What I most desire to know is where you hail from." The elder shook his head. "No. What you truly long to know is whether you will encounter a woman again." Alan was astonished. This was a secret he had never disclosed to anyone. How could the dwarf possibly know? Unfazed by Alan's reaction, the elder continued, "Allow me to share a story with you." Alan nodded, signaling the elder to proceed. In ancient times, this world was inhabited by numerous races: vampires, werewolves, orcs, dwarves, elves, and humans. Initially, these races had no connection, living in complete isolation from one another. However, one fateful day, a calamity struck, compelling them to unite against the impending disaster. In that dire time, they collectively appointed a great leader, whom they referred to as their king. Under his guidance, the races joined forces and triumphed over the calamity. At this juncture, the elder paused, gazing at Alan. Alan's expression bore little reaction, but internally, he could not help but scoff at the tale. It was a rather cliché narrative, one he had heard countless times in his previous life. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the mention of the disaster and inquired, was it the Black Mist? He had witnessed the terror of the Black Mist, its ferocity, and its insidious contagion. Those infected would instantly transform into lifeless crystal beings. Although he had yet to encounter a crystal being, the memory of the Black Mist haunted him. However, the dark mist that has emerged in the enchanted forest has already revealed its formidable aspects of infection. Who would have thought that the elderly man would merely shake his head? Alan, astonished, exclaimed, "If it is not the dark mist, could there be something even more terrifying?" The old man remained silent, his gaze directed out of the window. "The plants you have taught everyone to cultivate are truly remarkable," Alan remarked, momentarily struggling to keep pace with the old man's line of thought. "They merely suffice to fill the stomach," he added. The dwarf suddenly turned to Alan, scoffing, "Merely? Do you not understand that previous civilizations did not require sustenance at all?" Alan was taken aback. "No need for sustenance? Are they still considered living beings?" Wait a moment. Alan suddenly realized that if they were entities of consciousness, indeed, they would not require nourishment. Yet, the visions Queen Melinda had shown him clearly depicted beings of flesh and blood. This left Alan in a state of perplexity, uncertain whom to trust. The elderly man suddenly expressed sorrow, stating, with sustenance, perhaps calamity could have been averted. Alan felt compelled to take the initiative. "What exactly do you mean by calamity?" The old man did not respond immediately but scrutinized Alan, saying, "The dark mist serves as a test for you, my child. Go and find the castle at the foot of the mountain. There lies the answer you seek." Alan suddenly sensed something amiss. Just then, the old man's form began to dissipate gradually. "Who are you?" This scene unfolded too rapidly, too abruptly. Alan had never envisaged events would transpire in such a manner. The old man's murky gaze suddenly transformed into one of crystalline clarity. His body disintegrated from the feet upwards until only his head remained. "You may call me Earth." With that, the old man vanished completely. Alan stood frozen, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Whether the old man's words held truth or not, Alan discerned one thing. He had consistently communicated using terminology that Alan could comprehend, conveying certain insights or signals. Initially, Alan had overlooked this detail. Now, with the old man having disappeared before his eyes, Alan believed his psychological resilience was robust. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly rolled his eyes back and fainted. In his dreams, Alan encountered Queen Melinda. A chasm separated them, yet they gazed at each other across the abyss. Alan yearned to call out her name, but he discovered he could produce no sound. Desperately, he attempted to vocalize. Suddenly, Alan awoke. "Boss, you are finally awake," came Sherry's concerned voice in his ears. "Thank heavens, sir, you have finally awakened." This was the voice of Claven. Alan found himself surrounded by familiar faces in his room. Queen Tana, Tasha, Lena, Shan, and Joseph were all present. A collective sigh of relief escaped them upon witnessing his return to consciousness. "How long have I been unconscious?" he inquired. "3 whole days, boss," replied Sherry, her eyes red from worry. During those 3 days, she had been truly terrified. "Has the dark mist appeared?" he asked. "No, everything has been normal," Alan responded. "All right, thank you all. If there's nothing else, you may return. I am well now." One by one, they began to leave his chamber. "Queen, Joseph, Clavin, please stay," he instructed. The 3 remained, sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in Alan's serious demeanor. They anticipated he had something of great significance to convey. "Have you ever heard of the castle down the mountain?" Alan queried. The trio exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads in unison. Alan was taken aback. If even they were unaware, how could he ascertain the existence of this castle himself? "Sir, is that place the home of the dwarf who attacked you?" Joseph and the Elven Queen spoke in turn. Regarding that dwarf, Alan wished to speak no more. From this point forward, let no one mention that dwarf again, he commanded. Despite their curiosity, the 3 promptly acquiesced. Alan then instructed them to return to their respective duties. At that moment, Alan's mind was a tumult of confusion regarding the identity of that dwarf. Each time he recalled their encounter, disbelief washed over him. It was evident that this was no ordinary dwarf, but rather an extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic being who claimed to be Earth itself, absurd beyond measure. Instinctively, Alan resisted accepting this notion, yet he realized he had no alternative but to believe it, for no better explanation existed. Where, then, lay the castle down the mountain? Alan found himself troubled, wishing for a map to guide him. He resolved to embark on a personal quest to locate this elusive castle. Chapter 58. Leaving the village. This world is truly wondrous. Even Earth possesses its own will. Although Alan initially struggled to accept this reality, contemplation of his own existence led him to a swift acceptance. It did not seem entirely outlandish, falling within the realm of possibility. However, what occupied Alan's thoughts most was the message conveyed by this earthly will, ancient civilizations, and various races. Thus far, he had only encountered the elves. Vampires, werewolves, and orcs may yet exist, but their whereabouts remained a mystery, as Alan's explorations had not ventured beyond the confines of the village. The world outside remained shrouded in the unknown. Thus, the unknown signifies peril. Prior to acquiring sufficient strength to safeguard himself, Alan dares not venture outside. Even though he harbors a profound desire to comprehend the cartography of the world in which he resides, as well as the distribution of its races, there is another matter that weighs heavily on his mind. The ancient civilizations were said to require no sustenance. He wonders if they indeed do not need to partake of food, or if there exist alternative means to procure energy. Furthermore, the whereabouts of the so-called castle at the foot of the mountain remain a mystery. The will of the earth arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, leaving behind a plethora of unanswered questions that torment Alan's thoughts. Gazing out the window, Alan notices that the village's population has recently increased by a dozen or so. All new infants. The village is steadily progressing towards a target of 400 inhabitants, such a pitiful number. In Alan's vision of an ideal realm, a 1,000,000-strong army would represent mere combat prowess. This particular issue is one he chooses to set aside for the moment. The enhancement of population cannot solely rely on natural reproduction. There exist myriad other avenues, such as integration and conquest. Alan is aware of the existence of neighboring villages. Previously, he had focused solely on his own development, but now that the village has found its footing, he feels it is time to engage with others. Naturally, his underlying objective is to inquire about the castle at the mountain's base. The will of the earth has indicated that all the answers he seeks reside there. All of them. Alan stands at the window for an extended period. After a while, he stretches and resolves to set forth the following day. On the morrow, Alan embarks alongside the sisters Sherry, Tana, and Tasha, although Lena and Shanshan are eager to join. The Elven Queen has entrusted them with alternative duties, preparing the performances required for the forthcoming welcome soiree. Lena and Shanshan possess exquisite singing voices, and thus, they shall be responsible for the musical entertainment at the event. Due to the absence of a map, Tasha's magical assistance is indispensable throughout their journey. She commands a hawk to soar above, surveying the land and relaying information about the terrain below. Alan mentally calculates the distance he has traversed. Grateful for his foresight in establishing the school, which has imparted a wealth of knowledge to the villagers. While Alan is still engaged in his calculations, Tasha, through the hawk's vantage point, has already sketched a rough outline of the geographical distribution within a 1-kilometer radius. To his surprise, Alan discovers that Tasha possesses a commendable talent for drawing. Consequently, he resolves that once paper becomes widely available next year, his inaugural task will be to create a map. Tasha diligently illustrates the landscape on the ground, revealing to Alan vistas of plains, forests, rivers, and even a neighboring village. The village is situated less than a kilometer ahead. According to the distance calculation, at noon, everyone sat on the ground, taking out bread and water to satiate their hunger before resuming their journey. Upon finally reaching the village, they were utterly exhausted. The village appeared dilapidated, especially when compared to Alan's village. Alan and his companions stood at the entrance, where they were noticed by the villagers. Each individual in the village was grimy, their gaze vacant, and they bore the gauntness of despair, as if they had lost all hope for life. They merely glanced at Alan and his group before averting their eyes. "Boss, they must be starving," Shirley remarked, ready to distribute her bread among the villagers. However, she was promptly stopped by Alan. Though well-meaning, Shirley's naivety sometimes got the better of her. Alan replied, "We cannot intervene. It is not that I do not wish to help, but rather that we are powerless. There are roughly over 100 people here. If we were to offer bread, they would undoubtedly descend into chaos, fighting over it. The provisions we brought are barely sufficient for ourselves. This is not how one aids others." Though Shirley felt pity for them, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and realized she could have inadvertently caused trouble, playfully sticking out her tongue. Alan then entered the village and, after a brief walk, discovered that the sole cellar was completely bare, devoid of any fruits. It was already late autumn, and winter loomed ahead. The absence of food meant that these people would starve come winter. Alan's expression turned grave as he pondered whether to immediately escort them to his own village when a few burly men suddenly approached. "Who are you, trespassing in our village?" One of them bellowed. "Look at you, so delicate and clean. Where did you come from?" Another chimed in. "Oh, isn't that an elf? Aren't they supposed to remain in that cursed forest? How did they escape?" "They bear the curse." Upon seeing Shirley and the others, the men turned and screamed, attempting to flee. "Stop them," Alan commanded immediately. Tana swiftly unleashed her magic, and a torrent of water surged toward the men. They could not outrun the magic, and one by one, they were struck by the water, collapsing in fear. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." They screamed in panic as they witnessed Alan and his group advancing toward them. "Why do you say we are cursed?" Shirley demanded angrily. "Speak, or you shall experience the terror of the curse." Tana, possessing a solution, stepped forward, prompting the men to yield. It turned out that they had once secretly visited the elf forest. Unfortunately, it was during the very moment when the black mist wreaked havoc. They witnessed the elves being transformed into wooden sculptures, and the overwhelming power of the black mist instilled profound fear within them, prompting them to flee in terror. Upon their return, they referred to the elf forest as the cursed forest, believing that the elves bore a curse. Otherwise, they would not have attracted such a terrifying entity. This statement elicited both laughter and tears. Alan felt no obligation to elucidate matters to them. However, one thing preoccupied his thoughts. Where had the black mist gone? Was it still lingering within the elf forest? It was not that Alan desired the black mist to emerge, but the situation was undeniably peculiar. This unsettling feeling began to gnaw at him. Ultimately, the black mist remained a significant threat, shrouded in mystery. The unknown nature of the black mist was the most perilous aspect. Information asymmetry is the most dreaded element in any contest between parties. Unable to comprehend it for now, Alan resolved to address the immediate situation. "Your abrupt intrusion into my village is rather impolite." At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared, holding 2 apples in his left hand and another in his right, gnawing on one. "Are you the village chief?" "Indeed." Chapter 59, The Black Mist Strikes. This man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, and his presence immediately soured the expressions of Alan and his companions. This individual clearly looked healthier than the others. Most villagers were emaciated, and even the few robust men merely had larger frames. Upon closer inspection, one could see their sunken cheeks and pale complexions, indicating hunger. It was no wonder Alan and his companions were irked. This man was utterly despicable. "Boss, this person is infuriating. While others are starving, look at him. With one hand clutching fruit and the other continuously feeding himself. It's outrageous." "Mr. Allen, Sherry is right. This man must be taught a lesson." "Mr. Allen, we await your command." Never had the 3 elven maidens displayed such fiery tempers. Although Alan was angry, he was not one to resort to violence. So he promptly intervened to halt Sherry and the others. "Hold on, I have more questions to ask." Despite their dissatisfaction, Sherry and her companions had no choice but to heed Alan's words. "Once I finish my inquiries, you may teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, Sherry and her friends cheered, their joy surpassing the delight of indulging in a delectable treat. The 3 maidens eyed the man with fierce determination, eager to pounce. "What are you planning?" "I do not welcome you. Please leave my village at once." At this moment, the middle-aged man was utterly terrified. Beads of cold sweat trickling down as he addressed Alan and his companions. "So, you are the village chief of this settlement," he said. A realization that had long been anticipated by Alan, along with some of his own murky past. Only the village chief, after all, possessed the authority to claim the fruits of the villagers for himself. "I am the chief of this village, Churchill. Now, I kindly ask you to leave." The tension in his demeanor was palpable, revealing an innate fear of Sherry and her companions. "Apologies. I shall depart once my inquiry is concluded." "Have you heard of the castle down the hill?" Alan posed this question, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, the other villages might possess more knowledge about this world than he did. Of course, even if he received no answer, it mattered little. His true intention for this outing was to locate the castle down the hill himself. Churchill bluntly informed Alan that he had no knowledge of any castle. "Neither down the hill nor up the hill. I have answered your question. You may leave now," he insisted, eager to usher Alan and his group away. Alan displayed little reaction to this response, turning to depart. "Do not overstep your bounds," he remarked as he made his way toward the village exit. "Wait, take them with you." Churchill panicked, for Sherry and her companions had already surrounded him. Alan paid him no mind. Soon, Churchill's anguished screams echoed behind them. "I will turn you into a pig's head. You are unworthy to be a village chief. Behold my tiny fists." Minutes later, Sherry and her companions returned, their expressions filled with satisfaction. As for whether Churchill had indeed turned into a pig's head, Alan had no interest in knowing. "Boss, can we take them back with us?" Sherry implored, wishing for Alan to shelter the villagers. The Tana sisters also gazed at Alan expectantly. To be candid, Alan had contemplated this issue, but he shook his head. He was no saint. Moreover, incorporating these individuals into his village was easier said than done. The process of integration would undoubtedly be lengthy. Crucially, earning the loyalty of these people would require time. Clearly, for Alan, he did not have the luxury to engage in a game of make-believe with these villagers. However, if they were willing to join him of their own accord, he would not oppose their decision. In short, Alan would not actively seek to absorb this population. While population growth was vital for his developmental aspirations, he was not desperate enough to accept anyone. A village's essence lies in the unity of its people. The emergence of a second village signifies the formation of another whole. The fusion of two wholes is evidently a complex endeavor. Throughout history, such undertakings have proven to be both time-consuming and laborious, much like the merging of two distinct ethnicities. The process of integration and assimilation cannot be accomplished in less than a century, just as in the past with the Earth's Sikkim. Irrespective of the inherent resilience of its 600,000 inhabitants, even a colossal nation like India, with its billion-plus population, required a century to fully assimilate and integrate the Sikkimese people. For Alan, time has become an invaluable commodity. He must urgently locate the castle at the foot of the mountain. There is no need for him to elucidate these intricate reasons to Sherry and the others. He remarked, if they were inclined to come, they would have done so long ago. Indeed, this is the reality. Despite their despair and hunger, they have relinquished any hope of survival. Alan might generously bestow his sympathy and compassion upon them, yet such gestures would be devoid of significance. Let them fend for themselves, he resolved, and set his sights on the next village. Sherry and her companions were disheartened, not due to dissatisfaction with Alan's decision, but rather because of their profound disdain for the village chief, Churchill. They understood that had it not been for such a scoundrel, the villagers would not be facing starvation or despair. Alan chose not to elaborate. In truth, even without Churchill, the villagers would still struggle to survive the winter. Fruits do not equate to sustenance. Thus, regardless of how much is consumed, hunger will soon return. Although this reality is disheartening, nature operates on principles of survival of the fittest. To rely on the compassion and pity of others for survival renders existence meaningless. This is precisely why Alan could have urged Sherry to hasten the ripening of wheat, yet he insisted that the villagers toil in the fields, to experience agriculture and await the harvest of the following year. This embodies the allure of labor. To phrase it more eloquently, Alan's true intention was for the villagers to learn self-sufficiency and to live with dignity. Agricultural civilization has endured for millennia, and he aims to sow the seeds of self-reliance deep within the souls of all. Only then can civilization progress. It is not merely a matter of Alan introducing advanced concepts. True advancement relies on the tireless efforts of the common folk. Ultimately, the wheels of civilization must be propelled by the labor of the masses. Alan serves merely as a guide, a decision-maker aware of the correct path. Thus, the village is indeed fortunate to have Alan as their leader. As they approached the next village, just a kilometer away, Tasha suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "Mr. Allen, we have spotted a black mist ahead." "What?" Allen could scarcely believe his ears. "Quick, retreat," he promptly commanded. The four of them sprinted with all their might. The terror of the black mist was evident to all. Allen now harbors deep regret. This outing has proven to be excessively perilous. He is uncertain whether his companions will escape unscathed. Chapter 60. Boss, you should flee first. I will stay behind to hold them off for a while. In the midst of their flight, Sherry suddenly halted. She gazed at Allen with a bittersweet smile, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "Mr. Allen, I will remain as well. You must hurry, and do not look back." Tana also paused, echoing Sherry's sentiments. "And I too, Mr. Allen. I have found joy during this time. Thank you." To Allen's astonishment, Tasha also came to a stop. "What are you all doing? Run now? Damn it. Hurry up," Allen exclaimed anxiously, even resorting to profanity. They were all too aware of the horror that the black mist represented. Yet, miraculously, they were willing to forsake their own lives for Allen. He had no time for sentimentality. His only desire was to berate them. "Did you hear me? Damn it. You all need to run." At that moment, Allen noticed that the black mist had already begun to envelop the area a few hundred meters behind them. "Boss, you must go. We are willing to do this. You cannot be harmed. Our village still needs you," Sherry said, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. "Mr. Allen, please leave immediately. Do not let our intentions go to waste." Tana, the eldest among them, spoke with an unexpected calmness in such dire circumstances. "Mr. Allen, please hurry. If you don't leave now, it will be too late," Tasha urged, her anxiety palpable. Allen suppressed his fury. This was no jest. How could he abandon his companions? "Sherry, Tana, Tasha, do you not know who I am? Do you truly believe I could just walk away alone?" His eyes swept over the three young women. And he too came to a standstill. "Boss, Mr. Allen," they cried, their voices filled with despair as they sensed the encroaching black mist. At this moment, even if Allen wished to flee, it was no longer an option. "It matters not what lies ahead. We shall face it together." Allen moved to stand amidst the three, grasping Sherry's hand with his left and Tana's with his right, who immediately took hold of Tasha's hand. The four of them were united in purpose. Even in death, they would face it together. "Boss, thank you. Mr. Allen, you need not be so gentle with us," they sobbed, unable to contain their tears. The black mist was on the verge of consuming them. Yet, at that moment, Allen felt an absence of fear within himself. He was remarkably calm. Since escape was impossible, he would confront it boldly. He contemplated the missed opportunity to witness the joy on everyone's faces at next year's bountiful wheat harvest. The four of them closed their eyes as the black mist finally enveloped them. Allen felt as though his consciousness was slipping away, akin to sinking in water, descending deeper and deeper. He perceived this as the essence of death, not fear, but a profound curiosity. Can one's life truly be lived anew? If so, to what realm would he be reborn? It is his fervent wish that he does not find himself in a civilization too primitive, for that would be exhausting. To confront a nascent humanity, newly endowed with wisdom, is indeed a formidable fatigue. Allen yearns for an existence that transcends this weariness. He dreams of inhabiting the form of a prince, or perhaps dwelling in a world akin to the Middle-earth depicted in Tolkien's works. As his consciousness begins to descend into a state of oblivion, it grows increasingly indistinct. Perhaps this is the very essence of death. Ultimately, Allen's awareness transforms into a luminous orb, unnoticed by any soul. Within the shroud of black mist resides a peculiar, verdant energy. Shortly after the emergence of this dark fog, Allen and his companions vanish into its depths. Beneath a colossal mountain lies an abandoned, desolate castle, enveloped in an aura of decay. A palpable sense of lifelessness pervades the area, extending for miles in every direction. This place resembles a realm of death, void of sunlight, devoid of clouds, and absent of blue skies. The heavens are shrouded in gloom, and the entire world feels oppressive and silent, as though time itself has come to a halt. Yet, after a brief interval, a mass of black mist suddenly materializes nearby. Swift as the wind, it surges through the castle's grand entrance and into the shadowy interior. Inside, the atmosphere remains dim, lacking illumination and vitality, as if the castle itself were lifeless. The black mist sweeps through the elongated corridor with remarkable speed, akin to a gust of wind. Scattered upon the floor lie numerous skeletal remains, seemingly drained of all essence. The mist reaches the innermost sanctum of the castle, where a magnificent golden door stands before it. Upon the mist's arrival, the grand door swings open of its own accord. Beyond this threshold lies an expansive chamber shrouded in darkness. In the corners of the room, luminous stones are piled, casting a faint glow that barely illuminates the space. This chamber resembles an awe-inspiring hall, its walls adorned with solemn and sacred imagery. For golden pillars, encrusted with splendid pearls and gemstones, support the grand hall. At the forefront stands a raised platform, upon which rests a throne. In the corners of the hall, mountains of chests overflow with resplendent jewels and treasures. After the black mist spirals around the ground, it gracefully ascends to the throne, leaving behind four indistinct figures, Alan, Tana, and Tasha. It becomes apparent that they have not perished. Rather, they have been transported by the black mist to this grand hall. As the dark mist enveloped the throne, it transformed into a humanoid figure of shadowy vapor. Sitting upon the throne, the being's gender was indiscernible, and its features remained an enigma. At that moment, the dark mist regarded the four individuals on the ground, seemingly awaiting something. Chapter 61. The first encounter. Alan believed he had perished, only to realize that the orb of light around him was gradually dissipating, as if it were redistributing itself within his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. With a sudden motion, Alan raised his upper body from the ground, glancing around in bewilderment. His gaze swept across the area without lingering too long. He placed his hands upon his chest and was pleasantly surprised to feel warmth and a heartbeat, indicating that he was indeed alive. His eyes then fell upon the three figures lying on the ground: Sherry, Tana, and Tasha. Sherry, Tana, Tasha, wake up, he urged, shaking them repeatedly, yet they showed no signs of awakening. Tentatively, he checked for their breaths and sighed in relief. They were alive, seemingly just unconscious. With the reassurance that he and his companions had not perished, Alan began to ponder his situation. Where was he? Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and discerned that he was in a vast hall. How vast, one might wonder. It resembled Gothic architecture, with doors towering 20 meters high, making a person appear as small as an infant beneath them. Alan felt diminutive in this darkened environment, illuminated only by a few glowing stones, insufficient to reveal the hall's entirety. Cautiously, he took a few steps, wary of venturing too far into the ominous shadows that concealed potential dangers. Alan's sole desire was to ascertain whether others were present in the hall or if the dark mist lingered nearby. Is anyone there? May I inquire where this is? The hall was indeed immense, echoing his voice back to him. Receiving no reply, he returned to his previous position, resigned to wait for Sherry and the others to awaken, hoping they could devise a plan to escape. Sitting on the ground, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in the darkness, a pair of deep, terrifying eyes was observing him thoroughly, body and soul alike. A quarter of an hour passed as Alan glanced at Sherry and the others, who remained sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. He had no choice but to wait patiently. However, at that moment, a sudden awareness surged within him, a profound alertness emanating from the depths of his soul. He sprang to his feet, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, gripped by a deep sense of impending danger. Alan was not of this world. This is his greatest secret. Yet now, it feels as though he is laid bare before something unseen, his secrets exposed without refuge. The sensation is utterly terrifying. In that moment, a cold sweat breaks out on Alan, a chill creeping down his spine. Throughout his journey thus far, he has never experienced such an alarming feeling. Darkness envelopes him, obscuring all visibility. Thus, Alan cannot discern what it is that looms around him. Could it be the black mist? Alan is uncertain. However, he senses that this entity is both perilous and formidable. The weight of this feeling constricts his breath, rendering him nearly breathless. Just then, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the grand hall, followed by the thunderous sound of something that seems to explode. Yet, it is not an explosion. The entire hall is abruptly illuminated. The sudden brightness blinds Alan momentarily. After 3 or 4 seconds, he gradually acclimates to the light, and to his astonishment, he sees that the walls of the hall are adorned with 7 or 8 enormous braziers. It was these braziers that had ignited, casting their glow and illuminating the entire space. At this moment, the hall is as bright as day, revealing everything within its confines. Alan is utterly astonished. The first thing he notices is a mound of gold not far from him. Gleaming and resplendent, there is no doubt that it is gold. Since arriving in this world, Alan has yet to encounter any form of metal. Standing there, awestruck by the abundance of gold, he is immediately struck by the thought that this gold must be a remnant of some ancient civilization. Gold, a rare and precious metal, appears to hold the same value across worlds. Alan also discovers that the hall contains not only gold, but numerous books as well. However, these books are not conventional paper tomes, but rather palm-sized stone tablets. Alan takes a rough count and realizes that apart from the gold, the entire hall is nearly covered with these stone slabs. He cannot ascertain the exact number of these tablets, but estimates suggest there are at least hundreds of millions. The script upon the tablets is unfamiliar to him, seeming to belong to an ancient language. Alan is eager to study these tablets, sensing that their worth surpasses that of the gold. Indeed, his intuition is correct. The content inscribed on these tablets holds immeasurable value, far exceeding that of the gold. It seems you have a discerning eye. At that moment, a deep, oppressive, and profoundly resonant voice suddenly emanates from directly in front of Alan. The voice resonated as if it were spoken beneath the surface of water, producing an eerie sound, devoid of any discernible gender. Startled, Alan lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a colossal pedestal. Indeed, it was merely a pedestal. Its immense height rendered it impossible for Alan to see anything beyond its edge. Moments later, a shadow flickered before him, instantaneously materializing behind Alan. "You harbor secrets," the shadow intoned. Alan, too frightened to turn, could nonetheless sense a formidable and terrifying presence looming behind him. A chill ran through his heart as he recalled an earlier feeling of being seen through. Could it be that his secrets had been unveiled? If so, it boded ill. Would this entity take an interest in him and delve into his mysteries? Shaking his head to regain composure, Alan inhaled deeply. Calming himself, he considered that the entity had spared them thus far. At the very least, it appeared to harbor no malevolence. "Everyone possesses secrets," Alan spoke, his voice quavering, acutely aware of the dreadful aura radiating from the figure behind him. "You speak truly, yet your secrets are profoundly astonishing. What do you know, and what do you desire?" Alan inquired. Suddenly, the entity behind him exuded a ferocious aura. "What do I desire? I yearn to annihilate those traitors. I want them to regret, tremble, wail, scream, and plead for mercy. I shall eradicate them to quell the rage within my heart." The violent energy almost swept Alan away, as he felt the entity's resentment, fury, and murderous intent. Could this being be the Dark Mist? It seemed that the Dark Mist indeed possessed intellect. Chapter 62. Kindred spirits, can you comprehend my hatred? The shadow abruptly queried. Alan shook his head. "I cannot, for I am not you, and I know not what has transpired in your life. Indeed, you are not me. Thus you cannot fathom my resentment and suffering." The shadow suddenly appeared despondent. "However, you shall soon understand." "Wait, what are you planning?" Alan exclaimed in alarm. Questioning the shadow's intentions, was it finally poised to strike? The shadow made no immediate move against Alan, but returned to the pedestal. Alan was left shaken, feeling as though he had traversed the very depths of hell. "What is your name?" the shadow inquired again. Alan. "No, I demand your true name." The shadow retorted with sudden fury. "Xia Hai, Xia for summer, Hai for sea." Alan responded once more, fully aware that he had been seen through by the entity. Although the means by which the other party perceived her remained an enigma, the reality of it all was profoundly mystical. "Xia Hai, indeed a commendable name. And I am now known as Catherine. However, in my previous life, I was Lin Xiaowei, born in 1919 and a graduate of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I am a scientist, a physicist, an architect, a chemist, a weapons expert, and, above all, I excel as a novelist." Alan was taken aback, his mouth agape, for the revelations presented were utterly astonishing, bordering on the incomprehensible. It was not merely the impressive titles that overwhelmed him, but rather the sheer surprise of discovering that she hailed from his own homeland. The shock was indeed staggering. Following this revelation, Alan was filled with exuberance and joy, for encountering a fellow compatriot in this chaotic world was truly a stroke of fortune. Unavoidably, he felt a warm sense of familiarity towards Catherine, though this sentiment might wane upon witnessing her true form. "Alan, would you care to hear a story?" Catherine inquired. Suppressing his excitement, Alan nodded and replied, "I would be most delighted." Thus, Catherine commenced her narrative. Long, long ago, this world was home to various races: vampires, werewolves, orcs, elves, dwarves, and humans. Initially, there was no connection among these races. However, one day, a catastrophic event suddenly engulfed the world, inflicting severe losses upon all. Ultimately, the races resolved to elect a being of profound wisdom and formidable leadership as their sovereign, to guide them in combating the calamity. Thus, the monarch was born, endowed with immense intellect and leadership prowess. Under her aegis, the disaster was quelled within 6 months, restoring peace to the world. This was a moment worthy of celebration. Yet, the leaders of the races were gripped by fear of the monarch's intellect. With her presence, new dilemmas arose. They realized that as long as the queen existed, her kin would ascend in status, while the races would gradually devolve into mere subjects of the queen. Consequently, during the celebratory ceremony, the leaders conspired to assassinate the queen and incinerate her remains, believing this would eradicate any future threat. They even began to enslave her kin, who, devoid of their queen, found themselves powerless against the might of the other races. As time passed, the brutality escalated, leading to the slaughter of the queen's kin. In a desperate bid for survival, they embarked on a journey of exile, fleeing their homeland to seek refuge in distant lands. However, the leaders of various tribes were apprehensive that the remnants of the king would inherit all that he possessed. Thus, they resolved to annihilate the king's kin entirely. Time and again, they engaged in slaughter, and the number of the king's kin dwindled. Ultimately, they vanished from this world forever. Yet, the tale did not conclude there, did it? Alan found this narrative excessively dark, even despairing, devoid of humanity. However, a story cannot end so blandly. Catherine's recounting, while seemingly placid, was, in truth, the calm before the storm. Indeed, if matters were to conclude thus, there would be naught left for me. Catherine continued. This time, the tribes recognized that the genuine threat had been eradicated. In the ensuing period, they fortified themselves, and skirmishes erupted among them. Yet, after a considerable duration, something inexplicable transpired. Alan's heart raced at this juncture. He conceived an answer, yet it was even more unfathomable, verging on the absurd. Catherine remarked, "What astounded the tribes was that, after a long interval, the king's kin re-emerged in this world." The subsequent events need not be articulated by Catherine, for Alan could surmise them. The tribes commenced their slaughter anew. Yet, after another prolonged period, the king's kin appeared once more. This time, the tribes began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Mere slaughter could no longer resolve the issue. They discerned a pattern. Even if the king's kin were entirely eradicated, they would eventually reappear, as though some force ensured their perpetual existence. Upon hearing this, Alan exhaled deeply. The absurdity of the situation surpassed his imagination, and he sensed that some unknown power lay concealed within. Alan listened intently, for he knew that the true storm was imminent. Suddenly, Catherine's tone rose sharply. She declared, discovering that the king's kin could not be vanquished, the tribe's panic intensified. They were profoundly afraid of the king, and, having committed irreparable wrongs over time, they realized that forgiveness was unattainable. In their madness, they chose to seek the aid of a malevolent deity, pleading for its assistance to obliterate the king's kin. They forged a pact with the dark god, yet this entity was far more terrifying and greedy than they had anticipated. The dark god not only annihilated the king's kin, but also commenced the extermination of the tribes. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, the tribes were greatly afflicted, and the world faced the specter of annihilation. Overcome with regret, they sought new strength, praying to the king's spirit, confessing their sins, imploring for forgiveness, beseeching the king to once again lead the tribes against calamity. Alan, do you believe the king would acquiesce? Catherine suddenly inquired with great interest. Alan shook his head and replied, if I were the king, I would certainly refuse. Indeed, you are correct. The king did not acquiesce. Instead, she remained a detached observer, witnessing the malevolent deity gradually wreak havoc upon the world. However, you underestimate the world. At that moment, the will of the world awakened, driving away the malevolent deity and saving the various races, albeit with a punishment for them. Simultaneously, the will of the world imposed a severe penalty upon the king for her passive observation of the world's destruction. Alan, do you believe the king erred? Alan shook his head, stating, she did not err, yet neither did she do right. Chapter 63. Crisis. Upon hearing this, Catherine's tone grew somewhat despondent. Indeed, as herself, the king is not in error. Yet, as the leader of the various races, her indifferent observation of the malevolent deity's rampage is unjust. She deserves her due punishment. Alan found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he harbored many questions. What was the calamity of ancient times? Who was the malevolent deity? Would it return once more? Catherine fell silent, yet Alan sensed her continued presence. After a brief moment of silence, he ventured, should I address you as Lady Catherine, Lin Xiaowei, or simply as the king? Upon hearing this, Catherine erupted into laughter. Her voice seemed to resonate from all directions, akin to a tempest, causing Alan's ears to ache. Instinctively, he covered his ears with his hands. Nonetheless, Catherine's laughter possessed formidable penetrating power. Despite his efforts, Alan was left disoriented by the vibrations. After a while, just as Alan felt he could no longer endure, Catherine ceased her laughter. It appeared she had no intention of offering an apology. You are quite astute. Indeed, I am that king, the one betrayed by the various races. It sounds tragic, does it not? I devoted my life and all my knowledge to them. Yet in the end, they committed an unforgivable act against me. Thus, I harbor resentment, I am filled with rage, and I seek vengeance. Catherine's emotions surged, her voice shaking the very hall. Catherine, in truth, your grievances with others are of no concern to me. I merely wish to understand why you have brought us here, and when my companions shall awaken. Alan had little interest in the complaints of this compatriot. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether this compatriot was friend or foe. Catherine responded, "They will not awaken for the time being, unless you agree to one condition." "Condition? Pray, enlighten me. I wish for you to become my slave." "What?" Alan could scarcely believe his ears. This compatriot, no, this former king, harbored such perverse desires. Upon reflection, it is evident that those who have been consumed by hatred for countless years have inevitably undergone transformations in their minds, personalities, and even their souls. Alan found himself in a state of amusement. Just moments ago, he had contemplated forging a friendship with this compatriot, yet now it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Both Catherine and Lin Xiaowei, as well as Wang, were no longer ordinary individuals. The thought of the rampant dark mist caused Alan to shake his head. He realized it was necessary to re-evaluate his stance towards Catherine. She was no longer his ally. From this moment forth, she would remain his adversary. "Should you be willing to become my slave, I shall awaken them immediately," Catherine stated, continuing, "Do you see those stone tablets? They are imbued with my wisdom. If you agree, I will teach you how to decipher the inscriptions. I am aware of your aspirations to expand your village, and I assure you, should you master the knowledge contained within those tablets, you could effortlessly transport airplanes, artillery, or even interstellar battleships into this realm. In due course, you would ascend to become the true monarch of this world. Surely, such an offer is enticing." Alan was taken aback by her words. From the very beginning, he had sensed the immense value of those tablets, but he had not anticipated that they contained all of Catherine's wisdom. It was clear that Catherine had been a prodigy in her former life, a genius surpassing even Einstein. Her knowledge was boundless, encompassing the entirety of human history. Catherine was correct. If he were to absorb all that knowledge, the advancement of his village, and indeed the world, would experience a qualitative leap. However, there was a cost: the relinquishment of his autonomy to become Catherine's slave. Truth be told, a sense of wariness began to stir within Alan. He felt an unsettling disquiet. His caution rendered him silent. Rather than contemplating Catherine's proposition, he found himself sifting through the information he had gathered. Vivid scenes flickered in his mind like frames of a film. To Catherine, Alan's silence appeared as hesitation, inciting her ire. "Why do you hesitate? Do you not recognize the monumental gift before you? The chance to reign as the king of this world. What could be amiss? Or do you believe that becoming my slave would be a degradation of your worth? Humph, foolish mortal, do you not comprehend the stature of the one before you? I was once the ruler of diverse tribes, the wisest among all, the most formidable being on this earth. It was I who aided the races in overcoming calamity." Alan's vigilance intensified. The Catherine before him was perilously dangerous. It was not merely her temperament that alarmed him. He sensed an underlying menace in her words. They sounded conciliatory, yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of that supposed peace. Just then, Catherine suddenly materialized before Alan. In that moment, Alan finally discerned Catherine's true form. Her body, composed entirely of dark mist, emanated a chilling aura. Her features were obscured, but her eyes glowed a menacing crimson, radiating a predatory light. Catherine stood in close proximity to Alan. A mere step forward would bring him within her reach. "Do you think I am deceiving you?" she queried. "No, I do not," he replied. "Then why do you hesitate? Is my offer inadequate?" Alan shook his head, a profound sense of peril surging within him, a palpable, intense danger. He responded, "No, I was merely overwhelmed for a moment. My mind did not react swiftly enough." Yet within, he felt as if he were an ant on a hot pan, frantic and agitated. The sense of crisis intensified, a sensation he had never before encountered. He recognized this as the imminent threat of death. Catherine was pleased with Alan's answer, but before a few seconds had passed, she leaned closer, her scarlet eyes fixed upon him. The suddenness of this moment startled Alan, provoking an instinctive urge to retreat, to evade her presence. However, Catherine was swifter than his movements. "Regardless of your willingness, discovering such a perfect vessel makes my efforts over the years worthwhile," she declared. As she spoke, beams of crimson energy surged from her blood-red eyes, piercing into Alan's own. "Ah!" Alan cried out, an excruciating pain exploding within his head. A powerful force began to invade his mind, his consciousness assaulted by a multitude of red particles, numbering in the billions. No sound accompanied this onslaught, yet the devastation wrought by these particles was astounding, akin to piranhas swarming their prey. In an instant, Alan's awareness fragmented, dissolving into countless white particles. Chapter 64. Disappearance. Alan trembled uncontrollably, resembling a convulsion, on the brink of life-threatening peril. Yet Catherine remained indifferent to his plight, her demeanor frenzied, her voice brimming with excitement. Before long, her dark mist-like form visibly diminished, though she was not truly shrinking. Rather, she was incessantly infiltrating Alan's body. "Foolish mortal, I have awaited this day for an eternity," she cackled. Then, an unprecedented, resounding male voice emerged from Catherine's lips, as if it had traversed from a distant realm. It was profoundly deep, imbued with a sense of antiquity. It was hard to fathom that a man's voice could emanate from Catherine. The invasion of Alan's consciousness persisted, relentlessly bombarded by the red particles, tearing at the very fabric of his mind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, even with his defenses raised, Alan was unable to react in time. Moreover, in Catherine's presence, he was utterly powerless. Moments later, Alan's eyes turned a deep crimson, radiating an eerie aura. It appeared inevitable that his body would soon be completely overtaken. Once Catherine manifested in corporeal form, who could fathom the extent of her danger? "Oh, you dare to resist me, insignificant mortal? I shall ensure your eternal obliteration." Catherine's voice resonated, sounding as though it belonged to a man. At that moment, Alan's consciousness had fragmented into countless shards of light. Yet instinctively, he struggled to resist. No one wishes to be possessed by another. It is akin to a violation of one's very essence. For Catherine to seize Alan's body, she first had to vanquish the essence of his consciousness, which she was indeed accomplishing. Alan's resistance resembled that of an infant attempting to match strength with a muscle-bound champion in an arm wrestling contest. The disparity in power was insurmountable. A minute passed, and Alan's awareness diminished further. One could only imagine that if this continued, he would inevitably lose himself. At that moment, the dark mist had completely infiltrated Alan's body. His crimson eyes, upon closing, quickly reopened. What a splendid acquisition, so utterly perfect. From this day forth, this world shall belong to me. Alan laughed heartily, but just then, he felt an unusual sensation within. "Catherine, even you wish to resist me?" He addressed the air. "Futile. Any resistance on your part is in vain. I shall reign over this world, annihilating all beings with your intellect to create my ideal abode." Terrifying words exited Alan's lips. At that moment, he was not himself. Suddenly, Alan let out a blood-curdling scream. "What is this?" The ensuing scene was utterly astonishing. The dark mist appeared to be forcefully expelled from Alan's body, as if repelled by an unseen power. This force was immensely potent, catching the dark mist off guard. Damn it, it is you." Within seconds, the dark mist was entirely driven from Alan's form, roaring and howling in bitter anger. "Eldritch One, I have awaited this day for so long." Just then, a woman's voice unexpectedly emerged from Alan's mouth. This voice was like a gentle spring breeze, akin to summer blossoms, capable of dispelling the darkness of the world. "Unbeknownst to you, you have concealed yourself within this mortal guise, intending to strike me with a fatal blow at my most vulnerable moment, is it not? The will of the planet, everything has originated from you. You have incited the darkness within various races, allowing it to flourish, ultimately leading to the demise of their leader, Catherine. Seizing the opportunity, you abducted Catherine's soul, transforming her into a shadowy mist, magnifying the hatred within her heart, and seeking to annihilate this world. Your cunning scheme is commendable. However, light shall inevitably triumph over darkness. I have already dealt you a lethal blow. Perish." Upon uttering these words, Alan extended his palm, from which a tremendous sphere of white light suddenly coalesced. This radiance illuminated the entire hall, casting away the darkness. "Cough, cough. Do you think you can kill me? Know that I inhabit the soul of this woman. Should you slay me, she shall perish as well," the shadowy mist declared, emboldened. Alan remained unfazed. To vanquish an eternal foe, what does it matter to sacrifice a soul that has long been lost? Yet at that moment, what? You possess a means? Alan's consciousness was restored as the shadow was forced from his body. He quickly intervened upon witnessing the will of the planet attempt to slay Catherine. She must not die. She is not only a genius, but a treasure for humanity. The crux lies in her knowledge, which is pivotal to Alan's grand ambitions. As the mist had articulated, if one were to grasp Catherine's wisdom, it would not be impossible to create aircraft and artillery in this world. Particularly, those stone tablets that only Catherine can decipher. Should she perish, all hope would be lost. If Alan were to attempt to decipher the inscriptions on the tablets himself, who knows how long it would take? Perhaps a lifetime. And even then, how much could he truly interpret? You claim you have a solution? The will of the planet fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering what Alan had conveyed. Subsequently, it voluntarily vacated Alan's body, transforming beside him into a breathtaking woman, her entire form radiating white light save for her head. Alan swiftly regained control of his body and boldly approached the shadowy mist. Are you truly confident? Huh, how intriguing. Mortal, are you here to submit willingly? Excellent. Simply offer your flesh, and I assure you, I shall not slay you this time, the mist replied. Alan took a few steps forward and suddenly smiled at the shadow. This smile appeared gentle, yet the mist was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Thoughts of fleeing crossed its mind, but it was too late. In an instant, Alan opened his magical repository, and both he and the shadowy mist vanished from the hall without a trace. What is happening here? The will of the planet is astonished, as she never anticipated witnessing such an incredible scene unfold right before her eyes. As the embodiment of the planet's will, she is privy to many secrets, yet she finds herself utterly perplexed by Alan. At this moment, she realizes that she has overlooked a crucial point. How could one whose consciousness has been shattered ever hope to recover? The will of the planet is shaken. Initially, she intended to sacrifice Alan, but now the situation has veered into unpredictable territory. Chapter 65. Annihilation. What is this place? The voice of the dark mist is filled with trepidation, even one as formidable as he feels a sense of uncertainty. Beyond the unknown, he discovers that all his powers seem to be ensnared by an even mightier force. This realization engenders profound fear within the dark mist. Even when confronted with the will of the planet, and having just endured a lethal blow, he remains unperturbed, for this is not his true form. As long as his essence endures, he can always return. Yet now, he has been abruptly transported by Alan to this seemingly ordinary locale. In the magic warehouse, it appears no different from an ordinary storage facility. You may ask, what is this place? Alan glances around the warehouse and replies, truth be told, I am unsure of its true nature, but I have taken to calling it the magic warehouse. He finds a spot to sit down and, with a friendly demeanor, observes the dark mist, stating, I can sense your power waning. While his tone remains composed, Alan is astounded internally. This marks his first intimate connection with the magic warehouse, so profound that he can feel it incessantly siphoning energy from the dark mist. It resembles an alternative form of devouring. If this continues, the dark mist, weakened by the loss of power, poses no threat to him. This is why Alan remains so unruffled. How have you accomplished this? I can feel this place brimming with terrifying power. As a mere mortal, how can you remain unscathed here? You should have been torn apart by these forces. Perhaps recalling past unpleasant memories, Alan's tone turns icy. Because I am the master of this realm, he states plainly. Yet, for the dark mist, this revelation is met with shock and dread. He can distinctly perceive the irregularity of the power within this place, and what astonishes him further is that, despite the forces reaching a critical threshold where conflict could erupt at any moment, an eerie equilibrium is maintained in this dire situation, something he himself cannot achieve. Mortal, very well. We can converse, the dark mist concedes. Who are you? At this moment, Alan's greatest perplexity lies in the true nature of the malevolent deity. He understands, of course, that this world does not venerate gods. The term evil god is merely a reflection of the entity's overwhelming power. In truth, he too is uncertain of his own identity. Alan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he sensed that the dark entity was mocking him, echoing his earlier words. It appeared this being had yet to grasp the situation. Anger welled up within Alan. Suddenly, a piercing cry startled him as the dark mist began to contort, as if buffeted by a fierce wind, threatening to disperse at any moment. The abrupt terror emanating from the mist took Alan by surprise. It appeared to be in excruciating agony, a suffering unprecedented in his recollection. This creature was supposed to be invincible, yet now it seemed as if something could indeed contend with it. In his previous life as a seasoned programmer, Alan acquired a plethora of eclectic knowledge. However, his most significant trait was his insatiable curiosity for uncovering the essence of things. The dark mist's reaction unveiled to Alan the key to seizing the initiative. He pondered the reasons behind the mist's sudden torment, as if it were undergoing a form of torture. Moments later, as his breath quickened and his eyes sparkled with excitement, Alan felt he had discovered the answer. The solution to this conundrum lay within himself. His earlier irritation towards the mist's noncompliance had led to its suffering. It was that simple. Alan surmised that this occurrence must be directly linked to the magical repository. To ascertain the accuracy of his hypothesis, he resolved to conduct an immediate experiment. He was determined to teach the dark mist a lesson. Stop, he commanded. Indeed, the mist emitted a wretched scream, one even more agonizing than the last. Alan maintained a placid expression, concealing his elation as he reveled in the realization of his newfound control over the mist's existence. He felt as though he held the power of life and death over it. He tested again, and this time, The mist was suddenly engulfed in a powerful lightning strike, illuminating the entire warehouse. The entity could only emit cries of despair, rendered speechless. Alan believed he had uncovered the secret. If he were merely annoyed, the mist would suffer less severely, but if he allowed his anger to rise, its torment would intensify 100-fold. Of course, Alan had no intention of killing the mist. It was not yet time for its demise. "Stop. Ask whatever you wish, and I shall divulge all," he declared, as the mist's form noticeably shrank. This caused Alan to suppress his desire to continue punishing the dark mist, fearing that a careless move might result in fatal consequences for the other party. "Who are you? Where am I? What is this place?" he pondered, realizing the peril surrounding him, with violent energy storms permeating the atmosphere. "Why am I unharmed? And who are you?" The familiar voice of a woman suddenly emanated from the dark mist. Catherine. Previously, Helen had conversed with Catherine, but that had been a guise of the dark mist. This instance seemed to reveal the true essence of Catherine. Alan was taken aback, feeling as though he had been deceived. The dark mist was indeed cunning, having released Catherine's consciousness at this critical moment. "I know you can hear me, dark mist. Do not presume that this renders me helpless," Alan declared, his anger mounting. "Since you refuse to cooperate, I can no longer allow you to remain." Initially, Alan's intention in bringing the dark mist was merely to confine it within a mimicry chamber, primarily seeking Catherine's wisdom. Throughout, his interest in the dark mist had been minimal. He had primarily aimed to gradually awaken Catherine's consciousness. However, it appeared that the dark mist sought to intimidate him, which was utterly unfeasible. A bold idea formed in Alan's mind, though uncertain of its success. He felt compelled to try. "Dark mist, evil god, I will have no choice but to forcibly separate you from Catherine's soul," he asserted, contemplating the matter. Though he was unsure, this was, after all, his domain, and he deemed it worth a try. It also provided an opportunity to gauge the true strength of the magic repository. In fact, the magic repository was more powerful than Alan could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the dark mist uttered 2 words before erupting violently, revealing a luminous white orb floating in the air. Alan was elated, for he recognized it as Catherine's consciousness. "Thank you, my kin. I understand your desires. My knowledge is entirely at your disposal. However, I am currently too weak and will need to slumber for a time. Do not worry, for before that, I shall impart to you the method to decipher the stone tablet," Catherine declared, transforming into a youthful maiden of 17 or 18, radiating a gentle glow akin to that of a fairy. With light, sprightly steps, she approached Alan before he could react, softly kissing his lips. With a bashful retreat, she said, "Kin, I must enter my slumber now, and I hope to see you upon my awakening." Alan opened his mouth, wishing to utter a word of protest, but was unable to do so in time. Catherine transformed once more into a sphere of white light, drifting effortlessly into a cabinet that Alan had never dared to open. It took Alan a while to regain his composure, his fingers brushing against his lips, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. He soon realized that, apart from the method of deciphering the stone tablets, Catherine had imparted to him a blue crystal that bore a striking resemblance to a date pit, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever. Trusting that Catherine meant him no harm, Alan chose to disregard the crystal for the moment. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, the will of the planet appeared to have dimmed significantly. Her exquisite visage was etched with curiosity and anxiety. As Alan and the dark mist had been absent for an hour, she was oblivious to their whereabouts or whether they would return. Her foremost concern was that the dark mist must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, all her meticulously orchestrated plans would be in vain. The will of the planet could not afford to be patient, for her recent assault on the dark mist had nearly drained her of half her strength. Furthermore, she had but 3 minutes left to maintain her current form before she would need to enter slumber to replenish her power, lest chaos engulf the entire planet. As she anxiously awaited their return, a minute passed, then a minute and a half. Just as she began to shake her head in despair, losing hope for Alan and the others, his figure suddenly materialized in the grand hall. "Where have you taken the dark mist? Why are you alone? What have you done? Why was I not informed?" The will of the planet unleashed a torrent of questions upon Alan, overwhelmed by curiosity. Alan, however, harbored little affection for the will of the planet. In fact, deep down, he wished for her to remain dormant. He felt that this fantastical realm he had entered ought to preserve its enchanting nature, and the will of the planet, in his eyes, carried a hint of science fiction. Previously unnoticed, he now sensed that she could see right through him, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. Alan detested this sensation of being laid bare. Yet, the will of the planet possessed that very power. "Forgive me, but this is my secret," Alan replied, his eyes shimmering as he gazed at the stone tablets. which he deemed invaluable treasures. And what of the dark mist? What of the malevolent deity? The will of the planet remained unfazed by Alan's attitude. She was astute enough to comprehend his aversion towards her, especially since she had contemplated sacrificing him not long ago. Thus, Alan's demeanor was not entirely beyond comprehension. I can only tell you that the malevolent deity has gone where it belongs. After Alan finished speaking, he approached Sherry and the others. Well done, Alan. You are quite remarkable. I hope that when we meet again, you can maintain such composure. The will of the planet was finally angered. Alan remained utterly unconcerned. I hope to never see you again. With that, he watched as the will of the planet transformed into countless white particles of light and vanished. Alan soon realized that Sherry and the others were indeed deep in slumber, unable to awaken despite his efforts. Reluctantly, he began to store all the stone tablets, gold, and other treasures from the Grand Hall into his magical repository. Alan did not rush to decipher the knowledge inscribed on the tablets. Instead, he busied himself tapping here and striking there within the hall. Now that the black mist had dissipated, the pressing question was how to depart from this place. Fortunately, within less than half an hour, he finally discovered a mechanism on the wall that would allow them to exit. 2 hours later, Sherry and the others finally stirred awake. Boss, where are we? How did I fall asleep? Sherry exclaimed, stretching her limbs as she spoke. Mr. Allen, what is this place? Weren't we supposed to be evading the black mist? Tana inquired upon waking. Indeed, I can no longer sense my Zack, Tasha remarked in surprise, referring to her eagle. Alan moved toward the exit, suggesting, let us head out first. They followed the passage and departed from the Grand Hall. As they reached the end, Alan and the others were astonished to discover that they had been underground all along. They now found themselves in another Grand Hall, albeit one that was in a state of disrepair, clearly marked by the passage of time. Before them stood several enormous statues. Boss, that one is a bat. And that one is a wolf. Wait, why is the wolf standing? Sherry observed the statues with curiosity. Alan also gazed at these figures, suddenly struck by a thought. These statues represent ancient races, he realized. From left to right, they depicted vampires, werewolves, orcs, elves, and dwarves. In the center stood a statue of a human female, signifying her prominent status among the others. Alan immediately thought of Catherine. This female statue must be Catherine, once the queen of all races. Just then, the eyes of several statues suddenly glimmered with a red light, and an ear-piercing sound wave emanated from them. Boss, danger! Sherry exclaimed before her eyes rolled back, and she, along with Tana and Tasha, fainted. Sherry, Tana, Tasha. Alan's expression turned tense. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated such sudden peril. The sound waves from the statues were powerful enough to penetrate the mind directly. Alan felt as though his head might explode. He desperately covered his ears. But the sound proved to be overwhelmingly penetrating, relentlessly attacking the depths of his brain. Alan knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by anguish, on the brink of collapse. The sonic waves were not only formidable, but also disordered his thoughts. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave, intertwining with his present recollections. At that moment, the blue crystal in Alan's mind was stimulated by the sound waves, suddenly trembling violently, its oscillation frequency almost producing afterimages, as if it were on the verge of a cataclysmic explosion. Moments later, the blue crystal abruptly ceased its quaking, releasing an immense surge of energy. Alan let out a furious roar as a tremendous force erupted from his mouth, obliterating all statues before him in an instant. Chapter 67. The castle. In the aftermath of the statue's destruction, a red crystal appeared before Alan, indistinguishable from the blue one apart from its hue. However, in stark contrast to the serene tranquility of the blue crystal, the red crystal exuded a sense of agitation, vibrating violently. With each tremor, it emitted increasingly powerful sonic waves. Had it not been for the blue crystal, Alan's mind would have been incapacitated by the relentless sonic assaults. Yet, he was far from unscathed. The energy of the red crystal grew ever more ferocious with each passing second. Alan, now half kneeling, found it exceedingly strenuous to rise. At this moment, the red crystal's release was no longer merely sonic. It began to intertwine with chaotic black energy. The color black reminded Alan of the dark mist. He pondered whether the red crystal was connected to the black mist. Furthermore, he questioned the purpose of the two crystals. Doubts swelled within him. But he recognized that if he could not devise a means to counter the red crystal's onslaught, he would soon face dire consequences. Quickly, an idea sparked within Alan. He activated the magic repository once more. In an instant, both he and the red crystal vanished. Upon entering the magic repository, the weight upon Alan's shoulders dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling immensely relieved. In his earlier confrontation with the Black Mist, he had discerned that it was a unique form of energy. Both the Black Mist and Catherine had remarked on the chaotic and violent nature of the energy within the magic repository. Regardless of their words, Alan gleaned one clear message. The magic repository was formidable. The red crystal's method of attack was evidently an energy-based assault. Thus, Alan concluded that energy itself would be the most appropriate countermeasure. Indeed, this was the case. Regardless of how tumultuous the red crystal had been, it became docile upon entering the magic repository, now lying quietly on the ground. Alan approached gently, cradling the crimson crystal in his hand. Upon meticulous examination, he discerned that it bore no extraordinary attributes. Yet, he felt an undeniable connection between the two crystals, perhaps hinting at a formidable power, though its nature eluded him for the moment. The only one privy to the truth, Catherine, lay in a deep slumber. Through the magical repository, Alan sensed an unusual energy encapsulated within the red crystal. This energy, for now, remained docile, manifesting as a swirling red cloud. Alan endeavored to establish a dialogue, yet, akin to the blue crystal, his attempts proved futile. Even when he resorted to coercive measures, wielding the authority of the magical repository to threaten the red crystal, the energy merely displayed a profound fear. Reluctantly, he abandoned his efforts. From this, he gleaned that the energies within the two crystals might possess a semblance of intelligence, albeit rudimentary and far from advanced sentience. Paradoxically, their energy level surpassed that of any living being. Alan, through the magical repository, observed his own energy level, equivalent to that of an ordinary human. If one were to assign a value, his energy would be rated as 1, while the crystal's energy could be deemed a 3. Alan's curiosity about the crystal's true purpose intensified, yet he found himself at an impasse. Upon exiting the magical repository, Alan swiftly roused Sherry and the others. This time, upon awakening, the 3 elven maidens were engulfed in concern, but their anxiety transformed into overwhelming relief upon seeing Alan unharmed. The series of worries had deeply unsettled the trio. They yearned to understand the events that had transpired. Alan, hesitant to divulge the truth, merely stated that it had been an accident triggered by their arrival, activating an ancient mechanism, and that all was now well. Although the explanation left them puzzled, they soon found solace, trusting that Alan would not deceive them. "Boss, where shall we go now?" Sherry inquired after a while, as their spirits began to settle. Alan surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I wish to continue exploring here." He recalled the words of the planet's will, to descend to the castle below, where all that he sought to know awaited him. What Alan most desired was not merely the secrets of this world, but the reason for his own transference. Nothing stirred the heart more than this inquiry. He was convinced that this was no mere accident. Perhaps the answers lay within the very walls of the castle, an edifice of ancient construction, likely the palace of Catherine in her former reign. Alan surmised that this castle must harbor Catherine's secrets, for she was his kin, known in truth as Xia Hai, and also a traveler between worlds. Alan held his own perspective. After all, Catherine had once been a ruler, endowed with remarkable wisdom. She may have already uncovered the secret of traversal. The 3 young women voiced no objections, however. "Boss, this time I will surely protect you," declared Sherry defiantly. "Mr. Alan, count me in. I'm with you," chimed in Tasha, while Tana also appeared equally reluctant, each of them pouting. Alan couldn't help but smile wryly at their expressions. Indeed, in the recent dangers they faced, Sherry and the others had proven to be far more formidable, possessing powerful magic, yet they had fainted each time. Anyone would feel a sense of discontent and embarrassment in such circumstances. Alan completely understood their sentiments, which is why he readily acquiesced. This time, Alan took the second position in their formation. Sherry led the way, followed by Tasha, and finally Tana brought up the rear. However, after several minutes of walking, the group began to sense something amiss. "Boss, why does this path seem so interminable?" Alan and the others traversed the sole corridor of the Grand Hall, which appeared to stretch endlessly before them. After walking for quite some time, not only did they fail to see an end, but they also noticed no other rooms or grand doors along their route. At this moment, Alan too felt a peculiar sensation, yet he did not perceive any danger. On the contrary, he sensed a gentle force, seemingly devoid of malice towards them. "It's all right, don't panic. Let us continue," Alan encouraged everyone. After another stretch of time, a faint glimmer finally appeared ahead. "Boss, this is wonderful. We are nearing the end," Sherry exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she quickened her pace. Minutes later, they at last reached the exit. However, upon witnessing the scene outside, Alan's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, as Sherry stepped backward, facing away from Alan, she exclaimed, Boss. But before she could finish, she suddenly vanished. The abruptness of Sherry's disappearance sent Tana and Tasha into a terrified scream. In a moment of urgency, Alan dashed forward. Boss, what is happening? He cried, grasping Sherry's arm tightly. Her face was devoid of color. Had it not been for Alan's timely intervention, she would have plummeted into the abyss below, which lay dark and foreboding. They were precariously positioned on the edge of the castle. What are you waiting for? Pull Sherry up together. Alan shouted at Tana and Tasha. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from behind, causing their faces to pale in fear. Chapter 68. Half a crown with Tana and Tasha's assistance, Alan finally managed to pull Sherry back up. Their hearts raced, still shaken by the perilous moment they had just endured. Thank you, Tana and Tasha, Sherry said, clutching her chest. Next time, do not act so recklessly. Alan, genuinely upset, reprimanded her with unusual seriousness. Sherry stuck out her tongue playfully, attempting to lighten the mood. In truth, her actions were not intentional. After traversing for such a long duration, the sight of an exit filled her with exhilaration. Who could have foreseen that she would inadvertently step into the void? Boss, where exactly are we? Upon regaining her composure, Sherry promptly pointed outside. Before them loomed a precipice, leading down into an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Furthermore, a few noticed that the color of the sky was anything but normal. Gazing upwards, the sky resembled a curtain woven of red and black, imbued with an ominous aura. What had caused the tremendous noise moments ago? How could they possibly escape this castle? A multitude of questions now occupied the minds of all present. A resounding rumble echoed from behind them once more. This time, Alan and the others felt a distinct tremor. Steady yourselves. It took a full minute for the cacophony to cease. At that very moment, another thunderous crash resonated nearby. Oh no, the corridor is collapsing. Alan turned to see large boulders tumbling down in the distance, obstructing their path back. A pallor washed over their faces, each harboring a foreboding sense of dread. Boss, this castle is crumbling, Sherry exclaimed, her complexion paling. Mr. Allen, we must devise a way to escape. Tana, as the elder sister, consistently offered the most prudent suggestions at critical moments. However, with their retreat blocked and the abyss ahead shrouded in darkness, they found themselves in an inescapable predicament. Alan, too, felt an unprecedented urgency coursing through him. His mind raced with thoughts. Just then, an even more deafening roar erupted, causing them to nearly lose their footing. The rate of the castle's collapse was accelerating. Hold on to my hand. Alan grasped Sherry with one hand and Tana with the other, while Tana held Tasha. In this moment, they had no time to ponder anything else. Faced with the sudden onslaught of impending doom, an unexpected tranquility enveloped their hearts. Boss, encountering you has been the greatest fortune of my life, Sherry confided to Alan. Mr. Allen, I shall never forget you, Tana added, followed by Tasha. Mr. Allen, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I haven't even had the chance to catch bugs for food yet. Sob, sob, sob. Upon hearing their words, Alan felt a profound ache within. At that instant, he loathed himself for lacking the ability to protect them in such dire circumstances. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated taking Sherry and the others into the magical repository. Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. The energy storms within would shred them to pieces in an instant. This meant that aside from himself, or unless one possessed formidable strength, entering the magical repository would spell certain doom. What could possibly resolve their dire predicament? Alan's heart screamed in desperation. At this moment, the castle had already been half destroyed, and it seemed poised to collapse towards Alan and his companions. Yet, until this very moment, Alan had not relinquished hope. He could have sought refuge alone in the magical repository, but he chose not to. As the ruins threatened to descend upon them, Alan tightly embraced the three young women. He gazed upward, fixated on the impending debris, still clinging to hope. If there was no path to survival, then they would meet their end together. With a thunderous roar, the ruins finally came crashing down. In that instant, a golden orb of light suddenly emerged from the debris, moving swiftly toward Alan and his companions. In a cacophony of sound, just as the ruins were about to strike, the golden orb enveloped them and soared across to the opposite cliff. Soon after, the ruins fell completely, followed by a terrifying series of crashes, leaving the castle at the mountain's base utterly obliterated. We are saved, exclaimed Sherry, her voice filled with disbelief. Mr. Allen, what on earth is happening? Mr. Allen, look above your head. Tana and Tasha gasped, their eyes fixed on the crown atop Alan's head. Alan reached up and felt something cold to the touch, reminiscent of metal. Upon removing it, he was astonished to find a golden crown. Well, half of one, to be precise. The front was intact, while the back appeared to have been severed by some sharp object. Holding it in his hands, Alan was momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a torrent of immense information surged from the half-crown into his mind. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had glimpsed the truth, or perhaps gained a new understanding of something profound. Energy, hierarchy, mainframe, system, transformation, devouring. Alan's eyes sparkled with golden light as he began to utter a series of incomprehensible terms. Sherry and the others, witnessing Alan's peculiar state, were simultaneously filled with awe and fear. This continued for over a minute until Alan suddenly collapsed, utterly drained of strength. "Boss, Mr. Alan, please wake up. Do not frighten us." Alan fell into a long, deep slumber. In his dream, he witnessed the birth, evolution, and flourishing of this planet. Various creatures emerged, and the diversity of life here surpassed that of Earth. There were beings soaring through the skies, swimming in the waters, and running upon the ground. Each species branching into countless variations. The first to appear was a beautiful maiden adorned with a golden crown upon her head. Alan recognized her. It was the very will of the planet. The young maiden frolicked by the riverbank when, before her eyes, a colossal crocodile engaged in a fierce battle with a gigantic land wolf. Both creatures were immense, their clash resonating with earth-shattering intensity. A flicker of disdain crossed the maiden's face as she raised her right hand, sweeping it towards the two titanic beings. In an instant, they vanished, not through death or destruction, but as if they had never existed. The maiden then embarked on a journey across the entirety of the world, leaving traces of her presence in every conceivable corner, within the skies, beneath the ocean depths, and underground. After an indeterminate passage of time, having traversed the globe, she suddenly exhaled a sigh of contemplation. Though Alan could not hear her reflection, he understood her sentiment, leaving him utterly astounded. Before long, he witnessed the maiden's form begin to emit a soft glow. Ultimately, she transformed into a being of pure light, perhaps feeling a sense of solitude. In that moment, she crafted a likeness of herself from the earth, leaves, and a fragment of a deceased eagle, creating another radiant entity akin to herself. Chapter 69. A chill. As this new luminous figure materialized, the scene suddenly distorted violently, as if beset by powerful electromagnetic waves. Alan felt an overwhelming force of repulsion. With a gasp, he straightened his upper body, suddenly aware of his drenched state. Recognizing Sherry and the others, he regained his composure. "Boss, you're finally awake," Sherry exclaimed as she rushed to embrace him. "Mr. Allen, it's a relief to see you safe. We've been worried sick these past few days. Additionally, we must return home. Our provisions of bread and water are nearly depleted." At that moment, Tana voiced the predicament they were about to face. "Sherry, let go of Mr. Allen. You're squeezing him too tightly," Tasha admonished, noticing Alan's struggle to breathe. After some effort, they managed to pry Sherry away, though she seemed reluctant to part. "Sherry, don't be mischievous," Tana chided as she pulled her sister back. "But I'm cold, and the boss is so warm," Sherry protested. Upon hearing this, Tana and Tasha exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing crimson like ripe apples. "That is still not acceptable," they firmly replied. It was only after Sherry's reminder that Alan realized the temperature had indeed dropped. Autumn was deepening, and winter would soon arrive. How long was I unconscious? He wondered, incredulously discovering that he had been in a stupor for a full 10 days. The notion was utterly astonishing. It was not merely the length of his unconsciousness that struck him as incredible. Rather, it is the endurance of 10 days that one must contemplate. To abstain from sustenance for such a duration is a feat unattainable by most. Alan remained oblivious to Tana's concerned gaze directed towards him. The night air grew cooler, prompting the group to kindle a fire amidst the woods. Gathered around the flickering flames, they savored jam on bread, while a few young ladies expressed their longing for home, chattering animatedly at the prospect of returning. In contrast, Alan immersed himself in the study of the half-crown. Uncertain whether it was due to a depletion of energy or perhaps his current inadequacy in rank, the crown failed to respond after its initial activation. It lay in his hand, unyielding. Alan scrutinized the crown's intricate design, its texture resembling gold, yet distinctly different. It was crafted from a metal he had never encountered before. A surge of astonishment washed over him as he examined the crown, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that worn by the planetary will. This raised an intriguing question. If this crown belonged to the planetary will, how did it come to reside in Catherine's castle? Furthermore, the most pressing mystery remained. Why had the crown fractured into two halves? Perhaps only by locating the other half could the truth be unveiled. Yet, the whereabouts of the missing half eluded Alan entirely. In the depths of night, Alan took on the watch. The young ladies slept soundly. "Mr. Allen." Tana emerged from beneath a thick hide blanket and settled beside him. He added more firewood to the dwindling flames. In this deep autumn season, the ground became damp by nightfall, making the wood reluctant to ignite. Consequently, the fire flickered softly but stubbornly persisted. "Tana, what troubles you?" Alan inquired. "Mr. Allen, there are matters I am uncertain whether to address," Tana replied, her demeanor reminiscent of a bashful girl. "It's all right. Feel free to ask," he encouraged her. "Shirley and the others may not have noticed, but I am aware, Mr. Allen, that you harbor significant secrets, do you not?" Upon uttering this, Tana hastily waved her hands. "I do not wish to pry into your secrets. I am merely concerned. Mr. Allen, should anything arise, please do not bear it alone. We are your companions and can share the burden." With that, Tana wished him good night and returned to her cozy nest. Alan smiled, grateful for Tana's concern. Despite his outward composure, the events of recent days had exceeded his wildest imaginings. Each occurrence had impacted his worldview and psyche. Moreover, after acquiring the crown, he sensed an unsettling premonition. Matters were unlikely to unfold favorably. He needed to remain ever vigilant, prepared for impending crises. Though the ominous black mist had been vanquished, the fate of the missing elves lingered ominously. A profound sense of foreboding constantly lingered in his heart. The elves possessed formidable magic, particularly the battle elves, who wielded the power to effortlessly vanquish their foes. This was one of the reasons why Alan entrusted the village to the Elven Queen before his departure. The missing elves could only be dealt with by their kin, as humans had no means to intervene. Alan's thoughts were perpetually tied to the village, for it was his stronghold. Losing it would equate to losing the chance for a fresh start. Loss is a source of deep anguish, and the idea of starting anew weighed heavily upon him. Alan wished not to squander his emotions. The village, as it stood, was quite satisfactory. Tana's words provided a soothing balm to Alan's anxious spirit. The following day, Alan and his companions officially set forth back to the village. They currently found themselves in a mountain range over 10 kilometers away from their home. To return to the village, they would need to traverse at least another 7 or 8 days. After several days of travel, on this particular day, the sky was shrouded in a gray mist, and the winds in the mountains began to bite with a chilling ferocity. Alan looked up at the heavens, sensing the oppressive atmosphere that seemed to herald an impending storm. A new eagle appeared in the sky, known as Zach II, Tasha's new companion. For reasons unknown, Alan felt a gnawing unease within him, a sense of urgency compelling him to return to the village as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Alan's village had entered a state of full mobilization. Within Alan's abode sat the Elven Queen, Clavin, Joseph, and other members of the Elven community. The expressions on their faces were grave, particularly Clavin, who appeared quite anxious. "Your Majesty, this is the 3rd day. They will return, and we must evacuate everyone now," Clavin urged the Elven Queen. However, she remained silent. Suddenly, Clavin, overwhelmed by emotion, exclaimed, "If everyone becomes a wooden statue, when village chief Alan returns, he will be heartbroken. I cannot allow this to happen. I must ensure the safety of all in the village." "Calm yourself, Clavin. Her Majesty is also enduring great difficulty. Her kin have battled for 3 consecutive days, with several having already perished. We cannot abandon them now," Joseph interjected. "Those crystal beings are incredibly powerful. A mere touch will transform one into a similar crystalline entity, a soulless husk. Moreover, they were originally elves, are they not? They are now formidable and have returned to exact vengeance. We are not elves. We need not accompany them to their demise," Clavin retorted passionately. Clavin's sole focus was on facilitating the swift evacuation of the villagers, believing that this would grant them a chance at survival. Suddenly, a dreadful message broke the tense atmosphere, causing the countenance of everyone present to shift dramatically. Chapter 70. The onslaught in the present day. A circle of sharpened wooden stakes and a trench have been established around the village, ostensibly to defend against wild beasts. However, these measures are rendered utterly futile against the crystalline beings, especially those transformed from elves. The stakes and trench alike have become mere detritus. Outside the village, 130 elves, their forms entirely composed of crystal, are advancing steadily. They effortlessly demolish the wooden stakes and traverse the trench with ease. Drawing near to the village, now less than a mile away. "Yasuo, why do we not simply storm the village? Challenging them daily seems an utter waste of time," remarked a male elf, his back burdened by a longbow. Yasuo, the heart of this crystalline elven contingent, cast a glance at Zoming and replied, "We must demonstrate our might to the queen and to all. Only then will they have reason to join us, will they not?" Zoming struggled to comprehend this approach. In his view, the most efficient method would be to invade directly and transform each inhabitant into a crystalline being. Yet Yasuo preferred a more insidious method, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Is instilling fear not sufficient to prove our strength? We are no longer what we once were. We have undergone a profound transformation. Zoming's words elicited a smile from Yasuo, reminiscent of an adult observing a child. As Yasuo walked, he remarked, "Fear will only drive them away. To grow stronger, we must cultivate companions. We aspire to dominate the world, and thus, the villagers and elves alike shall become our allies." Zoming fell silent. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance, where they beheld the elven queen, Claven, along with Joseph, Tom, and several elven warriors. Yasuo stepped forward and respectfully bowed before the queen. "Esteemed queen, have you considered joining us? I regret to inform you that we will not acquiesce to your demands." The elven queen replied, her demeanor icy. Despite facing her former subjects, she felt a deep sorrow, yet she possessed knowledge that weighed heavily on her mind. Crystalline beings were not meant to possess consciousness. They were akin to walking corpses. However, these once familiar companions exhibited sentience, fully aware of their newfound strength and instinctively desiring to assimilate other beings. This pointed to a terrifying and unbelievable truth. The dark mist was dead. To be blunt, the master controlling these crystalline beings had perished, thus allowing them to regain their consciousness. Yet, how could one as formidable as the dark mist possibly be dead? In recent days, the elven queen has endured immense mental strain, a burden unlike any she had previously known. She yearned for a broad shoulder to lean upon and could not help but recall the gentle and wise figure from her past. What a pity it was. Yasuo shook his head, devoid of any respect for the elven queen, for he was acutely aware of his own superiority, several times greater than hers. "Queen, humans, you fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Your reluctance to join us, to become part of our collective, is understandable. Therefore, we shall now unveil to you our true power." Upon concluding his statement, he cast a glance at Zhuoming, who stepped forward to the midpoint between both factions. "Our strength surpasses your wildest imagination," Yasuo proclaimed. Suddenly, Zhuoming vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind one of the elves. "Heavens! Fall back! Protect the queen!" In an instant, chaos erupted as panic engulfed everyone. Claven, initially poised to flee, found himself paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The sight of the fallen elven corpse sent waves of dread surging to unprecedented heights within the hearts of all present. Zhuoming, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, returned to Yasuo's side. "Your Highness, he is dead," several elves wept. The elven queen's visage darkened, filled with fury. Before her very eyes, one of her own had been mercilessly slain, once a compatriot, now a lifeless crystal being. The cold-bloodedness displayed to demonstrate their might was utterly unforgivable. The elven queen glared at Yasuo. "Is this how you treat your kin? Have you no remorse?" The crystal beings remained unresponsive, disregarding the queen's words. "What of those compatriots you defeated before? Were they also slain?" Yasuo replied, "They are currently in slumber. In a few days, they shall transform into our allies." He stepped forward, addressing everyone. "What you witnessed was merely a fraction of our strength. Join us, and you too shall possess the ability to teleport, even to soar through the skies." Yasuo's voice resonated with allure. The might of the crystal beings was now evident, and despite their eerie appearance, their power was undeniably captivating. However, no one was willing to acquiesce. Not the villagers, nor the elves. Even Claven, terrified and preoccupied with the thought of escaping with the villagers, remained unyielding. While Yasuo's assertions were not unfounded, an instinctual aversion to losing their identities prevailed. Though they appeared to retain their consciousness, they had undeniably transformed, becoming arrogant and superficial. Convinced of their own invincibility, Yasuo was taken aback, perplexed. He had clearly showcased their formidable nature. Why, then, did no one step forward? Was their might insufficient to entice them? It was at this moment that the elven queen suddenly hurled a magical orb towards Yasuo. His expression remained impassive, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Indeed, he was exceptionally formidable. "You are mistaken. My target is not you," declared the elven queen, as another magical orb soared towards Zhuoming. With a resounding explosion, a gaping wound appeared in Zhuoming's chest. In disbelief, he glanced down at his injury, before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Witnessing Zhuoming's plight, the expressions of the crystal beings shifted dramatically. Most affected was Yasuo, who glared furiously at the elven queen. With an air of disdain, she remarked, "I have long sensed something amiss. What you deem as strength is merely a fraction of your true potential. The energy expended in such teleportation is not without its toll. Thus, this power comes at a price." Upon her words, many villagers cast admiring glances her way. Truly, She was the most revered teacher in the village, effortlessly discerning the enemy's weaknesses. However, this vulnerability was exceptional, contingent upon each crystal being initiating teleportation. I possess 100 methods to evade your relentless pursuit. So do not foolishly attempt to coerce us into submission. Yasuo, I recall you were merely a squad leader once. Now you believe you have grown powerful. Yet your intellect remains stagnant, the Elven Queen scoffed. Chapter 71. Eruption. Cleven felt that the presence of the elven race in the village was not a harbinger of good fortune. There was a thought he had refrained from sharing with Alan. Do not allow these elves to reside in our village. He pondered why calamity would not strike elsewhere, but rather in the very forest inhabited by the elves. Clearly, there was something amiss with these beings. Yet, at that time, Alan had been resolute in his decision, and Cleven dared not voice his dissent. Now, hearing the Elven Queen mock her opponents so brazenly, did she not fear provoking them? Cleven believed the Elven Queen was guiding the village towards destruction. Oh, heavens, please hasten the return of the village chief, he fervently prayed. If this continues, we are all doomed. With a shift in resolve, Cleven's singular thought was to swiftly lead the villagers away from this perilous place, farther away, if possible. The village was currently being led to ruin by a madwoman. Should everyone transform into crystal beings, Alan would undoubtedly be disappointed in him. Such a fate must be averted at all costs. As Cleven took a step, he was halted by Yosef, who discerned his troubled demeanor. Where are you going? To lead everyone away, of course, Cleven retorted, casting an irritable glance at the Elven Queen's retreating figure. Yosef opened his mouth, feeling equally uncertain in his heart. After all, the crystal beings before them were indeed overwhelmingly powerful. If given a choice, he would not choose to oppose them. However, when Alan departed, he instructed us all to heed the Queen's commands. Joseph hesitated, feeling that to walk away would render him a coward. Yet, faced with the crystal beings, the odds of victory were dismal. Alan had stated as much, but he had never implied that she should lead us into the abyss. I have had enough. I wish to leave with others. Will you accompany me? Cleven's resolve was unwavering. Joseph remained indecisive. Cleven turned to Tom, the small leader of the village's clandestine faction, and said, Tom, do you also intend to stay and perish? Remember, Alan entrusted you with the duty of protecting the villagers, not accompanying a madwoman to her doom. Tom cast a glance at Joseph, who closed his eyes, seemingly having made a decision. Very well, Mr. Cleven, I shall follow you. Good, let us depart at once. Watching their retreating figures, Joseph sighed, feeling the situation had spiraled beyond his control. When Alan had left, he had instructed them to safeguard the village. Yet now, it appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Never mind, I am merely a warrior. Such complexities do not require my contemplation. Joseph would not abandon his post. Even if it meant death, he would prefer to die on the battlefield. Not long after Cleven and the others had departed, the battle between the elves and the crystal beings concluded once more. The Elven Queen's countenance was grim. Her forces had suffered a devastating defeat. The warriors she had dispatched were all vanquished and taken captive by the crystal beings. Your time is running short, Queen. Today marks your final opportunity. If you do not acquiesce by tomorrow, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Yasuo declared, departing in triumph. The Elven Queen suppressed her fury. For a long while, she appeared utterly defeated. No one understood the burden she bore. The repeated sacrifices of her people required immense courage and resolve. Yet, the Queen had no alternative. Joseph approached her, informing her of Cleven's intention to leave with the group. The Queen was taken aback and subsequently enraged. Joseph, go and stop them. Block their path. Joseph did not act. He replied, Cleven's stance is resolute, so I believe it is best to let them go. Tomorrow, I shall take the field. With that, Joseph turned away. The Elven Queen clenched her fists. This moment should have been one of unity against their foe. Of course, the friendship between the elves and humans was not profound. However, she had promised Alan to protect and watch over the village. This was the reason she had resorted to sacrificing her own kin. Please, just wait a little longer. I can sense that Alan and the others will return soon. Why can't we endure just a bit more time? The Elven Queen gritted her teeth, the words forcing their way through clenched jaws, betraying her seething anger. Cleven has just informed everyone, clearly stating that if they remain here, they will all perish alongside the Elven Queen. The Crystallines have come seeking vengeance against the elves. Cleven explained that the Crystallines' desire for retribution stems from their abandonment during the calamity. This undoubtedly tarnishes the reputation of the Elven Queen and her kin. Yet, Cleven has reached his limit with the Elven Queen, having expressed even harsher sentiments. I promised Alan that I would safeguard everyone. Now, with the menacing Crystallines potentially poised to assault the village tomorrow, time is of the essence, and we must depart immediately." Upon finishing his statement, Cleven awaited the villagers' response. "Cleven, where can we go?" Luke inquired from the crowd. Cleven gestured towards those loading provisions onto carts, saying, "As long as we have sufficient food, we can go anywhere." His reasoning resonated with many, stirring a significant portion of the villagers. "We shall follow you, Cleven. But what if village chief Alan returns and cannot find us?" Cleven replied, "We will follow in the footsteps of village chief Alan. Should he return, he will encounter us." Luke sighed, standing among the crowd, realizing that unless Alan appeared before them at that moment, no one could alter Cleven's resolve. "Stop." At that moment, the Elven Queen intervened, halting those loading the grain onto the carts. The crowd parted, creating a path for her. She approached Cleven, visibly displeased, and remarked, "Cleven, you cannot do this." Cleven responded, "Enough. The disaster was instigated by you, and now you wish to bring ruin upon the village? I assure you, we will not accompany you to your grave. The Crystallines are clearly seeking vengeance against you. Why should we suffer alongside you?" With furrowed brows, the Elven Queen suppressed her fury and articulated each word deliberately. "I have already stated that no one is to leave." Cleven retorted angrily, "You are merely an outsider. You have no authority to command us." This statement struck a profound chord within the Elven Queen, prompting her to suddenly calm. She turned and began to walk away, declaring, "So be it." Cleven continued urging people to load the grain onto the carts, his desire to leave this place intensifying. These elves seemed to embody ill fortune. Several hours later, Cleven led the entire village away, forming a long procession. As each person departed, they cast lingering glances at every corner of the village, yearning to remember the place they had called home. Only a few remained behind, Joseph and his loyal followers. The Elven Queen stood aloft, watching the departing throng, and sighed deeply. "Mr. Joseph, you should leave as well." "No," he replied, "I shall stay and share the village's fate. I did not mean it that way. I wish for you to protect them. I feel a deep sense of unease. Furthermore, I have no issues dealing with the crystalline beings. I possess a trump card." "Very well. Take care, my queen." Chapter 72. The death of Joseph. After departing from the village, Cleven led the group along the path traversed by Alan, nearing the next settlement. Now that Cleven had regained his composure, an unsettling anxiety lingered within him. On one hand, he believed his actions were justified. Safeguarding the villagers was his paramount duty. Yet, on the other hand, abandoning their homes so readily, with only a meager supply of provisions and leaving behind several hundred acres of wheat fields, made him feel as though he had lost nearly everything. Would Alan scold him upon learning the truth? Nevertheless, Cleven reassured himself that this sacrifice was for the greater good, as the enemy was formidable. "Mr. Cleven, will villager Alan blame us for leaving the queen behind?" Tom, now responsible for the protection of everyone, hurriedly inquired. Tom held a deep admiration for the Elven Queen's lessons, which were both entertaining and elegant. It could be said that she was the most adored figure among the men in the village. Now, faced with the emergence of a terrifying adversary, Tom felt a profound sense of guilt for abandoning the elven race. "Tom, do not forget your responsibilities. With Joseph gone, you must shoulder this burden. Adult matters need not trouble you," Cleven reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "Have you scouted the area nearby for any wild beasts?" It was clear that upon leaving the village and before encountering Alan, they would face numerous unknown dangers. "I understand, Mr. Cleven," Tom replied, lowering his gaze. There have been no signs of beasts in the vicinity. For some reason, Cleven felt an unsettling sensation as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. He could not shake the worry that they might have been discovered by the crystalline beings. However, Cleven deemed this unlikely, as they were heading in the opposite direction of where the crystalline beings resided. Yet, to be prudent, he moved to the rear of the group and called for Tom. "Tom, have you checked behind us?" Cleven spoke with a noticeable tension in his voice. Tom earnestly replied, "My team is currently conducting checks every 15 minutes, and we have not found anything suspicious." Cleven nodded, thinking perhaps he was overreacting. Still, a sense of unease lingered within him. Consequently, Cleven urged the group to quicken their pace. When a small village came into view, Cleven prepared the team to circumvent it. Just then, a swarm of crystalline beings appeared silently in the corners of the village. Damn it, where were they hiding before? Cleven's mind went blank. These crystalline beings were all villagers from this settlement. After Alan's departure, they were besieged by a dark mist and subsequently transformed into crystal beings. However, unlike the crystal beings formed from elves, these entities appeared devoid of any consciousness, resembling mere animated corpses. Step back, everyone retreat." Cleven trembled in terror, having witnessed the horror of the crystal beings. The villagers were in a state of panic, fearing they too would become such monstrosities, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Craven, please take a step back." At that moment, Tom, accompanied by several team members wielding bows and arrows, positioned himself at the forefront of the group. Craven was engulfed in fear, his mind a tumult of chaos as dread gradually consumed him. Just then, the crystal beings began to move, their speed surpassing that of humans. Driven by instinct, they lunged toward the living, emitting low, guttural sounds as they advanced. "Loose the arrows," Tom commanded, and the arrows shot forth from the team members' bows, striking the leading crystal beings. "Mr. Craven, you must gather yourself. We need to find a safe place." Tom suddenly turned and shouted at Craven, jolting him back to reality and making him aware of his own disarray. At that moment, the stone arrows struck the foremost crystal being, yet their bodies proved impervious. All the arrows ricocheted off, rendering human weaponry utterly ineffective. A scream erupted from the ranks as fear spread like wildfire. Craven's legs trembled violently, his eyes filled with despair. "Run, but where can we escape to?" Just then, the foremost crystal being charged forward, toppling Tom and the others to the ground. The crystal being flailed its arms wildly. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air. Someone had been wounded by the crystal being. From the injury, the crystalline transformation began to spread across their body. The villagers, witnessing this horrific scene, were paralyzed with fear, feeling as though something was lodged in their throats, rendering them unable to scream. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, retreating on trembling legs. Craven watched in horror as someone was infected by the crystal being, collapsing to the earth. An unprecedented terror gripped him as the crystal beings advanced swiftly toward them. Given their speed, there was no way to outrun these monsters. Craven's face drained of color, a shroud of despair enveloping the atmosphere. "Mr. Craven, run." Tom struggled against the impending doom, yet infection was merely a matter of time. The crystal being's companions would soon be upon them. Craven remained motionless, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, it's futile, we cannot escape." Unbeknownst to them, a towering man wielding a massive stone axe was sprinting toward the rear of the group. "Cleven, you have deeply disappointed me." A figure sped past him and remarked. Cleven abruptly turned his head, astonished to see Joseph. Joseph unsheathed his stone axe and swung it with great force in a sweeping arc. A remarkable scene unfolded as the resilient crystal beings were cleaved in two by Joseph's strike. With a swift motion, he scanned the area and noticed that only Tom remained uninfected, the others were beyond salvation. He rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the crystal being pinning Tom flying. Grasping Tom's arm, he hurled him backward. "Mr. Joseph," Tom exclaimed, his surprise growing as he beheld Joseph's arrival. "Listen well, Tom, when confronting adversaries, one must be ruthless." In that moment, Joseph resembled a war machine, brandishing his stone axe as the crystal beings lunged at him in a frenzy. Yet, Joseph's strength was immense, cleaving them in half with each swing. As the number of crystal beings surrounding him dwindled, the villagers gradually emerged from their terror. The crisis was dissipating. Joseph had become the hero that everyone relied upon. Cleven, supported by Tom, watched Joseph with mixed emotions. Soon, Joseph eradicated all the crystal beings, including the infected members of the team. Standing proudly, he prepared to welcome the villagers as they gathered around him. Suddenly, everyone halted in their tracks. The smiles on their faces froze in place. It was not until Joseph's headless corpse fell that their expressions morphed back into terror. Chapter 73. A mistake. Cleven felt a profound regret. In that moment of peril, he truly believed that their end was nigh. Yet, he had not anticipated Joseph's timely arrival to save them. He lamented not having expressed his apologies to Joseph, especially after their earlier discord before he left the village. But now, he would never have that opportunity. The fleeting nature of hope was starkly evident. The situation had taken a dire turn, as Joseph was slain before their eyes. A crystal being emerged from behind Joseph's lifeless form, empty-handed. Yet it was hard to fathom that it had single-handedly vanquished the robust Joseph. Its mere presence instilled a chilling fear within everyone. "Yasuo has decided to spare you." The crystal being spoke, "But I sense your insincerity. Thus, a severe punishment must be administered." Upon hearing these words, a tremor of dread coursed through all present. In the presence of this crystal being, they felt as powerless as summer ants, easily crushed without effort. The crystal being approached slowly, and Cleven and the others were engulfed in fear. Due to fear, some individuals even wet themselves. This sensation is enough to drive anyone to the brink of despair, surpassing the terror of encountering a ferocious beast. Despite the palpable dread, none pleaded for mercy. Cleven felt as though his breath were stifled and his heart threatened to leap from his chest as he watched the crystalline entity approach. His mind was a blank slate in that moment. Suddenly, he recalled the mission entrusted to him by Alan before his departure, to protect the villagers. Claven attempted to rise, but his legs were rendered utterly powerless. As the crystalline figure drew nearer, a foreboding intuition surged within him. Wait, you intend to capture us, do you not? We are here. Please, spare them, Claven implored suddenly. The crystalline being cast a glance his way and replied, you must learn a profound lesson. With that, it advanced toward a villager and, before the eyes of all, took his life. No. Claven's heart bled. He felt as if his head might explode. He had failed to safeguard them and could only watch helplessly as lives were extinguished. The crystalline entity continued its grim task, claiming 5 lives before pausing. There was no resistance. The villagers' eyes dulled, reflecting their utter hopelessness. Claven, too, wore a mask of numbness. He was lost in despair, murmuring, no, no, no. At that moment, 2 eagles circled the sky above, unnoticed by the crowd. This is as it should be, the crystalline being declared, observing the villagers' docility. You should feel honored to become superior beings, to wield great power. Do you see me? You shall soon possess strength akin to mine. The crystalline figure then approached Claven, choosing him as the first target. Tears streamed down Claven's face as he watched the entity approach. He snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze to scan the ground. Before long, Claven discovered a stone. If he were to end his own life, he would prevent the entity from succeeding. Even in death, he refused to become a monster. I am sorry, everyone. I have failed the village chief's expectations. I do not wish to transform into such a creature, Claven declared, raising his arm, aiming at his temple. He forced a smile at the crystalline being, though it was more grotesque than any frown, especially with the trails of tears marking his face. If you wish to end your life, you must first surpass me, the crystalline entity scoffed. Embrace your fate. It is your honor. With that, it extended its right hand toward Claven. Just as Claven was about to bring the stone down upon himself, the crystalline being suddenly froze. Its gaze snapping toward a distant point. Someone was approaching. Why must you inflict such torment upon me? The crystalline being suddenly clutched its chest and began to retreat, ultimately turning and hastily departing. The crisis had been averted, leaving everyone in disbelief. How could the crystalline entity flee so abruptly? Was it not intent on transforming everyone into crystalline beings? Claven wearily set down the stone. Mr. Joseph. Tom knelt beside Joseph's lifeless body, weeping sorrowfully. Only then did Claven muster the strength to rise, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. It's over. We are safe now. No one responded to Claven's words. Gazing at the bodies strewn upon the ground, a heavy pall enveloped the hearts of all present. The danger had passed, a moment that should have been filled with joy. Yet an inexplicable sorrow lingered. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Boss, look quickly. It's them. Sherry's voice immediately captured everyone's attention. They turned to Sherry, but their gazes drifted past her. Her appearance signified the return of the village chief. Soon, they laid eyes upon Alan's face. It was only at this point that someone finally succumbed to tears. As one person began to cry, it seemed to incite a wave of sorrow, and more followed suit. Alan approached the crowd, and upon seeing the fallen bodies, even though he had been forewarned by Tasha, witnessing his people slaughtered pierced his heart with pain. Sherry and the others wore expressions shrouded in gloom. Alan closed his eyes, a surge of fury coalescing within his chest. Observing Alan's reaction, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They all felt the weight of his wrath. I am sorry, Chief. It was my failure to protect everyone, Claven implored, kneeling before Alan. Alan took a deep breath. What did I tell you when I departed? To safeguard everyone. And what else? I was wrong. I should not have defied your promise. Claven suddenly pressed his face against Alan's shoe and lamented. A liability rather than an asset. Alan coldly kicked Claven aside, who tumbled across the ground before Alan approached him, delivering a series of harsh kicks. Claven shielded his head, neither crying nor protesting, silently enduring Alan's assault. All eyes were fixed on the scene, observing in icy silence. After a considerable span of over 10 minutes, Alan finally ceased, having exhausted himself. Claven's nasal bone was fractured, his mouth askew, his visage grotesque, yet, in that moment, no one felt pity for him. Alan noticed Tom kneeling on the ground, his gaze drawn to a nearby corpse that seemed familiar. It was only upon recognizing Joseph's head that disbelief struck him. The once formidable adversary lay dead before him. Everyone, return with me. Those who dissent shall be executed on the spot. Alan's tone brooked no argument, his concern for the safety of the elven queen and her kin evident. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, obediently adhered to Alan's commands, despite the peril that loomed over the village. Meanwhile, the elven queen found herself surrounded by her fallen companions, each one lying motionless on the ground, their eyes closed, oblivious to their fate. She too was on the brink of exhaustion. Yasuo stood opposite her, sighing, "Your Majesty, must we continue this fight? You have already lost. Why not join us as an ally? I could allow you to remain as queen." Chapter 74. Day of Mourning. The elven queen replied, "If strength necessitates becoming a monster like you, I would rather remain as I am for eternity." Disappointment washed over Yasuo as he remarked, "I had always believed you to be a wise individual, but it appears you are more foolish than anyone else." With that, a sphere of black flame ignited in Yasuo's hand. He was, after all, a fire warrior elf. After his transformation into a crystalline being, his abilities had seen significant enhancement. Previously, his flames were a mere ordinary yellow, lacking considerable might, with standard water magic being their bane. However, now, the black flames in his grasp transcended the conventional laws of magic, rendering ordinary water spells ineffective. It was with this very technique that Yasuo had previously laid low all the elves. Behind him stood over 100 other crystalline beings who, like him, had experienced a surge in power. Yasuo had chosen to confront the elven queen alone out of respect. Upon seeing the black flames in Yasuo's hand, the elven queen's expression turned grave. She could sense the overwhelming strength emanating from him, a power surpassing that of any elven warrior. With great effort, the elven queen stood and glanced back, only to be struck with dread at Yasuo's next words, her delicate features draining of color. "If you are concerned for those humans, I regret to inform you that they have surely become one of us," Yasuo said with a smile. The elven queen glared fiercely at Yasuo, this revelation hitting her like a bolt from the blue. Her heart was filled with self-reproach and guilt. Had she known, she would have done everything in her power to prevent their departure. It was her fault. Suddenly, the elven queen was engulfed in a profound melancholy. She realized she had betrayed Alan's trust. Yet, she also understood that even if Clavin and the others had remained, her own strength could not safeguard them for long. The elven queen had already expended much of her stamina and magic. Now, her senses and agility had diminished to that of an ordinary person, leaving her incapable of sensing whether Alan had returned. In her heart, she silently pleaded, "Mr. Alan, when will you come back? Your Majesty, safe travels." Yasuo declared as he prepared to unleash his black flames upon the elven queen. The elven queen, upon hearing the previous remarks, succumbed to despondency. Her head bowed in apparent resignation. Yet, at that moment, Yasuo's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed towards a particular direction, his face betraying deep trepidation and uncertainty. The dreadful entity had returned, and it seemed that Yasuo was unaware of whether it was human or something else entirely. In this instant, not only Yasuo but also over 100 crystalline beings turned their attention towards the same direction, their faces etched with profound apprehension. The atmosphere grew exceedingly eerie. With a command, Yasuo ordered a retreat, and all crystalline beings vanished from sight in an instant. Their haste was such that they left behind the fallen elf without a second thought. The elven queen, believing her demise was imminent, waited anxiously. However, after a prolonged silence, no attack from Yasuo materialized. Tentatively, she lifted her gaze, only to be astonished to find that Yasuo and all crystalline beings had vanished. A smile crept upon her lips as a thought crossed her mind. Yet, she had been maintaining her composure throughout, and now her vision blurred further. Faintly hearing a familiar voice resonating behind her, the elven queen regained consciousness 3 days later, and her first sight was of Alan. He bore no reproach towards her. This incident made Alan acutely aware that the path toward mutual trust and understanding between humans and elves was still a long one. In this instance, neither Cleven's departure nor the queen's resolve was inherently wrong from their perspectives. Nevertheless, the village had incurred a significant toll. Ultimately, it was determined that 23 villagers had perished, while the elves remained unscathed, merely rendered unconscious. For a village of just over 400 inhabitants, losing 1/10 of their population weighed heavily on Alan's heart. A day later, the village held a solemn funeral for the deceased, with all bodies laid neatly upon wooden frames. As Alan cast a torch, all returned to dust. Tom wept most sorrowfully, for Joseph had sacrificed himself to protect him. From that day forth, Tom resolved to grow strong and resilient, vowing to honor Joseph's legacy by safeguarding the village. Naturally, Alan showed no mercy regarding Cleven's punishment. Today marked the public trial of Cleven. All villagers and elves gathered in the central square of the village. Cleven knelt upon the ground, his head bowed and body trembling. Alan sat upon a raised platform, feeling a measure of satisfaction towards Cleven, despite his numerous flaws. One must acknowledge that no individual is perfect. Minor transgressions could often be overlooked, yet this time, Cleven's misconduct could not be ignored. The tragic demise of our kin is a heavy burden. Nonetheless, Alan must provide an explanation to the villagers. Beside him stood several healing elves. While the elf queen sat nearby, Alan spoke. Cleven, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Cleven pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice trembling as he replied. I acknowledge my mistakes. Alan then recounted Cleven's transgressions to all present. The villagers regarded Cleven with mixed emotions. Many displayed sympathy, understanding that in the dire circumstances, Cleven's choice to lead the escape was somewhat justifiable. Yet, others looked upon him with palpable disdain. In the end, Alan pronounced Cleven's sentence. Cleven, though your actions are unforgivable, I take into account that your intentions were not malicious. Thus, I decree the severing of 2 of your fingers as punishment. Do you have any objections? Cleven hurriedly lifted his head, tears streaming down his face as he replied, No, none at all. I am grateful for your magnanimity. Thank you for your mercy. With that, he pressed his forehead to the ground once more. The execution was carried out by Tom, whose initial respect for Cleven had transformed into stark indifference. Yet, when he executed the punishment, his method was swift. Cleven experienced excruciating pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, yet he endured. This day, Alan declared a day of mourning for the village. Following this, Alan attempted to send search parties to locate the crystalline beings, Yasuo, and others. King Xia Hai and King Xia II scoured the surrounding kilometers, but the results were deeply unsettling. The crystalline beings had vanished, as if they had never existed. The ground bore no traces of their presence. While the reason for their departure remained a mystery to all, including Alan, the Elf Queen seemed preoccupied in recent days, hesitating over whether to reveal what she knew to Alan. As night fell, the Elf Queen sighed, deciding to withhold her knowledge from Alan for the time being. Soon after, winter arrived, blanketing the land in a pristine coat of white. Chapter 75, Guidance. In the wake of the first snowfall, children began to play, engaging in snowball fights. The village appeared to have transformed significantly, changing daily, both in its inhabitants and its surroundings. Tom, clad in fur-lined boots, patrolled outside the village with a small squad. Ever since Joseph's passing, Tom seemed to have undergone a profound change. He now trained rigorously each day, building his physique, thus becoming considerably more robust. However, he remained far from his goal. Each day, he lifted the enormous axe once wielded by Joseph, and he had made substantial progress. Able to lift it for a full minute now, a gust of cold wind blew, prompting Tom to tighten his collar. They were fully armored from head to toe, adorned with fur hats that enveloped their ears and long fur coats with high collars. These were the ingenious creations of Elder Alan. Without such provisions, during previous winters, they would scarcely have dared to venture outside. On one hand, they lacked adequate clothing to withstand the cold. On the other, winter consumed their resources rapidly. And without sufficient food, starvation loomed large. Tom gnawed at a piece of dry bread, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Captain Tom, I have fresh bread here. One of the squad members kindly remarked upon seeing him with his meager fare. It's quite all right. I'm content with this. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant even while eating, Tom replied as he strode ahead, with the squad member trailing behind. Captain Tom is becoming increasingly stern, one mused. Don't you think he has grown more reliable? Indeed, Tom had never been fond of dry bread. Its hardness and dryness were unappealing. Yet, he felt compelled to eat it. It served as a reminder of his relentless pursuit of strength. The sky today remained overcast, hinting at the possibility of impending snow. Tom cast a glance at the village, a surge of unfamiliar emotions swelling within him. At that moment, one of the squad members behind him began to discuss Alan. Tom perked up his ears to listen. It's hard to believe that this winter, we need not fear starvation, and we have food and clothing, feeling no chill at all. Indeed, I never expected this. Every winter, many in the village would perish from hunger. I thought this year I might be among them. What a grim thought. We owe our survival here to Elder Alan. Without him, we surely wouldn't endure this winter. Exactly, and in gratitude to Elder Alan, we must always remain alert, never faltering, to safeguard the village's safety. The squad echoed in unison. Tom walked ahead, a grateful smile gracing his face. He pondered, indeed, all of this was a result of Elder Alan's wisdom and benevolence. It was increasingly difficult for Tom to reconcile the current Alan with the scoundrel he once knew. He was uncertain how Alan had transformed. Yet he was delighted to witness this change. Run along. Anyone who lags behind shall be punished with a meal deprivation, Tom laughed. Winter is a time of dormancy for flora and fauna, yet it is also a season of growth for all. Everyone is evolving, be they villagers or Alan. As each household enjoyed their warm bread, thoughts of Alan filled their hearts with gratitude. Alan had remained indoors throughout the winter, never venturing out. By the way, he had instilled the concept of the new year in everyone, even on the eve of the festival. Everyone gathered outside, igniting bonfires to celebrate the new year. Yet, Alan remained cocooned in his blankets, feeling an unsettling chill in the air that seemed to surpass the winters of his past life. Were it not for the knowledge that this was not a prehistoric era, he might have thought he found himself in the Ice Age. Nevertheless, this world bore numerous differences from the Earth he once knew, and it was not to be dismissed that it might still enter a glacial epoch. On the first day of the new year, the entire village, along with the spirits, came to extend their well wishes to him. Alan yearned to distribute red envelopes to everyone, but the constraints of his circumstances proved to be a hindrance. Their village had only just managed to satiate their basic needs, and the concept of currency had yet to be imparted to them. However, he believed that in the near term, currency would be of no necessity. The village was self-sufficient, and the surrounding villages had been devastated by the encroaching black mist. Thus, even the desire to barter was rendered futile without trading partners. Despite the simplicity of the celebrations, lacking firecrackers, couplets, and dumplings, Alan felt a glimmer of hope for the future. The essence of the new year would endure through generations, passed down from one to the next. Yet, he remained concerned about the crystalline beings who had not made an appearance throughout the winter, as if they had truly departed. Nonetheless, Alan suspected they were merely hiding away. With idle time on his hands, Alan retrieved the half-crown for examination. No matter how he scrutinized it, he could not decipher its secrets. Although it had once saved them by unleashing formidable power, Alan found himself incapable of awakening that power on his own. He placed the crown upon the table and then took out two crystals, one red and one blue. Holding the blue crystal in his left hand and the red in his right, he observed them intently, though it proved futile. He remained oblivious to the true purpose of these crystals. Perhaps it was the chill in the room, for Alan suddenly sneezed, causing his hand to tremble and the two crystals to tumble onto the table. At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. The crystals and the half-crown emitted a resonant sound. Though faint, it was discernible. Suddenly, the three objects released a peculiar energy, expanding in a radius of approximately 1 meter. Alan felt this energy wash over him, enveloping him in a surreal sensation. Before long, it seemed to guide him, and he found his eyes drawn to a series of indistinct images. It began with a shroud of darkness. It seemed as though he found himself within a colossal edifice, yet the imagery remained obscured, rendering it impossible to discern its true nature. These fleeting visions lasted only a few seconds before everything reverted to normalcy. Alan shook his head. At that moment, the resonance of three objects had vanished, as if everything that had just transpired was specifically intended to guide him. A look of astonishment adorned Alan's face, for although he could not clearly see the contents of the vision, he had noticed a particular detail. In one of the scenes, there glimmered an object of golden hue. Alan did not consider it to be gold, nor did he believe that this miraculous guidance was solely meant to lead him to treasure. While gold is indeed a precious metal, in a world devoid of a monetary system, it is merely a substance. Hence, Alan conjectured that the shimmering object might very well be the other half of the crown. At that moment, the positioning of the three items on the table suddenly captivated Alan's attention. It resembled a roadmap. In truth, Alan was now capable of sensing the location of that half-crown. It was an extraordinary feeling, akin to being a signal receiver, capable of intercepting the signals emitted by the crown. A sense of wonder enveloped him, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding this transformation he was undergoing. Frankly, he believed that even if he were to encounter a dragon or a more fearsome beast, he would remain unfazed, for the information he received was through sight alone. Perceiving the external world through his eyes, he would not be astonished by any miraculous changes therein. However, should such transformations manifest within himself, it instilled a sense of trepidation in Alan. He could not ascertain whether this was fortuitous. To be precise, he was not mentally prepared to embrace his metamorphosis. He had always considered himself ordinary, merely a common man. Even when Queen Melinda referred to him as a savior, he dismissed it as unfounded flattery. Yet now, the changes within his own body made him feel uneasy, even fearful. Alan sensed he needed a moment of tranquility, a desire to step outside for a breath of fresh air. However, the cold outside was biting. Ultimately, he bundled himself in several layers of animal skins before venturing out. The villagers were diligently clearing the snow, creating pathways. Upon seeing Alan, each greeted him with warm smiles and affectionate gestures. The eyes of every villager who encountered him sparkled with gratitude. Without Alan, the hope for this winter would have been utterly elusive. After taking only a few steps, He turned back, for the sky had begun to snow once more. Alan huddled in his home, earnestly yearning for the warmth of central heating, air conditioning, and a fireplace. He would even have welcomed residing within a volcano. The snow had fallen for 3 consecutive days, accumulating into a thick blanket. He longed to remain indoors throughout the winter. Yet, inexplicably, the sensation regarding the crown grew increasingly intense. Initially, Alan paid little heed to it, believing that he could seek it out when the weather turned warmer in the coming year. However, events unfolded beyond his expectations. From that day forth, every night, he dreamt of a half-crown pursuing him. Thus, each time he awoke in the early hours, he gasped for breath as if he had truly been chased by the crown throughout the night. "Boss, you have dark circles under your eyes. Have you been staying up late?" Shirley inquired, noticing Alan's haggard appearance the following day. Alan remained silent, feeling as though he were on the brink of madness. Ultimately, he could no longer endure such torment and resolved to seek out the half-crown immediately. Understanding the significance of the crown, he informed no one and set off alone in the early morning hours. The world was blanketed in white snow, and even though dawn had yet to break, visibility remained unaffected. In truth, Alan did not require a map. He could distinctly sense the crown's location. However, he discovered that if he regarded the village as the origin point, the crown's position on the map aligned perfectly with his own intuitive sense of its whereabouts. This was truly remarkable. Having the map proved beneficial, allowing him to avoid unnecessary detours. The crown's location on the map was situated on a mountain not far from the village. That afternoon, Alan reached the mountain, where the sensation of the crown was exceptionally strong. Following the guidance, he stumbled upon a cave on the mountainside. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, and he was uncertain whether beasts lurked within. Yet, having come this far, he was unwilling to retreat easily. With bow and arrow in hand, he stepped into the pitch-black cave. The cave was profound, and the ground was hard. Alan treaded cautiously, wary of encountering any wild creatures. Fortunately, although the cave was deep, he noticed luminous stones illuminating the path as he ventured further inside. This newfound light made his journey more manageable, yet he remained vigilant, silently calculating the distance. After traversing several hundred meters, Alan finally beheld a pool of water ahead. At the center of the pool stood a stone pillar, atop which he recognized a familiar object, the half-crown. As he approached the pool, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, a hot spring. As it was a hot spring, Alan did not hesitate to plunge into the water. The closer he approached the crown, the more intense the sensation became. He advanced toward the stone pillar, aware that he could grasp the crown with a mere reach. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. The pool began to emit a series of bubbling sounds. Alan's intuition warned him that a monstrous creature lurked beneath the surface. Suddenly, with a loud splash, a colossal octopus emerged, extending its numerous tentacles toward Alan. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but the tentacles moved with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to escape. As the tentacles drew perilously close, within mere centimeters of him, Alan hastily unleashed an arrow from his bow. Yet, the octopus showed no fear. Before the arrow could even make contact, it became translucent, allowing the arrow to pass through harmlessly. To Alan's astonishment, the creature was impervious to physical attacks. A wave of panic washed over him. The octopus suddenly thrust its mouth above the water, aiming to engulf Alan in a brutal onslaught. In that critical moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from the half-crown atop the stone pillar. This radiant glow seemed to be the octopus's nemesis, piercing through its body. In less than a second, the enormous creature was reduced to a puddle of muck. Alan was left speechless. His suspicions had proven correct. The crown possessed immense power, and this was merely half of it. He could scarcely fathom the strength of the complete crown. Following this event, Alan successfully retrieved the crown and departed from the mountain, returning to the village before nightfall. No one knew of his whereabouts, and even fewer were aware that he had narrowly escaped death. Upon acquiring the other half of the crown, Alan eagerly produced his original half. With a heart full of excitement and anticipation, he prepared to merge the two crowns. He had an inkling that their union would yield unforeseen consequences. At the very moment the crowns fused, Alan's heart brimmed with hope, yearning for a radiant illumination and miraculous transformation. Yet, to his astonishment, nothing occurred. The two crowns fit seamlessly together, but there were no other noticeable changes. Alan found it implausible. Such a formidable crown should surely exhibit some form of alteration upon merging. As he grasped the crown, at that instant, Alan discovered that the crown had unexpectedly acquired 2 additional grooves. Observing the shape of the grooves, he suddenly felt a spark of realization. They perfectly corresponded with the shapes of the red and blue gemstones. Chapter 77. Confrontation and truth. Alan had long been puzzled by the purpose of the two gemstones. At last, he understood that these gems were integral components of the crown. However, he refrained from immediately placing the gemstones into the crown, sensing that the coincidences were far too remarkable. Firstly, he had come into possession of the two gemstones successively, followed by the two halves of the crown. It felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating these events. At that moment, Alan grew wary. If he remained oblivious to the potential dangers, it would be a grave oversight. He pondered the possibility of a hidden manipulator behind the scenes. What could their intentions be? Why had they chosen him? The questions eluded him, and he hesitated to recklessly insert the red and blue gemstones into the crown-esque grooves. Alan instinctively sensed that once the gemstones were restored to the crown, they might unleash a formidable and mysterious power. He dared not experiment lightly. Thus, he decided to set the crown aside for the time being. Days later, while Alan was in the magical warehouse replenishing wheat seeds for flour production, he was astonished to discover that Catherine had awakened. "Catherine, you are awake." Though Catherine appeared merely as a glowing orb, Alan recognized her instantly. "Yes, Alan. But as you can see, I have not fully awakened. I have returned only to convey something of great importance to you, after which I shall fall back into slumber." Catherine spoke with profound gravity. Alan's heart raced. He sensed that whatever Catherine was about to divulge was of utmost seriousness. "Catherine, I am listening," he said, taking a deep breath. "Alan, I must reveal to you the secret of the king," Catherine stated, her words leaving him in astonishment. The secret of the king. Although curiosity surged within him, he could not fathom why Catherine chose to share this with him. Catherine continued, "When various factions elected me as their monarch, the earth bestowed upon me a powerful artifact, granting me the ability to slay any living being at will." At this revelation, Alan's mouth fell agape. His mind instinctively conjured images of the causality weapon. Before the might of such a weapon, no creature could escape its fate. Anticipating his thoughts, Catherine clarified, "This is a weapon far more potent than the causality weapon. While the latter requires causality as its foundation, this artifact reveals all beings as mere red dots. With a single thought, I can effortlessly extinguish their existence." Upon hearing this, Alan instinctively thought of the professor. The professor possesses the remarkable ability to sense his kind. Yet he requires equipment to control individuals, which incurs significant physical tolls. However, this merely constitutes a form of sensing. Catherine's capabilities, as she articulated, far surpass those of the professor. It is akin to the satellite weaponry of a bygone era, achieving strikes at a dimensional level. The notion of a dimensional level is merely conceptual. For instance, a single satellite can target thousands, potentially affecting tens of thousands. Yet, Catherine's artifact possesses the extraordinary capability to simultaneously lock onto any living being on the planet, resulting in an immense quantity, aside from her own presence. This implies that should Catherine be a nefarious villain, she could effortlessly annihilate every creature on Earth with this artifact, truly terrifying and profoundly advanced. Catherine continued, revealing that this matter was initially known only to her, but inexplicably, the secret had been divulged, which explains how Alan could conceive of it. It is evident how terrified those privy to this secret must have felt, and this fear likely fueled the tribal leader's determination to eliminate Catherine, not solely for the sake of power. This weapon loomed like the sword of Damocles. As long as Catherine remained alive, it would perpetually hang over the heads of all tribes. Alan could easily comprehend the apprehension felt by the tribal leaders. They must have been profoundly alarmed. Anyone who realizes they could be killed at any moment would hardly remain composed. Thus, "Catherine, what is it that you wish to convey?" For reasons unknown, unease welled up within Alan. Catherine stated, "Alan, not long ago, I sensed that artifact once more." Upon hearing this, Alan felt as if struck by lightning, his mind suddenly conjuring a certain possibility. Surely not. He silently prayed that his intuition would not prove accurate, for immense power is, in itself, the original sin. Alan believed that in this world, power is indispensable, yet possessing it also poses challenges. He recognized that the underlying issue primarily stemmed from the world's underdevelopment. The notion of advancing the world had never crossed his mind, and he currently found no interest in such matters. "Alan, what troubles you?" Catherine inquired. "No, I am fine. Please continue. You sensed it. Can you exert control?" Catherine's voice brimmed with disappointment as she replied, "No, I can only sense it. I have lost the authority to control it. I ceased to be the master of that artifact a year before my death." Catherine's tone was laden with dejection. Upon hearing this, Alan exhaled in relief. He believed it best that such a thing never see the light of day again. "Alan, it is no longer tenable. My time is fleeting, and I must succumb to slumber immediately. Listen closely, Alan, my former subjects have not vanished, but rather succumbed to sleep. A sense of unease envelopes me. Pay heed, Alan. The emergence of this artifact is no mere coincidence. I have foreseen that those rebellious forces shall awaken. Although I cannot ascertain the precise moment, you are in peril. They will inevitably continue their campaign against humanity. If possible, I implore you to utilize the knowledge I have imparted to forge weapons capable of vanquishing them, thereby enabling humanity to escape the fate of extinction that looms over us. Alan, seek out that artifact. I have an inkling that only by locating it will you acquire the means for self-preservation, allowing you to develop in peace. This world is replete with resources. You may, in accordance with your vision, establish a powerful nation and forge formidable weapons. Catherine's voice grew increasingly faint before she retreated back into the cabinet. Alan exited the magical repository, retrieving the golden crown, his expression gravely serious. Catherine had imparted to him an extraordinary revelation. Her subjects, they were none other than vampires, werewolves, orcs, dwarves, and elves. Wait, the elves have already awakened. What could this mean? Just then, a stunning woman appeared before Alan. Alan, return the artifact you possess to me. It must not remain in this world. The will of the planet manifested suddenly. Yet Alan shook his head defiantly, saying, "What if I refuse?" The will of the planet emanated an overwhelming and captivating aura. Alan felt the pressure, as if his entire being were being compressed. At that moment, the golden crown suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, dispelling the planet's will with utter clarity.